from. That doesn't matter. But the skirt's too short, too tight. And with all the cleavage you've got, don't wear a scoop-necked blouse. Honey, this country's full of greedy trial lawyers, which makes you look like you're trying to sucker some executive into making a pass so you can slam his company with a sexual harassment suit. When personnel directors see you, it doesn't matter if they're men or women. What they see is trouble, and they're full up on trouble these days. If you have time to change before that interview, I'd recommend it. Don't look so obvious.
F's black hole gravity drew Mickey toward oblivion. Maybe the advice about clothes was well meant. Maybe it wasn't. Maybe she thanked F for her counsel. Maybe she didn't. One moment she was in the office, and an instant later she stood outside. The door was closed, yet she had no memory of having crossed the threshold. Whatever she'd said or not said as she'd left the room, she was sure she'd done nothing to alienate F further, or to harm Leilani's chances of getting help. Nothing else mattered. Not her own dreams, not her pride, at least not here. Not now. As before, just 4 chairs in the reception lounge. 7 people waiting instead of the previous 5. The corridor seemed hotter than the office. Hotter than hot, the elevator broiled. Pressure built during the descent, as though Mickey were aboard a bathysphere, dropping into an oceanic trench. She placed one hand against the wall, half expecting to feel the metal panel buckling beneath her palm. She almost wished that her quenched anger would flare up again, raw and hot, balancing the summer heat with that inner fire, because what took its place was a quiet desperation too much like despair. On the ground floor, she located the public restrooms. Warm, oily nausea crawled the walls of her stomach, and she feared that she might throw up. The stall doors stood open. The room was deserted. Privacy. Harsh fluorescent light bounced off white surfaces, ricocheted from the mirrors. The icy impression couldn't chill the hot reality. She turned on the cold water at one of the sinks and held her upturned wrists under the flow. Closed her eyes. Took slow, deep breaths. The water wasn't cold enough, but it helped. When at last she'd dried her hands, she turned to a full-length mirror on the wall next to the paper towel dispenser. Leaving home, she thought that she was dressed to make the right impression, that she appeared businesslike, efficient. She'd thought she looked nice. Now her reflection mocked her. The skirt was too short, and too tight. Though not shockingly low-cut, the blouse nevertheless looked inappropriate for a job interview. Maybe the heels on her white shoes were too high as well. She did look obvious. Cheap. She looked like the woman she had been, not like the woman she wanted to be. She wasn't dressing for herself or for work, but for men, and for the type of men who never treated her with respect, for the type of men who ruined her life. Somehow the mirror at home hadn't shown her what she needed to see. This pill was bitter, but more bitter still was the way that it had been administered. By F. Bronson. Though difficult, taking such advice from someone who respected you and cared for you would be like swallowing medicine with honey. This dosage came with vinegar. And if F. Bronson had thought of it as medicine instead of poison, she might not have given it. For years, in mirrors, Mickey had seen the good looks and the sexual magnetism that could get anything she desired. But now that she no longer wanted those things, now that parties and thrills and the attention of bad men held no appeal, now that she harbored higher aspirations, the mirror revealed cheap flash, awkwardness, naivete, and a desperate yearning, the sight of which made her cringe. She'd thought that she had merely grown beyond the need to use her beauty as either a tool or a weapon, but something more profound had happened. Her concept of beauty had changed entirely, and when she looked in the mirror, she saw frighteningly little that matched her new definition. This might be maturity, but it scared her. Always before, her confidence in her physical beauty was something to fall back on, an ultimate consolation in bad times. Now that confidence was gone. An urge to shatter the mirror overcame her. But the past could not be broken as easily as glass. It was the past that stood before her, the stubborn past, relentless. 38. Boy and dog. The former better able to tolerate the August sun than is the latter somewhat better smelling than is the former thinking again about Gabby's strangely hysterical exit from the Mountaineer, the latter thinking about Frankfurters, the former marveling at the beauty of an azure blue bird perched on a section of badly weathered and half-broken rail fence, the latter smelling the bird's droppings and thereby deducing its recent history in significant detail, are grateful for each other's company as they seek their future, first across open land and then along a lonely country road that, around a bend, is suddenly lonely no more. 30 or 40 motorhomes, about half that many pickup trucks with camper shells, and a lot of SUVs are gathered along the side of the 2-lane blacktop and in the adjacent meadow. Attached to some of the motorhomes, canvas awnings create shaded areas for socializing. At least a dozen colorful tents have been pitched as well. The only permanent structures in sight are in the distance: a ranch house, a barn, stables. A green John Deere tractor connected to a hay wagon serves as the rental office, manned by a rancher in jeans, t-shirt, and straw sombrero. A hand-lettered sign states that the meadow spaces cost $20 per day. It's also emblazoned with one disclaimer and one condition: no services provided. Liability waiver required. Encountering this bustling encampment, Curtis is disposed to pass quickly and with caution. So many motorhomes in one location worry him. For all he knows, this is a convention of serial killers. Here might be where the murderous tooth fetishists were bound. That white-haired couple could be nearby, proudly displaying their dental trophies while admiring the even more hideous collections of other homicidal psychopaths in this summer festival of the damned. Old Yeller, however, smells no trouble. Her natural sociability is engaged, and she wants to explore the scene. Curtis trusts her instincts. Besides, a crowd offers him some camouflage if the wrong scalawags come prowling with electronics, searching for the unique energy signature that the boy produces. The meadow is enclosed by a ranch fence of whitewashed boards needing repair and fresh whitening. The tractor guards the open gate. A tarp on 4 tall poles shields the hay wagon from the direct sun, and under the tarp, merchandise awaits sale. From a series of picnic coolers filled with crushed ice, the rancher and a teenage boy dispense cans of beer and soft drinks. They offer packaged snack foods like potato chips, as well as homemade cookies, brownies, and jars of Grandma's locally famous black bean and corn salsa, which a sign promises is hot enough to blow your head clean off. Curtis can conceive of no way in which anyone's head could be blown off cleanly. Decapitation by any means is a messy event. He has no difficulty understanding why Grandma's deadly salsa is locally famous, but he can't comprehend why anyone would buy it. Yet several jars are missing from the geometric display, and as he watches, 2 more are sold. This seems to indicate that a portion of those gathering in the meadow are suicidal. The dog has discounted the theory of a serial killer convention, since she detects none of the telltale pheromones of full-blown psychosis. But Curtis is equally unenthusiastic about a gathering of the suicide-prone, regardless of their reasons for considering self-destruction. In addition to beverages, snacks, and the infamous salsa, the hay wagon also offers T-shirts bearing strange messages. Neary Ranch, one declares, Starport, USA. Another shirt features the picture of a cow and the words, Clara, first cow in space. Yet another states, we are not alone, Neary Ranch. And a fourth insists, the day draws near, and also features the name of the ranch. Curtis is interested in Clara. Although he's familiar with the entire history of NASA and with the space program of the former Soviet Union, he's unaware of any attempt to place a cow in orbit, or to send one to the moon. No other country possesses the capability to orbit a cow and to bring it back alive. Furthermore, the purpose of sending a bovine astronaut into space completely eludes the boy. A book is displayed for sale beside the T-shirts. Night on the Neary Ranch, Close Encounters of the Fourth Kind. From the title and the cover illustration, a flying saucer hovering over a farmhouse, Curtis begins to understand that the Neary Ranch is the origin of a modern folk tale similar to those told about Roswell, New Mexico. Intrigued but still concerned about the suicidal types that are at least a portion of this gathering, he again trusts Old Yeller's judgment. She smells no prospect of exploding heads, and she's eager to sniff her way through the fragrant throng. Boy and dog enter the meadow without being challenged at the open gate. Evidently, they are thought to be with attendees who rented a space and legitimately established camp. In a holiday mood, carrying drinks, eating homemade cookies, lightly dressed for the heat, people stroll the close-cropped grass in the aisles between campsites, making new friends, greeting old acquaintances. Others gather in the shade under the awnings, playing cards and board games, listening to radios, and talking. Everywhere, people are engaged in conversation, some quiet and earnest, others noisy and enthusiastic. From the scraps that Curtis hears as he and Old Yeller amble through the field, he concludes that all these folks are UFO buffs. They gather here twice a year, around the dates of two famous saucer visitations, but this assemblage is related to some new and recent event that has excited them. The campsites are organized like spokes on a wheel, and at the hub is a perfectly circular patch of bare earth, about 12 feet in diameter. The meadow grows all around this circle, but the earth within is chalky and hard-packed, not softened by so much as a single weed or blade of grass. A tall, thick-set man, about 60 years of age, stands in the center of this barren plot. Wearing bushman's boots with rolled white socks, khaki shorts that expose knees as rough and hairy as coconuts, and a short-sleeved khaki shirt with epaulets, he looks as though he will soon embark on an expedition to Africa to search for the fabled elephant's graveyard. 18 or 20 people have gathered around this man. All appear reluctant to venture into the dead zone where he stands. As Curtis joins the group, one of the new arrivals explains to another,
"That's Old Man Neary himself. He's been up."
Mr. Neary is talking about Clara, the first cow in space.
"She was a good cow, old Clara. She produced a tanker truck of milk with low butterfat content, and she never caused no trouble."
The concept of troublemaking cows is a new one for Curtis, but he resists the urge to ask what offenses cows are likely to commit when they're not as amiable as Clara. His mother always said that you'd never learn anything if you couldn't listen, and Curtis is always in the mood to learn.
"Holsteins as a breed are a stupid bunch,"
says Mr. Neary.
"That is my opinion. Some would argue Holsteins are as smart as Jerseys or Herefords. Frankly, anyone who'd take that position just don't know his cows. Alderneys and Galloways are the smartest breeds,"
says one of those gathered around the dead zone.
"We could stand here all day arguing cow smartness,"
says Mr. Neary,
"and be no closer to heaven. Anyway, my Clara wasn't your typical Holstein in that she was smart. Not smart like you or me, probably not even as smart as that dog there."
He points at Old Yeller.
"But she was the one always led the others from barn to pasture in the morning and back at the end of the day." "Lincolnshire Reds are smart cows,"
says a stocky, pipe-smoking woman, whose hair is tied in twin ponytails with yellow ribbons. Mr. Neary gives this rather formidable lady an impatient look.
"Well, these aliens didn't go hunting for no Lincolnshire Reds, now did they? They come here and took Clara, and my theory is they knew she was the smartest cow in the field. Anyway, as I was saying, this vehicle like whirling liquid metal hovered over my Clara as she was standing exactly where I'm standing now."
Most of those around the circle look up at the afternoon sky, some wary, some with a sense of wonder. A young woman as pale as Clara's low butterfat milk says,
"Was there any sound? Patterns of harmonic tones?"
"If you mean did me and them play pipe organs at each other like in the movie, no ma'am. The abduction was done in dead silence. This red beam of light come out of the vehicle like a spotlight, but it was a levitation beam of some type. Clara lifted off the ground in a column of red light, 12 feet in diameter." "That is a big levitation beam,"
exclaims a long-haired young man in jeans and t-shirt that announces Frodo lives.
"The good old girl let out just one startled bleat," says Mr. Neary, "and then she went up with no protest, turning slowly around, this way and that, end over end, like she weighed no more than a feather."
He looks pointedly at the pipe-smoking, ponytailed woman.
"Had she been a Lincolnshire Red, she'd probably have kicked up a hell of a fuss and choked to death on her own cud."
After blowing a smoke ring, the woman replies,
"It's next thing to impossible for a ruminant animal to choke on its own cud."
Ordinarily, I'd agree,
concedes Mr. Neary.
but when you're talking a fake smart breed like Lincolnshire Reds, I wouldn't be surprised by any dumbness they committed.
Listening, Curtis is learning a great deal about cows, although he can't say to what purpose.
Why would they want a cow, anyway?
Asks the Frodo believer.
Milk?
Suggests the pale young woman.
Perhaps their planet has suffered a partial ecological breakdown entirely from natural causes, a collapse in some segments of the food chain.
No. They'd be technologically advanced enough to clone their native species,
says a professorial man with a larger pipe than the one the woman smokes,
whatever's equivalent to a cow on their planet. They'd repopulate their herds that way. They would never introduce an off-planet species. Maybe they're just hungry for a good cheeseburger,
says a florid-faced man with a can of beer in one hand and a half-finished hot dog in the other. A few people laugh. However, the pale young woman, who is pretty in a tragic dying heroine way, takes deep offense and glowers the smile right off the florid man's face.
If they can travel across the galaxy, they're an advanced intelligence, which means vegetarians.
Summoning what social skills he possesses, Curtis says,
Or they might use the cow as a host for biologically engineered weapons. They could implant 8 or 10 embryos in the cow's body cavity, return her to the meadow, and while the embryos mature into viable specimens, no one would realize what was inside Clara. Then one day, the cow would experience an Ebola virus-type biological meltdown, and out of the disintegrating carcass would come 8 or 10 insectile-formed soldiers, each as big as a German shepherd, which would be a large enough force to wipe out a town of 1,000 people in less than 12 hours.
Everyone stares at Curtis. He realizes at once that he has strayed from the spirit of the conversation, or has violated a protocol of behavior among UFO buffs, but he doesn't grasp the nature of his offense. Struggling to recover from this faux pas, he says,
Well, okay, maybe they would be reptile form instead of insectile form, in which case they would need 16 hours to wipe out a town of 1,000 because the reptile form is a less efficient killing machine than the insectile form.
This refinement of his point fails to win any friends among those gathered in the circle. Their expressions still range between puzzlement and annoyance. In fact, the pale young woman turns on him with a glower as severe as the one with which she silenced the man holding the hot dog.
Advanced intelligences don't have our flaws. They don't destroy their ecologies. They don't wage war or eat the flesh of animals.
She directs her liquid nitrogen stare on the pipe smokers.
They do not use tobacco-type products.
She focuses again on Curtis, her eyes so cold that he feels as if he might go into cryogenic suspension if she keeps him in her sights too long.
They have no prejudices based on race or gender or anything else. They never despoil their bodies with high-fat foods, refined sugar, and caffeine. They don't lie and cheat. They don't wage war, as I've said, and they certainly don't incubate giant killer insects inside cows. Well, it's a big universe,
says Curtis, in what he imagines to be a conciliatory tone.
And fortunately, most of the worst types I'm talking about haven't gotten around to this end of it.
The young woman's face pales further, and her eyes become icier, as if additional refrigeration coils have activated in her head.
Of course, I'm only speculating,
Curtis quickly adds.
I don't know for a fact any more than the rest of you.
Before Curtis can be frozen solid by the snakeless Medusa, Mr. Neary intervenes.
Son, you ought to spend a bunch less time playing those violent sci-fi video games. They've stuffed your head full of sick nonsense. We're talking reality here, not those blood-soaked fantasies Hollywood spews out to pollute young minds like yours.
Those gathered around the dead zone express their agreement, and one of them asks,
Mr. Neary, were you scared when the ETs came back for you? Sir, I was naturally concerned, but not truly scared. That was 6 months after Clara floated away, which is why we have 2 contact vigils here each year, on the anniversaries. By the way, some folks say they would come here just for my wife's homemade cookies, so be sure you try 'em. Of course, this year it's 3 vigils. This one impromptu because of what's going on right this minute over there.
Standing taller, wearing his African explorer clothes with even greater authority, he points east, past the end of the meadow, toward the land that rises beyond a scattering of trees.
The uproar across the border in Utah, which you and I know has nothing whatsoever to do with no drug lords, regardless what the government says.
Neary's statement gives rise to expressions of a mutual distrust of the government from many in the growing crowd gathered around the dead zone. Curtis seizes upon this shared sentiment as a way to redeem himself with these people and to polish his inadequate socializing skills. He steps off the grass onto the barren, chalky earth and raises his voice to declare,
Government! Rule-making, power-crazy, know-nothing bunch of lily-livered skunks in bald-faced shirts!
He senses that his declaration fails to win for him the immediate embrace of the assemblage. His words have caused the group to fall silent again. Assuming that their silence arises from their need to digest his words rather than from any disagreement with what he's said, he gives them more reason to welcome him into their community.
Call me a hog and butcher me for bacon, but don't you ever tell me the government ain't a land-crazy, dirt-grabbing tyrant.
Old Yeller drops to the ground and rolls onto her back, exposing her belly to the crowd, because she thinks that Curtis's socializing requires an expression of submission to avoid violence. He's quite sure that Old Yeller misapprehends the mood of these people. The dog's senses and preternatural perceptions are reliable in many matters, but human social interaction is far too complex for accurate analysis merely by scent and instinct. Admittedly, the pale young woman's face hardens into an ice sculpture at the mention of bacon, but the others appear to have the open-mouthed expression of people absorbing a well-spoken truth. Consequently, even as Old Yeller timidly exposes her belly, Curtis spouts more of what these folks want to hear, while hitching himself in a circle, mimicking the gimpy movement that made Gabby so endearing.
Government! Tax collectors, land grabbers, nosy do-gooders more self-righteous than any Bible-pounding preacher ever born. Stink-bug-loving government bastards!
The dog is whimpering now. Surveying the encircling ufologists, Curtis sees not one smile, but several looks of astonishment, and numerous frowns, and even what seem to be a few expressions of pity.
Son,
says Mr. Neary,
I figure your folks aren't amongst this group or they'd be whooping your butt for this performance. Now you go find 'em and you stay with 'em the rest of the time you're here, or I'll have to insist that you and your family accept a refund and vacate the meadow.
Oh, Lord. Maybe he's never going to get the hang of being Curtis Hammond. He blinks back tears, as much because he has embarrassed his sister-become as because he's somehow made a fool of himself.
Mr. Neary, sir,
he pleads with utmost sincerity,
I am not some sassy-assed, spit-in-the-eye malefactor.
This assurance, although it could not be more truthful or more well-intentioned, inexplicably causes Mr. Neary's face to redden into a dark and ominous mask.
That's enough, young man.
In one last desperate effort to make amends, Curtis says,
Mr. Neary, sir, I'm not quite right. I've been told by a beautiful immensity of a lady that I'm too sweet for this world. If you asked me whether I was stupid or something, I'd have to say I was stupid. I'm a not quite right, too sweet, stupid gump, is what I am.
Old Yeller virtually spins off her back onto all fours, judging the situation too dangerous to expose her belly any longer, and she sprints away from the dead zone, even as Mr. Neary takes his first step toward Curtis. Trusting the dog's instincts at last, Curtis bolts after her. Fugitives again.
This audiobook has been broken into multiple parts to make the download faster. You have reached the end of a part, but not the end of the complete audiobook. So please check your library for the next part of this audiobook.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed this program. This is Audible.
39. If libraries in Southern California had ever been like those portrayed in books and movies, mahogany dark millwork, shelves rising to the ceiling, cozy little reading nooks tucked into odd corners and labyrinthine stacks, they weren't that way anymore. All surfaces here were easy clean paint or formica. Shelves didn't rise to the ceiling because the ceiling was a suspended grid of acoustic tiles punctuated by fluorescent panels that shed too much light to foster any sense of the romance of books. The shelves stood in predictable ranks, metal instead of wood, bolted to the floor for safety in an earthquake. To Mickey, the atmosphere seemed like that in a medical facility, bleak in spite of the brightness, antiseptic, marked not by the quiet of diligent study, but by the silence of stoic suffering. A significant area had been set aside for computers. All offered internet access. The chairs were uncomfortable. Harsh light glared off the desk. She felt at home, reminded not of the trailer she shared with Geneva, but of the home provided by the California Department of Corrections. Other library patrons were busy at half the workstations, but Mickey ignored them. She was self-conscious in the coral pink suit that had so recently made her feel professional, fresh, and self-confident. Besides, after F. Bronson, she'd had enough of people for the day. Machines would be more helpful and better company. Online, feeling like a detective, she sought Preston Maddock, but little in the way of a manhunt was required. The villain came to her on so many linked sites, she was overwhelmed with information. From a payphone, she'd canceled the job interview at 3 o'clock. So she spent the afternoon learning about Dr. Doom, and what she discovered suggested that Leilani was penned in an even darker and more escape-proof death cell than the girl had described. The essence of Maddox's story was as simple as the details were outrageous, and the implications were terrifying, not just for Leilani, but for anyone who currently lived and breathed. Preston Maddox's doctorate was in philosophy. 10 years ago, he declared himself a bioethicist, accepting a position with an Ivy League university, teaching ethics to future doctors. That breed of bioethicists who call themselves utilitarians seek what they believe to be ethical distribution of supposedly limited medical resources by establishing standards for determining who should receive treatment and who should not. Scorning the belief in the sanctity of all human life that has guided Western medicine since Hippocrates, they argue that some human lives have greater moral and social value than others, and that the authority to set these comparative values belongs rightfully to their elite group. Once, a small but significant minority of bioethicists had rejected the utilitarians' cold approach, but the utilitarians had won the battle, and now ruled their departments in academia. Preston Maddock, as did most bioethicists, believed in denying medical care to the elderly, defined as over 60, if their illness would impact the quality of their lives, even if patients believed their lives were still worth living, or in fact enjoyable. If they could be fully cured, but if the rate of cure was below, say, 30%, many bioethicists agreed the elderly should be allowed to die anyway, without treatment, because in utilitarian terms, their age ensured they would contribute less to society than they'd take. Incredulous, Mickey read that nearly all bioethicists believed disabled infants, even those mildly disabled, should be neglected until they died. If the babies developed an infection, they should not be treated. If they developed temporary respiratory problems, breathing should not be assisted. They should suffocate. If disabled babies have trouble eating, let them starve. Disabled people were said to be burdens to society even when they could care for themselves. Mickey felt an anger brewing different from her usual destructive rage. This had nothing to do with abuses and slights that she had suffered. Her ego wasn't involved. This anger had a cleansing purity. She read an excerpt from the book Practical Ethics, in which Peter Singer of Princeton University justified killing newborns with disabilities no more severe than hemophilia. When the death of a disabled infant will lead to the birth of another infant with better prospects of a happy life, the total amount of happiness will be greater if the disabled infant is killed. The loss of the happy life for the first infant is outweighed by the gain of a happier life for the second. Therefore, if the killing of the hemophiliac infant has no adverse effect on others, it would be right to kill him. Mickey had to get up, turn away from this. Outrage had energized her. She couldn't sit still. She walked back and forth, repeatedly flexing her hands, working off energy, trying to calm herself. Like a child frightened by and yet morbidly drawn to stories of ghouls and monsters, she soon returned to the computer. Singer had once suggested that if infanticide at the request of the parents will promote the interests of the family and society, then killing the child would be ethical. Further, he had stated that an infant doesn't become a person until sometime during the first year of life, thus opening the door on a case-by-case basis to the idea that infanticide could be ethical long after birth. Preston Maddock believed that killing children was ethical up to the first indications that they were developing language skills. Say dada or die. Most bioethicists supported supervised medical experimentation on mentally disabled subjects, on the comatose, and even on unwanted infants in place of animals, arguing that self-aware animals can know anguish, while the mentally disabled, the comatose, and infants cannot. Asking the mentally disabled what they think is, of course, not necessary, according to this philosophy, because they, like infants and certain other minimally cognizant people, are non-persons, who have no moral claim to a place in the world. Mickey wanted to start a crusade to have bioethicists declared minimally cognizant, for it seemed clear that they were exhibiting no human characteristics, and were more obviously non-persons than the small, the weak, and the elderly whom they would kill. Maddock was a leader, but only one of several in the movement, who wanted to use cutting-edge bioethics debate and scientific research to establish a minimum IQ necessary to lead a quality life and to be useful to society. He thought that this threshold would be well above a Down syndrome IQ, but he was quick to assure the squeamish that the establishment of a minimum IQ wasn't intended to suggest that society should be culled of the slow-witted currently alive. Rather, it was an exercise in clarifying our understanding of what constitutes a quality life, toward the day when scientific advances would allow IQ to be accurately predicted in infancy. Yeah, sure. And the extermination camps at Dachau and Auschwitz had never been constructed with the intention of using them, only to see if they could be built, if they were architecturally viable. At first, as she wandered through the bioethics websites, Mickey thought this culture of death wasn't serious. It must be a game in which participants competed to see who could be the most outrageous, who could pretend to be the most inhumanly practical, the coldest of mind and heart. Surely this was nothing more than a playful exercise in make-believe evil. When eventually she acknowledged that these people lived and acted on their philosophy, she felt certain that they were not taken seriously outside their lunatic tower at some far corner of academia. Instead, she soon realized they were at the center of the academic community. Most medical schools required bioethics instruction. More than 30 major universities offered degrees in bioethics. Numerous state and federal laws crafted by bioethicists had been enacted with the intention of making contemporary bioethics the moral and legal arbiter of whose life has value. The disabled are so costly, don't you agree? And the elderly, and the weak, and the dumb? Costly, but also often disturbing to sensitive people, frequently unsightly to look at, icky to interact with, not like us. The poor dear things would be so much happier if they shuffled off. Indeed, if they've had the temerity to be born or the bad judgment to suffer a disfiguring accident, then dying is the least that they can do if they have a proper social conscience. When had the world become a madhouse? Mickey was beginning to understand her enemy. Preston Maddock had seemed half threatening and half a joke. Not anymore. He was now pure threat. Formidable. Frightening. Alien. Nazi Germany, in addition to trying to eradicate the Jewish people, the Soviet Union, and Mao's China had previously solved the social problem posed by the weak and the imperfect. But when utilitarian bioethicists were asked if they had the stomach for such final solutions, they dodged the question by making the astonishing claim that the Nazis and their ilk killed the weak and the infirm for, as Preston put it in one interview, all the wrong reasons. Not that the killing itself was wrong, you see, but the thinking behind the Nazis and the Soviets' actions was unfortunate. We wish to kill them now, not out of hatred or prejudice, but because killing a disabled child makes a place for one who is whole, who will please his family more, who will be happier, who will be useful to society and increase the total amount of happiness. This is not the same, they say, as killing the child to make way for another who is more representative of his Volk, who is more blonde, who is more likely to make his nation proud and please his Führer. Give me a microscope, Mickey muttered, and maybe in a few centuries I'll be able to tell the difference. These people were taken seriously because they operated in the name of compassion, of ecological responsibility, and even of animal rights. Who could argue with compassion for the afflicted, with a professed intention to use natural resources wisely, with the desire to treat all animals with dignity? If the world is our fatherland, and if it is the only world we have, and if we believe this world is fragile, then the worth of each weak child or aged grandmother must be measured against the loss of the whole world. And dare you argue, then, for one crippled girl? Maddock and other famous American and British bioethicists, the two nations in which this madness seemed most deeply rooted, were welcomed as experts on television programs, received approving press, and counseled politicians on progressive legislation dealing with medical care. None of them could safely speak in Germany, however, where crowds jeered them and threatened them with violence. There was nothing like a Holocaust to inoculate a society against such savagery. Mickey wondered grimly if a Holocaust would be required here, too, before sanity could be restored. Minute by minute, exploring the world of bioethics in general and Preston Maddock in particular, she became increasingly afraid for her country and for the future. Worse awaited her discovery. As she did her research, the library remained bathed in bright fluorescent glare, but she felt darkness steadily rising beneath the light. 40. Avoiding the long lengths of open grassy aisles across which the ranks of vehicles face one another, the dog leads the boy between a motorhome and a pickup with a camper shell, runs across an aisle, between two other motorhomes, kicking up plumes of dust and bits of dead dry grass, thus in and around the wheel of campsites, through the area of brightly colored tents, eventually back among mechanized campers, dodging grown-ups and kids and a barbecue and a sunbathing woman in a lounger and a terrified Lhasa Apso that squeals away from them. When Curtis at last glances back, he sees that their pursuers, if ever there were any, have given up, proving that he's better at adventuring than he is at socializing. He remains mortified and shaken. For a while, at least, he doesn't want to leave the commotion and cover of the crowd at this contact vigil. Tonight or tomorrow, maybe he can hitch a ride with someone headed for a more populous area that will provide even better concealment. But right now, this is as good as it gets, better than the lonely country road. As long as he avoids another encounter with Mr. Neary, he should be able to hang out in the meadow safely enough. Assuming that Clara, the smart cow, doesn't suddenly drop out of the sky and crush him to death. Old Yeller whimpers, sits next to a huge Fleetwood motorhome, and tilts her head up in the posture of a dog howling at the moon, although no moon rides the sky this afternoon. She's not howling either, but searching the heavens for a plummeting cow. Curtis crouches beside her, scratches her ears, and explains as best he can that there's no danger of a Holstein flattening them, whereupon she grins and leans her head into his ministering hands. "Curtis?" The boy looks up to discover that an astonishingly glamorous woman looms over him. Her toenails are painted azure blue, so it seems as though they are mirrored to reflect the sky. Indeed, she's such a magical-looking person, and the color on her toenails has such lustrous depth that Curtis can easily imagine he is looking at 10 mystical entry points to the sky of another world. He is half convinced that if he drops a tiny pebble on one of her toenails, it will not bounce off, but will disappear into the blue, falling through into that other sky. He can see her perfectly formed toes, for she wears minimalist white sandals. These have high heels made of clear acrylic, so she appears to be standing effortlessly on point, her feet as unsupported as those of a ballerina. In tight white toreador pants, her legs look impossibly long. Curtis is sure that this must be an illusion fostered by the woman's dramatic appearance and by the severe angle from which he gazes up at her. When he rises from beside the dog, however, he discovers that no trick of perspective is involved. If H.G. Wells's Dr. Moreau on his mysterious island had been a success at his genetic experiments, he couldn't have produced a human gazelle hybrid with more elegant legs than these. The lowrider pants expose her tanned tummy, which serves as the taut setting for an oval-shaped, bezel-faceted opal the exact same shade of blue as the toenail polish. This gemstone is held securely in her navel by either glue or a cleverly concealed tension device of unimaginable design, or by sorcery. Her bosoms are of the size that cameras linger on in the movies, brimming the cups of a white halter top. This top is made from such thin and pliant fabric and supported by such fine-gauge spaghetti straps Capellini straps, actually, that as a wonder of the man-made world, it rivals the Golden Gate Bridge. Scores of engineers and architects might require weeks to study and adequately analyze the design of this astonishingly supportive garment. Honey gold hair frames a centerfold face with eyes that match the color of the opal. Her mouth, the ripe centerpiece of a lipstick advertisement, is a frosted red, like the petals of the last rose on a November bush. If the boy had been Curtis Hammond for more than 2 days, say for 2 weeks or 2 months, he might have been so completely adapted to the human biological condition that he would have felt the stir of male interest that apparently had begun to tease the original Curtis into adding Britney Spears to the big posters of movie monsters that papered his bedroom. Nevertheless, although he's largely still a work in progress, he undeniably feels something. A dryness of the mouth that has nothing to do with thirst, a peculiar tingle along the nerves of his limbs, and a tremble short of weakness in his knees.
Curtis?
She asks again.
Yes, ma'am,
He says, and realizes as he speaks that he hasn't told anyone his name since he'd chatted with Donella in the restaurant at the truck stop the previous evening. Warily, she surveys their surroundings, as if to be certain they are not observed or overheard. A few men in the vicinity, staring at her while she's focused on Curtis, look away when she turns toward them. Perhaps she notices this suspicious behavior, for she leans closer to the boy and whispers,
Curtis Hammond?
Except for Donella and poor dumb Bert Hooper, the waffle-eating trucker, and the man in the driving machine cap, no one but Curtis's enemies could know his name. As defenseless as any mere mortal standing before a shining angel of death, Curtis is paralyzed in expectation of being gutted, beheaded, shredded, broken, blasted, burned, and worse. Though never did he imagine that death would arrive in dangling silver earrings, 2 silver and turquoise necklaces, 3 diamond rings, a silver and turquoise bracelet on each wrist, and naval decoration. He could deny that he is either the original or the current Curtis Hammond, but if this is one of the hunters that wiped out his family and Curtis's family in Colorado 2 nights ago, he has already been identified by his singular energy signature. In that case, every attempt at deception will prove useless.
Yes, ma'am. That's me,
he says, polite to the end, and steels himself to be slaughtered, perhaps to the delight of Mr. Neary and others whom he has offended, with no intention of doing so. Her whisper grows yet softer.
You're supposed to be dead.
Resistance is as pointless as deception, for if she is one of the worst scalawags, she has the strength of 10 men, and the speed of a Ferrari Testarossa, so Curtis is roadkill waiting to happen. Trembling, he says,
Dead. Yes, ma'am. I guess I am.
You poor child, she says, with none of the sarcasm you might expect from a killer intending to decapitate you, but with concern. Surprised by her sympathy, he seizes upon this uncharacteristic suggestion of a potential for mercy, which her kind supposedly does not possess.
Ma'am, I'll freely admit that my dog here knows too much, considering that we've bonded. I won't pretend otherwise. But she can't talk, so she can't tell anyone what she knows. Whether my bones ought to be stripped out of this body and crushed like glass is something we're sure to disagree about, but I sincerely believe there's no good reason for her to be killed too.
The expression that overcomes the woman is one that Curtis has learned to recognize on faces as diverse as the round physiognomy of smiling Donella and the grizzled visage of grumpy Gabby. He supposes that it implies befuddlement, even bewilderment, though not complete mystification.
Sweetie, she whispers, why do I get the feeling that some awesomely bad people must be looking for you?
Old Yeller has not assumed a submissive posture, but has risen to her feet. She grins at the woman in white, tail wagging with the wide sweep of expectancy, pleased to make this new acquaintance.
We better get you out of sight,
whispers the angel, who now seems less likely to be assigned to the death division.
Safer to sort this out in privacy. Come with me, okay?
Okay, Curtis agrees, because the woman has been given the Old Yeller seal of approval. She leads them to the door of the nearby Fleetwood American Heritage. 45 feet long, 12 feet high, 8 to 9 feet wide, The motorhome is so immense and so solid in appearance that, except for its cheerful white, silver, and red paint job, it might be an armored military command vehicle. In her acrylic heels, with her golden hair, the woman reminds Curtis of Cinderella, though these are sandals rather than slippers. Cinderella most likely wouldn't have worn toreador pants either, at least not a pair that so clearly defined the buttocks. Likewise, if Cinderella's bosoms had been as large as these, she wouldn't have displayed them so prominently, because she had lived in a more modest age than this. But if your fairy godmother is going to turn a pumpkin into stylish equipage to transport you to the royal ball, you want her to dispense with the mice into horse's bit and use her magic wand to whack the pumpkin into a new Fleetwood American heritage, which is cooler than any coach drawn by enchanted vermin. The instant the door is opened, the dog leaps up the steps and into the motorhome, as though she has always belonged here. At the suggestion of his hostess, Curtis follows Old Yeller. Entry is directly into the cockpit. As he steps between the well-separated passengers' and driver's seats into a lounge with flanking sofas, he hears the doors shut behind him. Suddenly, this fairy tale becomes a horror story. Looking across the lounge into the open kitchen, Curtis sees at the sink the last person that he might expect to find there: Cinderella. He turns in shock, looking behind him, and Cinderella is there as well, standing between the driver's and passengers' seats, smiling and even more dramatic-looking in this confined space than she had been out in the sun. The Cinderella at the sink is identical to the first Cinderella, from the silky honey-gold hair to the opal blue eyes, to the opal in the navel, to the long legs in low-rider white toreador pants, to the sandals with acrylic heels, to the azure toenails. Clones. Oh, Lord, clones! Clones are usually trouble, and there's no prejudice in this opinion because most clones are born to be bad. Clones, Curtis mutters. The first Cinderella smiles.
What did you say, sweetie?
The second Cinderella turns away from the sink and takes a step toward Curtis. She's also smiling, and she's holding a large knife. 41. Sitting in the fluorescent-flooded brick-and-mortar library, but also outbound through cyberspace with its infinite avenues of radiant circuitry and light pipes, traveling the world on the swift wheels of electric current and microwaves, exploring virtual libraries that are always open, ever bright, pouring through paperless books of glowing data, Mickey found the primitive self-interest and darkest materialism of humanity everywhere in these palaces of technological genius. Bioethicists reject the existence of objective truths. Preston Maddock had written, "There is no right or wrong, no moral or immoral conduct. Bioethics is about efficiency, about establishing a set of rules that will do the most good for the most people." For one thing, this efficiency means assisting suicide in every case where a suffering person considers it, not merely assisting the suicides of the terminally ill, not just of the chronically ill, but assisting even those who could be cured but are at times depressed. In fact, Preston and many others considered depressed people as candidates not only for suicide assistance, but also for positive suicide counseling to ensure they self-destructed. After all, a depressed person has an inadequate quality of life, and even if his depression can be alleviated with drugs, he isn't normal when on mood-altering medication, and therefore is incapable of leading a life of quality. An increase in the suicide rate is, they believe, a benefit to society, for in a well-managed medical system, the organs of assisted suicides should be harvested for transplantation. Mickey read many bioethicists who were gleeful at the prospect of alleviating organ shortages through managed care suicide programs. In their enthusiasm, it was clear they would work aggressively to increase the number of suicides if given all the laws for which they relentlessly pressed. If we are all just meat, having no soul, then why shouldn't some of us join together to butcher others for our benefit? There will be an immediate gain and no long-term consequences. Mickey snatched her right hand away from the mouse, her left hand off the keyboard. To save electricity, the library was almost as warm as the day outside, but a chill slithered into her from the internet, as though someone at a computer in Dr. Frankenstein's castle had crossed paths with her in cyberspace, reaching out of the ether to trace her spine with a virtual finger colder than ice. She looked around at the other library patrons, wondering how many of them would be as shocked as she was by what she'd read, how many would be indifferent, and how many would agree with Preston Maddock and his colleagues. She had often brooded about the fragility of life, but for the first time she realized with sobering acuity that civilization itself was as fragile as any human being. Any of the many hells that humankind had created throughout history, in one corner of the world or another, could be recreated here. Or a new hell could be built, more efficient and more thoroughly reasoned. Back to the mouse, the keys, the World Wide Web, and back to Preston Maddock, the spider, out there spinning. The organs of the suicidal and the disabled were coveted, but Maddock and others in the bioethics community expressed great sympathy for the harvesting of organs from the healthy and the happy as well. In The Elimination of Morality, by Anne McLean, Mickey read of a program proposed by John Harris, a British bioethicist, in which everyone would be given a lottery number. Then, whenever doctors have 2 or more dying patients who could be saved by transplants, and no suitable organs have come to hand through natural deaths, they can ask a central computer to supply a suitable donor. The computer will then pick the number of a suitable donor at random, and he will be killed so that the lives of 2 or more others may be saved. Kill 1,000 to save 3,000. Kill 1,000,000 to save 3,000,000. Kill the weak to save the stronger. Kill the disabled to provide a higher quality of life to the firm of limb. Kill those with lower IQs to provide more resources to those judged smarter. Great universities like Harvard and Yale, like Princeton, once citadels of knowledge where truth might be pursued, had become well-oiled machines of death, instructing medical students that killing should be viewed as a form of healing, that only selected people who meet a series of criteria have a right to exist, that there is no right or wrong, that death is life. We are all Darwinians now, are we not? The strong survive longer, the weak die sooner, and since this is the plan of nature, shouldn't we help the old green gal in her work? Accept your expensive diploma, toss your mortarboard in the air to celebrate, and then go kill a weakling for Mother Nature. Somewhere Hitler smiles. They say that he killed the disabled and the sick, not to mention the Jews, for all the wrong reasons. But if in fact there is no wrong or right, no objective truth, then all that really matters is that he did kill them, which by the standards of contemporary ethics makes him a visionary. Photographs of Preston Maddock, as they appeared on the screen, revealed a good-looking, if not handsome man with longish brown hair, a mustache, and an appealing smile. Contrary to Mickey's expectations, he didn't sport a universal product code on his forehead with the numerals 666 rendered in barcode. His short-form bio revealed a man on whom Lady Luck smiled. He was the sole heir to a considerable fortune. He didn't need to work in order to travel in style from one end of the country to the other, in search of extraterrestrials who might have a healing gift. Mickey could find no story in the media exploring Maddox's belief that UFOs were real, and that ETs walked among us. If it was a genuine long-held belief, he had never spoken publicly about it. 4.5 years ago, he resigned his university position to devote more time to bioethic philosophy rather than teaching, and to unspecified personal interests. He was known to have assisted in 8 suicides. Leilani claimed he had killed 11 people. Evidently, she knew of 3 who were not part of the public record. A few elderly women, a 30-year-old mother with cancer, a 17-year-old high school football star who suffered a spinal injury. In Mickey's mind, as she read of Maddox's kills, she heard Leilani's voice reciting the same list. Twice Maddox had been prosecuted for murder, in 2 different cases and jurisdictions. Both times, juries had acquitted him because they felt that his intentions had been noble, and that his compassion had been admirable, unimpeachable. The husband of the 30-year-old cancer victim, though present during the assisted suicide, subsequently filed a civil suit seeking damages from Maddox, when an autopsy discovered that his wife had been misdiagnosed, that she didn't have cancer, and that her condition had been curable. The jurors sided with Maddox nevertheless, because of his good intentions, and because they felt the true fault resided with the doctor who had delivered the wrong diagnosis. A year after the death of her son, the mother of the 6-year-old wheelchair-bound boy filed suit too, claiming that Maddox, in conspiracy with her husband, subjected her to relentless mental and emotional intimidation using techniques of psychological warfare and brainwashing until, in a state of physical and mental exhaustion, she agreed to terminate her son's life, for which she was remorseful. She dropped all legal action prior to trial, maybe because she didn't have the heart for the media circus that began to pitch its tents, or because Maddock reached an undisclosed settlement with her. Luck undeniably favored Preston Maddock, but you couldn't lightly regard the importance of the powerhouse legal defense team that his fortune provided, or the effect of the $20,000 per month public relations firm that for years worked tirelessly to polish his image. He kept a lower profile these days. Indeed, since he had become Sensimia's devoted husband and deep-pocket pharmacy, he'd steadily moved farther off the public stage, allowing other true believers to man the barricades on behalf of their vision of a brave new world of greater happiness through useful killing. Curiously, Mickey could find no reference to Maddox's marriage. According to every thumbnail biography to be found on the internet, he was single. When a figure as controversial as Preston Maddock took a wife, the wedding should be news. Whether he'd drawn a marriage license in busy Manhattan or in a sleepy backwater in Kansas, the media would have learned of the event and would have reported it widely, even if the ceremony had been conducted and the bride had been kissed before journalists could fly to the scene with cameras. Yet, not a word. Leilani had called it an amazing wedding, though it lacked a carved ice swan. By now, Mickey believed that no matter how outrageous the girl's stories seemed, Leilani never lied. Somewhere a wedding had been held, without either the carved ice swan or the breathless attention of the media. Understandably, when your bride was a woman like Sensimia, you might not want your publicist to seek a 3-page spread in People, or to arrange for the two of you to do a TV interview with Larry King in celebration of your nuptials. Most likely, however, the reason for this singular degree of discretion had been the groom's intention to kill his stepson and stepdaughter if his expectation of extraterrestrial healers wasn't fulfilled. Fewer questions will be asked about your missing children if no one knows they existed in the first place. Mickey remembered Leilani saying that Maddock didn't use his own name at campgrounds when they traveled in their motorhome, and that he affected a different appearance these days. Judging by copyright dates, the most recent photos of him were at least 4 years old. Staring at Dr. Doom's blithe face on the computer, she suspected that his murderous intent toward Lukipela and Leilani wasn't the only reason he kept his marriage secret. A mystery awaited revelation. She logged off. The resources on the internet were exhaustive, but Mickey could learn nothing more of use from them. The real world always trumped the virtual, and it always would. The next step was to meet Preston Maddock face to face and take his measure. Leaving the library, she was no longer self-conscious about her too short, too tight skirt. If she hadn't canceled, she could have gone to the job interview with confidence. In the past couple hours, she'd changed in some fundamental way. She felt this difference profoundly, but she couldn't yet define it. Brooding about bioethics, Mickey arrived at her Camaro without quite realizing that she'd crossed the parking lot, as though she had teleported from the library to the car in an instant. Behind the wheel, she didn't switch on the radio. She always drove by radio. Silences made her edgy, and music was a caulking that filled every jagged chink. But not today. The real world trumped the virtual. Bioethicists were dangerous because they devised their rules and schemes not for the real world, but for a virtual reality in which human beings have no heart, no capacity to love, and where everyone is as convinced of the meaninglessness of life as are the ethicists themselves, where everyone believes that humanity is just meat. On her way home, the highways were as clogged as an aging sumo wrestler's arteries. Usually she chafed at the stop-and-go traffic, but not today. Maddock and his fellow bioethicists ceased to be merely dangerous and became bloody tyrants when they obtained the power to try to make the world conform to their abstract model of it, a model that was in conflict with human nature and no more representative of reality than an idiot savant's math tricks are representative of true genius. Stop, go. Stop, go. She remembered reading that California had halted freeway construction for 8 years in the 1970s and 80s. The governor back then believed automobiles would no longer be in wide use by 1995. Public transit would take over, alternate technology, miracles. In all the years that she'd railed at bumper-to-bumper traffic, During so many frustrating 2-hour drives that should have taken 30 minutes, she had never before connected that idiotic public policy to the current mess. Suddenly she felt that by her own choice she'd been living entirely in the current moment, in a bubble that separated her from the past and the future, from cause and effect. Stop, go. Stop, go. How many millions of gallons of gasoline were wasted in traffic like this? How much unnecessary pollution generated by the unintended consequence of that moratorium on highway construction? And yet the current governor had announced his own ban on freeway construction. If she let Leilani die, how could she live with herself, other than by embracing the we're just meat philosophy of Maddox crowd? In her own way, she'd been living by that empty faith for years, and look where it had gotten her. One new thought led to another. Stop, go. Stop, go. Mickey felt as if she were waking from a 28-year dream. 42. With the swiftness of a genie's spirit rising from the prison of his lamp, the sweet, oily fragrance of vanilla magically spread through the humid air to every corner of Mrs. D's kitchen the moment that she opened the bottle. That's the best smell in the world, don't you think? Putting ice cubes in the 2 tall glasses, Leilani drew a deep breath.
Wonderful. Unfortunately, it reminds me of old Sensimia's bathwater.
Good heavens! Your mother bathes in vanilla? As she watched Geneva dribble vanilla extract over the ice in the glasses, as she carried the glasses to the table, and as Geneva followed with cans of Coke, Leilani explained Sensimia's passion for purging toxins through reverse osmosis in hot baths. Then it must be a little like belling the cat, said Mrs. D, handing Leilani one of the Cokes.
Mrs. D, you've lost me again. I'm afraid I'm hampered in conversation by a need to grasp how each comment springs logically from the one preceding it.
How sad for you, dear. I meant you always know when your mom's coming because she's preceded by clouds of wonderful fragrances.
Not so wonderful when she's had a bath seasoned with garlic, condensed cabbage juice, and stinkweed extract.
They sat at the table and sampled their vanilla Cokes.
This is fabulous,
Leilani enthused. I can't believe you've never mixed one before.
Well, we rarely have cola in the fridge. Old Sensimia says caffeine inhibits development of your natural telepathic ability.
Then you must be a terrific little mind reader.
Scarily good. Right now, you're trying to remember the names of all the singers who've ever been in the group Destiny's Child, and you can only recall 4.
Uncanny, dear. What I'm actually thinking is how this vanilla Coke would go perfectly with a big fat sugar cookie.
I like the way you think, Mrs. D, even if your mind is too complex to be read accurately.
Leilani, would you like a big fat sugar cookie?
Yes, thank you.
So would I. Very much. Unfortunately, we don't have any. Some nice crisp cinnamon cookies would be good, too. How about cinnamon cookies with vanilla Cokes?
You've talked me into it.
We don't have any of those either, I'm afraid. Geneva sipped her drink, pondered a moment. Do you think chocolate almond cookies would go with vanilla Cokes?
I'm reluctant to have an opinion, Mrs. D.
Really? Why's that, dear?
It seems pointless somehow.
Too bad. Not to brag, but my chocolate almond cookies are quite wonderful.
Do you have any?
6 dozen.
More than enough. Thank you.
Geneva brought a plate of the treats to the table. Leilani sampled a cookie.
Phenomenal. And they go with vanilla Cokes just fine. But these aren't almonds. They're pecans.
Yes, I know. I don't particularly care for almonds, so when I make chocolate almond cookies, I use pecans instead.
There's something I'm dying to ask, Mrs. D, but I don't want you to think I'm being disrespectful.
Geneva's eyes widened. You couldn't be if you tried. You're an absolute, no doubt about it. Geneva frowned. What is the term?
Absolute, no doubt about it, fine young mutant.
If you say so, dear.
I ask this with great affection, Mrs. D, but do you work at being a charming screwball, or does it just come naturally?
Delighted, Geneva said, Am I a charming screwball?
In my estimation, yes.
Why, you sweet child, I can't imagine anything better to be. As to your question, let me think. Well, if I am a charming screwball, I'm not sure whether I always was, or maybe only since being shot in the head. Either way, no, I don't work at it. I wouldn't know how. Munching, Leilani said,
Dr. Doom is going to haul us to Idaho.
A quiver of alarm rang the smile off Geneva's face. Idaho? When?
I don't know. When the mechanic's finished with the motorhome? Next week sometime, I guess.
Why Idaho? I mean, I'm sure there are nice people in Idaho with all their potatoes, but that's an awful long way from here.
Some guy lives near Nuns Lake, Idaho, claims he was taken aboard an alien spacecraft and healed.
Healed of what?
Of the desire to live in Nuns Lake, that's my guess. The guy probably figures a really wild story will get him a book deal, a TV movie, and enough money to move to Malibu.
We can't let you go to Idaho.
Heck, Mrs. D, I've been to North Dakota.
We'll keep you here. Hide you in Mickey's room.
That's kidnapping.
Not if you're agreeable to it.
Yeah, even if I'm agreeable to it. That's the law.
Then the law's silly.
The silly law defense never works in court, Mrs. D. You'll wind up sucking down all the free lethal gas you want, courtesy of the state of California. May I have a second cookie?
Of course, dear, but this Idaho thing is so distressing.
Eat,
Leilani advised.
Your cookies are so good. They'd make prisoners tap dance in the torture chambers of Torquemada.
Then I should bake up a batch and we'll send them some.
Torquemada lived during the Spanish Inquisition, Mrs. D, back in the 1400s.
I wasn't baking cookies then. But it's always given me so much pleasure that people enjoy my cooking. And even back when I had the restaurant, the baked goods drew the most compliments.
You had a restaurant?
I was a waitress. Then I owned my own restaurant, and in fact, it developed into a prosperous little chain. Oh, and I met this lovely man, Zachary Scott. Success, passion, everything would have been wonderful, except my own daughter began coming on to him.
I didn't know you had a daughter, Mrs. D.
Geneva nibbled thoughtfully at her cookie. Actually, she was Joan Crawford's daughter.
Joan Crawford's daughter came on to your boyfriend?
In fact, the restaurants belonged to Joan Crawford, too. I guess this stuff happened in Mildred Pierce, not in my life at all. But that doesn't change the fact that Zachary Scott was a lovely man.
Maybe tomorrow I could come over, and we could bake a bunch of cookies for Torquemada's prisoners after all.
Geneva laughed. And I'll bet George Washington and the boys at Valley Forge would enjoy a batch, too. You're a peach, a pip, and a corker, Leilani. Can't wait to see what you'll be like all grown up.
For one thing, I'll have boobs, one way or the other. Not that having them is the be-all and end-all of my existence.
I particularly liked my breasts when I was Sophia Loren.
You're pretty funny yourself, Mrs. D, and you're already all grown up. In my experience, not too many grown-up people are funny.
Why don't you call me Aunt Jen, like Mickey does? This particular expression of affection almost undid Leilani. She tried to cover her inability to speak by quickly taking a swig of her vanilla Coke. Geneva saw through the clever vanilla Coke ruse, and her eyes misted. She seized a cookie as an instrument of distraction, but that didn't work because there wasn't any logical reason for her to hold a cookie in such a way as to block Leilani's view of her teary eyes. From Leilani's perspective, the worst thing that could happen would be for the two of them to start sobbing at each other as if this were an episode of Oprah titled Little Crippled Girls Marked for Murder and the charming screwball shot-in-the-head surrogate aunts who love them. Just as the way of the ninja was not the way of the clonk, so the way of the weepy was not the way of the clonk either. At least not this clonk. Time for the penguin. She fished it out of one pocket of her shorts and put it on the table, among the candle holders that were still arranged as they had been at dinner the previous night.
I was wondering if you could do me a favor and help get this back to the person who should have it.
How cute! Geneva put aside the cookie that she neither wanted to eat nor wanted to plaster over her eyes. She plucked the figurine off the table. Why, it's adorable, isn't it? The 2-inch-tall penguin, sculpted from clay, kiln-fired and hand-painted, was indeed so adorable that Leilani would have kept it, if not for its creepy provenance.
It belonged to a girl who died last night.
Geneva's smile first froze and then melted away. Leilani said,
Her name was Tetsi. I don't know her last name, but I think she's local, here in the county.
What's this all about, sweetie?
If you'd buy a newspaper tomorrow and Saturday, an obituary should be published one day or the other. It'll have the last name.
You're spooking me, dear.
Sorry, I don't mean to. Tetsi collected penguins, and this was one of hers. Preston might have asked to have it, but he might have taken it without asking. Anyway, I don't want it.
They stared across the table at each other because Geneva's eyes were no longer misty, and because Leilani was functioning unshakably in the way of the clonk, no longer in danger of flushing the kitchen furniture out of the back door on a tide of tears. Geneva said, Leilani, should I be calling the police?
Wouldn't do any good. They pumped a huge dose of digitoxin into her, which caused a massive heart attack. Preston's used this trick before. Digitoxin would show up in an autopsy, so they must have been sure there wouldn't be one. Most likely she's already cremated.
Geneva looked at the penguin. She looked at Leilani. She looked at her vanilla Coke. She said, This is bizarre stuff.
Isn't it? Anyway, Preston gave this penguin to me because he said it reminded him of Luki Pela.
Geneva's voice bit with a venom that Leilani had not imagined she contained. The rotten bastard.
It's cute. Luki was cute. It leans to one side, same as Luki. But it doesn't look like Luki because, of course, it's a penguin.
I have a sister-in-law who lives out in Hemet. Although this seemed to have nothing to do with dead girls and penguins, Leilani leaned forward with interest.
So is this a real sister-in-law or possibly Gwyneth Paltrow?
Real. Her name's Clarissa, and she's a good person, as long as you have some tolerance for parrots.
I like parrots. Do hers talk?
Oh, constantly. She has over 60.
I'm pretty much a one parrot at a time person.
I'm thinking maybe when you disappear, the police would come looking here, but they wouldn't know about Clarissa in Hemet. Leilani pretended to consider it. Then,
out of 60 talking parrots, at least one will be a fink and turn us in.
She'd love your companionship, dear. And there's always work to be done, filling seed trays and water cups.
Why does this feel like a Hitchcock movie? And I don't just mean the birds. I suspect somewhere in this situation, there's a guy who dresses up like his mother and has an obsession with big knives. Anyway, if Clarissa went to jail for kidnapping, what would happen to the parrots?
Geneva looked around as though assessing the accommodations. I could take them in here, I suppose.
Holy smokes, we'd want 24/7 video of that!
But they'd never send Clarissa to prison. She's 67 years old, weighs 250 pounds even though she's just 5'3", and, of course, there's the goiter. Leilani didn't ask the obvious question. Geneva answered it anyway. Strictly speaking, it's not really a goiter. It's a tumor, and because it's benign, she won't have it removed. Clarissa doesn't trust doctors, and given her history with them, who can blame her? But she just lets it hang there, getting bigger. Even if they could cope with her age and weight, prison officials would worry about that goiter scaring the other inmates. Leilani drained the last of the vanilla Coke from her glass.
Okay, so when the obituary appears, if you'd track down an address for Tetsi's parents and mail the penguin back to them, that would be swell. I'd do it myself, but Preston doesn't let me have money. Not even enough for a few stamps. He buys me anything I want, but I think he figures that if I had an allowance, I'd ramp it up with shrewd investments until I had enough to afford a hitman.
You've still got half the Coke in the can, dear. Would you like me to add some fresh ice and vanilla to your glass?
Yes, thank you.
After Geneva had built a second serving for each of them, she sat opposite Leilani once more. Worry drew connecting lines through her constellations of coppery freckles, and her green eyes clouded. Mickey will think of something we can do.
I'll be okay, Aunt Jen.
Honey, you're not going to Idaho.
Just how big is the goiter?
Can you come for dinner this evening?
Great! Dr. Doom is supposed to be out again, so he won't know. He'd stop me, but old Sensimia's too self-involved to notice.
I'm sure Mickey will have some strategy by then.
Is it, say, bigger than a plum?
I'll turn on the air conditioning this evening so we'll be able to think clearly. You can bet the governor never does without.
Bigger than an orange?
43. Resplendent in acrylic-heeled sandals and navel opals, these two Cinderellas have no need of a fairy godmother, for they are magical in their own right. Their laughter is musical, infectious, and Curtis can't help but smile even though they're laughing at his ridiculous and shakily expressed fear that they might be clones. They are, of course, identical twins. The one he met outside is named Castoria. The one he encountered second is Pollux.
Call me Cass.
And call me Polly. Polly puts down the big knife with which she was chopping vegetables. Dropping to her knees on the galley floor with squeaky baby talk and vigorous ear-scratching, she reduces Old Yeller at once to licking, tail-lashing adulation. Placing a hand gently on Curtis's shoulder, Cass brings him out of the lounge and into the galley.
In Greek mythology,
says Curtis,
Castor and Pollux were the sons of Leda, fathered by Jupiter disguised as a swan. They're the patron deities of seamen and voyagers. They're famous warriors, too.
This knowledgeable recitation surprises the women. They regard him with evident curiosity. Old Yeller turns to stare at him as well, though accusingly, because Polly has stopped the baby talk and the ear-scratching. They tell us half the kids graduating from high school can't read, says Cass. But you're mythology savvy in grade school?
My mother was big on organic brain augmentation and direct-to-brain megadata downloading, he explains.
Their expressions cause Curtis to review what he has just said, and he's chagrined to realize that he revealed more about his true nature and his origins than he ever intended to share with anyone. These two dazzle him, and as with Donella and Gabby, dazzlement seems to evoke in him either a looseness of the tongue or a tangling of the same potentially treacherous organ. In a lame attempt to distract them from what he revealed, Curtis continues with a harmless lie.
Plus, we had a Bible and a useless cyclopedia sold to us by a mercantile porch squatter.
Cass plucks a newspaper from the table in the dining nook and hands it to Polly. Polly's sparkling eyes widen, and blue beams seem to flash at Curtis as she says, I didn't recognize you, sweetie. She turns the newspaper so Curtis can see 3 photos under the headline, Savage Colorado Murders Tied to Fugitive Drug Lords in Utah. The photos are the members of the Hammond family. Mr. and Mrs. Hammond, shown here, are surely the people who were asleep in their bed, in the quiet farmhouse, when the fugitive boy shamefully took $24 from the wallet on the dresser. The third picture is of Curtis Hammond. You're not dead, Cass says.
No,
Curtis replies, which is true as far as it goes.
You escaped. Not quite yet.
Who are you here with?
Nobody but my dog. We've pretty much hitched across Utah.
Polly asks, whatever happened at your family's farm in Colorado? Is that all tied to this hullabaloo in Utah? He nods.
Yeah.
Castoria and Pollux make eye contact, and their connection is as precise as that between a surgical laser and the calculated terminus of its beam, so that Curtis can almost see the scintillant trace of thought passing from one to the other. They share their next question in a duologue that does nothing to diminish his dazzlement. It's not just a bunch of crazy drug lords behind all this,
like the government says.
Is it, Curtis? His attention bounces from one to the other as he answers the question twice.
No.
When these twins exchange a meaningful look, which they now do again, they seem not to convey just a quick, single thought, but whole paragraphs of complex data and opinion. In the womb, fed by the same susurrus river of blood, soothed by the 2-note lullaby of the same mother's heart, gazing eye to eye in dreamy anticipation of the world to come, they had perfected the telemetric stare.
Over there in Utah, is the government
trying to cover up
contact with
extraterrestrials?
Yes,
Curtis says, because this is the answer they expect, and the only one they will believe. If he lies and says that no aliens are involved, They will either know that he is dissembling or will think that he's merely stupid, and that he's as bamboozled by the government spinmeisters as is everyone else. He's drawn to Cass and Polly. He likes them partly because Old Yeller likes them, partly because the genes of Curtis Hammond ensure that he likes them, but also because there is a tenderness about them, quite apart from their beauty, that he finds appealing. He doesn't want them to think that he is either stupid or disposed to lie.
Yes, aliens.
Cass to Polly, Polly to Cass, blue lasers transmitting unspoken volumes. Then Polly says, "Where are your folks, really?"
They're really dead.
His vision blurs with tears of guilt and remorse. Sooner or later he'd have been forced to stop somewhere, if not at the Hammond farm, then at another, to find clothes and money and a suitable identity. But if he had realized just how close on his tail the hunters had been, he wouldn't have chosen the Hammond place.
Dead. The newspapers write about that.
To his tears, the sisters fly as birds to a nest in a storm. In an instant, he's being hugged and kissed and comforted by Polly, then by Cass, by Polly, by Cass, caught in a spin cycle of sympathy and motherly affection. In a swoon short of an outright faint, Curtis is conveyed, as if by spirit handlers, into the dining nook, and with what seems to him to be a miraculousness equal to the sun spinning off spangles in the sky over Fatima, a divine refreshment appears in front of him, a tall glass of cold root beer, in which floats a scoop of vanilla ice cream. Not forgotten, Old Yeller is served a plate piled with the cubed white meat of chicken and ice water in a bowl. After cleaning the chicken off the plate nearly as fast as it could have been sucked up by an industrial vacuum cleaner, the dog chews the ice with delight, grinning as she crunches it. As though image and reflection exist magically side by side, Cass and Polly sit across the table from Curtis in the nook. 4 silver earrings dangle. 4 silver and turquoise necklaces shine. 4 silver bracelets gleam. And 4 flushed breasts, as smooth as cream, swell with sympathy and concern. Playing cards are fanned on the table, and Polly gathers them up as she says, "I don't mean to salt your grief, sweetie, but if we're going to help, we need to know the situation. Were your folks killed in a cover-up because they saw too much? Something like that?"
Yes, ma'am. Something like that.
Slipping the deck of cards into a pack bearing the bicycle logo and setting the pack aside, Polly says, "And evidently you also saw too much."
Yes, ma'am. Something like that, ma'am.
Please call me Polly, but never ask me if I want a cracker.
Okay, Okay, Polly. But I like crackers, so I'll eat any you don't want.
As Curtis noisily sucks root beer and melting ice cream through a straw, Cass leans forward conspiratorially and whispers ominously, "Did you see an alien spacecraft, Curtis?" He licks his lips and whispers,
More than one, ma'am.
"Call me Cass," she whispers, and now their conversation is firmly established in this sotto voce mode. "Castoria sounds too much like a bowel medication."
I think it's pretty, Cass.
"Should I call you Curtis?"
Sure. That's who I'm being. Who I am.
"So you saw more than one alien ship. And did you see honest-to-God aliens?"
Lots of 'em. And some not so honest.
Electrified by this revelation, she leans even farther over the table, and a greater urgency informs her whisper. "You saw aliens, and so the government wants to kill you to keep you from talking." Curtis is utterly beguiled by her twinkly-eyed look of childlike excitement, and he doesn't want to disappoint her. Leaning past his root beer, not quite nose-to-nose with Cass, but close enough to feel her exhilaration, he whispers,
The government would probably lock me away to study me, which might be worse than killing.
"Because you had contact with aliens?"
Something like that.
Polly, who has not leaned over the table, and who does not speak in a whisper, looks worriedly at the nearby window. She reaches over her sister's head, grabs the draw cord, and shuts the short drape as she says, "Curtis, did your parents have an alien encounter too?" Although he continues to lean toward Cass, when Curtis shifts his eyes toward Polly, he answers her in a normal tone of voice, as she has spoken to him.
Yes, they did. Of the third kind?
Whispers Cass.
Of the worst kind,
He whispers. Polly says, why didn't the government want to study them like they want to study you? Why were they killed?
Government didn't kill them,
Curtis explains.
Who did?
Whispers Cass.
Alien assassins,
Curtis hisses.
Aliens killed everyone in the house.
Cass's eyes are bluer than robin's eggs, and seemingly as big as those in a hen's nest. She's briefly breathless. Then,
So, they don't come in peace to serve mankind. Some do, but not these scalawags.
and they're still after you, aren't they? Polly asks.
From Colorado and clear across Utah,
Curtis admits.
both them and the FBI. But I'm getting harder to detect all the time.
You poor kid, Cass whispers. All alone, on the run.
I've got my dog.
Getting up from the booth, Polly says, now you've got us, too. Come on, Cass. Let's pull stakes and hit the road. We haven't heard his whole story yet, Cass protests. There's aliens and all sorts of spooky stuff. Still leaning toward Curtis, she drops her voice to a whisper.
All sorts of spooky stuff, right? Spooky stuff,
He confirms, thrilled to see the delight that he has given her with this confirmation. Polly is adamant. They're hunting for him right across the state line. They're sure to come nosing around here soon. We've got to get moving.
She's the alpha twin,
Cass whispers solemnly.
We've got to listen to her, or there'll be hell to pay.
I'm not the alpha twin, Polly disagrees. I'm just practical. Curtis, while we get the rig ready to roll, you take a shower. You're just a little too fragrant. We'll throw your clothes in the washer. He's reluctant to endanger these sisters, but he accepts their hospitality for 3 reasons. First, motion is commotion, which makes it harder for his enemies to detect him. Second, but for the big windshield, the motorhome is more enclosed than most vehicles. The other windows are small, and the metal shell largely screens his special biological energy signature from the electronic devices that can detect it. Third, he has been Curtis Hammond for approximately 2 days, and the longer that he settles into this new life, the harder he is to find, so he probably poses little danger to them.
My dog could use a bath, too.
We'll give her a good scrubbing later, Polly promises. Past the galley, a door stands open to a water closet on the right, which is separate from the rest of the bathroom. On the left, a vertically stacked washer-dryer combination. Directly ahead is the bathroom door, and beyond it lies the last 18 feet or so of the motorhome. The sole bedroom is accessed through the bathroom. Old Yeller stays behind with Polly, and Cass shows Curtis how to work the shower controls. She unwraps a fresh cake of soap and lays out spare towels.
After you've undressed, just toss your clothes out the bathroom door, and I'll wash them. This is very nice of you, ma'am. I mean, Cass.
Sweetie, don't be silly. You've brought us just what we've been needing. We're girls who like adventure, and you've seen aliens. How her eyes sparkle on the word adventure, only to sparkle even more bewitchingly on the word aliens. Her face glows with excitement. She all but quivers with expectation, and her body strains against her clothes, just as the powerful body of Wonder Woman forever strains against every stitch of her superhero costume. Alone, Curtis removes his small treasury from his pockets and puts the cash aside on the vanity. He slides open the bathroom door just far enough to toss his clothes out in front of the washer, then slides it firmly shut again. He is Curtis Hammond enough to blush at being naked here in the sisters' bathroom. At first, this seems to indicate that he's well settled in his new identity, already more Curtis than he is himself, and becoming more Curtis all the time. Peering in the mirror, however, he watches his face darken to a shade of scarlet that he's never noticed in other people, suddenly causing him to question whether he's fully in control of himself. A blush this fierce is surely beyond the range of human physiological response. He seems to be as red as a lobster cooking in a pot, and he's convinced that anyone seeing him like this would suspect that he's not who he pretends to be. Furthermore, he looks so sheepish that his expression alone would fill any policeman with suspicion and predispose any jury to convict. Heart beating fast and hard, counseling himself to remain calm, he steps into the shower before turning on the water, which Cass advised him not to do. It's immediately so hot that he cries out in pain, stifles the cry, mistakenly cranks the water hotter still, but then overcompensates and stands in a freezing spray. He's lobster bright from top to bottom, and his teeth chatter so hard he could crack walnuts if he had walnuts, and it's just as well he doesn't have walnuts because the shells would make a mess, and then he'd have that to clean up. Listening to himself babble to himself about walnuts, he's amazed that he has survived this long. Once more, he tells himself to be calm. Not that it did much good the last time. He remembers that Cass advised a quick shower because the motorhome isn't connected to utilities. The system is operating off the vehicle's storage tanks and the gasoline-powered generator. Because he failed to obtain a precise definition of quick, he's certain that he's already used more water than is prudent, so he soaps up as fast as possible, rinses down, remembers his hair, pours shampoo straight from the bottle onto his head, realizes at once that he has seriously overused the product, and stands in rising masses of suds that threaten to fill the shower stall. To dissolve the suds as quickly as possible, he cranks the water to cold again, and by the time that he finally shuts the spray off, his teeth are rattling like an electric-powered nutcracker once more. He's sure that he has so drained the motorhome's water system that the vehicle will topple sideways out of balance, or suffer some catastrophic failure resulting in great financial loss and possibly even the destruction of human life. Out of the shower, on the bath mat, vigorously drying himself, he realizes that personal grooming is related to socializing, and he has proven time and again that he's a lousy socializer. Yet he can't go through life without a bath, because walking around filthy and stinky is not good socializing either. In addition to those worries and woes, he's still embarrassed about being naked in the sister's bathroom, and now he realizes that he will have to wear nothing but a large towel until his clothes are laundered. He turns to the mirror, anxious to see if his face remains an unnatural shade of lobster, and he discovers something far worse than expected in his reflection. He isn't being Curtis Hammond.
Holy howlin' saints alive!
In shock, he drops the towel. More accurately, he is being Curtis Hammond, but not entirely, not well, certainly not convincingly enough to pass for human. Oh, Lord. The face in the mirror isn't hideous, but it is stranger than any face in any carnival freak show that ever welcomed gawking rubes into its sawdust-carpeted chambers. In Colorado, in the farmhouse, beyond the bedroom door with the plaque announcing Starship Command Center, this motherless boy had found the used Band-Aid discarded on the nightstand, and the dried blood on the gauze pad had provided him with a perfect opportunity to fashion a disguise. Touching the blood, absorbing it, he'd added Curtis Hammond's DNA to his repertoire. While the original Curtis continued sleeping, his namesake had fled out of the bedroom window, onto the porch roof, and then here to Castoria and Paluxia's bathroom, though not directly. Being Curtis Hammond, in fact being anyone or anything other than himself, requires a constant biological tension, which produces a unique energy signature that identifies him to those equipped with the proper scanning technology. Day by day, however, as he adjusts to a new identity, sustaining the adopted physical form becomes easier, until after a few weeks or months, his energy signature is virtually indistinguishable from those of other members of the population that he has joined. In this case, that population is humanity. Stepping closer to the mirror, he wills himself to be Curtis Hammond, not in the half-assed fashion revealed by the mirror, but with conviction and attention to detail. In the reflection of his face, he watches several peculiar changes occur, but the flesh resists his command. One slip-up like this can be disastrous. If Cass and Polly were to see him in this condition, they would know that he isn't Curtis Hammond, that he isn't of this earth. Then he could probably kiss their generous assistants and their root beer floats goodbye. As good as his motives are, he might nevertheless wind up like the stitched-together brute who escaped Dr. Frankenstein's lab, only to be pursued by torch-bearing villagers with zero tolerance for dead bodies revived in creative new formats. He couldn't imagine Cass and Polly hunting him with torches high, howling for his blood, but there would be no shortage of others eager to take up the chase. Worse, Even a brief lapse in the maintenance of his new identity reestablishes the original biological tension and makes his unique energy signature as visible to his enemies as it would have been in the minutes immediately following his original transformation into Curtis Hammond back in Colorado. In essence, with this lapse, he has reset the clock. Therefore, he remains highly vulnerable to detection if his savage pursuers cross his path again in the next couple days. He worriedly studies the mirror as the pleasant features of Curtis Hammond reassert possession of his face, but they return gradually and with stubborn errors of proportion. As his mother always told him, confidence is the key to the successful maintenance of a new identity. Self-consciousness and self-doubt fade the disguise. The mystery of Gabby's panicky exit from the Mercury Mountaineer is solved. Racing across the salt flats, rattled by his inability to calm the ever more offended and loudly blustering caretaker, the boy had suffered a crisis of confidence, and for a moment had been less Curtis Hammond than he'd needed to be. Physical danger doesn't shake his equanimity. Adventuring, he is comfortable in his new skin. He's able to be Curtis Hammond with aplomb, even in great jeopardy. Although remaining poised in peril, he is seriously unnerved by socializing. The simple act of showering, with all the complications that arose, reduced him to this imperfect Curtis. With deep chagrin, he decides that he is the Lucille Ball of shape-changers, physically agile, admirably determined, and recklessly courageous in the pursuit of his goals, but socially inept enough to entertain demanding audiences and to exasperate any Cuban-American bandleader crazy enough to marry him. Okay, good. He is being Curtis Hammond once more. He finishes drying himself, all the while inspecting his body for weirdnesses, but finding none. A beach towel has been provided as a sarong. He wraps himself in it, but feels nonetheless immodest. Until his clothes are washed and dried, he must stay with Cass and Polly, but as soon as he's outfitted once more, he'll slip away with Old Yeller. Now that he can be easily detected by his family's killers, and perhaps by the FBI as well if they have developed the necessary tracking technology, he can't any longer justify putting the sisters at risk. No more people should die just because fate brings them into his life at the wrong time. The hunters are surely coming, heavily armed, grimly determined, thoroughly pissed. 44. The sun worked past quitting time, and the long summer afternoon blazed far beyond the hour when bats would have taken wing in cooler seasons. At 6 o'clock, the sky still burned gas flame blue, gas flame bright, and Southern California broiled. Risking economic ruin, Aunt Jen set the thermostat at 76 degrees, which didn't qualify as chilly anywhere other than in hell. Compared to the furnace beyond the closed windows and doors, however, the kitchen was luxuriously comfortable. While Mickey brewed a large pitcher of peach-flavored iced tea and set the table for dinner, she told Geneva about Preston Maddock, about bioethics, about killing as healing, killing as compassion, killing to increase the total amount of happiness, killing in the name of sound environmental management. Good thing I was shot in the head 18 years ago. These days I'd be environmentally managed into a hole in the ground. Or they'd harvest your organs, make lampshades out of your skin, and feed your remains to wild animals to avoid despoiling the earth with another grave. Iced tea? When Leilani hadn't arrived by 6:15, Mickey was certain that something was wrong, but Geneva counseled patience. By 6:30, Geneva was concerned too, and Mickey heaped chocolate almond cookies, sans almonds plus pecans, on a gift plate, providing an excuse to pay a visit to the Maddocks. The blue ceramic curve of sky, firing in a fierce kiln, offered a receptive bowl if the earth, as seemed likely, melted quick away. A long day's interment of heat shimmered out of the ground, as though spirits were fleeing up through the open gates of perdition, and the air had a scorched smell. Perched on fence pickets at the back of Geneva's property, near the bloomless rosebush, crows shrieked at Mickey. Perhaps they were familiars of the dark witch Sensimia, posted to warn her of the approach of anyone who might be armed with the knowledge of her name. At the fallen fence between properties, Geneva's green lawn gave way to the withered brown mat that had served as Sensimia's dance floor. Mickey's nerves wound tight at the prospect of coming face to face with either the moon dancer or the philosophical murderer. She didn't actually expect to meet Preston Maddock. Leilani had told Aunt Jen that Dr. Doom would be out all evening. The drapes were shut, the windows bright with the dragon glare of the westering sun. Standing on the concrete steps, she knocked, waited, and raised her hand to knock again, but took the cookie plate in both hands when suddenly the knob rattled and the door opened. Preston Maddock stood before her, smiling, barely recognizable. His longish hair had been shorn. He wore it now in a short, punkish bristle, which didn't lend him an edgy quality as it might have given most men, but made him look like a tousled boy. He'd shaved off his mustache, too.
"Can I help you?"
he asked pleasantly. Hi, we're your neighbors. Me and Aunt Jen, Geneva Davis, and I'm Mickey Belsong. Just wanted to say hello, bring you some homemade cookies, welcome you to the neighborhood."
"That's so kind of you."
He accepted the plate.
"These look delicious. My mother, God rest her soul, made more varieties of pecan cookies than you could shake a stick at. Her maiden name was Hickory, so she took an interest in the tree that shared her family name. The pecan tree, you know, is a variety of the hickory."
Mickey hadn't been prepared for his exceptional voice, which was full of the quiet confidence that money can buy, but which also had an appealing masculine timbre and a warmth as inviting as maple syrup spilling over golden waffles. That voice, plus his pleasant looks, made him a disarming advocate for death. She could understand how he might paint a gloss of idealism over the meanest cruelties, charm the gullible, convert well-meaning people into apologists who applauded the executioner and smiled at the musical ring of the blade meeting the chopping block in a busy guillotine.
"My name's Jordan Banks," he lied, as Leilani had said he would. "Everyone calls me Jory."
Maddock offered his hand. Mickey almost cringed as she shook it. She had come here knowing she couldn't mention Leilani's failure to keep a dinner invitation. The girl's best interests would not be served by revealing that she'd made friends next door. Mickey had hoped to see Leilani, to suggest by one indirection or another that she wouldn't go to bed tonight until the girl could sneak out to rendezvous after Maddock and Sensimilla were asleep.
"I'm sorry, it's not terribly considerate of me, keeping you here on the doorstep," Maddock apologized. "I'd invite you in, but my wife's suffering a migraine, and the slightest noise in the house pierces her like a spike through the skull. During migraines, we have to whisper and pussyfoot around as if the floor's actually a drum."
"Oh, don't worry about it. That's fine. I just wanted to say hello and welcome. I hope she's feeling better soon."
"She can't eat when she's got a migraine, but she's starved when it passes. She'll love these cookies. Very kind. See you soon."
Mickey backed down the steps as the door closed, hesitated on the dead lawn, trying to think of another ploy to let Leilani know that she'd come here. Then she worried that Maddock might be watching her. Returning home, eliciting a new round of shrieks from the crows that stood sentinel on the back fence, Mickey heard his mellifluous voice in her mind.
"My mother, God rest her soul, made more varieties of pecan cookies than you could shake a stick at."
How smoothly the words, "God rest her soul," had flowed off his tongue, how natural and convincing they had sounded, when in fact he believed in neither God nor the existence of the soul. Hands wrapped around a glass of iced tea, Geneva waited at the kitchen table. Mickey sat, poured tea, and told her about Maddock. "Leilani won't be here for dinner, but I know she'll come to see me after they've gone to sleep. I'll wait for her, no matter how late it gets." "I wondered, could she stay with Clarissa?" Aunt Jen suggested. "And the parrots? At least they're not crocodiles." "If I find the public record of Maddock's marriage, I can get a reporter interested. He's kept a low profile for 4 years, but the press would still be curious. The mystery ought to intrigue them. Why hide the marriage? Was the marriage why he left the public stage?" "Sensimilla, she's a media circus all by herself," Geneva said. "If the press gives it some play, someone will come forward who knows Lucky Pela existed. The boy wasn't hidden away his whole life. Even if his nutcase mother never settled in one place for long, she's memorable. People who knew her even briefly are likely to remember her. Some will remember Lucky, too. Then Maddock will have to explain where the boy is. How are you going to find a record of the marriage?" "I'm brooding on it."
What if a lot of reporters respect Maddock and think you just have a grudge against him, like that Bronson woman?
They probably will. He gets mostly good press. But reporters have to have some curiosity, don't they? Isn't that their job?
You sound determined to make it their job.
Mickey picked up the penguin figurine, which earlier Aunt Jen had explained to her. I won't let him hurt Leilani. I won't.
I've never heard you like this before, little mouse.
Mickey met Geneva's eyes. Like what?
So determined.
It's not just Leilani's life hanging by a thread, Aunt Jen. It's mine, too.
I know.
45. Crackerless, Polly drives with an open bag of cheese-flavored popcorn in her lap and a cold can of beer in the built-in cup holder on her customized command chair. Having an open container of any alcoholic beverage in a moving vehicle is against the law, but Curtis refrains from advising Polly about this infraction. He doesn't want to repeat the errors that he made with Gabby, who had taken extreme offense at being reminded that the law requires seatbelts to be worn at all times. Cleaving Prairie, a lonely two-lane blacktop highway runs north-northwest from Neary Ranch. According to the twins, the southbound lane, not taken, leads eventually to a cruel desert and ultimately to the even crueler games of Las Vegas. They have no destination in mind yet, no plan to ensure justice for the Hammond family, no idea of what future Curtis might expect or with whom he might live. Until the situation clarifies and they have time to think, the twins' only concern is keeping him free and alive. Curtis approves of this scheme. Flexibility is any fugitive's greatest strength, and a fugitive burdened by a rigid plan makes easy quarry of himself. Mom's wisdom. Anyway, he will leave the sisters soon, so planning beyond the next few hours would be pointless. Polly drives fast. The Fleetwood rushes across the prairie, like a nuclear-powered battle wagon on a medium-gravity moon. In the lounge, Cass relaxes on a sofa that backs up to the port flank of the motorhome, directly behind the driver's seat. The dog lies beside her, chin resting on her thigh, blissfully assuming a right of continuous cuddling and having that assumption rewarded. At the sisters' gentle insistence, Curtis occupies the co-pilot's chair, which boasts various power features, including one that turns it away from the road, toward the driver. Having powered the seat to port, he can see both women. Although wearing only the beach towel sarong, he's no longer self-conscious. He feels quite Polynesian, like Bing Crosby in The Road to Bali. Instead of chunks of coconut or a bowl of poi, instead of the shredded flesh of a wild pig spiced with eel tongue, he has his own bag of cheese-flavored popcorn and a can of Orange Crush, though he had asked for a beer. Better still, he's blessed by the company of the Spelkenfelter sisters, Castoria and Paluxia. He finds the details of their lives to be unlike anything he knows from films or books. They were born and raised in a bucolic town in Indiana, which Polly calls a long yawn of bricks and boards. According to Cass, the most exciting pastimes the area offers are watching cows graze, watching chickens peck, and watching hogs sleep, although Curtis can perceive no entertainment value in 2 of these 3 activities. Their father, Sidney Spelkenfelter, is a professor of Greek and Roman history at a private college, and his wife Imogene teaches art history. Sidney and Imogene are kind and loving parents, but they are also, says Cass, as naive as goldfish who think the world ends at the bowl. Because their parents were academics too, Sidney and Imogene have resided ever in tenured security, explaining life to others, but living a pale version of it. Co-valedictorians of their high school class, Cass and Polly skipped college in favor of Las Vegas. Within a month, they were the centerpiece, feathered and sequined nudes in a major hotel's showroom extravaganza, with a cast of 74 dancers, 12 showgirls, 9 specialty acts, 2 elephants, 4 chimps, 6 dogs, and a python. Because of a mutual lifelong interest in juggling and trapeze acrobatics, within a year, they were elevated to Las Vegas stardom in a $10 million stage musical spectacular featuring a theme of extraterrestrial contact. They played acrobatic alien queens plotting to turn all human males into love slaves.
That was when we first got interested in UFOs,
Cass reveals. In the opening dance number, Polly reminisces, we descended these neon stairs from a giant flying saucer, It was awesome.
And this time we didn't have to be naked the whole show, says Cass. We came out of the saucer nude, of course.
Like any alien love queens would, adds Polly, and they reveal delicious giggles that remind Curtis of the immortal Goldie Hawn. Curtis laughs too, amused by their irony and self-mockery.
After the first 9 minutes, Cass says, we wore lots of cool costumes, better suited to juggling and acrobatic trapeze work.
Trying to juggle honeydews while nude, Polly explains, you risk grabbing the wrong melons and ruining the act. They both giggle again, but this time the joke eludes Curtis.
Then we were nude in the last number, Polly says, except for the feathered headdress, sequined G-string, and stiletto-heeled ankle boots. The producer insisted this was authentic Love Queen attire. Cass says, tell me, Curtis, how many alien Love Queens have you seen wearing gold lame, stiletto-heeled ankle boots? None, he answers truthfully. That was our argument exactly. They look stupid, not queenly in any corner of the universe. We didn't mind the feathered headdresses, but how many alien Love Queens have you met who wear those either? None.
To be fair, you can't disprove our producer's contention, says Polly. After all, how many alien Love Queens have you really seen?
Only 2, Curtis admits,
but neither of them was a juggler. For some reason, the twins find this highly amusing.
But I guess you could say one of them was something of an acrobat, Curtis elaborates, because she could bend over backward until she was able to lick the heels of her own feet.
This statement only rings new peals of laughter and more silvery giggles from the Spelkenfelter girls.
It isn't an erotic thing,
he hastens to clarify.
She bends backward for the reason a rattlesnake coils. From that position, she can spring 20 feet and snap your head off with her mandibles.
Try to turn that into a Vegas musical number, Cass suggests, joining her sister in yet more laughter.
Well, I don't know everything about Las Vegas stage shows, Curtis says, but you'd probably have to leave out the part where she injects her eggs into the severed head.
Through genuinely explosive laughter, Polly says, not if you did it with enough glitter, sweetie.
You're a pistol, Curtis Hammond, says Cass.
You're a hoot, agrees Polly. Listening to the twins giggle, watching Polly drive with one hand and wipe tears of laughter off her face with the other, Curtis decides that he must be wittier than he has heretofore realized. Maybe he's getting better at socializing. Speeding northwest over a seemingly infinite stretch of 2-lane blacktop, as beautiful and mysterious as any view of classic American highway in any movie, speeding also toward a setting sun that fires the prairie into molten red and gold glass, as the mighty engine of the Fleetwood rumbles reassuringly, in the company of the fabulous Castoria and the fabulous Paluxia and the God-connected Old Yeller, with cheese popcorn and orange crush, showered and fully in control of his biological identity, feeling more confident than at any time in recent memory, Curtis believes he must be the luckiest boy alive. When Cass excuses herself to take Curtis's clothes out of the dryer, the dog follows her, and the boy turns his chair to face the road ahead. Co-pilot in name only, he nevertheless feels empowered by Polly's fast and expert driving. For a while, they talk about the Fleetwood. Polly knows every detail of the big vehicle's construction and operation. This is a 44,500-pound, 45-foot-long behemoth with a Cummins diesel engine, an Allison automatic 4,000 mH transmission, a 150-gallon fuel tank, a 160-gallon water tank, and a GPS navigation system. She speaks of it as lovingly as young men in the movies speak of their hot rods. He's surprised to hear that this customized version cost $700,000, and when he makes the assumption that the twins' wealth resulted from their success in Vegas, Polly corrects his misapprehension. They became financially independent, but not truly wealthy, following marriage to the Flackberg brothers. But that's a tragic story, sweetie, and I'm in too good a mood to tell it now. Because of a mutual lifelong interest in the mechanical design and repair of motor vehicles, Polly and Cass are well suited to the continuous travel that marks this phase of their lives. Regardless of what breaks or wears out, they can fix it, given the necessary spare parts, a basic supply of which they carry with them. There's nothing better in this world, declares Polly, than getting dirty, oily, greasy, and sweaty while working on your wheels. And in the end, putting wrong right with your own hands. These women are the cleanest, most well-groomed, most sparkling, sweetest-smelling people whom Curtis has ever seen, and though he's hugely enamored of them in their current condition, he is intrigued by the prospect of seeing them dirty, oily, greasy, sweaty, wielding wrenches and power tools, confronting a recalcitrant 44,500-pound mechanical beast and, with their skill and determination, returning it to full operation. Indeed, a mental image of Castoria and Pollux, in the throes of engine repair delight, pulses so persistently through his thoughts that he wonders why it has such great appeal. Odd. Trailed by Old Yeller, Cass returns to report that she has finished ironing Curtis's clothes. Retreating to the bathroom to trade sarong for proper dress, he's saddened that his time with the Spelkenfelter twins is drawing to an end. For their safety, he must leave at the first opportunity. By the time he returns, fully clothed, to the co-pilot's seat, the last sullen red light of sunset constricts in a low arc along a portion of the western horizon, like the upper curve of a bloodshot eye belonging to a murderous giant watching from just beyond the edge of the earth. Curtis is settling into his seat when the arc dims from mordant red to brooding purple. Soon the purple fades as if the eye has fallen shut in sleep. But still, the night seems to be watching. If farms or ranches exist out in this lonely vastness, they are set so far back from the highway that even from the elevated cockpit of the Fleetwood, their lights are screened by wild grass, by widely scattered copses of trees, and primarily by sheer distance. Rare southbound vehicles approach, rocketing by at velocities that suggest they are fleeing from something. Even fewer northbound vehicles pass them, not because the northbound lane is less busy, but because Polly demands performance from the motorhome. Only the most determined speeders overtake her, including someone in a silver 1970 Corvette that elicits admiring whistles from the car-savvy sisters. Because of mutual interests in extreme skiing, skydiving, hard-boiled detective fiction, competitive rodeo bronc busting, ghosts and poltergeists, big band music, wilderness survival techniques, and the art of scrimshaw, among many other things, the twins are fascinating conversationalists, as much fun to listen to as they are to look at. Curtis is most interested, however, in their wealth of UFO lore, their rococo speculations about life on other worlds, and their dark suspicions regarding the motives of extraterrestrials on Earth. In his experience, humankind is the only species ever to concoct visions of what might lie in the unknown universe that are even stranger than what's really out there. A glow appears in the distance, not the headlamps of approaching traffic, but a more settled light alongside the highway. They arrive at a rural crossroads where a combination service station and convenience store stands on the northwest corner. This isn't a shiny, plasticized, standard unit allied with a nationwide chain, but a mom-and-pop operation in a slightly sagging clapboard building with weathered white paint and dust-frosted windows. In movies, places like this are frequently occupied by crazies of one kind or another. In such lonely environs, monstrous crimes are easily concealed. Since motion is commotion, Curtis wants to keep moving until they reach a well-populated town. The twins, however, prefer not to let the onboard fuel supply drop below 50 gallons, and they are currently running with less than 60. Holly drives off the blacktop onto the unpaved service apron in front of the building. Gravel wraps the Fleetwood undercarriage. The 3 pumps, 2 dispensing gasoline, 1 diesel fuel, are not sheltered under a sun and rain pavilion as in modern operations, but stand exposed to the elements. Strung between 2 poles, red and amber Christmas lights, out of season, hang over the service island. These are taller than contemporary service station pumps, perhaps 7 feet, and each is crowned by what appears to be a large crystal ball. Fantastic! Those probably date back to the 30s, Polly says. You rarely see them anymore. When you pump the fuel, you can watch it swirl through the globe.
Why?
Curtis asks. She shrugs. It's the way they work. A faint exhalation of wind lazily stirs the string of Christmas lights, and reflections of the red and amber bulbs glimmer and circle and twinkle within the gas pump glass, as though fairy spirits dance inside each sphere. Entranced by this magical machinery, Curtis wonders,
Does it also tell your fortune or something?
no, it's just cool to look at.
They went to all the trouble of incorporating that big glass globe in the design just because it's cool to look at?
He shakes his head with admiration for this species that makes art even of daily commerce. With affection, he says,
This is a wonderful planet.
The twins disembark first, Cass with a large purse slung from one shoulder, intent on conducting a service stop routine that is military in its thoroughness and precision. All 10 tires must be inspected with a flashlight, the oil and the transmission fluid must be checked, the window washing reservoir must be filled. Old Yeller's mission is more prosaic. She needs to toilet, and Curtis goes along to keep her company. He and the dog stand at the foot of the steps and listen to a mere whisper of a breeze that travels to them out of the moonlit plains in the northwest, from beyond the service station that is now blocked from sight by the Fleetwood. Apparently the night air carries a disturbing scent that inspires Old Yeller to raise her talented nose, to flare her nostrils, and to ponder the source of the smell. The antique pumps are on the farther side of the motorhome. As the twins disappear around the bow in search of service, the sniffing dog trots toward the back, not with typically wayward doggy curiosity, but with focus, purpose. Curtis follows, his sister become. When they round the stern of the Fleetwood to the port side, they come into sight of the weather-beaten store about 40 feet away past the pumps. The door stands half open on hinges stiff enough to resist the breeze. The dog halts, backs up a step, perhaps because the fantastical pumps disconcert her. On closer consideration, Curtis finds them to be no less magical, but less Tinkerbellish than they appeared from inside the vehicle. As he stares up at the globes, which are currently filled with darkness instead of with churning fuel, reflections of the red and amber Christmas lights shimmer on the surface of the glass, but appear to swarm within it, and suddenly this display has an air of malevolence. Something needful and malign seems to be pent up in the spheres. Near the bow of the motorhome, a tall, bald man is talking to the twins. His back is toward Curtis, and he's 40 feet away, but something seems wrong with him. The dog's hackles rise, and the boy suspects that the uneasiness he feels is actually her distrust transmitted to him through their special bond. Although Old Yeller growls low in her throat and clearly has no use for the station attendant, her primary interest lies elsewhere. She scampers away from the motorhome, almost running, toward the west side of the building, and Curtis hurries after her. He's pretty sure this isn't about toileting anymore. The store sets kitty corner on the lot, facing the crossroads rather than fronting one highway, and all the lights are at its most public face. Night finds a firmer purchase along the flank of the building. And behind the place, where the clapboard wall offers one door but no windows, the darkness is deeper still, relieved only by a parsimonious moon carefully spending its silver coins. A Ford Explorer stands in this gloom, its contours barely traced by the lunar light. Curtis supposes that the SUV belongs to the man who's out front talking to the twins. The silver Corvette, which passed them on the highway earlier in the night, waits here as well. Intently studying this vehicle, Old Yeller whimpers. The moon favors the sports car over the SUV, plating its chrome and paint to a sterling standard. Even as Curtis takes a step toward the Corvette, however, the dog dashes to the back of the Explorer. She stands on her hind legs, forepaws on the rear bumper, gazing up at the tailgate window, which is too high to provide her with a view inside. She looks at Curtis, dark eyes moon-brightened. When the boy doesn't go to her at once, she paws insistently at the tailgate. In this murk, he can't see the dog shuddering, but through the psychic umbilical linking them, he senses the depth of her anxiety. Fear, like a slinking cat, has found a way into Curtis's heart, and from his heart into the whole of him, and now it whets its claws upon his bones. Joining Old Yeller behind the Explorer, he squints through the rear window. He isn't able to discern whether the SUV carries a cargo or is loaded only with shadows. The dog continues to paw at the vehicle. Curtis tries the door handle, lifts the tailgate. Disengagement of the latch activates a soft light in the SUV, revealing 2 corpses in the cargo space. They have been tumbled together in such a way as to suggest that they were heaved in here as if they were bags of garbage. His heart, a sudden stutterer, spasms on the L in lub and on the D in dub. He would run if he were not his mother's son, but he'd rather die than by his actions cast shame upon her memory. Pity and revulsion would turn him away, had he not been taught to react to every horror like this as though it were a survival text, to read it quickly but closely for clues that might save his life and the lives of others. Others, in this case, means Cass and Polly. Tall, bald, and male, the first of these cadavers appears to be a physical match for the station attendant who'd been talking to the twins a moment ago. Curtis didn't see that guy's face. Nevertheless, he's convinced that it will prove to be identical to this one, though not wrenched by terror. Billowy, glossy chestnut hair surrounds and softens the dead woman's features. Her wide-open hazel eyes stare with startlement at the first glimpse of eternity that she received in the instant when her soul fled this world. Neither victim bears a visible wound, but each appears to have a broken neck. Heads loll at such unnatural angles that the cervical vertebrae must have been shattered. For these hunters, who thrill to the administration of terror and who revel in murder, such kills are unusually clean and merciful. Necessity rather than mercy explains the simple wounds. Each corpse has been stripped of its shoes and outer layer of clothing. To masquerade as their victims, the killers needed costumes without rips or stains. If the combination service station and convenience store is a mom-and-pop operation, then here lie mom and pop. Their business and their identities have been subjected to a hostile takeover. The dog's attention is directed once more at the Corvette. Her interest, though intense, isn't strong enough to draw her toward the sports car, which she regards with obvious dread. She appears to be as puzzled as she is apprehensive, cocking her head left and then right, blinking, turning half away from the vehicle, but then snapping her head toward it as if she'd seen it start to move. Perhaps in the Corvette waits something worse than what he found in the Explorer, in which case he'll keep his distance too. Instead, seeking to learn what he can by sharing the dog's perceptions, Curtis opens himself more completely to their bond and looks at the vet through her eyes. At first, his sister-become seems to see nothing more than Curtis sees, but then for just a second, no longer, the moonlit car shimmers like a mirage. Dream car in more ways than one, internal combustion illusion, it is merely the suggestion of a 1970 Corvette, masking a fearsome reality. The dog blinks, but the sports car remains apparently solid, so she turns her head away from it, and out of the corner of her eye, for 2 seconds or 3, she glimpses what Curtis can't perceive from the corner of his, a transport not of this earth, sleeker even than the shark-like Corvette, like a beast born to stalk sharks with a vengeance. So mighty-looking is this vehicle that you can't think of it in the language of designers or engineers, but must resort to the vocabulary of military architecture, because in spite of its sleekness, it seems to be a fortress on wheels. All compact buttresses, ramparts, terraplanes, scarps, counterscarps, bastions made aerodynamic, condensed and adapted to rolling stock. With this evidence before him, no doubt can linger any longer. The worst scalawags have arrived. His nerves feel as taut as high-tuned violin strings, and his dark imagination plucks them with dire possibilities. Death is here now. As always it is here, but it is not always as engaged and attentive as it is at this moment, waiting for a third course in its supper of bones. The hunters must suspect that Curtis is in the motorhome. Kind fate and his clever sister-become brought him out of the Fleetwood and around the building to this moonlit killing ground without being detected. He won't remain undiscovered for long. Perhaps 2 minutes, maybe 3, if his luck holds. The instant that he shows himself, he will be known. In his place, therefore, he sends the dog to Polly. Fearful but obedient, she trots away, retracing the route along which she led him. Curtis has no illusions that he'll survive this encounter. The enemy is too near, too powerful, too remorseless to be defeated by one as small and defenseless as this motherless boy. He harbors some hope, however, that he might be able to warn off Cass and Polly, that they might escape with the dog rather than be slaughtered with him. Old Yeller disappears around the corner of the building. Beloved, familiar, companion spirit, she walks always with an awareness of her maker, and she will need him now as never before. 46. The penitentiary walls crumbled away from her, but she restacked the stones around herself, and when the bars fell out of the windows, she repaired them with a welder's torch and fresh mortar. From this dream of a self-made prison, not a nightmare, scary only because she labored so cheerfully to rebuild her cell, Mickey woke, instantly aware that something was wrong. Life had taught her to recognize danger at a distance. Now, even in sleep, she'd sensed a threat in the waking world that called her back from that faraway, comfortable incarceration. On the living room sofa, lying on her side, eyes closed, head raised slightly upon a throw pillow, chin tucked down and resting against her clasped hands, she remained perfectly still, breathing softly like a sleeper, listening. The house lay enfolded by a shroud of quiet as deep as that in a mortuary after viewing hours, the mourners gone. Deaf to the threat, she was nonetheless able to sense it, feel it, as she could feel the change in atmospheric pressure when the air thickened just before a thunderstorm flashed and cracked and broke. Mickey had settled on the sofa to read a magazine while waiting for Leilani. The evening waned, and Geneva eventually retreated to her bedroom, leaving instructions to be awakened at once if the girl paid a visit. With Aunt Jen gone, with the contents of the magazine exhausted, Mickey stretched out merely to rest her eyes, not to nap. The cumulative weight of the difficult day, the heat, the humidity, and a growing despair had pressed her down into that dream prison. Instinctively, she hadn't opened her eyes when she woke. Now she kept them closed, operating on the theory, so dear to every child and sometimes resurgent in adulthood, that the boogeyman could not hurt her until she looked him in the eye and acknowledged his existence. Frequently, in prison, she had learned that a pretense of sleep, of stupidity, of naivete, of cataleptic indifference, a pretense of deafness to an obscene invitation and of blindness to an insult, were all wiser responses than confrontation. Childhood can be remarkably similar to prison. The theory of the boogeyman's eye offers guidance to child and inmate alike. Someone moved nearby. The soft scuff of shoes on carpet and the creak of floorboards argued against the possibility that the intruder was either a figment of her imagination or a trailer park ghost. The footsteps approached, stopped. She sensed a looming presence. Someone stood over her, watching as she pretended to sleep. Not Geneva. Even in one of her movie moments, she wouldn't be furtive or unnervingly strange like this. Jen remembered being Carol Lombard in My Man Godfrey, Ingrid Bergman in Casablanca, Goldie Hawn in Foul Play, but she shared no darker experiences than those of Mildred Pierce. Her second-hand lives were romantic, even if sometimes tragic, and you didn't have to worry that she would ever be in the grip of a Betty Davis psychosis per Whatever Happened to Baby Jane, or Glenn Close per Fatal Attraction. Mickey's sense of smell seemed heightened by her meditative stillness and her defensive blindness. She detected the faint astringent scent of strange soap, a crisp aftershave. He stirred, betrayed once more by the protesting floorboards. Even over the thump of her bass drum heart, Mickey could tell that he was moving away from her. Through a fringe of eyelashes, she saw him. He passed the low buffet divider that separated the living room from the kitchen. One small lamp, the three-way bulb set at the lowest wattage, didn't reject the shadows in the living room but romanced them, and in the kitchen, only the small light under the range hood staved off the full embrace of darkness. Even seen from behind, and then glimpsed only briefly in profile as he turned in the kitchen gloom to approach the back door, he could be mistaken for no one else. Uninvited, Preston Maddock had paid a visit. Mickey had left the back door ajar for Leilani if she came. Now Maddock left it standing wide open when he departed. Warily, she got off the sofa and approached the kitchen. She half expected to find him waiting beyond the threshold, facing inside, amused to have caught her faking sleep. He wasn't there. She dared to step outside. No one lurked in the backyard. Maddock had gone home. Retreating into the kitchen, she shut out the night. engaged the deadbolt lock. Fear drained away, leaving a feeling of violation. Before she could work up a proper sense of outrage, however, she thought of Geneva, and fear flooded back. She had no idea how long Maddox was in the house. He might have gone elsewhere before entering the living room to watch her sleep. Mickey hurried out of the kitchen into the short hall. As she passed her own room, she noticed light bleeding under the door. She was certain that she hadn't left a lamp on. End of the hall. Last door. Standing ajar. The luminous numerals and the lighted tuning bands on the clock radio provided the only relief from a clutching darkness that seemed jagged with menace. When Mickey reached the bed, this ghostly radiance revealed only the one thing that she wanted to see: Aunt Jen's face against a pillow, eyes shut, peaceful in sleep. Mickey held one trembling hand before Geneva's face and felt the gentle breath against her palm. A knot pulled loose in her breast, freeing her bound breath. In the hall once more, she soundlessly drew Geneva's door shut and went directly to her own room. Scattered across the bedspread were her purse and everything it had contained. Her wallet had been emptied, though no money had been stolen. The currency lay discarded with her Social Security card, her driver's license, lipstick, compact, comb, car keys. The closet was open. The dresser had been searched as well, and the contents of each drawer had been left in disarray. On the floor lay her prison discharge papers. She'd left them in the nightstand, under the Bible that Aunt Jen had provided. Regardless of the initial purpose of Maddox's visit, he'd taken brazen advantage of the situation when he found the kitchen door ajar and Mickey asleep on the sofa. From what she'd learned at the library, she knew that he was a calculating man rather than a reckless one, so she attributed his shameless prowling not to impetuosity, but to arrogance. Evidently, he knew more about her relationship with Leilani than she'd thought he did, perhaps more than Leilani realized, too. The contrived welcome with the plate of cookies either had not fooled him or had sharpened his suspicion. Now he'd learned enough about Mickey's recent past and about her weakness to make her uneasy. She wondered what he might have done if she'd awakened and found him in her room. The Bible lay open on the nightstand in the lamplight. Maddox had used the felt-tip pen from her purse to circle a passage. Joel, chapter 1, verse 5. Awake, ye drunkards, and weep. She was unnerved that he knew the Bible well enough to recall such an apt but obscure passage. This erudition suggested that he might be an adversary even more clever and resourceful than she'd expected. Also, clearly, she impressed him as being such a negligible threat that he believed he could mock her with impunity. Flushed with humiliation, Mickey went to the dresser, confirming that Maddox had turned back the concealing yellow sweater and had found the 2 bottles of lemon-flavored vodka. She removed the bottles from the drawer. One was full, the seal unbroken. The sight of it gave her a sense of power, of control. To an impoverished and improvident spirit, an untapped bottle seemed to be a bottomless fortune, but it was really fortune's ruin. After her binge the previous night, little remained in the second container. In the kitchen, Mickey switched on the light above the sink and emptied both bottles into the drain. The fumes, not the lemony aroma, but the quasi-aphrodisiacal scent of alcohol, inflamed more than one appetite. For drink, for oblivion, for self-destruction. After she dropped the 2 empties in the trash can, her hands shook uncontrollably. They were damp, too, with vodka. She breathed the evaporating spirits rising from her skin, and then pressed her cool hands to her burning face. Into her mind came an image of the brandy that Aunt Jen kept in a kitchen cupboard. Following the image came the taste, as real as if she'd taken a sip from a full snifter. No. She understood too well that the brandy wasn't what she wanted, nor the vodka. What she really sought was an excuse to fail Leilani, a reason to turn inward, to retreat beyond the familiar drawbridge, up to the ramparts, behind the battlements of her emotional fortress, where her damaged heart wouldn't be at risk of further wounds, where she could live once more and forever in the comparatively comfortable suffering of isolation. Brandy would give her that excuse and spare her the pain of caring. When she turned away from the cupboard, where the brandy waited, leaving the door unopened, she went to the refrigerator, hoping to satisfy her thirst with a Coca-Cola. But this was less a thirst than a hunger, a ravenous clawing in the gut, so she plucked a cookie from the ceramic bear whose head was a lid and whose plump body was a jar. On further consideration, she carried the bear and all its contents to the table. Sitting down to Coke and cookies, feeling like an 8-year-old girl, confused and afraid as she had so often been back then, seeking solace from the sugar demon, the first unsettling thing she noticed was the plate beside the candle holders. The gift plate that she had piled with cookies and taken next door earlier in the evening. Maddox had returned it, empty, washed. Arrogance again. If Mickey hadn't awakened in time to see him leave, she might have guessed who had searched her dresser drawers and turned out the contents of her purse, but she couldn't have been certain that her guess was correct. By leaving the plate, Maddox had made it clear that he wanted her to know who the intruder had been. This was a challenge and an act of intimidation. More disturbing than the plate returned was the penguin taken. The 2-inch figurine, from the collection of a dead woman, had been standing on the kitchen table, among the small colored glasses that held half-melted candles. Maddox must have seen it when he put down the plate. Whatever suspicions he'd harbored about Leilani's relationships with Mickey and with Aunt Jen had been confirmed and had surely grown darker when he'd discovered the penguin. The dropping sensation in the stomach, the tightening in the chest, the lightheadedness familiar from the sudden speedy plunge of a roller coaster afflicted her now, as she sat dead still on the kitchen chair. 47. Although Polly wasn't a Pollyanna, she liked most people she met, made friends easily, and seldom made enemies. But when the service station attendant came up to her, grinning like a jack-in-the-box jester with a ticklish spring up its butt, saying,
"Hi, my name's Earl Bachman, and my wife's Maureen. We own this place, been here 20 years.
She made an immediate judgment that he wasn't going to be one of the people she liked. Tall, pleasant in appearance, his breath smelling of spearmint, looking freshly scrubbed and shaved in neatly laundered clothes, he possessed many of the fundamentals necessary to make a good first impression. And though a tragic, Pagliacci smiling through heartbreak expression might have provided him a certain additional melancholy appeal, this toothy display was classic mad clown grin from molar to molar.
I'm originally from Wyoming, Earl said, but Maureen is from around these parts, and now I've been here so long it seems like I'm a native too. Every last man, woman, and child in the county knows Earl and Maureen Bachman.
He seemed to feel that he had to convince them of his bona fides before they would trust the purity of the fuel that he was selling.
Just say the names Earl and Maureen, and anyone will tell you that's the folks who own the little pump and grocery out at the Federal Highway crossroads. And they'll probably tell you Maureen is a peach, too, because she's just as sweet as they come, and what I'll tell you is I'm the luckiest man ever stood before an altar and took the vows and never regretted it 1 minute since.
He babbled half this astonishing speech through his toothpaste advertisement smile, wrapping the grin in and around the rest of it when punctuation gave him pause. And Polly was ready to bet $10,000 against a pack of Hostess cupcakes that poor Maureen lay dead inside the store, perhaps strangled by Earl's bare hands, perhaps bludgeoned with an economy-sized can of pork and beans, perhaps staked through the heart with a fossilized Slim Jim sausage that had hung neglected on a snack rack for 15 years. The insistent smile and the inappropriate deluge of personal chatter was enough to win Earl a place in Polly's let him vote but don't let him run for president file, but there was also the matter of his wristwatch. The face of this unusual timepiece was black and blank. No hour numbers, no minute checks, no hands. It might have been one of those inconvenient digital chronometers that gave you the time in a luminous readout only when you pushed a button on the casing, but she suspected that it wasn't a watch at all. From the moment that he arrived at the service island, Earl contrived to turn his body and his right arm to direct the numberless black face toward Cass, then toward Polly, and then toward Cass again, back and forth, while further contriving to glance repeatedly and furtively at the gadget in the inadequate light of the red and amber Christmas bulbs. If he'd ever taken a home correspondence course in successful furtive behavior, he had wasted his money. Polly first thought that the thing on his wrist must be a camera, that he must be some brand of pervert who secretly took pictures of women for whatever sick purpose. But though his nervous folksiness definitely screamed pervert, she didn't believe that anyone had yet invented a camera that could see through women's clothing. Cass liked more people than Polly did, And if she had popped out of Mom's oven with a twin whose personality had been identical to her own, she would have been a Pollyanna, trusting implicitly and equally in nuns and convicted murderers. During the 27 years that they had lived together this side of the placenta, however, Cass's optimism had been tempered by Polly's more reasoned expectations of people and fate. Indeed, Cass had grown so street-smart that by the time Earl had spoken only a single sentence, she cocked an eyebrow and tweaked her mouth in a freak-alert expression that Polly had no difficulty reading. Earl might have chattered at them until either he or one of them fell dead from natural causes, all the while not so secretly aiming his curious wristwatch at them, which suddenly seemed reminiscent of the way airport security personnel sometimes used a handheld metal detection wand to scan a traveler who had more than once failed to pass through the standard gate without setting off an alarm. But as Earl babbled, Cass examined the antique pump marked Diesel, and when she found its workings to be more arcane than any she had previously encountered, she asked for assistance. When Earl turned to the pump, Polly thought he looked baffled, as though he were no more familiar with its operation than was Cass. Frowning, he stepped to the pump, put one hand on it, stood as if in profound thought, almost as if through some sixth sense he were divining the workings of the machinery, soon broke again into that crack-brained clown grin, and said cheerily,
"Fill her up?"
Assured that they wanted the tank topped off, he cranked a handle on the pump, disengaged the hose spout from the nozzle boot, and turned toward the Fleetwood, whereupon both he and his smile froze. As it became clear that this seasoned pump jockey wasn't sure where to service the big motorhome, Cass telegraphed, "What's wrong with this bozo?" by way of a glance at her sister. She took the hose from Earl with a polite explanation that she, being a fuss budget loath to get a scratch on the paint around the fuel port, would be happier if she could tend to the task herself. Polly flipped open the hinged lid of the port, twisted the cap off the tank, and stepped back as her sister jammed the spout into the Fleetwood, all the while surreptitiously keeping an eye on Earl, who, thinking that she was preoccupied, boldly aimed his trick watch at 2 windows of the motorhome, twice glancing at the face of the timepiece as though reading something in its glossy black surface, which made him unique among men, who invariably checked out Polly's ass when they thought she wasn't looking, even gay men burning not with desire but with envy. She might have judged him to be a harmless crank, a once-proud gasoline merchant made dotty by the vast open spaces of Nevada, by the frighteningly huge sky that hung so fiercely starred over the black land, by too little human contact, or by too much contact with too many prairie rustics, or even by Maureen, that sweet peach. But even cranks, eccentrics, and certifiably insane men checked out her butt when they had a chance, and the more often she saw that teeth-drying grin of his, the less it reminded her of a clown, psychopathic or otherwise, and the more she flashed to the velociraptors in those Jurassic Park movies. The thought had formed, however odd, that Earl was something she had never before encountered. Out of the night came Old Yeller, running, agitated as she had never been before, straight to Polly, or rather straight to Polly's left sandal, which she seized by the acrylic heel and which she tried to shake as a terrier might shake a rat. Polly blurted out the name of a famous movie star she'd known when married to the film producer, Julian Flackberg. The star was a dreadful actor as well as a deeply vile human being, and sometimes Polly used his famous name in place of an obscenity, usually in place of a 4-letter word meaning dung. Startled, Cass called to the dog. Polly tried to pull her foot away without hurting either the animal or herself. Old Yeller, likewise, seemed to be trying to avoid causing injury, as she vigorously chewed on the footwear without even the softest of growls, and smilin' Earl Bachman, believing himself to be unobserved in this uproar, aimed the wristwatch at the pooch and peered anxiously at the timepiece, as if it were an analytic device that could tell him whether or not the animal was rabid. In trying to yank her foot away from Old Yeller, Polly pulled it out of the sandal, and the dog at once made off with the prize, stopping at the front corner of the motorhome to look back and to adjust her grip until the shoe dangled from her mouth by one thin strap. The dog swung the sandal teasingly back and forth. Cass said, "She's inviting you to play," and Polly said, "Yeah, well, the way I interpret it, even cute as she is, she's asking me to drop-kick her over that string of Christmas lights." And for once, Earl's maniacal smile almost seemed appropriate. With the hose nozzle set securely in the fuel port, and with at least 5 minutes required to fill the big tank, Cass's hands were free, and Polly had complete confidence in her sister's ability to deal with the likes of Earl Bachman, even if he might have this day received word from the Guinness Book of World Records that he had displaced the late Jeffrey Dahmer in the category of most severed heads kept in a single refrigerator. Hobbling, she pursued Old Yeller around the front of the Fleetwood to the starboard flank, where the dog bounded through the open door and up the steps into the motorhome. By the time Polly got inside, the sandal lay discarded on the floor of the lounge, directly under the only interior light that had been left burning, while in the kitchen area just beyond the lounge, the dog sprang onto the dining nook booth, craned her neck across the table, and snatched the packet of playing cards in her teeth. As Polly picked up the sandal, Old Yeller returned to the lounge, shook the packet until the lid flap came untucked, and scattered the cards across the carpeted floor. As one who had been raised in a rural community, where cows and hogs and chickens provided examples of deportment and dignity seldom matched by human beings, as one who'd worked in a multi-million-dollar stage show where the 2 elephants, 4 chimps, 6 dogs, and even the python had been more amenable than 66 of the 74 dancers in the cast, Polly considered herself an animal lover, and she also qualified as an astute enough observer of animal conduct to know that Old Yeller was acting out of character, and that something uncanny was happening. She didn't scold, therefore, and didn't begin at once to clean up the mess as ordinarily she would have done, but gave the dog room and dropped to her knees to watch. Half the cards had spilled face up on the floor, and Old Yeller began to paw through these, making selections frantically and yet with clear deliberation, until she sorted out 2 clubs, 2 hearts, and 1 spade. The suits of the chosen cards were of no consequence, but the numbers on them were meaningful, because using her nose and her paws, the dog lined them up side by side in correct numerical order: 3 of spades, 4 of clubs, 5 of hearts, 6 of clubs, 7 of hearts, and then grinned at Polly expectantly. Gymnastic dogs balancing on rolling beach balls and walking on parallel bars, hierophilic dogs leaping through flaming hoops, tiny dogs riding the backs of big dogs as those mounts raced and leaped through obstacle courses, mortified dogs in pink tutus dancing on their hind feet. In Vegas, Polly had seen trained dogs do impressive stunts, but she had never until now seen any mutt exhibit advanced numerical aptitude. So even as she watched Old Yeller paw the 6 of clubs into place and nose the 7 of hearts in line immediately after it, she muttered the name of the loathsome movie star not once but twice, made eye contact with this furry mathematician, shivered with a delicious sense of wonder, and said what Lassie must have been sick to death of hearing during her long years with Timmy on the farm. "You're trying to tell me something, aren't you, girl?" Intending no offense to Romulus, Tarzan, and Hal 9000, Cass judged Earl Bachman's social skills to be worse than those of a child nursed in infancy by wolves, subsequently adopted by a tribe of apes, and later educated entirely by machines. He was stiff, self-conscious, fidgety. His facial expressions were seldom appropriate to what he happened to be saying, and every time he appeared to recognize an instance of this inappropriateness, he resorted to the same cartoon cat caught at the canary cage smile that he seemed to think was folksy and reassuring. Worse yet, Earl was a droner. Each pause in conversation longer than 2 seconds made him nervous. He rushed to fill every brief silence with the first thing that came into his head, which reliably proved to be something tedious. Cass decided that Maureen, Earl's wife and reputed peach, must be either a saint or as dumb as a carrot. No woman would stay with this man unless she was a religiosity who hoped to purify her soul through suffering or had no detectable cerebral function. Leaning against the motorhome, waiting for the tank to fill, Cass felt as if she were a condemned prisoner with her back pressed to the executioner's wall. Earl was a one-man firing squad, the bullets were his words, and boredom the method of execution. And what was the story with a watch? No better skilled at surreptitious action than at conversation, Earl aimed the gadget at various points in the night around them. He even dropped to one knee to tie a shoelace that appeared to be tied perfectly well before he decided to tend to it, obviously as an excuse to direct the face of the wristwatch toward the space under the Fleetwood. Maybe he suffered from obsessive-compulsive disorder. Maybe he was compelled to aim his wristwatch ceaselessly at people and things, just as some obsessives washed their hands 400 times a day, and just as others counted the socks in their dresser drawers or the plates in the kitchen cupboards once every hour. At first, he'd been a little bit of a sad case, but then quickly he'd become amusing. He wasn't amusing anymore. Increasingly, he gave Cass the creeps. During the 3 years she'd been married to Don Flackberg, film producer, younger brother of Julian, Cass moved in the highest levels of Hollywood society, where she had eventually calculated that of the entire pool of successful actors, directors, studio executives, and producers, 6.5% were sane and good, 4.5% were sane and evil, and 89% were insane and evil. In accumulating the experience to make this assessment, she had learned to recognize a series of eye expressions, facial tics, and body language quirks, as well as other physical and behavioral tells that unfailingly alerted her to the maddest of the mad and to the most monstrously wicked of the wicked before she fell prey to them. Following 3 minutes of observation, she believed that Earl Bachman, a simple pump jockey and grocer, was every bit as insane and evil as any of the richest and most highly honored members of the film community whom she had ever known. In the darkness behind the Crossroads store, between the moon-drizzled faux Corvette and the Explorer stuffed with corpses, Curtis keeps a watch on the back door of the building, and on both the north and the south corners, around either of which epic trouble might come at any moment. Most of his attention, however, is reserved for the boy-dog bond that he's exploiting now more intensely than ever before. He is here with a dry breeze whispering through the prairie grass at his back, but he is also, and more completely, with his sister-become inside the motorhome, dazzling Polly with canine arithmetic, and then with an instrument more complicated than playing cards. When he's sure that Polly understands his message, that she is alarmed, and that she'll act to save herself and her sister, Curtis retreats from the dog and from the motorhome. Now he lives only here in the warm breath of the prairie, in the cold light of the moon. These hunters always travel in pairs or squads, never alone. The fact that both of the mom-and-pop cadavers in the SUV were stripped of clothes indicates that in addition to the man out at the pumps, a killer masquerading as the chestnut-haired woman waits in the store. The Corvette What Ain't a Corvette is roomier than the sports car that it pretends to be. The vehicle can comfortably accommodate 4 passengers. Ever hopeful, as he was raised to be, Curtis will operate under the assumption that only 2 assassins are present at the crossroads. Anyway, if there are 4, he has no chance whatsoever of surviving a confrontation. And in that event, he wouldn't know how to fight a quartet of these vicious predators. Consequently, faced with 4, his only sensible strategy would be to run into the prairie in search of a high cliff or a drowning river, or in pursuit of some other death that might be easier than the ones that the killers planned to measure out to him. Although usually he would avoid a clash with even just 2 of these hunters, or with 1, he doesn't have the luxury of flight in this case, because he has an obligation to Cass and Polly. He's told them to run, but they might not be permitted to leave if they are thought to harbor him. In that case, he can only distract the enemy from the twins by revealing himself. Quickly now, into the thick of it, between the meat wagon Ford Explorer and the extraterrestrial road burner, to the back door of the building. Try the knob carefully, quietly. Locked. Curtis challenges the door, willpower against matter, on the micro scale where will should win, as it won at the back door of the Hammond farmhouse in Colorado, as it won at the door of the SUV on the auto carrier in Utah, and elsewhere. He has no 6th sense, no superpowers that would make him prime material for a series of comic books portraying him in colorful cape and tights. His main difference lies in his understanding of quantum mechanics, not as it is half understood on this world, but as it is more fully understood on others. At the fundamental structural level of the universe, matter is energy. Everything is energy expressed in myriad forms. Consciousness is the marshalling force that builds all things from this infinite sea of energy, primarily the all-encompassing consciousness of the Creator, the playful presence in the dog's dreams. But even a mere mortal, having been granted intelligence and consciousness, possesses the power to affect the form and function of matter by a sheer act of will. This isn't the great world-making, galaxy-creating power of the playful presence, but a humble power with which we can achieve only limited effects. Even on this world, at its current early stage of development, scientists specializing in quantum mechanics are aware that at the subatomic level, the universe seems to be more like thought than like matter. They also know that their expectations, their thoughts, can affect the outcome of some experiments with elemental particles like electrons and photons. They understand that the universe is not as mechanistic as they once believed, and they have begun to suspect that it exists as an act of will, that this willpower, the awesomely creative consciousness of the playful presence, is the organizing force within the physical universe, and that this power is reflected in the freedom that each mortal possesses to shape his or her destiny through the exercise of free will. Curtis is already hip to all this. Nevertheless, he remains afraid. Fear is an unavoidable element of the mortal condition. Creation in all its ravishing beauty, with its infinite Baroque embellishments and subtle charms, with all the wonders that it offers from both the maker and the made, with all its velvet mystery and with all the joy we receive from those we love here, so enchants us that we lack the imagination, less than the faith, to envision an even more dazzling world beyond. And therefore, even if we believe, we cling tenaciously to this existence, to sweet familiarity, fearful that all conceivable paradises will prove wanting by comparison. Locked. The back door of the Crossroads store is locked. Then it isn't. Beyond lies a small storeroom, revealed not by the single bare bulb dangling on a cord at ceiling center, but only by the light that sifts in from another room, around an inner door standing ajar, and dusts this chamber as if with a fine-ground fluorescent powder. Curtis steps inside. He quietly closes the outer door behind him to prevent the breeze from shutting it with a bang. Some silences soothe, but this one unnerves. This is the cold steel silence of the guillotine blade, poised at the top of its track, with the target neck already inserted through the lunette below, the harvesting basket waiting for the head. Ever hopeful even in his fear, Curtis eases toward the door that stands 2 inches ajar. In the bedroom of the motorhome, Polly grabbed the pump-action, pistol-grip 12-gauge shotgun from the mounting brackets at the back of the closet, where it was stored behind the hanging clothes. The dog watched. Polly yanked open a dresser drawer and seized a box of shells. She inserted one in the breech, 3 more in the tube-type magazine. The dog lost interest in weaponry and began to sniff curiously at the shoes on the closet floor. In the interest of a snug fit that was flattering to the figure, her white toreador pants had no pockets. Polly tucked 3 spare shells into her halter top between her breasts, grateful that nature had given her sufficient cleavage to serve as an ammunition depot. The dog followed from the bedroom, through the bath, into the kitchen, but then was distracted by a whiff of some tasty treat in the food cupboard. As Old Yeller sniffed inquisitively at the narrow gap between the cabinet doors, Polly stepped into the lounge and stared down at the laptop computer on the floor. On her return from the bedroom, she'd been half convinced that she'd imagined the business with the dog and the computer, but the proof remained before her, glowing on the screen. The laptop had been stored on a shelf in the entertainment center under the TV. After the trick with the cards, the dog had stood on her hind feet, pawing at the shelf, until Polly moved the laptop to the floor, opened it, and switched it on. Bewildered but game, her sense of wonder surprisingly intact after 3 years in the wonder-crushing upper echelons of the film industry, Polly had quickly set up the computer while the dog had raced into the bathroom. Following a clatter, the pooch had returned with Cass's toothbrush. Using the brush as a stylus, Old Yeller then tapped out a message on the keyboard. "Rum," the dog had typed, whereupon Polly had decided that any dog able to differentiate one playing card from another and possessed of advanced numerical skills ought to be allowed to indulge in an adult beverage if it wanted one, assuming that it could hold its booze and exhibited no tendency to alcoholism. Polly would have prepared Old Yeller a pina colada right then, or a Mai Tai, though she suspected that she had lost her mind, and that paramedics with psychiatric training, medevac to the prairie from the nearest metropolitan center, were even now approaching the Fleetwood with a straitjacket and a drawn dose of thorazine in a syringe of a size usually employed to treat horses. Unfortunately, she had no rum, only beer and a small collection of fine wines, a fact that she conveyed to the dog along with an apology for being an inadequate hostess. Rum had proved to be not the wanted word, but an error resulting from the understandable clumsiness of a dog gripping a toothbrush in its mouth as a stylus with which to type on a keyboard. With a whine of frustration, but with admirable determination, Old Yeller had tried again. Run! So here and now, but a minute after the dog had finished typing, Polly stood staring down at the laptop, on which continued to burn the entire 6-line message that had motivated her to race to the bedroom and load the shotgun. Rum. Run. Man, evil. Alien. Evil alien. Rum. On the face of it, the message was absurd, one level of order above meaningless gibberish, and if it had shown up on the screen as if resolving out of the ether, or even if it had been typed by a preliterate child, Polly wouldn't have acted upon it so quickly, and might not have gone directly to the shotgun. But she felt justified in taking immediate and drastic action because the message had been typed by a dog with a toothbrush in its mouth. She'd never gone to college, and no doubt she'd lost a fearsome number of brain cells during the 3 years she spent in Hollywood, and she had no difficulty acknowledging that she was woefully ignorant about a long list of subjects. But she knew a miracle when she saw one, and if a dog typing messages with a toothbrush wasn't a miracle, then neither was Moses parting the Red Sea nor Lazarus rising from the dead. Besides, considering his peculiarities, Earl Bachman made more sense as an evil alien than as the bumpkin proprietor of a crossroads store and service station in the Great Nevada Lonesome. This was one of those seemingly impossible things that you intuitively knew were true the moment that you heard them, such as the recent report that none of the members of the hit rap music group calling itself Shot Cop Ho-Busters could read a note of music. She wasn't going to rush outside and blow Earl's head off, if only because even in her fear and excitement she could appreciate the difficulty of explaining this action in a court of law. She did not, in fact, know quite what she was going to do now that she had the shotgun, but she felt better with the weapon in hand. A crackling noise caused her to spin around and bring out the 12-gauge, but Old Yeller was the source of the sound. The dog had gotten her head stuck in the empty cheese popcorn bag that Curtis had left on the floor by the co-pilot's chair. Polly plucked the cellophane trap off the dog's head, revealing a foolish grin, a wildly active tongue, and a popcorn-speckled face that she couldn't easily relate to the determined messenger of alien doom that had labored so ingeniously over the keyboard. She turned to the computer once more, expecting the screen to be blank, but the exhortation to "Rum" still burned in white letters on a blue field with 5 other lines of urgently conveyed information. Old Yeller swabbed her snout with a propeller-action tongue that cleaned nose to chin to nose again, and Polly decided not to question miracles, not to dismiss the message because of the unlikely nature of the messenger, but to act, God help her, as the situation appeared to require. And suddenly she realized, "Where's Curtis?" The dog pricked her ears and whined. Carrying the shotgun, Polly went to the door, took a deep breath as she'd always taken just before she had disembarked nude from the flying saucer and had descended the neon stairs in that Las Vegas extravaganza, and she stepped into a prairie night turned as strange as any land reached by rabbit hole. Curtis Hammond, in commando mode, as acutely aware as ever that he's more poet than warrior, concentrates on silence as he silently eases open the storeroom door, concentrates on stealth as stealthily he enters the store itself, concentrates on not screaming and running in terror as, not screaming and running in terror, he proceeds in a crouch along the first aisle, seeking the false mom of Mom and Pop. The shelves of merchandise follow the rectangular shape of the store. Therefore the aisles are long, and the displays prevent him from seeing the front windows. Apparently prairie folk have little concern for a balanced diet, because no fresh fruits or vegetables seem to be sold here, only a variety of packaged goods. Along the back wall stand glass door coolers stocked with beer, soft drinks, milk, and fruit juice. At the end of the first aisle, Curtis hesitates, listening for any sound that might reveal the mom's position, but this killer seems to be concentrating on silence as assiduously as is Curtis himself. Finally, he leans forward and peers around the corner, past a display of batteries and butane lighters. This end aisle is short, leading directly to the front of the store, which in total offers only 3 long aisles formed by 2 islands of tall shelves. He can see a portion of one dust-filmed window, but to determine if Cass and Polly have both boarded the Fleetwood, he would have to stand. The banks of shelves are taller than he is, which means if the bad mom is lingering near the front of the store, she won't see him. Nevertheless, he remains in a crouch. Soon he'll announce his presence to distract the pair of hunters, and thus give the twins a chance to flee. Success, however, depends on choosing exactly the right moment to stand and reveal himself. Moving past the batteries and the cigarette lighters, Curtis peeks warily into the middle aisle. Deserted. He continues to the next aisle-end display. Razor blades, nail clippers, penknives, regrettably no serious weaponry, and pauses again to listen. The pooled silence is too deep, immeasurable fathoms beyond a mere stillness, deeper even than a hush. This deathly quiet makes Curtis want to shout just to prove that he remains among the living. A sudden chill on the nape of the neck. Looking behind himself, toward the fearful expectation of a creeping assassin, he almost cries out with relief when he sees that nothing stalks him. Yet. He leans past packages of razor blades dangling from display hooks and surveys the aisle nearest the front of the store, spotting the bad mom at once. She stands a few feet inside the open door, staring toward the pumps outside, and as far as he can tell, she's a ringer for the dead woman tumbled with her husband in the SUV. More likely than not, these hunters are part of the pack that has been after him since Colorado, although it is possible that they are new to the mission. Because they aren't traveling in the stolen saddlery truck, aren't using local transport of any kind, he doubts that they are the two who, posing as cowboys, tracked him to the truck stop on Wednesday night. Whether new to the hunt or members of the original pack, they are as violent and as dangerous as all the others, not individuals, but members of a killing swarm. Their name is Legion. Drawn by activity at the pumps, the bad mom steps closer to the open door, and then moves all the way onto the threshold. She is now as much out of the store as in it, and she's no longer in a position to catch a glimpse of Curtis from her peripheral vision. Between Curtis and the front door, on the counter near the cashier's station, a pistol lies in plain sight. Perhaps either the man or the woman now dead in the SUV had time to draw the handgun from under the counter, but not enough time to use it. And the bad pop left it behind when he stepped outside to greet the Fleetwood. The twins are no less endangered just because the hunter went to them unarmed. These are cruel assassins, as quick as vipers striking, more savage than crocodiles 2 days past their last good meal. They prefer to kill barehanded, though seldom with anything as prosaic as hands, to wade in the wet of death. The twins' beauty, kindness, wit, and high spirits will gain them not one split second of additional life if one of these hunters chooses to destroy them. Gazing at the weapon on the counter, perhaps 40 feet away, Curtis recognizes opportunity when he sees it. He doesn't even need to review his mother's numerous admonitions about the importance of seizing the moment, but sets out at once along the aisle, toward the cashier's station, proceeding in a crouch but otherwise as bold as any death-marked fool in battle who sees incoming tracers in the sky and assumes they are fireworks celebrating his impending triumph. He is halfway to the cash register when he wonders if he has mistaken bait for opportunity. The bad mom could step backward off the threshold, whip toward him, and peel him like an orange before he could say, "Oh, Lord." Curtis is undaunted, however, because he is Roy Rogers without the singing, Indiana Jones without the fedora, James Bond without the shaken martini, steeped in heroism as defined in 9,658 films enjoyed over 2 days of an intense, 3-week cultural preparation program, all 9,658 viewed by direct-to-brain megadata downloading prior to planetfall. In truth, he has been made just a smidgen crazy by all those movies, which he hasn't quite yet assimilated, and he isn't at all times able to sort out the truth from the fiction in what he has seen on his mental silver screen. But because movies have inspired in him such a glorious sense of freedom and such a passion for this strange world, he happily accepts the consequences of a temporary mental imbalance, if that is the necessary price for those 2 days of unparalleled entertainment, education, and uplift. Indeed, the examples set by film heroes prove to be what he needs, because he reaches the cashier's station and rises to his full height without alerting the bad mom. She still stands in the doorway, costumed in the dead woman's clothes, facing the pumps. The window behind the cashier's station is clouded by dust, but Curtis can see the Fleetwood. Cass leans against it, facing the bad pop, and appears not to have been alerted to their danger. 2 minutes have passed since Polly received the message through the dog. She no doubt will act soon. The time has come for Curtis to provide the necessary distraction. When he picks up the pistol from the counter, he notices beside it a paperback romance by Gabby's favorite novelist, Nora Roberts. Evidently everyone reads her, but he assumes that this copy belongs to one of the dead people out back, rather than to one of the killers, and that Ms. Roberts's popularity is not yet multiplanetary. The external safety on the pistol isn't engaged. He holds the weapon with his right hand, steadies his right with his left, and dares to inch toward the open door, angling for a clearer shot. The killer remains unaware of him. 9 feet from the door. 8 feet. He halts. This line of fire is ideal. Standing with feet apart for maximum balance, his right foot ahead of the left, leaning forward from the waist to prepare for the recoil, he hesitates because the target in the doorway looks so much like an ordinary woman, appears so vulnerable. Curtis is 99% certain that she is only slightly less vulnerable than an armored tank, and that she's not a woman at all, let alone an ordinary one, yet he can't quite bring himself to apply the final increment of killing pressure to the trigger. That 1% of doubt inhibits him, though his mother always said that nothing in this life is absolutely certain, and that refusal to act on anything less than 100% certainty is in fact an act of moral cowardice, an excuse never to take a stand. He thinks of Cass and Polly, and lost in a vast wasteland of 1% doubt, he wonders if the dead woman in the SUV might have an identical twin who stands now before him. This worry is ridiculous, considering the off-world transport disguised as a Corvette, considering the broken-necked victims. Yet the boy stands in this purgatory of indecision because although he is his mother's son, and although in her company he has endured heated battles and has seen terrible violence, he's never before killed, has trained with various weapons, but has never fired upon another living creature. And here in this small crossroads store, he discovers that killing, even for heroic purpose, is harder than his mother warned him that it could be, and much harder than it ever appears to be in movies. Alerted by scent or by intuition, the woman in the open doorway turns her head so quickly, so sharply, that a snap should be audible, and on sight, she knows Curtis. Her eyes flare wide, as any startled woman's would, and she raises one hand defensively as though to ward off bullets, as any frightened woman might. But in the same instant, she is betrayed by her smile, which is as inappropriate here as would be a sudden burst of song. A predatory smile of serpent cracking wide to swallow mouse, of leopard poised to make a deadly pounce. In the telling moment, when you either have the right stuff or you don't, Curtis discovers he has it, and in abundance. He squeezes the trigger once, twice, rocked by the recoils, and he neither falls back in the face of the assassin's fierce shriek, nor merely holds his ground, but takes a step forward and fires again, again, again. Any fear that this woman might be the legitimate twin of the one lying dead in the SUV is put to rest even as the first round from the pistol shreds through her torso. Although the human form serves well the wars of this world, it isn't the ideal physiology for a warrior species, and even before the first bullet leaves the barrel, the bad mom begins to morph into something that Curtis would rather not have seen this soon after consuming an entire large bag of cheese popcorn washed down with orange crush. In the first instant, the killer launches itself at him, but it is mortal, not supernatural, and though its rage would drive it into the teeth of death, its cunning overcomes blind fury. Even in the act of springing at Curtis, it kicks off the corner of the cashier's station and launches itself in a new trajectory toward the tall shelves of packaged goods. Of the 4 additional shots that Curtis fires, 3 find their mark, jolting the shrieking assassin, which scrambles quickly up the shelves as an acrobat might swarm a ladder with leaps and flourishes. Hampered by a cascade of cans and bottles and boxes, the killer is in fact scaling an avalanche, yet it blitzes past all tumbling obstacles to reach the summit even as the 4th shot strikes and the 5th misses. During this lightning-swift ascent, the killer morphs toward more than a single shape, simultaneously sampling a menagerie of murderous species, bristling with talons and beaks, with horns and spikes and scapulae. Hands grasp. Pedipalpi quiver, spiracles ripple, Pincers snap like scissors, and other ill-defined extrusions appear and at once vanish in a roiling tumult of glistening carapaces that melt into whipping tails, in snarls of coarse hair that smooth into scaly flanks, expressing a biological chaos that makes Curtis's confusion in the twins' bathroom seem, by comparison, merely an amusing faux pas. Clinging for but a fraction of a second to the crest of the shelves, hunched under the fluorescent lights, all shapes and none and every shape a lie, the churning beast might be the beast himself, recognizable to the poet Milton as the ruling prince of the darkness visible in hell. And then it's gone into the next aisle. Although mortal, the assassin will not die as easily as Curtis would have perished if it had reached him. The spirit of every evil is resilient, and in this case so is its flesh. Its wounds won't heal miraculously, but those it has might not be sufficient to put it down permanently. Curtis is loath to turn his back on this crippled but dangerous adversary. However, Cass and Polly are outside with the second killer and helpless against its savagery. With at most 5 rounds left in the pistol, he's committed to further distracting the remaining assassin in order to give the twins a chance to flee. Frantic, clambering across the treacherously shifting drift of merchandise that has crashed from shelves to floor, he makes his way to the open door, praying that his 2 beautiful benefactors, glass-shod Cinderellas, fragile flowers of Indiana, will not have their kindness to him repaid by bloody death. While diesel fuel fed the hungry belly of the Fleetwood, Earl Bachman droned on about the varieties of packaged macaroni dishes, frozen and not, that he and Maureen stocked in the store. He held forth not in the tone and manner of a merchant trying to drum up a few bucks' worth of business, but with the chatty enthusiasm of a pathetic social misfit, who believed that sparkling conversation could be made from any subject, short of the raw lists of names in the telephone directory, although perhaps he would get around to those as well before the cap was back on the tank. If Cass had been a criminal type, or a rabid activist committed to the elimination of sound pollution, she might have shot Earl and put an end to her misery and his. Instead, she watched the gallons mount up in the tabulation windows on the antique pump, and thanked God that she had developed such a high tolerance for boredom during her childhood and adolescence in rural Indiana, and in a family whose friends were all college academics. The gunfire in the store immediately enlivened the night, not merely of itself, but by the effect it had on Earl. Cass wasn't surprised that he reacted with alarm, as she did, but surprise was inadequate to describe her further reaction when she saw the changes occurring in his face during the 4 shots that followed the first. Unless Earl happened to be a werewolf out of phase with the moon, he wasn't, in fact, Earl the packaged macaroni aficionado at all, but something that Cass might not have been prepared to cope with if she hadn't pursued an 8-year fascination with ufology. She'd been leaning against the motorhome, her left hand in the roomy purse slung from her shoulder, and on the sound of the first shot, she had stood up straight. By the time the flat crack of the 5th round split the air and echoed off the side of the Fleetwood, as Earl grew weary of his old, dull personality and began to set loose the party animal within, Cass knew what to do, and did it. When her left hand came out of the purse, it held a 9mm pistol, which she conveyed to her right hand with a crossbody toss. As she opened fire on an Earl Bachman grown uglier than he had been boring, she thrust her left hand into the purse once more, withdrew a second pistol identical to the first, and opened fire with it, too, hoping that no round would hit a gasoline pump, sever a fuel line, and turn her into a dancing human torch more spectacular than any fabulously costumed role she had ever played on a Vegas stage. As she stepped out of the motorhome with the 12-gauge, Polly heard the gunfire and knew at once that it didn't originate from the other side of the Fleetwood, but came from a point somewhere farther away, perhaps from the store. Because of a mutual lifelong interest in firearms inspired by Castor and Pollux, the mythological Greek warriors after whom they had been named, and because of a more recent mutual interest in self-defense and martial arts inspired by the 3 years that they had spent in the higher social echelons of the film industry, Polly and Cass traveled the lonely highways of America with confidence that they could handle any threat that might arise. Rounding the front of the motorhome, Polly heard a fusillade that originated nearer than the first. She recognized the distinct sound of Cass's twin pistols, which she had heard often enough on firing ranges over the years. When she arrived on scene, shotgun at the ready, she discovered that her sister was dealing with one lonely highway threat that, in all honesty, they had not foreseen. The evil alien of Old Yeller's succinct laptop message, bursting out of Earl Bachman's ripped and wrenched clothing, pitched violently backward between two gasoline pumps, reeling under the impact of hollow-point 9mm slugs, twitching and squealing in pain and rage, flopping like a beached fish on the graveled ground between the pumps and the station.
"Got this covered,"
Cass said, though her face was ghastly pale, even in the flattering amber and red glow of the Christmas lights, and though her eyes bulged like those of someone suffering from a wildly overactive thyroid gland, and though her hair was seriously in need of a comb.
"Curtis must be inside,"
she added, before following the unpredictable Mr. Bachman between the pumps. Fearful for Curtis, hurrying toward the building, Polly got a better look at the apparently terminal station proprietor, and she decided that she much preferred Earl when he'd been tall, bald, and boring. Writhing, spasming, coiling, flailing, hissing, snapping, and now shrieking even more furiously when Cass opened fire on him again, he resembled something, in fact, a hideous tangled mass of several somethings, that you might call a pest control company to deal with, assuming you knew a pest control company that armed its exterminators with semi-automatic weapons and flamethrowers. The dog sure knew what she was talking about. Using a log-rolling technique to get across all the fallen cans of fruit and vegetables, Curtis reaches the front door just in time to see the second killer driven backward between two pumps by a noisy barrage of gunfire. Cass, identifiable by the large purse slung from one shoulder, follows with two pistols, flames spurting from both muzzles. Even in a $10 million Vegas stage production, surely she had never cut a more dramatic figure than this, not even when she had been nude with a feathered headdress. The boy wishes, however, that he could have had the experience of one of those performances, and at once blushes at this wish, even though it seems to indicate that in spite of his recent problems being Curtis Hammond to fullest effect, he is nonetheless steadily becoming human on a deep emotional level, which is a good thing. Here comes Polly with a shotgun, looking no less dramatic than her sister, even though also fully clothed. When she sees Curtis in the open door, she calls out his name with evident relief. Maybe he hears relief where he should hear an angrier quality, because as Polly arrives, she levels the pistol-grip 12-gauge at his head and shouts at him. She has every right to be furious with him, of course, for bringing a pair of otherworldly assassins into her life, and he won't blame her if she shoots him down right here and now, though he might have expected her to be more understanding, and though he will be sorry to go. Then he realizes that she's shouting, "Down! Down! Down!" and finally the word computes. He drops flat to the ground, and she fires at once into the store. She pumps 4 thunderous rounds before the bad mom, which he had previously wounded, stops shrieking behind him. Scrambling to his feet, Curtis is so fascinated by the sight of Polly plucking shotgun shells from her cleavage, with the flair of a magician producing live doves from silk scarves, that he turns almost as an afterthought to peer into the store. Something that will strain the county coroner's powers of description lies just inside the door, midst the wreckage of a snack food display rack and a golden-orange blizzard of shotgun-blasted potato chips, Doritos, and cheese doodles slowly settles in salty drifts upon the carcass. "Are there more of these damn things?" Polly asks breathlessly, having already reloaded the 12-gauge.
"Plenty more," says Curtis. "But not here. Not now. Not yet."
Cass has at last dispatched the second killer. She joins her sister, looking disarranged as Curtis has never seen her.
"The fuel tank's probably just about full,"
Cass says, staring strangely at Curtis.
"Probably,"
he agrees.
"We should probably be getting out of here real fast,"
Polly says.
"Probably,"
Curtis agrees, because although he doesn't want to further endanger them, he's even more averse to the idea of heading out from here alone, on foot into the night.
"And real fast isn't fast enough."
"Once we hit the road," Cass says,
"You've got some explaining to do, Curtis Hammond."
Hoping he doesn't sound like a sassy-assed, spit-in-the-eye, ungrateful, snot-nosed little punk, Curtis says,
"You too."
48. Caffeine and sugar, in quantity and in tandem, were supposed to be twin wrecking balls of human health in general and destructive to sleep in particular. But Coke and cookies marginally improved Mickey's low spirits and didn't prevent her eyes from growing heavy. She sat at the kitchen table, dealing out game after game of solitaire, waiting for Leilani. She remained convinced that the girl would find a way to visit before dawn, even though her stepfather had now been alerted to their relationship. Without delay, immediately upon Leilani's arrival, Mickey would drive the girl to Clarissa's in Hemet, in spite of all the parrots and the risk. No time remained for strategy, only for action. And if Hemet proved to be but the first stop on a journey of uncertainty and hardship, Mickey was prepared to pay whatever ticket price might be demanded of her. When eventually even worry, anger, caffeine, and sugar could not stave off drowsiness, and when her neck began to ache from resting her head on her crossed arms upon the table, she carried the seat cushions from the living room sofa into the kitchen and put them on the floor. She needed to be near enough to the door to be awakened at once by the girl's knock. She doubted that Maddox would return, but she didn't dare fall asleep with the door unlocked for Leilani, because if the Doom Doctor did pay another visit, surely he'd come with syringes of digitoxin or the equivalent, with the compassionate intention of administering a little mercy. At 2:30 in the morning, Mickey stretched out upon the cushions, head next to the door, expecting to lie awake, and fell instantly asleep. Her dream began in a hospital, where she lay abed and paralyzed, alone and afraid of being alone, because she expected Preston Maddox to appear, to have his way with her as she lay helpless, and then to kill her. She called to nurses passing in the hall, but all were deaf, and every nurse wore the face of Mickey's mother. She called to passing doctors, who came to the open door to peer at her, but they only smiled and went away. None looked like another, but each was one of her mother's men who, in her childhood, had known her in ways that she hadn't wished to be known. The only sounds were her cries and the soft clatter and the mournful whistle of a passing train, as she had heard night after night in her prison cell. With the fluid transition of a dream, she was out of the hospital, aboard the train, paralyzed but sitting up, alone in a long coach car. The clatter of wheels and rails grew louder. The periodic whistle sounded no longer mournful, but like a groan of misery, and the train picked up speed, rocking on the tracks. Journeying through blackness of night into darkness of a different quality, she was delivered to the platform of a deserted train station, where Preston Maddox, at last appearing, arrived with a wheelchair in which she sat in quadriplegic submission as he took custody of her. He wore a necklace of Leilani's teeth, and held a veil made from the girl's blonde hair. When Maddox fitted this veil to Mickey's head, Leilani's tresses draped her ears as well as her face, and she lost all use of the senses thus covered. Struck deaf, mute, blind, denied the faintest of sense, she was left with no perception of her surroundings other than the rolling motion of the wheelchair and the bump of irregularities in the pavement. Maddox conveyed her toward her fate, while she sat, unrespited, unpitied, unreprieved. Mickey woke into a warm morning, bone-cold from the repeating dream. The quality of light at the window and then the clock revealed that dawn had come 30 or 40 minutes ago. Having slept with her head against the bolted door, she would have heard even a timid knock. Leilani hadn't come. Mickey got up from the 3 sofa cushions, stacked them in a pile, and pushed the pile aside. With sunrise had arrived the courage to open the door, Maddox or no Maddox. She crossed the threshold and stood on the yard-square concrete stoop at the head of the 3 steps. Quiet reigned at the house next door. No madwoman waltzed in the backyard. No spacecraft hovered in fulfillment of Maddox's vision. Single file, 3 crows flew westward, feathered commuters heading toward a morning's work in the bowers of fig trees or among gnarled olive branches, but none shrieked at Mickey from the pickets of the rear fence, as they had harassed her the previous evening. At that fence, the snarled skeins of thorny rosebush trailers prickled the skin of the morning, and a sparse distribution of sickly leaves mocked Geneva's gardening. But among these familiar barren brambles, 3 enormous white roses, tinted peach along each petal edge by the ascending sun, greeted the day with slow, heavy nods. Mickey went down the steps and crossed the yard, amazed. For years the bush had failed to bloom. The previous afternoon, not one bud, let alone 3, could have been found anywhere within this punk-stubborn mass of unruly thorns. Closer inspection revealed that the 3 big roses had been snipped from another garden, no doubt elsewhere in the trailer park. With green ribbon, each flower had been secured to this little shop of horrors plant. Leilani. The girl had managed to sneak out of the house after all, but she hadn't knocked, which meant that she'd given up all hope of help, and that she was reluctant to risk focusing Maddox's wrath on Mickey and Geneva more than she'd already done. These 3 roses, each a perfect specimen and obviously chosen with care, were more than a gift. They were a message. In their white, sun-kissed splendor, they said goodbye. Feeling as though she'd been pierced by every thorn on the bush, Mickey turned away from a message that she was emotionally unable to accept and stared at the house trailer next door. The place appeared to be deserted. She had crossed the lawn to the fallen fence between properties before she quite realized that she'd begun to move. She was running by the time she reached the neighbor's back door. Impetuously, even though she hadn't composed an excuse for the visit if Maddox or Sensimilla responded, Mickey knocked with an urgency that she couldn't quell. She rapped too long, too hard, and when she paused to rub her stinging knuckles against the palm of her other hand, the silence in the house abided as though she had never knocked at all. As before, drapes shrouded the windows. Mickey looked left and right, hoping to see a fold of fabric stir, any indication that she was being watched, that someone still resided here. When she pounded on the door again and failed once more to draw a response, she tried the knob. Unlocked. The door opened. Morning hadn't fully arrived in the Maddox kitchen, where heavy curtains filtered the early daylight. Even with the door open and sunshine streaming past Mickey, shadows dominated. The illuminated clock, brightest point in the room, seemed to float supernaturally upon the wall, as if it were the clock of fate counting down to death. She could hear nothing but the purr of its cat-quiet mechanism. She shouted into the house. "Hello? Is anyone here? Is anyone home? Hello?" Unanswered, she crossed the threshold. The possibility of a trap occurred to her. She didn't think that Maddox would scheme to lure her farther by silence and then bludgeon her with a hammer. She was undeniably a trespasser, however, and she could be easily framed for theft if, in answer to Maddox's call, the police suddenly arrived and found her here. With her prison record, any trumped-up charge might stick. Dropping all pretense that she was looking for anyone but the girl, she called only Leilani's name, as nervously she moved deeper into the narrow house. The greasy drapes, the sagging furniture, the matted shag carpet absorbed her voice as effectively as would have the draped walls and the plush surfaces of a funeral home, and step by step she found herself in the steadily constricting embrace of claustrophobia. As furnished rentals went, this was at the desperation end of the financial spectrum, leased by the week to tenants who more often than not were still scrambling to put together every Friday's rent payment even after Friday had dawned. The contents, aside from being worn to the point of collapse, were utterly impersonal. No souvenirs or knickknacks, no family photographs, not even any $10 artworks on the walls. In the kitchen and living room, Mickey saw no possession that hadn't come with the house, no indication that the Maddox were in residence. Born to wealth, raised with fine things, the Doom Doctor could have paid for the presidential suite at the Ritz-Carlton, and surely would have preferred those accommodations. The fact that he had rented this place for the week, using the name Jordan Banks, seemed to prove that he not only wanted to keep a low profile these days, but that when eventually he was finished with Leilani and with her mother, he intended to have left behind little or no proof that he had ever traveled in their company. The depressing nature of these digs and the lack of concern about his bride's comfort, when better could so easily have been afforded, argued that Preston Maddox's reasons for marrying had nothing to do with love and affection, or with the desire to have a family of his own. Some mysterious need drove him, and not even all of Leilani's colorful observations and bizarre speculations had come close to casting light upon his scabrous motives. Venturing into the bedrooms and the bathroom required a greater degree of courage, or perhaps reckless stupidity, than she had needed to enter the back door. Night shadows, having fled here to escape the dawn, waited in a conclave for the sunset that would return the world to them, more numerous in these rooms than in the first two. Although she switched on the lights as she went, every lamp seemed fitted with a weak bulb, and gloom clung to every corner. The shabby bathroom contained no toothbrushes, no shaving kit, no bottles of medicine, nothing to indicate the presence of tenants. In the smaller of the two bedrooms, the closet was empty, as were the nightstand and the dresser. The bedclothes had been left in disarray. In the larger bedroom, the closet stood open, and the rod held only empty wire hangers. On the floor, visible from the doorway, stood a bottle of lemon-flavored vodka. Full. The seal unbroken. At the sight of the booze, Mickey began to shake uncontrollably, but not out of any desire for a drink. Having seen Leilani's gift of roses, Maddox somehow knew that Mickey would be drawn here immediately when she too saw the blooms. He'd left the back door unlocked for her. He must have gone to an all-night market to purchase this gift of spirits, confident that Mickey would venture to the last room in the house and discover what he'd left for her. The mocking bastard had attached a fancy, stick-on bow to the neck of the bottle. In one brief conversation, and after just a few minutes spent ransacking her bedroom, Maddox understood her uncannily well. As Mickey considered his preternatural insight, she knew that Maddox was a Goliath, impervious to slingshots. The shakes that seized her at the sight of the bottle grew worse as she thought of Leilani on the road with this man, traveling faster than justice could move, speeding ever farther from hope, toward a death that would be called healing, toward an unmarked grave in which her small body would soon be rotting, even if her spirit went to the stars. By leaving the bottle, Maddox was saying that he harbored no fear of Mickey, that he trusted her to be weak, ineffectual, entirely predictable. Having appointed himself as her suicide counselor, he believed that she needed no more assistance than the simple direction provided by this bottle, and enough years to destroy herself by degrees. She left the house without touching the vodka. Outside, the too bright morning stung her eyes, sharp as grief, and everything in the August day looked hard, brittle, breakable, everything from the porcelain sky to the ground beneath her feet, in which quakes were stored as surely as the vodka in the bottle. Given time enough, all things passed away, the sky and the earth and the people caught between. She didn't unduly fear the death that she had been born to meet, but now, as never previously, she feared that she would keep her rendezvous with death before she had a chance to do what she had been put here to do, what she realized now that everyone had been put here to do: bring hope, grace, and love into the lives of others. What 28 years of suffering had never taught her, what she had stubbornly refused to learn from even the hardest knocks of life, had suddenly been taught to her in less than 3 days by one disabled girl whose articles of instruction were only these two: her great joy in creation, her inextinguishable joy, and her unshakable faith that her small, challenged life, however chaotic, nevertheless possessed meaning and an important purpose in the infinite scheme of things. The lesson Mickey had learned from this dangerous young mutant, though plain and simple, rocked her now, as she stood on the dead brown lawn where Sensimilla had danced with the moon. None of us can ever save himself. We are the instruments of one another's salvation, and only by the hope that we give to others do we lift ourselves out of the darkness into light. Aunt Jen, in pajamas and slippers, stood in her backyard. She had found the goodbye roses. Mickey ran to her. While untying the knot in a length of green ribbon, freeing one of the white blooms, Geneva had been pricked repeatedly by brambles. Her hands were liberally spotted with blood. She appeared to be oblivious of her wounds, however, and the glaze on her face was inspired not by thorns, but by the farewell message that she too had read in the roses. When their eyes met, they had to look at once away, Aunt Jen to the perfect rose, Mickey to the section of fallen fence between this property and the next, then to the slip of discarded ribbon, green on the green grass, and finally to her own palsied hands. She was able to speak sooner than she had expected. "What was the name of that town?" "What town?" Aunt Jen asked. "In Idaho, where the guy claimed to have been healed by aliens." "Nuns Lake," Aunt Jen replied without hesitation. "Leilani said he was up there in Nuns Lake, Idaho." 49. Hula girls, Hula girls, hips rotating, swished their skirts of polyester grass. Ever smiling, black eyes shining, arms extended in perpetual invitation, they would dance their hip joints to dust if bone were the issue. However, their femurs and acetabulums were made not of bone, but of extremely durable, high-impact plastic. The word acetabulum appealed to Leilani not merely because of its magical resonance, but because it didn't sound like what it was. You might expect acetabulum to be a substance that old Sensimilla smoked, sniffed, popped in pill form, shot into her veins with huge veterinary hypodermic needles, baked into brownies and ate by the dozen, or ingested by more exotic means and through orifices best left unmentioned. The acetabulum was instead the rounded concavity in the innominate bone that formed the hip joint in conjunction with the femur, which sounded like a jungle cat but was another bone. Since Leilani had no intention of becoming a medical doctor, this information was largely useless to her. But her head had long ago been filled with useless information anyway, which she believed helped to keep out more useful but depressing and scary information that would otherwise preoccupy her. The dinette table, at which she sat reading a paperback fantasy novel, provided a dance floor to 3 plastic hula girls that ranged between 4 and 6 inches in height. They wore similar skirts, but their tube tops were different colors and patterns. 2 had modest breasts, but the third was a busty little wahine with the proportions that Leilani intended to acquire by the age of 16, through the power of positive thinking. All 3 were constructed and weighted in such a fashion that even the most subtle road vibrations passing through the motorhome were sufficient to keep them gyrating. 2 more hula girls danced on the small table between the 2 armchairs in the lounge, another 3 on the table beside the sofa bed that faced the chairs. Counter space in the kitchen was at a premium, but 10 additional figurines danced there as well. Still others were performing in the bathroom and bedroom. Although simple counterweight systems kept many of the dancers moving, others operated on batteries to ensure that when the motorhome stopped to refuel, or when it dropped anchor for the night, the hula-hula celebration would continue unabated. Sensimilla believed that these ever-swiveling dolls generated beneficial electromagnetic waves, and that these waves protected their vehicle from collisions, breakdowns, hijackings, and from being sucked into another dimension in an open highway version of the Bermuda Triangle. She insisted that never fewer than 2 dancers be in motion in every room at all times. On the sofa bed in the lounge at night, Leilani was occasionally lulled to sleep by the faint rhythmic whisper of hula hips and tiny swirling skirts. But as often as not, she clamped a pillow around her ears to block out the sound, and to resist the urge to jam the little dancers into a pot, put the pot on the cooktop, and smelt them down in a dramatic production that she'd already written in her head, and had titled Dangerous Young Mutant Hawaiian Volcano Goddess. On those not infrequent occasions, when the incessant sound of hula dolls in the night irritated Leilani, the 7-foot diameter face painted on the ceiling of the lounge, over her fold-out bed, sometimes soothed her to sleep. This kindly countenance of the Hawaiian sun god, faintly phosphorescent in the dark, gazed down with a sleepy-eyed, stone temple smile. Their motorhome, which featured other Hawaiian motifs in its interior design, was a high-end, luxury custom coach converted from a Prevost bus. Old Sensimilla christened it Makani Olu Olu, Hawaiian for fair wind, which seemed no more appropriate for a vehicle with a gross weight of over 52,000 pounds than Fluffy would have been the right name for an elephant. With slide-out bedroom and galley lounge extensions, it reliably proved to be the biggest vehicle in any campground, so large that children gaped in awe. Retiree vagabonds of a certain age, already worried about turning radiuses and tricky angles of approach to their campsite hookups, turned as pale as milk of magnesia if they were unfortunate enough to be required to slop park their humbler Winnebagos and Airstreams in this beast's shadow, and most regarded the Leviathan with resentment or paranoid terror. It sure rode well, however, as stable and solid as a bank vault on wheels. The motion-triggered hula dolls danced steadily, but in pleasantly lazy swivels, never with spasmodic abandon. And while in transit, Leilani could read her novel about evil pigmen from another dimension, with no risk of motion sickness. She was so accustomed to the dolls that they didn't distract her from her book, and the same could be said of the colorful Hawaiian shirt fabrics in which the dinette chairs were upholstered. Plenty of distraction was continually provided, however, by old Sensimilla and Dr. Doom, who occupied the pilot's and co-pilot's chairs. They were up to something. Of course, being up to something was the natural condition of these two, as sure as bees were born to make honey and beavers to build dams. Conspiratorial, they kept their voices low. Since Leilani was the only other person aboard Fairwind, she was inclined to suspect that they were conspiring against her. They wouldn't be scheming up a simple game of find the brace or its equivalent. Such mean fun was impromptu by nature, dependent on opportunity and on what chemicals dear Mater had recently ingested. Besides, petty cruelties had no appeal for Dr. Doom, whose interest was excited only by cruelty on an operatic scale. From time to time, Sensimilla looked sneakily over her shoulder at Leilani, or peeked around the wing of the co-pilot's chair. Leilani pretended to be unaware of this surreptitious monitoring. Her mother might interpret even fleeting eye contact as an invitation to wreak a little torment. More than anything else, the giggling unnerved her. Sensimilla was a frequent giggler, and perhaps 70 or 80% of the time, this indicated that she was in an effervescent, girls-just-want-to-have-fun frame of mind. But sometimes it served the same purpose as a rattlesnake's rattle, warning of a strike. Worse, more than once during this long conversation, between whispers and murmurs, Dr. Doom giggled as well, which was a first. His giggle had the artery-icing effect of Charles Manson, merry-eyed and tittering with delight. They were eastbound on Interstate 15, nearing the Nevada border, deep in the blazing Mojave Desert, when Sensimilla left the cockpit and joined Leilani at the dinette table. "What are you reading, baby?"
A fantasy thing?
She replied without looking up from the page.
What's it about? Evil pigmen? Piggies aren't evil, Sensimilla corrected. Piggies are sweet, gentle creatures. Well, these aren't pigs as we know them. These are from another dimension. People are evil, not piggies. Not all people are evil,
Leilani countered in defense of her species, finally looking up from the book.
Mother Teresa wasn't evil. Evil, Sensimilla insisted. Haley Joel Osment isn't evil. He's cute. The actor kid? Evil. All of us are evil, baby. We're a cancer on the planet, Sensimilla said, with a smile that was probably like the one she had worn when the doctors shot enough megawatts of electricity through her brain to fry bacon on her forehead. Anyway, these are pig men, not just pigs. Baby Lonnie, trust me. If you combined a piggy and a man, the natural goodness of the piggy would overcome the evil of the man. Pig men would never be evil. They'd be good. Well, these pigmen are total bastards, Leilani said, wondering if anyone anywhere in the history of the world had ever engaged in philosophical discussions like those that her mother inspired. As far as she was aware, Plato and Socrates hadn't conducted a dialogue on the morality and the motives of pigmen from other dimensions. These particular pigmen, she said, tapping the book, would gut you with their tusks as soon as look at you. Tusks? They sound more like boars than piggies. They're pigs, Leilani assured her. Pigmen. Evil, nasty, rude, obnoxious, filthy pigmen. Boar men, Sensimilla said with a serious expression that most people reserved for news of untimely deaths, would never be evil either. Piggy men and boar men would both be good. So would monkey men, chicken men, dog men, or any type of animal man crossbreed. Leilani wished that she could fetch her journal and record this conversation in her invented form of shorthand without making her mother suspicious as to the true nature of the diary. There aren't any chicken men in this story, Mother. This is literature. Smart as you are, you should be reading something enlightening, not piggy men books. Maybe you're old enough to read Brodigan. I've already read him. Sensimilla looked surprised. You have? When? Before birth. You were reading him even back then, over and over again, and I just absorbed it all through the placenta. Sensimilla took this declaration seriously and was delighted. Her expression brightened. Cool. That's so cool. Then a sly look found fox features in her face and brought them to the fore as if she were undergoing a moon-driven transformation. She leaned across the table and whispered, You want to know a secret?
This question alarmed Leilani. The impending revelation surely involved whatever the mother and the pseudo-father had been murmuring and whispering about all the way from Santa Ana to San Bernardino, to sun-baked Barstow, to Baker and beyond. Anything that tickled them could not be good news for Leilani.
I'm making a little piggy right now,
Sensimia whispered. On some level, perhaps Leilani knew immediately what her mother meant, but simply couldn't bear to contemplate it. Reading her daughter's blank expression, Sensimia gave up the whisper and spoke slowly, as though Leilani were thick-headed.
I'm making a little piggy right now.
Leilani couldn't keep the revulsion out of her voice.
Oh, God. This time, I'm going to do it right,
Sensimia assured her.
You're pregnant. I used a home pregnancy test 2 days ago. That's why I bought Thingy, my little snaky fella.
She indicated her left hand, where the bite was now covered by a large Band-Aid.
He was my gift to me for being preggers.
Leilani knew that she was dead already. Still breathing, but as good as dead. Not on her birthday next February, but much sooner. She didn't know why this should be true, why her mother's pregnancy meant that she herself was facing an earlier execution date, but she had no doubt that her instinct could be trusted.
When you were such a baby about poor Thingy,
Sensimia said,
I thought you brought bad luck. Killing Thingy, maybe you jinxed me, and maybe I wasn't knocked up anymore. But I gave myself another test yesterday, and...
She patted her belly.
Piggy's still in the pen.
Nausea brought a sudden flood of saliva to Leilani's mouth, and she swallowed hard.
Your daddy, Preston, he's wanted this for a long time, but I wasn't ready till now.
Leilani looked toward the driver's seat, toward Preston Maddock.
See, baby, I needed time to figure out why you and Lukey never developed psychic powers, even though I gave you like a magic bus full of truly fine psychedelics from my blood to yours while you were in the mommy oven.
The back of the pull-down sun visor featured a makeup mirror. Even at a distance of 16 or 18 feet, Leilani was able to discern Maddox's eyes repeatedly shifting focus from the highway to the mirror in which he could see her and Sensimia.
And then it just hit me. I have to stay natural. Sure, I was doing peyote, cactus buttons, and I was doing psilocybin from mushrooms, but I also did some DMT and plenty of LSD, and that shit is synthetic, Lonnie baby. It's man-made.
Pain throbbed in Leilani's deformed hand. She realized that with both hands she was twisting the paperback that she'd been reading.
Psychic power comes from Gaia, see? From Earth herself. She's alive, and if you resonate with her, baby, she gives you a gift.
Without realizing what she'd been doing, Leilani had broken the spine of the book, crumpled the cover, and wadded some of the pages. She put the book aside and held her aching left hand in her right.
But baby, how can you resonate when you're being strummed with both the good, natural hallucinogens like peyote, but also hammered by chem lab crap like LSD? That's where I went wrong.
Maddock wanted to make a baby with Sensimia, knowing full well that throughout pregnancy she'd be heavily consuming hallucinogens, resulting in a high likelihood of yet another infant with severe birth defects.
Yeah, went way wrong with the synthetic crap. I'm enlightened now. This time I'm going to use nothing but pot, peyote, psilocybin, all natural, wholesome. And this time I'm going to get myself a miracle child.
Dr. Doom wasn't also Mr. Sentimentality. He didn't get weepy on anniversaries or while watching sad movies. You couldn't imagine him playing with children, reading fairy tales to children, relating to children. The desire to have a child with anyone, let alone with this woman under these circumstances, was out of character for him. His motives were as mysterious as his furtive eyes glimpsed in the mirror on the sun visor. Sensimia drew the damaged paperback across the table and began to smooth the rumpled pages as she talked.
So if Gaia smiles on us, we'll have more than one miracle baby. 2, 3, maybe a litter.
She grinned mischievously and winked.
Maybe I'll just curl up on a blanket in the corner like a true bitch, with all my little puppies squirming against me. So many tiny, hungry mouths competing for just 2 tits.
All of her life, Leilani had lived in the cold tides of this deep, strange sea called Sensimia, struggling against its drowning currents, riding out daily squalls and storms, as though she were a shipwrecked sailor clinging to a floating length of shattered deck plank, grimly aware of dark and murderous shapes circling hungrily in the fathoms under her. During these 9 years, as far back as she could remember, she had coped with every surprise and every writhing horror this sea threw at her. Although she hadn't lost respect for the deadly power of the elemental force called Sensimia, although she remained wary and always prepared for hurricanes, her ability to cope had gradually freed her from most of the fear that had plagued her as a younger child. When strangeness is the fundamental substance of your existence, it loses its power to terrorize, and when you tread weirdness like water for 9 years, you gain the confidence to face the unexpected and even the unknown with equanimity. For only the second time in years, and for the first time since Preston had driven away in the Durango with Lucky Pela into the late afternoon dreariness of the Montana mountains, Leilani was seized by a fear that she couldn't cast off. Not a passing terror such as the snake had aroused in her, but an abiding dread with many hands that clutched her throat, her heart, the pit of her stomach. This new strangeness, this irrational and sick scheme to make psychic miracle babies, shook her confidence that she would be able to understand her mother, to predict the upcoming patterns in Sensimia's madness, and to cope as she had always coped before.
Litter?
Leilani said.
All your puppies? What are you talking about?
Still smoothing the rumpled pages in the paperback, looking down at her hands, Sensimia said,
I've been taking fertility drugs. Not that I need 'em to make just one fat little piggy.
She smiled.
I'm as fertile as a rabbit. But sometimes with fertility drugs, lots of eggs plop in the basket all at once. You get twins, you get triplets, maybe more. So harmonizing with Mother Earth through peyote and magic mushrooms, plus other healthy highs, maybe I'll persuade old Gaia to help me pop out 3 or 4 wizard babies all at once. A whole nest full of pink little squirming super babies.
Although Leilani had long known the true nature of this woman, she had never been able to admit that one word above all others best described her. She had lived in denial, calling her mother weak and selfish, excusing her as an addict, resorting to evasive words like troubled, like damaged, even crazy. Sensimia was undeniably all those things, but she was something worse, something far less worthy of pity than was any addict or a merely troubled woman. Beautiful, blessed with clear blue eyes that met yours as directly as might the eyes of an angel with no reason for guile or shame, flashing a smile warm enough to enchant the sourest cynic, she was defined by one word more than any other, and the word was evil. For many reasons, until now Leilani had found it hard to admit that her mother wasn't just misguided, but also wretched, vile, and rotten in the heart. All these years she'd longed for Sensimia's redemption, for a day when they might be at least a normal mother and a mutant daughter. But genuine evil, the pure, cold stuff, couldn't be redeemed. And if you acknowledged that you'd come from evil, that you were its spawn, what were you to think about yourself, about your own dark potential, about your chances of one day leading a good, decent, useful life? What were you to think? As when she'd lost Lucky, Leilani sat in the torturous dual grip of fear and anguish. She trembled in recognition of the thread by which her life hung, but she also struggled to hold back tears of grief. Here, now, she surrendered forever all hope that her mother might one day be clean and straight, all hope that old Sensimia, once reformed, might eventually provide a mother's love. She felt stupid for having harbored that naive, impossible little dream. In the instant, a termitic loneliness ate away the core of Leilani's heart and left her hollow, shaking not only with fear, but also with a chill of utter isolation. She felt abandoned, deserted, forsaken. She detested the weakness in herself revealed by a tremor in her voice.
Why? Why babies? Why babies at all? Just because he wants them?
Her mother looked up from the book, slid it across the table to Leilani, and repeated the interminable mantra that she had composed to express her satisfaction with herself when she was in a good mood.
I am a sly cat, I am a summer wind, I am birds in flight, I am the sun, I am the sea, I am me! What does that even mean?
Leilani asked.
It means, who else but your own mama is cool enough to bring a new human race into the world, a psychic humanity bonded to Gaia? I'll be the mother of the future, Lonnie, the new Eve.
Sensimia believed this nonsense. Her belief imbued her face with a beatific radiance and brought a sparkle of wonder to her eyes. Maddox surely wouldn't put any credence in this garbage, however, because the Doom Doctor wasn't moronic. Evil, yes, he had earned the right to have his towels monogrammed with that word, and he loved himself no less than Sensimia loved herself. But he wasn't stupid. He didn't believe that fetuses carried to term in a bath of hallucinogens were likely to be the superhuman forerunners of a new humanity. He wanted babies for his own reasons, for some enigmatic purpose that had nothing to do with being the new Adam or with a yearning for fatherhood.
Wizard babies by late April, early May, said Sensimia. I've been knocked up close to a month. I'm already a brood bitch, filled up with wizard babies that'll change the world. Their time's coming, but first, you. Me what? Healed, you ninny, said Sensimia, getting to her feet. Made good, made right, made pretty. The only reason we've been hauling ass from Texas to Maine to shit-can towns in Arkansas all these past 4 years. Yeah, healed, just like Lukey.
Sensimia didn't hear the sarcasm. She smiled and nodded, as though she expected Lukey, fully remade, to be beamed back to them at their next rest stop.
Your daddy says it'll happen soon, baby. He's got a feeling maybe in Idaho we'll meet some ETs ready for a laying on of hands. North of a hunch, he says, and south of a vision, a real strong feeling that you'll get your healing soon.
The brood bitch went to the refrigerator and got a beer to wash down whatever baby-shaping cactus or mushroom snacks were medically appropriate for mid-morning. On her way back to the co-pilot's chair, she ruffled Leilani's hair.
Soon, baby, you'll go from pumpkin to princess.
As usual, Sensimia got her fairy tales screwed up. The pumpkin had been transformed into Cinderella's coach. Mater was remembering the story of the frog that became a prince, not a princess. Hula hula, grass skirts swishing. Sun god on the ceiling. Sensimia giggling in the co-pilot's chair. The mirror. Preston's twitchy eyes. Beyond the panoramic windshield, the vast Mojave blazed, and sunshine seemed to gather in molten pools upon the desert plains. In Nuns Lake, Idaho, a man claimed to have had contact with extraterrestrial physicians. In the Montana woods, Lukey Pela waited for his sister at the bottom of a hole. He was no longer her precious brother, but just a worm farm, gone not to the stars, but gone forever. When she and Preston were alone in a deepness of forest, as he and Lukey had been alone, when they were beyond observation, beyond the reach of justice, would he kill her with compassion? Would he press a chloroform-soaked rag against her face to anesthetize her quickly, and then finish the job with a lethal injection while she slept, sparing her as much terror as possible? Or in the lonely cloisters of ancient evergreens, where civilizing sunlight barely reached, would Preston be a different man than the one he played in public? Perhaps less man than beast? Free to admit that he took pleasure not from the administration of mercy, as he called it, but from the killing itself? Leilani read the answer in the predator's eyes, as he kept a watch on her by angled mirror. The quiet deaths that were arranged with genteel rituals as complex as tea ceremonies, like that of penguin collecting Tetsi, didn't fully slake Preston's thirst for violence, but in the solitudinous woods, he could drink his fill. Leilani knew that if she ever were alone with a pseudo-father in any remote place, her death, like Lukey Pela's, would be hard, brutal, and prolonged. He married Sensimia in part because in her deepest drug stupors she seemed dead, and death stirred Preston as beauty stirred other men. Furthermore, she'd come with 2 children who, by his philosophy, needed to die, and he had been attracted to her because he possessed the desire to fulfill her children's need. So was his purpose in breeding new babies really so enigmatic? Preston was fond of saying that death was never truly a tragedy, but always a natural event, because we are all born to die sooner or later. From his perspective, could any significant difference exist between children being born to die, as are we all, and children bred to die? 50. Elsewhere, the California dream might still have a glowing tan, but here it had blistered, peeled, and faded. Once a good residential street, the neighborhood had been rezoned for mixed use. Depression-era bungalows and 2-story Spanish houses, never grand but at one time graceful and well-maintained, now wanted paint, stucco patches, and repairs to crumbling porch steps. Some sagging residences had been torn down decades ago, replaced by fast food outlets and corner mini-malls. These commercial properties, too, were beyond their best days. Bottom-feeding burger franchises you'd never see advertised on television, shabby beauty salons themselves in need of makeovers, a thrift shop selling all things used. Mickey parked at the curb and locked her car. Ordinarily, she wouldn't have worried that her aging Camaro might be boosted, but the low quality of the other iron on the block suggested that her tired wheels might present a temptation. In the windows that flanked the front door of the narrow house, a blue neon sign in the left pane announced Palm Reader, and in the right glowed an orange neon outline of a hand, bright even on a sunny morning. The cracked and hoved walkway led to a blue door featuring a painting of a mystic eye, but it also branched toward a flight of exterior stairs, most likely not originally part of the house, at the south side of the structure, where a discreet sign indicated that the detectives' offices were on the 2nd floor. The house stood among enormous phoenix palms, one of which shaded the stairs with its great green crown. The tree hadn't been trimmed in years. A densely layered, 20-foot-long collar of dead fronds drooped over one another and encircled the bowl, creating a fire danger and an ideal home for tree rats. Ascending toward the covered landing, Mickey heard the rustle of busy rodents scurrying along vertical tunnels in the thatchwork of dry brown fronds, as though they were pacing her, keeping her under observation. When no one responded to the doorbell, she knocked. When the knock was ignored, she leaned on the bell again. The man who finally responded to her insistent summons was big, good-looking in a rough sort of way, with melancholy eyes. He wore tattered sneakers, chinos, and an Hawaiian shirt. He had skipped his morning shave.
You, he said without preamble, are a woman in some kind of trouble, but I'm not in that line of work anymore.
Maybe I'm just from County Vector Control. Want to talk to you about the rat farm in this tree right here.
That would sure be a waste of talent.
Expecting a nasty crack in the tradition of F. Bronson, Mickey bristled. Yeah? What's that supposed to mean?
It wasn't an insult, if that's how you took it.
Wasn't it? Talent, huh? You think I should be turning tricks or something?
That's never been your type of trouble. I just meant I think you could kick something way bigger than a rat's ass.
You're the PI? The detective?
Used to be. Like I said, closed up shop.
She hadn't called ahead because she'd been afraid that he would obtain a quick financial report on her before she got here. Now, having seen the place, she figured most of his clients weren't the type that American Express pursued with offers of platinum cards. I'm Mickey Belsong. I'm not with Vector Control, but you've got a rat problem.
Everybody does,
he said, and somehow managed to convey that he wasn't talking about long-tailed rodents. He started to shut her out. She planted one foot on the threshold. I'm not leaving till you either hear me all the way through or snap my neck and throw me down the stairs. He seemed to consider the second option, studying her throat.
You ought to sell Jesus door to door. The whole world would be saved by Tuesday.
You did good work for a woman I knew once. She was desperate, she couldn't pay much, but you did good work anyway.
I take it you can't pay much either.
Part cash, part IOU. Might take me a while to pay you off, but if I don't, I'll break my own legs and save you the trouble.
Wouldn't be any trouble. I might enjoy it. But the fact still is, I've gone out of business.
The woman you helped was Wynette Jenkins. She was in prison at the time. That's where I met her.
Sure, I remember.
Wynette had arranged for her 6-year-old son, Danny, to live with his maternal grandparents while she did her time. She'd been in the can less than a week when her ex-husband Vin had taken the boy to live with him. The law refused to intervene because Vin was the child's legal father. He was also a mean drunk and a wife abuser who had frequently knocked Danny around, and Wynette knew that he would terrorize the boy on a daily basis and eventually scar him for life, if not kill him. She heard about Farrell through another prisoner and persuaded her parents to approach him. Within 2 months, Farrell had provided the police with evidence of Vin's criminal activities that got the man arrested, indicted, and separated from his son. They returned the boy to the custody of Wynette's parents. Her folks said they suspected Farrell had taken the case, even at a loss, because it involved a child in trouble, and that he had a soft spot for kids. Still employing her right foot as a doorstop, Mickey said, "A little girl's going to be killed if I don't help her, and I can't help her alone." This dramatic claim had an effect opposite of the one that she expected. The detective's expression of weary indifference hardened into a glower, although his sudden anger seemed not to be directed at her.
"Lady, I'm exactly who you don't need. You want real cops."
"They're not going to believe me. It's a strange case. And this girl, she's special."
"They're all special."
Farrell's voice was flat, almost cold, and perhaps Mickey should have heard a dismissive platitude in those 3 words, or even callousness. But in his eyes, she thought she saw pain instead of genuine anger, and suddenly his glower seemed to be a mask that concealed an anguish he'd long kept private.
"Cops are who you want. I know. I used to be one."
"I'm an ex-con. The girl's son-of-a-bitch stepfather is rich and well-connected, and he's highly regarded, mainly by a bunch of fools, but they're fools whose opinion matters. Even if I could get the cops to take me seriously, I couldn't make them move fast enough to help this girl."
"There's nothing I can do for you,"
he insisted. "You know the deal," Mickey said stubbornly. "Either hear me out or throw me down the stairs. And if you try throwing, for starters, you'll need Bactine, Band-Aids, and a sitz bath for your balls." He sighed.
"Pushing me like this is a mile past desperation, lady."
"I never claimed I wasn't desperate, but I'm glad to hear you think I'm a lady."
"Can't figure why the hell I answered the door,"
he said sourly. "In your heart, you were hoping for a flower delivery." He moved backward.
"Whatever your story is, just spit it out, plain and simple. Don't bother strumming on the heartstrings."
"Can't strum what I can't find." His living room also served as his office. To the left stood a desk, 2 client chairs, 1 file cabinet. To the right, a single armchair was aimed at a television set. A small table and a floor lamp flanked the chair. Bare walls. Books piled in the corners. The drab furniture had probably been purchased in the thrift shop on the corner. The carpet looked as cheap as any loom could weave it. Everything appeared to be scrubbed and polished, however, and the air smelled like lemon-scented furniture wax and pine-scented disinfectant. The place might have been the austere cell of a monk with a cleaning obsession. A cramped kitchen lay visible beyond one of 2 interior doors. The other door, closed now, evidently led to a bedroom and bath. As Farrell sat behind the desk, Mickey settled in an unpadded, rail-backed chair provided for clients, which was uncomfortable enough to serve as dungeon furniture. The detective had been working at his desk on the computer when Mickey had rung the doorbell. The printer fan hummed softly. She couldn't see the screen. At a few minutes past 10 in the morning, Farrell had also been working on a can of Budweiser. Now he picked it up, took a swallow. Early lunch or late breakfast? Mickey wondered.
"Breakfast. If it makes me look any more like a responsible citizen, I also had a Pop-Tart."
"I'm familiar with that diet."
"If it's all the same to you, let's can the chit-chat. Just tell me your sad story if you really have to, and then let me get back to my retirement."
Mickey hesitated, wanting to start her story well, and remembered Aunt Jen's prophetic words from Monday evening, not yet 4 days past. She said, "Sometimes a person's life can change for the better in one moment of grace, like a miracle, almost. Someone so special can come along, all unexpected, and pivot you in a new direction, change you forever. You ever had that experience, Mr. Farrell?" He grimaced.
"You are peddling Jesus door to door."
As succinctly as possible, Mickey told him about Leilani Clunk, old Sensimia, and the pseudo-father on the hunt for extraterrestrial healers. She told him about Lucky Pela, gone to the stars. She withheld Preston Maddox's identity, however, afraid that Farrell shared F. Bronson's admiration for the killer. If he heard the name, he might never give her the opportunity to win his involvement. More than once, as Mickey talked, Farrell gazed at the computer, as though her story wasn't sufficiently involving to keep him from being distracted by whatever was on the screen. He asked no questions and gave no reliable signs of interest. At times he leaned back in his chair, eyes closed, so still and so lacking in expression that he might have been asleep. At other times his features once again seemed as hard as mortared stone, and he made eye contact of such discomfiting intensity that Mickey thought he had lost patience and would throw her down the stairs regardless of her threat to put up a fight. Breaking off a nail-you-to-the-wall stare, he abruptly rose to his feet.
The more I hear, the more I know I'm not right for this. Never would have been right, even when I was in business. I don't even see what you could want from me.
I'm getting there.
And I suppose you insist on getting there. So to lubricate my way through this meeting, I'll need another beer. You want one?
No thanks.
I thought you were familiar with this diet.
I'm not on it anymore.
Hooray for you.
I've already lost all the years I can afford to lose.
Yeah, well, not me.
Farrell went into the kitchen, and a fog of gray discouragement crept into Mickey as she watched him through the open door. After taking a beer from the refrigerator, he pulled off the tab, drained a couple ounces in one swallow, set the can on a counter, and spiked the remaining Budweiser with a shot of whiskey. Returning to the desk, but not to his chair, Farrell seemed to vibrate with a barely throttled fury that Mickey had said nothing to evoke. As he stood there staring down at her, his voice remained low, weary rather than angry, but also tight with a tension that he couldn't conceal.
You're wasting my time and yours, Miss Belsong, but mine isn't worth much. So if you want to wait while I use the John, that's fine. Or are you ready to leave now?
She almost left. Noah Farrell appeared to be as worthless as he was indifferent to her problem. She remained in the rail-backed chair, however, because the anguish in his eyes belied his apparent indifference. On some level she had reached him, even though he didn't want to become involved. You still haven't heard me out.
By the time I have heard you out, I'm going to need eardrum transplants.
When he left the room, he closed the door to the bedroom bath, and he took the spiked Budweiser with him. He probably didn't need to use the John, and he certainly didn't need another breakfast beer. These were excuses to interrupt Mickey's story, and thus dilute its impact. Leilani's predicament had affected him, sure enough, but Farrell was determined not to be affected to the extent that he would feel obligated to help her. From bitter experience, Mickey knew how useful alcohol could be when making a morally bankrupt decision didn't come naturally, and when you needed to numb your conscience a little in order to do the wrong thing. She recognized the strategy. Farrell wouldn't return until he'd drunk the fortified Budweiser. More likely than not, he would visit the kitchen for a third serving before at last sitting down at his desk again. Tuning Mickey out would be easier by then, and he would be able to convince himself that the wrong thing was the right move. If she hadn't known the great kindness he'd done for Wynette, she might not have hung in here as long as this. But she also held on to a thread of hope, because Noah Farrell clearly didn't have long-term experience with morning drinking, or perhaps with drinking binges at any hour. Evidence of his nouveau drunk status was evident in the self-conscious way he handled the can, first pushing it aside as if shunning it, but a moment later turning it nervously in his hands, tracing the rim with one thumb, clicking a fingernail against the aluminum, as if to assess by sound how much brew remained, utterly lacking the casualness of a seasoned lush's relationship with his poison. Mickey's history with drink convinced her that pressing Farrell harder right now would fail to move him, and that this was one of those times when retreat and special tactics would prove to be the wiser course. She needed him for his expertise, because she couldn't afford another detective. She was depending on the kindness that he had shown Wynette, and on his rumored weakness for cases involving children at risk. A lined yellow legal pad and a pen lay among the other items on the detective's desk. The moment Farrell left the room, Mickey snatched up the pen and pad to write a message. Leilani's stepfather is Preston Maddox. Look him up. He's killed 11 people. Uses the name Jordan Banks, but was married under his real name. Where were they married? Proof? Who is Sensimia really? How do we prove she had a disabled son? Time running out. Gut feeling? The girl dead in a week. Reach me through my aunt, Geneva Davis. She concluded the message with Aunt Jen's phone number and put the legal pad on the desk. From her purse, she withdrew $300 in 20s. This was the most she could afford to pay him. In fact, she couldn't afford this much, but she calculated that it was a sum sufficient to make him feel obligated to do something. She hesitated. He might spend this retainer on beer, of course. She had too little money to risk $10 on a gamble, let alone 300. One thing about him above all else convinced her to put the cash atop the legal pad and weight it with the pen. Nouveau drunk or not, he was obviously a haunted man, and by Mickey's reckoning, that counted as a point in his favor. She didn't know what loss or what failure haunted him, but her own journey had taught her that haunted people are not dissolute by nature, and that they will try to exorcise their demons if a caring hand is extended to them at the right time. Before leaving, she stepped around the desk to take a quick look at his computer. He was online. Skimming the displayed text, she discovered that it was part of an article exposing an epidemic of supposedly compassionate killing by nurses who considered themselves angels of death. A shudder, less fear than wonder, traced the architecture of Mickey's spine as she sensed a strange synchronicity linking her life to Farrell's. Jen often said that what we perceive to be coincidences are in fact carefully placed tiles in a mosaic pattern the rest of which we can't apprehend. Now Mickey sensed that intricate mosaic, vast and panoramic and mysterious. Leaving the apartment, she quietly closed the door behind her, as though she were a burglar making off with a treasure of jewels while her victim dozed unaware. Hurriedly, she descended the palm-shaded stairs. The rising heat of late morning had made the rats lethargic. Silent and unseen, they hung like foul fruit among the layers of collapsed brown fronds. 51. Thanks to direct-to-brain megadata downloading, Curtis knows that whereas New Jersey has a population density of nearly 1,100 people per square mile, Nevada has fewer than 15 per square mile, most of whom are located in and around the gambling meccas of Las Vegas and Reno. Tens of thousands of the state's 110,000 square miles are all but devoid of people, from the desert barrens in the south to the mountains in the north. Principal products include slot machines, other gaming devices, aerospace technology, gold, silver, potatoes, onions, and topless dancers. In Carson City Kid, Mr. Roy Rogers, with the courageous aid of the indispensable Mr. Gabby Hayes, successfully pursues a murderous Nevada gambler. However, this is a 1940 film, shot in a more innocent time, and it involves no bare-breasted women. If Mr. Rogers and Mr. Hayes were still engaged upon heroic deeds, they would no doubt these days be uncovering nefarious activity at Area 51, the famous Nevada military site widely believed to house extraterrestrials either alive or dead or both, as well as spacecraft from other worlds, but which is in fact involved in far stranger and more disturbing business. Anyway, vast regions of Nevada are lonely, mysterious, forbidding, and particularly spooky at night. From the Crossroads store and service station, where the real mom and pop lie dead in the SUV, and where two tangled and bullet-riddled masses of preposterous physiology lie waiting to scare the living hell out of whoever finds them, Highway 93 leads north and isn't intersected by a paved road until it meets Highway 50. This occurs 30 miles south of Ely. Piloting the Fleetwood with jet jockey skill, coaxing more speed out of it than seems probable, Polly decides against turning east on Highway 50, which leads to the Utah state line. Boasting a population in excess of 150,000, Reno lies to the west. Plenty of motion and commotion in Reno. But between here and there, Highway 50 crosses 330 miles of semi-arid mountains, just the type of desolate landscape in which one boy and two showgirls, even two heavily armed showgirls, might vanish forever. As the moon sets and the night deepens, Polly continues north on Highway 93 another 140 miles until they intersect Interstate 80. 177 miles to the west lies Winnemucca, where in 1900, Butch Cassidy and the Sundance Kid robbed the First National Bank. 185 miles to the east stands Salt Lake City, where Curtis would enjoy hearing the Mormon Tabernacle Choir perform under the world's largest domed roof without center supports. Cass, relieving Polly at the wheel, proceeds north on Highway 93 because neither sister is in a touristy mood. 68 miles ahead lies Jackpot, Nevada, just this side of the Idaho state line.
When we get there, we'll tank up and keep moving,
says Cass. From the co-pilot's chair, Curtis admits to a gap in his mission preparation.
I don't have any info about the town of Jackpot.
It's not much of a town, Cass declares. It's a wide place in the road where people throw away all their money.
Does this have religious significance?
He wonders. Only if you worship a roulette wheel, Polly explains from the lounge, where she's resting on the sofa with Old Yeller. Though she's gotten no answers, she's been whispering questions to the dog. She speaks in a normal voice to Curtis. Jackpot's got like 500 hotel rooms and 2 casinos, with a couple of first-rate buffets for $6, surrounded by thousands of empty acres. After a satisfying dinner in bankruptcy, you can drive to a nice barren place, commune with nature, and blow your brains out in private.
Maybe,
Curtis theorizes,
that's why so many people back at the Neary Ranch were buying Grandma's locally famous black bean and corn salsa. Maybe they were going to use it in Jackpot.
Polly and Cass are quiet. Then Cass says, Things don't often go over my head, Curtis, but that one cleared my scalp by 6 inches. It was so far over mine, Polly admits. I didn't even feel the breeze when it passed.
They were selling cold drinks and T-shirts and stuff off the hay wagon,
Curtis explains.
The sign for Grandma's salsa said it was hot enough to blow your head clean off, though I personally doubt that any method of decapitation could be clean.
The twins are silent again, this time for a quarter of a mile. Then Polly says, You're a strange lad, Curtis Hammond.
I've been told that I'm not quite right. Too sweet for this world, and a stupid gump,
Curtis acknowledges.
But I sure would like to fit in someday.
I've been thinking sort of Rain Man, says Cass.
Good movie,
Curtis exclaims.
Dustin Hoffman and Tom Cruise. Did you know that Tom Cruise is friends with a serial killer?
I didn't know that, Polly confesses.
A guy named Vern Tuttle, old enough to be your grandfather, collects the teeth of his victims. I heard him talking to Tom Cruise in a mirror, though I was so scared I didn't register whether the mirror was a communications device linking him to Mr. Cruise, like the mirror the evil queen uses in Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs, or just an ordinary mirror. Anyway, I'm sure Mr. Cruise doesn't know Vern Tuttle is a serial killer, because if he did, he'd bring him to justice. What's your favorite Tom Cruise movie?
Jerry Maguire, says Cass. Top Gun, says Polly.
What's your favorite Humphrey Bogart movie?
Curtis asks. Casablanca, the twins say simultaneously.
Mine too,
Curtis confirms.
Favorite Katharine Hepburn movie?
Polly says, Woman of the Year. Cass says, The Philadelphia Story. But they change their minds in unison. Bringing Up Baby. And so they proceed north through the night, socializing with the ease of old friends, never once discussing the shootout at the Crossroads store, the shape-changing assassins, or the dog's use of the laptop computer to warn Polly of the presence of evil aliens. Curtis doesn't deceive himself that his rapidly developing ability to socialize and his conversational legerdemain will distract the sisters from these subjects forever. Castoria and Pollexia aren't fools, and sooner or later, they are going to request explanations. In fact, recalling the aplomb with which they handled themselves at the Crossroads, they are likely to demand explanations when they are ready to broach the subject. Then he'll have to decide how much truth to tell them. They are his friends, and he is loath to lie to friends. The more they know, however, the more they'll be endangered. After topping off the fuel tank in Jackpot, pausing neither for one of the buffets nor to observe a suicide, they cross the state line into Idaho and continue north to the city of Twin Falls, which is surrounded by 500,000 acres of ideal farmland irrigated by the Snake River. Curtis knows a great many facts about the geological and human history of the city, the Magic Valley area, and the vast lava beds north of the Snake River, and he dazzles the sisters by sharing this wealth of knowledge. With a population of more than 27,000, Twin Falls offers some cover, making the boy less easily detectable than he's been since he arrived in Colorado and first became Curtis Hammond. He is safer here, but not reliably safe. Dawn is not yet 2 hours old when Cass parks the Fleetwood in an RV campground. A night without rest and the long drive have taken a toll, though the sisters still look so glamorous and so desirable that the campground attendant, assisting with the utility hookups, seems in danger of polishing his shoes with his tongue. Curtis doesn't need to sleep, but he fakes a yawn as the twins extend the sofa bed in the lounge and dress it with sheets. Old Yeller has recently learned more about the dark side of the universe than any dog needs to know, and has been a bit edgy since the shootout. She'll benefit from sleep, and Curtis will share her dreams for a while before spending the rest of the day planning his future. While the sisters prepare the bed, they switch on the TV. Every major network is offering exhaustive coverage of the manhunt for the drug lords who may possess military weapons. At last, the government has confirmed that 3 FBI agents died in a gun battle at the truck stop in Utah. 3 others were wounded. Reports are circulating of a more violent confrontation in a restored ghost town west of the truck stop, but FBI and military spokesmen declined to comment on these rumors. In fact, the government is providing so few details about the crisis that the TV reporters have insufficient information to fill the ample airtime given to this story. Inanely, they interview one another on their opinions, fears, and speculations. Authorities haven't provided photographs or even police artist sketches of the men they're hunting, which convinces some reporters that the government doesn't know all the identities of their quarry.
Idiots, says Polly. There aren't any drug lords, only evil aliens. Right, Curtis? Right. Cass says, Are the feds searching just for you? Right. Because you saw these ETs and know too much? Yeah, exactly. Or are they also after the aliens? Well, both of us, I guess. If they know you're alive, why have they put out the story that you were killed by drug lords in Colorado? Polly wonders. I don't know. Mom had counseled that eventually every cover story develops contradictions, and that instead of devising elaborate explanations to patch over those holes, which will only create new contradictions, you should instead simply express bafflement whenever possible. Liars are expected to be slick, whereas bafflement usually sounds sincere. I just don't know. It doesn't make sense, does it? Cass says, if they said you'd survived, they could plaster your face all over the media, and everyone would help them look for you. I'm baffled. Curtis is remorseful about this deceit, but also proud of the smoothness with which he applies his mother's advice, controlling a situation that might have aroused suspicion. I really am baffled. I don't know why they haven't done that. Strange, huh? The sisters exchange one of those blue laser glances that seem to transmit encyclopedias of information between them. They resort to one of their mesmerizing duologues that cause Curtis's eyes to shift metronomically from one perfect frosted red mouth to the other. Tucking in a sheet, Polly starts with, Well, this isn't the time, Cass continues, to get into all that UFO stuff. And what happened back at the service station? Cass stuffs a pillow into a case. We're too tired, too fuzzy-headed, to think straight. And when we do sit down to talk, we want to be sharp, because we have a lot of questions. This whole thing is mondo weird, Polly concludes. And Cass picks up with, We haven't wanted to talk about it during the drive because we need to think, to absorb what happened. Sister to sister, by telemetric stare, volumes are communicated without a word, and then all 4 blue eyes fix on Curtis. He feels as though he is being subjected to an electron beam CT scan of such a sophisticated nature that it not only reveals the condition of his arteries and internal organs, but also maps his secrets and the true condition of his soul. We'll catch 8 hours of sleep, says Polly, and discuss the situation over an early dinner. Maybe by then, says Cass, some things won't seem quite so baffling as they seem now. Maybe, Curtis says, but maybe not. When things are baffling, they don't usually unbaffle themselves. There's just, a certain amount of baffling stuff that always, really baffles you, and I've found that it's best to accept bafflement whenever it comes along and then move on. Paralyzed by the intensity of the double blue stares, Curtis is motivated to review what he has just said,
and as he hears his words replaying in his mind, they no longer seem as smooth and convincing as they did when he spoke them. He smiles because, according to Mom, a smile can sell what words alone cannot. Even if he were selling dollars for dimes, the sisters might not be buying. His smile doesn't elicit return smiles from them. Polly says, "Better sleep, Curtis. God knows what might be coming, but whatever it is, we'll need to be rested to deal with it."
And don't open the door, Cass warns. The burglar alarm can't distinguish whether someone's coming in or going out.
They are too tired to discuss recent events with him now, but they're ensuring that he won't slip away before they have a chance to make a lot of chin music with him later. The sisters retire to the bedroom. In the lounge, Curtis slips under a sheet and a thin blanket. The dog has yet to receive a bath, but the boy welcomes her onto the sofa bed, where she curls atop the covers. Applying will against matter, on the micro level where will can win, he might disengage the burglar alarm. But he owes the twins some honest answers, and he doesn't want to leave them entirely mystified. Besides, after a difficult and tumultuous journey, he has at last found friends. His socializing skills might not be as smooth as he had briefly believed they were, but he has made 2 fine chums in the dazzling Spelkenfelters, and he is loath to face the world alone again, with just his sister become. The dog is a cherished companion, but she isn't all the company that he needs. Though praised by nature poets, solitude is just isolation, and loneliness curls in the heart like a worm in an apple, eating hope and leaving a hollow structure. Furthermore, the twins remind him of his lost mother. Not in their appearance. For all her virtues, Mom wasn't born to be a Las Vegas showgirl. The twins' spirit, their high intelligence, their toughness, and their tenderness are all qualities that his mother possessed in abundance, and in their company he feels the blessed sense of belonging that arises from being among family. The weary dog sleeps. Placing one hand upon her flank, feeling the slow thump of her noble heart, Curtis enters her dreams and grows aware of the playful presence from which simple creatures like the dog have not distanced themselves. Worlds away from any place that he has ever called home, the orphaned boy quietly cries, less with grief for his loss than with happiness for his mother. She has crossed the great divide into the light, and now in God's presence she knows a joy similar to the one that her son had always known in her presence. He can't sleep, but for a while he finds a little peace this side of heaven. 52. The sun burned a bright hole in the western sky, still a few hours above the quenching sea, and the breeze that swept through the trailer park seemed to blow down out of that hole, hot and dry and seasoned with a scent of scorched metal. Friday afternoon, only 5 hours after Mickey met with Noah Farrell, she loaded a single suitcase in the trunk of her Camaro. She'd sprung for an oil change, new filters, new fan belts, a lubrication, and 4 new tires. Counting the money that she had advanced to the detective, more than half her bankroll was gone. She dared not fail to connect with Leilani in Nuns Lake, Idaho. Even if she discovered where Maddock intended to go from there, she probably wouldn't have enough cash left to chase him down and then get all the way back to California with the girl. When Mickey returned to the house, Aunt Jen was in the kitchen, fitting 2 Ziploc bags full of ice into a picnic cooler already packed with sandwiches, cookies, apples, and cans of Diet Coke. With these provisions, Mickey wouldn't have to waste time stopping for meals through lunch tomorrow, and she would save money as well.
"Don't you try to drive all night," Aunt Jen cautioned.
Not to worry.
"They don't even have a full day's head start, so you'll catch up with them easy enough."
I should make Sacramento by midnight. I'll get a motel there, zonk out for 6 hours, and try to reach Seattle by tomorrow evening. Then Nuns Lake, Idaho, late Sunday.
"Things can happen to women alone on the road," Geneva worried.
True, but things can happen to women alone in their own homes. Putting the lid on the insulated picnic cooler, Geneva said,
"Honey, if the motel clerk looks like Anthony Perkins, or if some guy at a service station looks like Anthony Hopkins, or if you meet a man anywhere and he looks like Alec Baldwin, you kick him in the crotch before he has a chance to say 2 words and you run."
I thought you shot Alec Baldwin in New Orleans.
"You know, that man's been pushed off a tall building, drowned, stabbed, mauled by a bear, shot.
But he just keeps coming back. I'll be on the lookout for him, Mickey promised, lifting the picnic cooler off the table. As for Anthony Hopkins, Hannibal Lecter or not, he looks like a huggy bear. Maybe I should go along with you, dear. Ride shotgun, Geneva said, following Mickey to the front door. Maybe that would be a good idea if we had a shotgun. Outside, she squinted into the hard sunlight that flared off the white Camaro. Anyway, you've got to stay here to take Noah Farrell's call. What if he never calls? At the car, Mickey opened the passenger's door. He will. What if he can't find the proof you need? He will, Mickey said, setting the cooler on the passenger's seat. Listen, what's happened to my Aunt Sunshine all of a sudden? Maybe we should call the police. Mickey closed the car door. Which police would we call? Here in Santa Ana? Maddox's not in their jurisdiction anymore. Call the cops in whatever town he might be passing through in California or Oregon or Nevada, depending on the route he's taken? Hitler could be passing through, and as long as he kept moving, they wouldn't care. Call the FBI? Me, an ex-con, and them busy chasing drug lords? Maybe by the time you get to Idaho, this Mr. Farrell will have your proof, and you can go to the police up there. Maybe. But it's a different world from the one you see in those old black and white movies, Aunt Jen. Cops cared more in those days. People cared more. Something happened. Everything changed. The whole world feels broken. More and more, we're on our own. And you think I've lost my sunshine, said Geneva. Mickey smiled. Well, I've never been exactly jolly. But you know, even with this damn hard thing to get done, I feel better than I've felt maybe better than I've ever felt. A shadow seemed to pass through Jen's green eyes, between the lens and an inner light, darkening her stare. I'm scared. Me too. But I'd be more scared if I wasn't doing this. Geneva nodded. I packed a little jar of sweet pickles. I like sweet pickles. And a little jar of green olives. You're the best. I didn't have any pepperoncinis. Oh, well, then I guess the trip is off. They hugged each other. For a while, Mickey thought Jen wasn't going to release her, and then she herself couldn't let go. Jen's words came as hushed as a prayer. Bring her back. I will, Mickey whispered, half convinced that making the pledge in a louder voice would seem like bragging and would tempt fate. After Mickey got in the car and started the engine, Jen kept one hand on the sill of the open window. I packed 3 bags of M&Ms. After this trip, I'll be on a strict lettuce diet. And dear, there's a special treat in a small green jar. Be sure you try it with your dinner tonight. I love you, Aunt Jen. Blotting her eyes with a Kleenex, Geneva let go of the door and stepped back from the Camaro. Then, as Mickey pulled away, Geneva hurried after her, waving the tear-dampened tissue. Mickey braked to a full stop, and Jen leaned down to the window again. Little mouse, do you remember a riddle that I used to puzzle you with when you were just a girl? Mickey shook her head. Riddle? What will you find behind the door that is one door away from heaven? Mickey completed. You do remember. And can you remember how you gave me answer after answer, so many answers, and none of them the right one? Mickey nodded to avoid speaking. The shadowed green of Geneva's eyes shimmered beneath brimming emotion. I should have known from your answers that something was so wrong in your life. Mickey managed to say, I'm okay, Jen. None of that is dragging me down anymore. What will you find behind the door that is one door away from heaven? Do you remember the right answer? Yes. And do you believe it's true? You told me the right answer when I couldn't get it, so it must be true, Aunt Jen. You told me the right answer, and you never lie. In the afternoon sun, Geneva's shadow lay longer than she was, thinner than she was, blacker than the blacktop on which it reclined, and the gentle breeze stirred her gold-and-silver hair into a lazily shifting nimbus, with the result that a supernatural quality settled upon her. Honey, remember the lesson of that riddle. This is a great, good thing you're doing. A crazy, reckless good thing, but if maybe it doesn't work out, there's always that door and what's beyond it. It's going to work out, Aunt Jen. You come home. Where else am I going to get free rent and such good cooking? You come home, Geneva insisted with an edge of desperation. I will. Geneva, radiant in the sunshine, as though she were as much a source of light as the sun itself. Geneva reaching through the open window to touch Mickey's cheek, reluctantly withdrawing her hand. No cheerful movie memory softened the anguish of the moment. Then Geneva in the rearview mirror, waving goodbye. Geneva dwindling, shining in the sun, waving, waving. A corner turned, Geneva gone. Mickey alone, and Nuns Lake over 1,600 miles away. 53. Packed full of wizard babies, the Hive Queen rode into Nevada beside the scorpion who had serviced her, their already inscrutable eyes concealed by sunglasses, a pair of celebrity insects abroad in the royal coach. They continued to conspire with each other, speaking in lowered voices. Their conversation was punctuated by twitters of laughter and by the Queen's squeals of manic delight. Considering what old Sensimilla had already revealed, Leilani couldn't logically deduce even the general shape of the additional secrets that these two might still share. As a would-be writer, she didn't worry about her failure of imagination, for no one this side of hell could be expected to conceive of the horrors that squirmed in the deeper recesses of either her mother's mind or Dr. Doom's. West of Las Vegas, they stopped for lunch in the coffee shop at a hotel casino, surrounded by miles of barren sand and rock. The establishment had been erected in this wasteland not because the natural setting was ideal for a resort, but because a significant percentage of the multitudes who traveled to Vegas would stop here first, impatient to skin Lady Luck, and would themselves be fleeced. This gaudy dream palace provided cheap drinks to booze hounds, induced compulsive gamblers to bankrupt themselves at games of chance in which the rules gave the main chance to the house, satisfied self-destructive impulses ranging between a lust to consume mountains of rich desserts from an all-you-can-eat buffet to the sweaty desire to be punished by sadistic prostitutes with whips. Yet even here, the hotel coffee shop offered a cholesterol-free egg white omelet with fat-free tofu cheese and blanched broccoli. Trapping Leilani between herself and Preston in a semicircular red leatherette booth, old Sensimilla ordered 2 of those flavorless constructions, one for herself and one for her daughter, with dry toast and 2 fresh fruit plates. The Doom Doctor ate a cheeseburger and fries, grinning, licking his lips, being insufferable. Their waitress was a teenage girl with oily blonde hair worn in a shaggy chop that apparently resulted from the risky application of a lawnmower. The name tag on her uniform announced, "Hello, my name is Darby." Darby's gray eyes were as blank as tarnished spoons. Bored and not inclined to conceal it, she yawned frequently while serving her customers, spoke in a disinterested mumble, moved in a foot-sliding slouch, and got their orders mixed up. When any mistake was called to her attention, she sighed as wearily as a waiting soul in limbo who had been playing solitaire with an imaginary deck of cards since before 3 wise men carried gifts to Bethlehem by camel. Calculating that someone as terminally bored as Darby might welcome a colorful encounter to relieve the tedium of her day, might actually listen, and might enjoy involvement in a real-life drama, Leilani spoke up when, at the end of lunch, the waitress arrived with a check.
They're going to take me up to Idaho, smash my skull with a hammer, and bury me in the woods.
Darby blinked as slowly as a lizard sunning on a rock. To Leilani, Preston Maddox said,
"Now, sweetie, be honest with the young lady. Your mother and I aren't hammer maniacs. We're axe maniacs. We aren't going to club you to death. It's our plan to chop you to pieces and feed you to the bears."
I'm entirely serious,
Leilani told Darby.
He killed my older brother and buried him in Montana.
"Fed him to bears," Preston assured the waitress, "as we always do with difficult children."
Sensimilla affectionately ruffled her daughter's hair.
Oh, Lonnie baby, you are such a morbid child sometimes.
The slowly blinking Darby seemed to wait with coiled tongue for an unwary fly to buzz by. To this blonde gecko, dear Mater said,
Her brother was actually abducted by aliens and is undergoing rehabilitation at their secret base on the dark side of the moon. My mother really believes the alien crap,
Leilani told Darby,
because she's a totally wrecked junkie who's had like 1 billion volts shot through her brain in electroshock therapy.
Her mother rolled her eyes and made an electrical sound, zzz, zzz, and laughed, and made it again. Zzz, zzz. Playing the stern but loving father, Preston Maddox said,
"Lonnie, enough already. This isn't funny.
Sensimilla frowned disapprovingly at the pseudo-father.
Oh, now, honey, it's all right. She's exercising her imagination. That's good. It's healthy. I don't believe in repressing children's creativity.
To the waitress, Leilani said,
If you call the cops and swear you saw these two hit me, that'll start an investigation. And when it's all over, you'll be a hero. You'll be praised on America's Most Wanted and maybe even hugged on Oprah.
Putting the lunch check on the table, Darby said,
This is one of like a million reasons why I'm never having kids.
Oh, no, don't say that, Sensimilla objected with deep feeling.
Darby, don't deny yourself motherhood. It's such a natural high, and making a baby bonds you to the living earth like nothing else.
Yeah, the waitress said with yet another yawn.
It looks just totally fabulous.
After Darby shuffled away, as Preston put an extravagant tip on the table, Sensimilla said,
Lonnie, baby, this morbid thinking is what you get when you read too many trashy nonsense books about evil pigmen. You need some real literature to clear your head out.
Here was advice from the matriarch of the new psychic humanity. And she was serious. Books that lied about the nobility of pigs and portrayed these good animals as evil corrupted Leilani's mind and spawned morbid, paranoid notions about what had happened to Lukipela.
You're amazing, Mother.
Old Sensimilla put an arm around Leilani and drew her close, squeezing too tightly with what passed, in her dementia, for motherly affection.
Sometimes you worry me, little clunkinator.
Of Preston, she inquired,
Do you think she might be a candidate for therapy?
When the time comes, they'll heal her mind and her body both, he predicted. To a superior extraterrestrial intelligence, the mind and the body are one entity.
Appealing to Darby for help had been a fiasco, not primarily because the waitress's skull bone was too thick to allow truth to resonate through it, but because, for the first time, Leilani had revealed to Preston that she didn't believe his story about Lukipela being beamed up into the gentle, caring hands of medicine men from Mars or Andromeda, and that she suspected him of committing murder. He might previously have sensed her suspicion, but now he knew. As she followed her mother out of the booth, Leilani dared to glance at Preston. He winked. She could have run for freedom then. In spite of the leg brace, she was able to move with speed and surprising grace for 100 yards, and then with speed but with less grace. However, if she raced between the tables and out of the restaurant, if she ran along the shopping arcade and into the casino screaming, "He's going to kill me!" the casino personnel and the gamblers were likely to do nothing more than make bets on how far the malfunctioning girl cyborg would get before colliding disastrously with either a cocktail waitress or a slot machine-playing grandma in a jackpot-seeking frenzy. Therefore, to the fair wind Leilani went, with an ill wind at her back. By the time Darby was yawning over the tip that she'd received, and was thinking that the crazy, rude little crippled kid was lucky to have such a generous father, the motorhome returned fully fueled to Interstate 15, once more speeding northeast toward Vegas. In the co-pilot's seat again, following a morning of relative sobriety and now fortified by lunch, old Sensimilla prepared to embark upon the course of mind-expanding medications that any genuinely committed breeder of psychic superhumans must follow. She held a pharmacist's ceramic mortar between her knees and employed a matching pestle to grind 3 tablets into powder. Leilani had no idea what this substance might be, except that she confidently ruled out aspirin. When the Hive Queen finished grinding, she pinched her right nostril around the stem of a sterling silver straw and inhaled a portion of this psychoactive farina. Then she switched nostrils in an effort to balance the inevitable long-term damage to nasal cartilage that resulted from being a vacuum cleaner for toxic substances. Let the party begin, and feel the super babies mutate. At Las Vegas, they switched to Federal Highway 95, which struck north along the western edge of Nevada. For 150 miles, they paralleled the Death Valley National Monument, which lay just across the state line in California. The desolate terrain got no less forbidding past Death Valley, nor later past the town of Goldfield, nor when they angled northwest from Tonopah. This route kept them far from eastern Nevada, where federal forces had blockaded highways and cordoned off thousands of square miles, searching for drug lords that Preston continued to insist must be ETs.
It's typical government disinformation,
he groused. Seated in the dining nook, Leilani had no interest in drug lords or aliens from another world, and she also had difficulty maintaining an interest in the evil pigmen from another dimension that previously had captured her fancy. This was book 3 in a 6-book Pigmen series, and her frustrating inability to concentrate on the story wasn't because the bacony bad guys had grown less mesmerizingly evil, or because the amusing heroes had grown less amusing or less heroic. Since her situation with Preston had deteriorated so dramatically, she could no longer easily thrill to the menacing schemes of the pork-bellied villains. A real-world equivalent of a pigman sat behind the wheel of the fair wind, wearing sunglasses, crafting wicked plans that made even the hammiest wrongdoers seem utterly unimaginative and unthreatening by comparison. Eventually, she closed the novel and opened her journal, wherein she recorded the scene at the coffee shop. Later, as the converted Prevost bus laid down a continuous peal of thunder through the arid mountain passes and across the high plains, Leilani preserved her observations of her mother's descent through increasingly disturbing states of altered consciousness. These were brought about by at least 2 drugs, in addition to the pestle-pulverized tablets that Mater had snorted while passing Las Vegas. Nearing Tonopah, 200 miles from Vegas, Sensimia sat at the dinette with Leilani and prepared to mutilate herself. She laid her carving towel on the table, a blue bath towel folded to make padding for her left arm and to catch messy drips. Organized in a Christmas cookie tin with capering snowmen on the lid, her mutilation kit included rubbing alcohol, cotton balls, gauze pads, adhesive tape, neosporin, razor blades, 3 surgical steel scalpels different in shape from one another, and a 4th scalpel with an exceptionally keen ruby blade intended for eye surgeries in which sufficiently delicate incisions could not be executed with a steel cutting edge. Resting her arm on the towel, Sensimia smiled at the 6-inch-long, 2-inch-wide, intricate snowflake pattern of scars on her forearm. For long minutes, she meditated on this disfiguring lacework. Leilani ardently wished not to be a witness to this insanity. She wanted to hide from her mother, but the motorhome provided no escape. She wasn't permitted in the bedroom that Sensimia shared with Preston, and the sofa bed in the lounge wasn't far enough away, still within sight. If she retreated to the bathroom and closed the door, her mother might come after her. Indeed, she'd learned that by showing the slightest revulsion or even mild disapproval, she would precipitate her mother's wrath, a storm not easily ridden out. Conversely, if Leilani expressed an interest in any of her mother's activities, Sensimia might accuse her of being nosy or patronizing, whereupon torment of one kind or another would follow. Indifference remained the safest attitude, even if it might be a pretense that masked disgust. Therefore, as Sensimia set out the instruments of self-mutilation, Leilani focused on her journal and wrote busily, without interruption. This time, indifference provided an inadequate defense. Leilani applied her left hand to most tasks, in hope of keeping the deformed joints as flexible as possible, and also to expand the function of the fused digits. Consequently, she was an ambidextrous writer. Now, as she penned her journal entry left-handed, her mother watched with growing interest from across the table. Leilani first assumed that Sensimia was curious about what was being written, but her interest proved to be that of a back-porch country whittler with a taste for butchery.
"I could make it pretty,"
Sensimia said. Leilani replied while continuing to write.
Make what pretty?
"The gnarly hand. The pigman paw that wants to be a hand and a cloven hoof at the same time. That stumpy little, twisty little half-baked muffin lump at the end of your arm. That's what. I could make it pretty, and more than pretty. I could make it beautiful, make it art, and you wouldn't ever be ashamed of it again."
Leilani considered herself too well armored to be hurt by her mother. Sometimes, however, the thrust came from such an unexpected direction that the blade found the chink in her defenses, slipped past the ribs, and scored her heart, a quick, hot piercing.
I'm not ashamed of it,
she said, dismayed by the tightness in her voice, because it revealed that she'd been wounded, even if just lightly pricked. She didn't want to give her mother the satisfaction of knowing that the point had made its pain.
Brave baby Lonnie. Doing her nothing can stop me number. Doing her I ain't a pumpkin, I'm a princess routine. Me here talking plain truth, while you're the type says Frankenstein's ugly old neck bolts were really jewelry from Tiffany's. I'm not afraid to say cripple. And what you need is a dose of reality, girl. You need to get rid of the idea that thinking normal makes you normal, which is going to only leave you disappointed all your life. You can't ever be normal, but you can be close normal. You hear me?
Yes.
Leilani wrote faster, determined to record her mother's every word, with notations as to the rhythms and inflections of her speech. By treating this mean monologue as an exercise in dictation, she could distance herself from the cruelty of it, and if she kept her mother at arm's length emotionally, she couldn't be wounded again. You could be hurt only by real people about whom you cared, or at least about whom you wished you could care. So call her Old Sensimilla and Hive Queen and Dear Mater. Regard her as an object of amusement, a lurching slapstick figure, and then you won't care what she does to herself or what she says about you, because she's just a clown whose gibberish means nothing except that it might be useful in a book if you live long enough to write novels.
To be close to normal,
said Old Sensimilla the Hive Queen, the electroshocked snake handler, the wizard baby breeder,
you've got to face up to what's screwed up. You've got to look at your lobster claw hand. Got to truly see your scare the shit out of little baby's hand. And when you can truly see it instead of pretending it's like anyone else's hand, when you can face up to what's screwed up, then you can improve it. And you know how you can improve it? No,
said Leilani, writing furiously.
Look.
Leilani raised her eyes from the journal. Sensimilla slid one fingertip across her forearm, tracing the snowflake scars.
Put your pigman hoof hand right here on the carving towel, and I'll make it beautiful like me.
Having fed on egg white omelets with tofu cheese, also having feasted on a banquet of illegal chemicals, Sensimilla still harbored appetites that perhaps could never be satisfied. Her face was drawn by hunger, and her gaze had teeth. Eye to eye, Leilani felt as though her mother's stare would gnaw her blind. She looked down at her left hand. Sensing Sensimilla's attention settle upon those deformed fingers, Leilani expected to see bite marks appear upon her skin, psychic vampire stigmata. If she bluntly rejected the offer to have her hand carved to make it pretty, she might anger her mother. Then the risk was that Sensimilla's desire to sculpt some skin would soon darken into an obsession, and that Leilani would be hectored ceaselessly for days. During this trip to Idaho, and possibly to that quiet corner of Montana where Lukey waited, Leilani needed to keep a clear mind, to be alert for the first sign that Preston Maddock was soon to act upon his murderous intent, and to recognize an opportunity to save herself if one arose. She couldn't do any of those things if her mother bullied her relentlessly. Peace wasn't easy to come by in the Maddock household, but she needed to negotiate a truce in the matter of mutilation if she were to have any chance of staying clear-headed enough to save herself from worse than a little hand-carving.
It's beautiful,
Leilani lied.
But doesn't it hurt?
Sensimilla withdrew another item from the Christmas cookie tin, a bottle of topical anesthetic.
Swab this on your skin. It gives you the nummies, takes away the worst sting. The rest of the pain is just the price you pay for beauty. All the great writers and artists know beauty only comes from pain.
Put some on my finger,
Leilani said, extending her right hand, withholding the deformed hand that her mother wanted to whittle. A ball of spongy material attached by a stiff wire to the lid served as a swab. The fluid had a peppery scent and felt cool against the soft pad of Leilani's index finger. Her skin tingled and then grew numb, strangely rubbery. As old Sensimilla watched with the red-eyed, squint-eyed, hard-eyed hunger of a ferret watching an unsuspecting rabbit, Leilani put down the pen and, not in the least unsuspecting, raised her deformed hand, pretending to examine it thoughtfully.
Your snowflakes are pretty, but I want my own pattern.
Every child's got to be a rebel. Even baby Lonnie, even little Miss Puritan. She wouldn't eat a slice of rum cake 'cause maybe it would turn her into a gutter-living drunkie. Wrinkles her nose at her own mother's most harmless pleasures, but even little Miss Tight-Ass has to be a rebel sometime, has to have her own pattern. But that's good, Lonnie. That's just like it ought to be. What useless, stuck-up sort of kid would ever want to wear homemade tattoos exactly like her mother's? I don't want that either. Shit, next thing you know, we'd be dressing alike, doing our hair the same, going to afternoon tea parties, making cakes for some stupid church bake sale, and then Preston would have to shoot us quick and put us out of our misery. What pattern do you have in mind?
Still studying her hand, Leilani strove to match the tropes and rhythms of her mother's drug-shaped speech, hoping to encourage the Hive Queen to believe that they were bonding as never before, and that many tender hours of shared mutilation were indeed in their future.
I don't know. Something as unique as the cracked glass patterns on a horsefly's wings? Something awesomely cool that everyone thinks is bitchin'. Kind of beautiful but edgy, scary. The way your roadkill pictures are beautiful. Something that says, screw you, I'm a mutant and proud of it.
Ferret fierce, storms in her eyes and pent-up thunder waiting to break in her voice. Old Sensimilla did a mood turn on a dime of flattery, caged the ferret, pressed the looming storms back beyond the mountains of her madness, and became kittenish, filled with a girlish sunniness.
Yes! Give the world a finger before the world gives it to you, and in this case, decorate the finger! Maybe there's a little bit of me in you after all, sweet Leilani. Maybe there's rich blood in your veins, just when it looked like there was nothing but water.
At 60 miles an hour, as the Nevada sky boiled to a pale blue, and as the white-hot sun slowly described a glowing forge-hammer arc toward the Anvil Mountains in the west, with hula-hula girls swiveling their hips to the rhythm of tire rotation, Leilani and her mother huddled at the table, like pajama party teenagers gossiping about boys or swapping makeup and fashion tips, but in fact circling around various schemes for engraving one already odd hand. Her mother favored a multi-year project, obscenities carved in intricate and clever juxtapositions, descending every finger, curling in lettered whorls across the palm, fanning in offensive rays across the episthenare, which is the name for the back of the hand, a word that Leilani knew because she had studied the structure of the human hand in detail, the better to understand her difference. While pretending to entertain the concept of transforming her hand into a living billboard for depraved and demonic ravings, Leilani suggested alternatives: floral designs, leaf patterns, Egyptian hieroglyphics, a series of numbers with magical properties culled from Sensimilla's books on numerology. After nearly 40 minutes, they agreed that the unique canvas represented by Leilani's freak show hand, as dear Mater put it, must not be misused. As much fun as it would have been to drench a finger in topical anesthetic and slash at it vigorously with scalpels and razor blades right now, without delay, they both acknowledged that great art required not only a price of pain, but also contemplation. If Richard Brautigan had conceived and written In Watermelon Sugar on one summer afternoon, it would have been so simple that Sensimilla would have understood its message in a single reading, and would not have been wonderfully involved in its mysteries through so many rewarding perusals. For a few days, they would mull over approaches to the project and meet again to consult further on design. Leilani gave the art form a name, bio-etching, which rang more pleasantly on the ear than did self-mutilation. The artist in Old Sensimilla thrilled to the avant-garde quality of the term. So successfully had the danger of a major Sensimilla storm been averted that dear Mater repacked her mutilation kit without either taking a scalpel to Leilani's hand or elaborating upon the snowflake frieze on her arm. For the time being, her need to cut had passed. Her need to fly, however, drove her to the produce drawer of the refrigerator, from which she withdrew a Ziploc bag packed with exotic dried mushrooms of a potency not recommended for salads. By the time that they were hooked up to utilities at a campsite associated with a motel casino in Hawthorne, Nevada, the Hive Queen had worked up a hallucinogenic buzz. This buzz was of such intensity that if focused as tightly as the laser weapon of Darth Vader's Death Star, it would vaporize the moon. She lay on the floor of the lounge, gazing at the smiling sun god on the ceiling, communing with that provider of island heat and surf-gilding rays, speaking to him sometimes in English, sometimes in Hawaiian. In addition to mystical and spiritual matters, the subjects that she chose to discuss with this plump deity included her opinions of the newest boy bands, whether her daily intake of selenium was sufficient, recipes for tofu, what hairstyles were likely to be the most flattering to the shape of her face, and whether Pooh of Pooh Corner was a secret opium smoker with a secondary Prozac habit. With sundown coming, Dr. Dooms stepped over his wife, who might not have been aware of him if he had tramped on her, and he went out to get dinner for the three of them, leaving Leilani in the company of her murmuring, muttering, giggling mother, and of those battery-powered hula girls who remained in perpetual sway. 54. Friday evening in Twin Falls, Idaho, is not likely to be much different from Saturday or Monday or Wednesday in Twin Falls, Idaho. Idahoans call their territory the Gem State, possibly because it is a major source of star garnets. The primary product by tonnage is potatoes, but no one with a sense of civic pride and PR savvy wants to call his home the Potato State, if only because Idahoans would risk being referred to as potato heads. Perhaps the most breathtaking mountain scenery in the United States is located in Idaho, though not around Twin Falls. But even the prospect of gorgeous alpine vistas could not induce Curtis Hammond to play tourist this evening, for he prefers the comforts of hearth and home as manufactured by Fleetwood. Besides, no show produced by humankind or nature could equal the beauty and the wonder of Castoria and Paluxia preparing dinner. In matching Chinese red silk pajamas with billowy bell-bottom sleeves and pants, standing tall on platform sandals that glitter with midnight blue rhinestones, their fingernails and toenails no longer azure blue but crimson, their glossy golden hair swept up in chignons with long, spiral curls framing their faces, they glide and turn and twist around the cramped galley with an uncanny awareness of each other's position at all times, exhibiting choreography that might please Busby Berkeley as they whip up a feast of Mandarin and Szechuan specialties. A mutual interest in the culinary arts and in the flamboyant use of knives in the manner of certain Japanese chefs, a mutual interest in novelty acts involving tomahawks and cleavers thrown at brightly costumed assistants strapped to spinning target wheels, and a mutual interest in personal defense employing a variety of sharp-edged and pointed weapons, have enabled the twins to prepare dinner with enough entertainment value to ensure that, given their own program, they would be a huge hit on the Food Network. Blades flash, steel points wink, serrated edges shimmer with serpentine light as they slice celery, chop onions, dice chicken, shave beef, shred lettuce. Curtis and Old Yeller sit side by side at the back of the U-shaped dining nook, enchanted by the sisters' style of full-tilt cooking, eyes wide as they track the scintillant blades, which are handled with flourishes that invite the expectation of mortal injury. The finest scimitar dancers, whirling and leaping among flashing swords, would be humbled by the twins' performance. Soon it's clear that a delicious dinner will be served, and that no fingers will be severed and no one decapitated in its preparation. Sister Become merits a place at the table for many reasons, including that she helped to save their lives, but also because she has been bathed. Earlier, rising from 7 hours of sleep, before taking their own showers, Polly and Cass scrubbed the dog in the bathtub, styled her with a pair of 1600-watt blow-dryers, brushed and combed her with an imposing collection of hair-grooming instruments, and atomized 2 light puffs of Elizabeth Taylor's White Diamonds perfume on her coat. Old Yeller sits proudly at Curtis's side, fluffy and grinning, smelling just as the glamorous movie star must smell. Like crimson butterflies, like fire billowing, but really like nothing so much as themselves, the twins bring forth so many fragrant and delicious dishes that the table won't entirely hold them. Some remain on the kitchen counter to be fetched as appetites demand. They also bring to the dining nook 1 12-gauge pistol-grip pump-action shotgun and a 9mm pistol, because since the crossroads in Nevada, they have gone nowhere, not even to the bathroom, without weapons. The sisters pop open bottles of Qingdao beer for themselves and a bottle of non-alcoholic beer for Curtis, so that he might have some appreciation for the exquisite combination of good Chinese food and cold beer. Plates are piled high, and the sisters prove to have appetites more prodigious than Curtis's, even though the boy must eat not only to sustain himself, but also to produce the additional energy that is necessary to control his biological structure and continue being Curtis Hammond, an identity that isn't yet natural to him. Old Yeller is served strips of beef and chicken on a plate, as though she is like any other guest. Curtis is able to use the boy-dog bond to ensure she refrains from wolfing down the food, as programmed in her canine nature, and to ensure she eats the meat 1 piece at a time, savoring each morsel. She finds this dining pace to be odd at first, but soon she recognizes the greater pleasure to be had from a meal when it isn't consumed in 46 seconds flat. Even if she had been able to use silverware, hold a porcelain teacup in one paw with her dew claw raised like a pinky, and converse in the flawless English of an heiress who had attended a first-rate finishing school, Old Yeller could not have conducted herself more like a lady than she did at this Chinese feast. Throughout dinner, the sisters proved to be vastly entertaining, recounting adventures they have had while skydiving, bronco-busting, hunting sharks with spear guns, skiing down the faces of 70-degree cliffs, parachuting off high-rise buildings in several major cities, and defending their honor at shishi Hollywood parties attended by, in Polly's words, rodent hordes of grasping, horny, drug-crazed, dim-witted sleazebag movie stars and famous directors.
Some of them were nice, Cass says.
Polly demurs. With all respect and affection, Cassie, you would find someone to like even at a convention of cannibal Nazi kitten killers.
To Curtis, Cass says, after we left Hollywood, I performed an exhaustive analysis of our experiences and determined that 6.5% of people in the film business are both sane and good. I will admit that the rest of them are evil, even if another 4.5% are sane. But it's not fair to condemn the entire community, even if the vast majority of them are mad swine.
When they have all eaten to excess and then have eaten just a little more, the table is cleared, 2 fresh bottles of Qingdao and 1 of non-alcoholic beer are opened, a dish of water is provided for Old Yeller, candles are lit, the electric lights are turned off, and after Cass has determined that the ambiance is deliciously spooky, the twins return to the dining nook, clasp their hands around their bottles of Qingdao, lean over the table, and focus intently on their guests, both boy and dog. Cass says,
You're an alien, aren't you, Curtis?
Polly says, You're an alien too, aren't you, Old Yeller? And they both say, Dish us the dirt, E.T. 55. Waiting for Dr. Doom to return with dinner, trying not to listen to her mother's headcase monologue in the lounge, Leilani sat in the co-pilot's seat at the panoramic windshield, watching the sunset. Hawthorne was a true desert town established on a broad plain, rimmed by rugged mountains. The sun, as orange as a dragon's egg, cracked on the western peaks and spilled a crimson yolk. Against this fiery backlight, the mountains wore king's gold for a while, then gradually took off their shining crowns and drew royal blue nightclothes up their slopes. Preston now knew that Leilani believed he'd murdered Lucipela. If he hadn't previously been planning to rid himself of her in Idaho or during a subsequent side trip to Montana, he had begun making such plans since lunch. The scarlet twilight drained into the west, washed away by the incoming tides of eastbourne darkness. Curtains of stored heat rose from the desert plain, causing the purple mountains to shimmer, as might a landscape in one of dear Mater's hallucinatory fantasies. As dusk faded at the windows and the motorhome fell into gloom relieved only by the glow of one lamp in the lounge, old Sensimilla ceased muttering, stopped giggling, and began to whisper to the sun god or to other spirits not represented on the ceiling. The idea of bio-etching her daughter's hand had been planted in the fertile swamp of her mind. That seed would sprout, and the sprout would grow. Leilani worried that her mother, in possession of an extensive pharmacopoeia, would drug her milk or orange juice, slip her a Mickey Finn, a blackjack in a glass. She could imagine waking, groggy and disoriented, to discover that Sensimilla had been busily carving. She shuddered as the last light died in the west. Although the desert night was warm, chill chased chill up and down the ladder of her spine. If the mother thing was in a sour mood, perhaps inspired by a bad mushroom or by an ill-conceived mix of chemicals, she might decide that prettifying Leilani's hand would fail to bring balance to her appearance, that it would be easier and more interesting and more creative to carve the normal parts of her, to match the deformed hand, the twisted leg. Then Leilani might awake in agony, with obscenities cut into her face. This was why she made a joke of everything, why wisecracks and prayers were equally important to her. If she couldn't find a silver laugh, bright and sparkling, then she would find a dark one, cold but comforting, because if ever she failed to find a laugh of any kind, then she would be crushed by dread, by hopelessness, and it wouldn't matter if she was technically still alive, for she'd be dead in her heart. Laughs of any variety were getting harder to find. As the dream-racked Hive Queen whispered, no longer lying on her back, no longer face-to-face with the smiling sun god, but curled in the fetal position on the lounge floor, she seemed to be speaking in two distinct voices, though both were as hushed as lovers sharing intimacies. One whisper remained recognizably her own, but the other sounded deeper, rougher, strange, as though she were conversing with a demon that possessed her and spoke through her. Sitting in the co-pilot's chair with her back to the lounge, Leilani couldn't quite hear what old Sensimia said either in her whisper or in that of her alter ego. Only two words, repeated from time to time, rose out of the susurrant flow of dialogue and became distinguishable, although in truth Leilani was probably imagining them, translating meaningless babble to feed her growing paranoia. "The girl," Sensimia seemed to whisper, and later the demon said it too, with a hungry, guttural longing. "The girl." These words were surely just fumes of fantasy, for when Leilani listened, head cocked either left or right, or when she turned in the swiveling chair to face her mother's jackknifed form, she heard only meaningless murmurs, as though the Hive Queen had reverted to insect speech or, under the influence of the mushroom god, talked only in tongues impossible to interpret. Yet when she faced front again, when her thoughts sped forward to Idaho and to means of self-defense, when she didn't actively listen to old Sensimia, she either imagined or heard again what she dreaded hearing. The girl. She needed her knife. Lucy Pela had gone with Preston Maddock into a Montana twilight, never to return. And in the first night that followed her brother's disappearance, Leilani had crept into the kitchen of the motorhome to steal a paring knife from the cutlery drawer. Sharp and pointed, the blade measured 3.5 inches from the haft to the tip. As a weapon, it rated less desirable than either a .38 caliber revolver or a flamethrower, but unlike those more formidable armaments, it was available and easy to conceal. A few nights later, she had realized that Preston wouldn't send her to the stars anytime soon, perhaps not until the eve of her 10th birthday in February. If she tried to keep the knife hidden on her person for 15 months, she would inadvertently drop it, or be caught with it in one way or another, revealing that she expected eventually to have to fight for her life. Without the advantage of surprise, the paring knife would be only a slightly more effective weapon than bare but determined hands. She'd considered returning the blade to the kitchen, but she'd been worried that in a crisis, under suspicion and closely watched, she might not be allowed to get near the cutlery drawer. Instead, she'd hidden the knife in the mattress of the fold-away sofa bed on which she slept each night. She lifted one corner of the mattress, and on the underside made a 3-inch slit in the ticking. After inserting the weapon in the mattress, she had repaired the slit with 2 pieces of electrician's tape. Changing bed linens and doing laundry were her responsibilities. Consequently, no one but Leilani herself was likely to see the tape-mended tear. In the dead hours of the oncoming night, while Preston and old Sensimia were asleep, Leilani would turn up the corner of the mattress again, peel back the tape that she had applied 9 months ago, and extract the paring knife. From here through Idaho, and into the Montana woods with Preston if it came to that, she would carry the blade taped to her body. She sickened at the thought of stabbing anyone, even Dr. Doom, whose fellow high school classmates had surely voted him most likely to be stabbed, only because there had been no category titled most deserving of being stabbed. Leilani could act as tough as anyone, and if real toughness could be measured by how much adversity you endured, then she figured that her cup of toughness was more than half full. But the type of toughness that involved violent action, that required a capacity for savagery, might be beyond her. She would tape the knife to her body anyway. Eventually, the time would come to act, and Leilani would do what she could to defend herself. Her disabilities were less severe than Lukey's. She'd always been stronger than her brother. When at last she arrived at her unwanted moment alone with the pseudo-father, when he cast aside the mask behind which he lived, revealing his true booger face, she might die as horribly as sweet Lukey had died, but she would not go easily. Whether or not she had the stomach to use the knife, she would put up a fight that Preston Maddock would remember. A groan from old Sensimia caused Leilani to turn her powered chair away from the windshield toward the lounge. In the soft lamplight, Sensimia rolled off her side. She lay prone, head raised, peering into the shadowy kitchen. Then, as though she'd been brought here in a ventilated pet store box, she crawled on her belly toward the back of the motorhome. Leilani sat watching until her mother reached the galley and, still prostrate, pulled open the refrigerator door. Sensimia didn't want anything in the fridge, but she wasn't able to get to her feet to reach the switches that turned on the central ceiling fixture and the downspout over the sink. In the wedge of icy light, which narrowed as the door slowly swung shut, she crawled to a cabinet behind which the liquor supply was stored conveniently at floor level. Something in Leilani held her back as she rose from the co-pilot's chair and followed her mother into the galley. Her braced leg didn't respond as fluidly as usual, and she clumped through the motorhome in an ungainly gait, rather like the one she used when she wanted to exaggerate her disability in order to enhance a joke. By the time that Leilani reached the galley, the refrigerator closed. She switched on the sink light. Old Sensimia had gotten a liter of tequila from the liquor supply. She was sitting on the floor, her back against a cabinet door. She held the bottle between her thighs, struggling to open it, as though the twist-off cap were complex, futuristic technology that challenged her 21st century skills. Leilani took a plastic tumbler from an upper cabinet. All the drinking vessels aboard the Fairwind were in fact plastic, precisely because of the danger that Sensimia would injure herself with real glassware when she descended to this condition. She added ice and a slice of lime to the tumbler. Although the mother thing would happily pour down tequila warm, without a drinking glass and condiments, the consequences of allowing her to do so were unpleasant. Swigging from the bottle, she always drank too fast and too much. Then what went down came up, and Leilani was left with the mess. Until Leilani stooped to take the bottle from her mother, old Sensimia seemed unaware that she had company. She relinquished the tequila without resistance, but she cringed into a corner formed by the cabinets, holding her hands protectively in front of her face. Tears suddenly washed her cheeks, and her mouth softened in these salt tides.
It's only me,
Leilani said, assuming that her mother was still operating from an altered state, and was less here in the galley than in some tweaked version of the real world. With her wrenched face and tortured voice, Sensimia made an anguished plea for understanding.
Don't! I only wanted some buttered cornbread!
Pouring the tequila, Leilani nervously rattled the neck of the bottle against the plastic tumbler when she heard the word cornbread. On those occasions when Leilani had awakened to find her steel support missing, when she had been forced to endure a difficult and humiliating game of find the brace, her mother had been highly amused by her struggle, but had also insisted that the game would teach her self-reliance and remind her that life throws more stones at you than buttered cornbread. That peculiar admonition had always seemed to be of a piece with old Sensimia's general kookiness. Leilani had assumed that buttered cornbread had no special significance, that the words oatmeal cookies or toasted marshmallows or long-stemmed roses would serve as well. Huddled on the floor, peeking out between the knuckled staves of her palisade of fingers, apparently expecting an assault, Sensimia pleaded, "Don't! Please don't!"
it's only me.
Please don't.
Mother, it's Leilani. Just Leilani.
She didn't want to consider that her mother might not be in some drug-painted fantasy, that she might instead be trapped in the canvas of her past, because this would suggest that at one time she had been afraid, had suffered, and had begged for mercy that perhaps had never been given. It would suggest also that she deserved not just contempt, but at least some small measure of sympathy. Leilani had often pitied her mother. Pity allowed her to keep a safe emotional distance, but sympathy implied an equality of suffering, a kindred experience, and she would not, could not, ever excuse her mother to the extent that sympathy seemed to require. A shudder, Sensimia's body rattled the cabinet doors against which she leaned, and each clatter seemed to crack the rhythm of her breathing, so that she inhaled and exhaled in short, erratic gasps, blowing out bursts of words with breathless urgency.
Please, I just wanted cornbread, buttered cornbread, some buttered cornbread.
Holding the tumbler of tequila with ice and lime, the way dear Mater preferred it, Leilani knelt on her one good knee.
Here's what you wanted. Take it. Here.
2 fans of trembling fingers visored Sensimia's face. Her eyes, glimpsed between overlapping digits, were as blue as ever, but were tinted by a vulnerability and by a terror not like anything she had shown before. This wasn't the extravagant fear of the never-were monsters that sometimes stalked her head trips, but a grittier fear that the passage of years could not allay, that corroded the heart and bent the mind, a fear of some monster that, if not still abroad in the world, had once been real.
Just buttered. Just cornbread.
Take this, Mama. Tequila. For you.
Leilani urged, and her own voice was as shaky as her mother's.
Don't hurt me. Don't.
Insistently, Leilani pressed the tumbler against her mother's face-shielding hands.
Here it is, the damn cornbread, the buttered cornbread, Mama, take it! For God's sake, take it!
Never before had she shouted at her mother. Those last 5 words, screamed in frustration, shocked and scared Leilani because they revealed an inner torment more acute than anything she'd ever been able to admit to herself. But the shock was insufficient to bring Sensimilla out of memory into the moment. The girl placed the tumbler between her mother's thighs, where the bottle of tequila had been.
Here, hold it. Hold it. If you knock it over, you clean it up.
Then her cyborg leg went on the fritz, or maybe panic short-circuited her memory of how to move the encumbered limb. But in either case, Leilani was locked in genuflection to the failed god of mother love, as Sensimilla sobbed behind her screen of hands. The galley shrank until it was as confining as a confessional, until claustrophobic pressure seemed certain to wring unwanted revelations from Sensimilla, and to compel Leilani to acknowledge a bitterness so deep and so viscid that it would swallow her as sure as quicksand, and destroy her if she ever dared to dwell on it. Frantic to be out of her mother's suffocating aura, the girl clawed at the nearest countertop, at the refrigerator handle, and pulled herself erect. She pivoted on her bad leg, pushed away from the refrigerator, and lurched toward the front of the fair wind as though she were on the deck of a pitching ship. In the cockpit, she half climbed and half fell into a seat, and fisted her hands in her lap, and clenched her teeth, biting down on the urge to cry, biting it in half, swallowing hard, holding back the tears that might dissolve all the defenses she so desperately needed, drawing hot staccato breaths, then breathing just as hard, but deeper and more slowly, then more slowly still, getting a grip on herself, as always she'd been able to do, regardless of the provocation or the disappointment. Only after a few minutes did she realize that she had sat in the driver's seat, that she had chosen it unconsciously for the illusion of control that it provided. She would not, in fact, start the engine and drive away. She had no key. She was just 9 years old, in need of a pillow to see over the wheel. Although she wasn't a child in any sense other than the chronological, though she'd never been permitted the chance to be a child, she had chosen this seat in the manner of a child pretending to be in charge. If a pretense of control was the only control you had, if a pretense of freedom was the only freedom you might ever know, then you better have a rich imagination, and you better take some satisfaction from make-believe, because maybe it was the only satisfaction that you would ever get. She opened her fists and clutched the steering wheel so tightly that her hands almost at once began to ache, but she did not relax her grip. Leilani would endure old Sensimilla, clean up after her, obey her to the extent that obedience caused no harm to herself or to others, pity her, treat her with compassion, and even pray for her, but she would not pour out sympathy for her. If there were reasons to sympathize, she didn't want to know them, because to sympathize would be to surrender the distance between them that made survival possible in these close confines. Because to sympathize with her would be to risk being pulled into the whirlpool of chaos and rage and narcissism and despair that was Sensimilla. Because, damn it, even if the old mother thing had suffered as a child herself, or later, and even if her suffering had driven her to seek escape in drugs, nevertheless she had the same free will as anyone else, the same power to resist bad choices and easy fixes for her pain. And if she didn't think that she owed it to herself to clean up her act, then she must know that she owed it to her kids, who never asked to be born wizards or to be born at all. No one would ever see Leilani Clonk, strung out on dope, stinking drunk, lying in her own vomit, in her own piss, by God, no way, no how, not ever. She would be a mutant, all right, but not a spectacle. Sympathy for her mother was too much, dear God, too much to ask, too much. And she would not give it when the cost of giving it would be to surrender that precious sanctuary in her heart, that small place of peace to which she could retreat in the most difficult times, that inner corner where her mother could not reach, did not exist, and where, therefore, hope dwelled. Besides, if she gave the sympathy wanted, she wouldn't be able to mete it out in drops. She knew herself well enough to know that she would open the faucet wide. Furthermore, if she lavished sympathy on the mother thing, she would no longer be as vigilant as she needed to be. She would lose her edge. And then she would not be alert to the possibility of the Mickey Finn. She would wake from a sleep deep enough to accommodate surgery and discover that her hand had been richly carved with obscenities, or that her face had been deformed to match the hand. Even rivers of sympathy wouldn't wash her mother clean of her addictions, her delusions, her self-infatuation. And a pathetic monster was a monster nonetheless. Leilani sat high in the driver's seat and held fast to the steering wheel, going nowhere, but at least not slipping down into the chasm that for so long had threatened to swallow her. She needed the knife. She needed to be strong for whatever might be coming, stronger than she had ever been before. She needed God, God's love and guidance, and she asked now for the help of her Maker, and she held on to the wheel, held on, held on. 56. So here sits Curtis Hammond in a moral dilemma where he never expected to be faced with one, in a Fleetwood motorhome in Twin Falls, Idaho. Considering all the exotic, spectacular, dangerous, and outright improbable places in the universe that he has been, this seems to be a disappointingly mundane setting for perhaps the greatest ethical crisis of his life. Mundane, of course, does not refer to the Spelkenfelter twins, only to the venue. His mother had been an agent of hope and freedom in a struggle spanning not merely worlds, but galaxies. She had faced down assassins of immeasurably more fierce breeds than the false mom and pop at the Crossroads store, had brought the light of liberty and desperately needed hope to countless souls, had dedicated her life to rolling back the darkness of ignorance and hate. Curtis wants more than anything to continue her work, and he knows that his best chance of success lies in following her rules and respecting her hard-won wisdom. One of his mother's most frequently repeated axioms instructs that regardless of the world you visit, regardless of the precarious state of civilization on that world, you can accomplish nothing if you reveal your true extraterrestrial nature. If people know you come from another planet, then alien contact becomes the story. Indeed, it is such a huge story that it obscures your message and ensures that you will never accomplish your mission. You must fit in. You must become one of those whose world you hope to save. Although eventually the time might arrive for revelation, most of the work must be done in anonymity. Furthermore, a civilization spiraling into an abyss often finds the spiral thrilling, and sometimes loves the promise of the depths below. People often see the romance of darkness, but cannot see the ultimate terror that waits at the bottom, in the deepest blackness. Consequently, they resist the hand of truth extended, regardless of the goodwill with which it's offered, and have been known to kill their would-be benefactors. In this work, at least initially, secrecy is the key to success. So when Cass leans over the table in the spooky candlelight and asks if Curtis is an alien, and when Polly suggests that old Yeller might be an alien as well, and when together the perspicacious twins say, "Dish us the dirt, E.T., Curtis meets the piercing blue eyes of one sister, gazes into the piercing blue eyes of the other, takes a swallow of non-alcoholic beer, reminds himself of all his mother's teachings, which he didn't learn from megadata downloading but from 10 years of daily instruction, takes a deep breath and says,
Yes, I'm an alien.
And then he tells them the whole truth and nothing but the truth. After all, his mom also taught that extraordinary circumstances arise in which any rule can wisely be broken. And she often said that from time to time, someone so special comes along that upon meeting him or her, the direction of your life shifts unexpectedly, and you are therewith changed forever, and for the better. Gabby, the night caretaker of the restored ghost town in Utah, had manifestly not been such a force for positive change. The Spelkenfelter twins, however, with their dazzling variety of mutual interests, with their great appetite for life, with their good hearts, and with their tenderness, are absolutely the magical beings of whom his mother had spoken. Their delight in his revelations thrills the motherless boy. A childlike wonder so overcomes them that he can see what they had been like and what they must have looked like when they were little girls in Indiana. Now, in a different way from Old Yeller, Castoria and Pollux also have become his sisters. 57. Maybe Preston stopped to play blackjack in Hawthorne's small casino, or maybe he found a good point of observation from which to study the spectacular panoply of stars that brighten the desert sky, hoping to spot a majestic extraterrestrial cruise ship on an aerial tour of jerkwater towns. Or maybe he took so long to return with dinner because he paused to kill some poor wretch who had ugly thumbs and therefore was fated to lead a life of substandard quality. When at last he arrived, he brought paper bags from which arose ravishing aromas. Submarine sandwiches packed with meat and cheese and onions and peppers, drenched in dressing. Pints of fabulous potato salad, macaroni salad, rice pudding, pineapple cheesecake. For old Sensimilla, her ever-thoughtful husband had provided a tomato and zucchini sandwich with bean paste and mustard on a whole wheat roll, a side order of pickled squash seasoned with sea salt, and carob-flavored tofu pudding. Due to the long day on the highway, all the wicked scheming, the drugs snorted, the drugs smoked, the drugs eaten, and the chasers of tequila, dear Mater was unfortunately too unconscious to eat dinner with her family. Valiant Preston proved himself to be as much of an athlete as he was an academic. He muscled the mother thing's limp body off the galley floor and carried her into their bedroom at the back of the motorhome, where she could more discreetly lie in a disreputable sprawl. As she was borne away, old Sensimilla made no more sound and exhibited no more proof of life than would have a sack of cement. Dr. Doom remained in their boudoir for a while, and although the door stood open, Leilani didn't venture one step toward that ominous threshold to see what might be up. She assumed he would be turning down the bedclothes, lighting a stick of strawberry kiwi incense, undressing his enchantingly comatose bride, and in general setting the stage for a session of connubial bliss utterly unlike anything that the late Dame Barbara Cartland, prolific writer of romance novels, had ever imagined in the more than 1,000 love stories that she had produced. Leilani took advantage of Preston's absence to open the sofa bed in the lounge, which was already fitted with sheets and a blanket, and to poke through the bags of sandwich shop food, taking her fair share of the tastiest stuff. She retreated to her bed with dinner and with a novel about evil pigmen from another dimension, eating and pretending to read with great absorption in order to avoid having to sit with a pseudo-father at the table. Her worries about being forced to share a menacing little dinner for two with Preston Maddock, alias Jordan Banks, possibly with black candles and a bleached skull on the table, proved to be unfounded. He opened a bottle of Guinness and settled down alone at the dinette, extending no invitation to join him. He sat facing her, perhaps 12 feet away. Relying on peripheral vision, Leilani knew that from time to time he looked at her, perhaps even stared for extended periods. However, he said not a single word. In fact, he hadn't spoken to her since lunch in the coffee shop west of Vegas. Because she had openly claimed that he killed her brother, Dr. Doom was pouting. You might think that homicidal maniacs wouldn't be thin-skinned. Considering their crimes against their fellow human beings, against humanity itself, you might suppose that they would expect to have their motives questioned, and even to be insulted on occasion. Over the years, however, Leilani's experience with Preston indicated that homicidal maniacs had feelings more tender and more easily bruised than those of girls in early adolescence. She could almost feel the hurt and the sense of injustice radiating from him. He knew, of course, that he had killed Lukipela. He didn't suffer from amnesia. He hadn't murdered and buried Luki while in a fugue state. Yet he seemed to feel that Leilani had shown woefully bad manners by referring to this sad, gruesome business at lunch and in front of a stranger, and by calling into question his veracity in the matter of the extraterrestrial healers and their Luki-lifting levitation beam. She was certain that if she looked up from her pigmen book and apologized, Preston would smile and say something like,
"Hey, that's all right, Pumpkin. Everybody makes mistakes,"
which was too creepy to contemplate, although she couldn't seem to stop contemplating it. At this very moment, his inamorata awaited him, as slack as sludge, as aware and alert as a block of cheese. The sweet prospect of romance cheered him sufficiently that he didn't sit brooding like a mad Russian over dinner. The Doom Doctor ate quickly and returned to the bedroom, closing the door behind him this time, leaving the dinette littered with bags, deli containers, and dirty plastic spoons, confident that Leilani would clean up after him. Immediately, she hopped out of bed, fetched the TV remote, and switched on a humorless sitcom. She turned the sound up only as loud as she was permitted to have it at night, but the volume, although low, would be sufficient to screen any expressions of passion that she might otherwise be able to hear from the room at the far end of the motorhome. While the wizard baby breeder lay insensate, and while Preston remained preoccupied with unthinkable acts back there in the love nest of the damned, Leilani lifted the foot of her mattress, at the right-hand corner, pulled the 2 strips of tape off the ticking, and gingerly felt inside the hole. She located the small plastic bag in which, months ago, she'd stowed the knife to ensure that it wouldn't gradually work deeper into the padding. The package didn't feel as it should. The size, the shape, and the weight were all wrong. The plastic bag was clear. Extracting it from beneath the mattress, she saw at once that it contained not the knife that she had hidden, not a knife at all, but the penguin figurine that had belonged to Tetsi, that Preston had brought home because it reminded him of Lukey, and that Leilani had left in the care of Geneva Davis. 58. Midnight in Sacramento. Those 3 words would never be the title of a romance novel or a major Broadway musical. Like every place, this city had its special beauty and its share of charm. But to a worried and weary traveler arriving at a dismal hour seeking only cheap lodgings, the state capital appeared to huddle miserably under a mantle of gloom. A freeway ramp deposited Mickey in an eerily deserted commercial zone. No one in sight, her Camaro the only car on the street. Acres of concrete, poured horizontal and vertical, oppressed her in spite of a brightness of garish electric signs. The hard lights honed sharp shadows, and the atmosphere was so oddly medieval that she mistook a cluster of brown leaves in a gutter for a pile of dead rats. She half expected to find that everyone here lay dead or dying of the plague. In spite of the lonely streets, her uneasiness had no external cause, but only an inner source. During the long drive north, she'd had too much time to think about all the ways she might fail Leilani. She located a motel within her budget, and the desk clerk was both alive and of this century. His T-shirt insisted, "Love is the answer." A small green heart formed the dot in the exclamation point. She carried her suitcase and the picnic cooler to her ground floor unit. She'd eaten an apple while driving, but nothing more. The motel room was a flung palette of colors, a fashion seminar on the disorienting effects of clashing patterns, bleak in spite of its aggressive cheeriness. The place wasn't entirely filthy, maybe just clean enough to ensure that the cockroaches would be polite. She sat in bed with the cooler. The ice cubes in the Ziploc bags hadn't half melted. The cans of Coke were still cold. While she ate a chicken sandwich and a cookie, she watched TV, switching from one late-night talk show to another. The hosts were funny, but the cynicism that informed every joke soon depressed her, and under all the yucks, she perceived an unacknowledged despair. Increasingly since the 1960s, being hip in America had meant being nihilistic. How strange this would seem to the jazz musicians of the 1920s and 30s who invented hip. Back then, hipness had been a celebration of individual freedom. Now it required surrendering to groupthink and a belief in the meaninglessness of human life. Between the freeway and the motel, Mickey had passed a packaged liquor store. Closing her eyes, she could see in memory the ranks of gleaming bottles on the shelves, glimpsed through the windows. She searched the cooler for the special treat that Geneva had mentioned. The 1-pint mason jar with a green cast to the glass was sealed airtight by a clamp and a rubber gasket. The treat was a roll of $10 and $20 bills wrapped with a rubber band. Aunt Jen had hidden the money at the bottom of the cooler and had mentioned the jar at the last minute, calculating that Mickey wouldn't have accepted it if it had been offered directly. $430. This was more than Jen could afford to contribute to the cause. After counting the cash, Mickey rolled it tightly and sealed it in the mason jar once more. She put the cooler on the dresser. This gift came as no surprise. Aunt Jen gave as reliably as she breathed. In the bathroom, washing her face, Mickey thought of another gift that had come in the form of a riddle when she'd been 6. What will you find behind the door that is one door away from heaven? The door to hell, Mickey had replied, but Aunt Jen had said that her response was incorrect. Although the answer seemed logical and right to young Mickey, this was, after all, Jen's riddle. Death, that long ago Mickey had said. Death is behind the door because you have to die before you can go to heaven. Dead people, they're all cold and smell funny, so heaven must be gross. Bodies don't go to heaven, Geneva explained. Only souls go, and souls don't rot. After a few more wrong answers, a day or two later, Mickey had said, what I'd find behind the door is someone waiting to stop me from getting to the next door, someone to keep me out of heaven. What a peculiar thing to say, little mouse. Who would want to keep an angel like you out of heaven? Lots of people. Like who? They keep you out by making you do bad things. Well, they'd fail, because you couldn't be bad if you tried. I can be bad, Mickey had assured her. I can be real bad. This claim had struck Aunt Jen as adorable, the tough posing of a pure-hearted innocent. Well, dear, I'll admit I haven't checked the FBI's most wanted list recently, but I suspect you're not on it. Tell me one thing you've done that would keep you out of heaven. This request had at once reduced Mickey to tears. If I tell, then you won't like me anymore. Little mouse, hush now, hush. Come here, give Aunt Jen a hug. Easy now, little mouse. I'm always going to love you, always, always. Tears had led to cuddling. Cuddling had led to baking, and by the time the cookies were ready, that potentially revealing train of conversation had been derailed, and had remained derailed for 22 years, until 2 nights ago, when Mickey had finally spoken of her mother's romantic preference for bad boys. What will you find behind the door that is one door away from heaven? Aunt Jen's revelation of the correct answer made the question less of a riddle than it was the prelude to a statement of faith. Here, now, as she finished brushing her teeth and studied her face in the bathroom mirror, Mickey recalled the correct answer, and wondered if she could ever believe it as her aunt seemed genuinely to believe it. She returned to bed, switched off the lamp. Seattle tomorrow. Nuns Lake on Sunday. And if Preston Maddock never showed up? She was so exhausted that even with all her worries, she slept and dreamed. Of prison bars. Of mournfully whistling trains in the night. A deserted station, strangely lighted. Maddock waiting with a wheelchair. Quadriplegic, helpless, she watched him take custody of her, unable to resist.
We'll harvest most of your organs to give to more deserving people, he said, but one thing is mine. I'll open your chest and eat your heart while you're still alive.
59. Upon finding the penguin in place of the paring knife, Leilani shot to her feet faster than her cumbersome leg brace had previously allowed. Suddenly Preston seemed to be all-seeing, all-knowing. She looked toward the galley, half expecting to discover him there, to see him smiling as if to say, boo. The TV sitcom characters became instant mimes, and no less funny, when Leilani pressed the mute button on the remote control. A suspicious silence welled from the bedroom, as though Preston might be biding his time, trying to judge the moment when he would be most likely to catch her in the discovery of the penguin, not with a confrontation in mind, but strictly for the amusement value. Leilani moved to the transition point between the lounge and the galley. She peered warily toward the back of the motorhome. The door to the bathroom laundry stood open. Beyond that shadowy space was the bedroom door, closed. A thin, warm, luminous amber line defined the narrow gap between the door and the threshold. And that was wrong. The amorous side of Preston Maddock took no inspiration from the romantic glow of a silk-shaded lamp or from the sinuous throb of candle flames. Sometimes he wanted darkness for the deed, perhaps the better to imagine that the bedroom was a mortuary, the bed a casket. At other times, the amber light winked out. Darkness married door to threshold. Then in that gap, Leilani detected the faint yet telltale flicker of a television, the pulse of phantoms moving through dreamscapes on the screen, casting their ghost light on the walls of the bedroom. She heard familiar strains, the theme music of Faces of Death. This repulsive videotape documentary collected rare film of violent death and its aftermath, lingering on human suffering and on cadavers in all stages of ravagement and corruption. Preston had watched this demented production so often that he'd memorized every hideous image, to the same extent that a stone-serious fan of Star Trek III, The Search for Spock, could recite its dialogue word for word. Occasionally, Sensimia enjoyed the gore-fest with him. Admiration for this documentary had been the animating spirit behind her roadkill photography. After being compelled to watch a few minutes of Faces of Death, Leilani had struggled free of Sensimia's arms, and thereafter had refused even to glance at it again. What fascinated the pseudo-father and the Hive Queen only sickened Leilani. More than nausea, however, the video inspired such pity for the real dead and dying people shown on screen that after viewing but 3 or 4 minutes of it, she'd taken refuge in the water closet, muffling her sobs in her hands. Sometimes Preston called Faces of Death a profound intellectual stimulant. Sometimes he referred to it as avant-garde entertainment, insisting that he wasn't titillated by its content, but was creatively intrigued by the high art with which it explored its grisly subject. In truth, even if you were only 9 going on 10, you didn't have to be a prodigy to understand that this video did for the Doom Doctor exactly what the racy videos produced by the Playboy empire did for most men. You understood it all right, but you didn't want to think about it often or deeply. The theme music quieted as Preston adjusted the volume. He liked it low, for he was more attuned to images than to cries of pain and anguish. Leilani waited. Ghostlight under the door, pale spirits fluttering. She shuddered when at last she became convinced that this wasn't merely a trick to catch her unaware. Love, or what passed for love aboard the Fair Wind, was in full bloom. Boldly, Leilani went into the galley, switched on the sink light that earlier Preston had switched off, and opened the cutlery drawer. After extracting the paring knife from inside her mattress, he hadn't returned it to the collection. Gone also were the butcher knife, the carving knife, the bread knife, in fact, all the knives. Gone. She opened the drawer that contained their flatware. Teaspoons, tablespoons, and serving spoons were arrayed as always they had been. The steak knives were gone. Though too dull to be effective weapons, the table knives had been removed as well. The forks were missing. Drawer to drawer, door to door, around the small galley, no longer caring if Preston caught her in the search, Leilani sought something that she could use to defend herself. Oh yes, of course, with a rasp or a file, as per 1,000 prison movies, you could reshape the handle of an ordinary teaspoon until it acquired a killing point, until one edge gleamed as sharp as a knife. Maybe you could do the work secretly, even in the confines of a motorhome, and do it although your left hand was a stumpy little, twisty little half-baked muffin lump. But you couldn't do it if you didn't have a rasp or a file. By the time she opened the last drawer, checked the final cabinet, and inspected the dishwasher, she knew that Preston had removed every object that might serve as a weapon. He had also purged the galley of every tool, equivalent to a rasp or file, that might be employed to transform an ordinary object into a lethal instrument. He was preparing for the endgame. Maybe they would cross into Montana after visiting the alien-heeled fruitcake in Nuns Lake. Or maybe Preston would forego the satisfying symmetry of burying her with Lukey, and would simply kill her in Idaho. After years in these close quarters, the galley was as familiar to her as any place on Earth, and yet she felt as lost as she might have felt if she'd abruptly found herself in the depths of a primeval forest. She turned slowly in a circle, as though bewildered by a dark, forbidding wood, seeking a promising path, finding none. For so long she had been operating under the belief that she wouldn't be in serious jeopardy until her 10th birthday drew near, that she had time to plan an escape. Consequently, her mental file of survival schemes was thin, although not empty. Even before Leilani's appeal to the waitress at lunch, Preston had changed his timetable. The proof was in the missing knives, which he must have removed from the motorhome during the night, before he had driven Leilani and Sensimia to the garage early this morning, and had brought them aboard the Fair Wind. She wasn't ready to make a break for freedom, but she'd better be ready by the time they reached Nuns Lake on Sunday. Until then, the best thing she could do would be to encourage Preston to believe that she hadn't yet discovered the trade of the Penguin for the paring knife, or the removal of all the sharp-edged utensils from the kitchen. He was taunting her for the sheer pleasure of it, and she was determined not to let him see the intensity of her fear, not to let him feed on her dread. Besides, the moment he knew that she knew about the penguin, he might further advance his killing schedule. He might not wait for Idaho. So, she cleaned up the dinner table as usual, put the leftovers in the refrigerator, rinsed the plastic utensils from the sandwich shop, all spoons, and dropped them in the trash compactor. At the sofa bed again, she inserted the penguin in the mattress and resealed the slashed ticking with the 2 strips of tape. Using the remote control, she restored the sound to the TV, blocking the faint music and the voices from Faces of Death. She climbed onto her bed where she'd left dinner unfinished. Although she had no appetite, she ate. Later, lying alone with only the glow of the TV to relieve the darkness, as ghostly light pulsed across the features of the sun god on the ceiling, she wondered what had happened to Mrs. D and Mickey. She'd left the penguin figurine in their care, and somehow Preston had recovered it. Neither Mrs. D nor Mickey would have given it to him voluntarily. She desperately wanted to phone them. Preston had a digital telephone providing worldwide service, but when he wasn't carrying it with him clipped to his belt, he left it in the bedroom, where Leilani was forbidden to go. Over the months, she had secreted 3 quarters in 3 places within the motorhome. She filched each coin from Sensamia's purse on occasions when the 2 of them were alone aboard the Fair Wind, and when her mother was in one state of drugged detachment or another. In an emergency, with just a quarter, if she could get to a payphone, she could call 911. She could also place a collect call to anyone who might accept it, though Mrs. D and Mickey were the only people who would accept a collect call from her. The nearby motel casino surely had payphones, but getting to them would be tricky. In fact, reaching a phone before morning wasn't possible, because Preston armed the security alarm after he arrived with dinner, using a keypad by the door. Only he and Sensamia knew the code that would disarm it. If Leilani opened the door, she would trigger a siren and switch on all the lights from one end of the vehicle to the other. When she closed her eyes, she saw in her mind Mrs. D and Mickey at the kitchen table, by candlelight, laughing, on the night that they invited her to dinner. She prayed that they were safe. When you've got this I survived the nuclear holocaust left hand and this kick-ass cyborg left leg, you expect people to be especially aware of you, to stare, to gawk, to blanch in terror and scurry for cover if you hiss at them and roll your eyes. But instead, even when you're wearing your best smile and you've shampooed your hair and you think you're quite presentable, even pretty, they look away from you, or through you, maybe because they're embarrassed for you, as if they believe that your disabilities are your fault and that you are, or ought to be, filled with shame. Or, to give them the benefit of the doubt, maybe most people look through you because they don't trust themselves to look at you without staring, or to speak to you without unintentionally saying something that will be hurtful. Or maybe they think you're self-conscious, that therefore you want to be ignored. Or maybe the percentage of human beings who are hopeless assholes is just fantastically higher than you might want to believe. When you speak to them, most only half listen, and if in their half-listening mode they realize that you're smart, some people go into denial, and nevertheless resort to a style of speech hardly more sophisticated than baby talk, because ignorantly they associate physical deformity with dumbness. In addition to having the freak show hand and the Frankenstein monster walk, if you are also a kid, and if you are rootless, always hitting the road in search of Obi-Wan Kenobi and the bright side of the Force, you are invisible. Aunt Jen and Mickey, however, had seen Leilani. They had looked at her. They had listened. She was real to them, and she loved them for seeing her. If they had been hurt because of her... Lying awake until the TV timer went off, and then closing her eyes to block out the faintly luminous sun god's sleepy smile, she worried up numerous possible deaths for them. If Preston had killed Jen and Mickey, then Leilani would kill him somehow. And it wouldn't matter if she had to sacrifice herself to get him, because life would not be worth living anymore anyway. 60.
Your work is so exciting. If I could live my life again, I'd be a private investigator, too. You call yourselves dicks, don't you?
Maybe some do, ma'am,
Noah Farrell said.
but I call myself a PI, or used to.
Even in the morning, 2 hours before noon, the August heat prowled the kitchen, as though it were a living presence, a great cat with sun-warmed fur, slinking among the table legs and chairs. Noah felt a prickle of sweat forming on his brow. "In my 20s, said Geneva Davis, I fell passionately in love with a PI, though I must admit I wasn't worthy of him."
I find that hard to believe. You would have been quite a catch.
"You're sweet, dear. But the truth is, I was something of a bad girl in those days, and like all his kind, he had a code of ethics that wouldn't bend for me. But you know about PI ethics."
Mine are tied in knots.
"I sincerely doubt that. How do you like my cookies?"
They're delicious. But these aren't almonds, ma'am.
"Exactly, they're pecans. How's your vanilla Coke?"
I think it's a cherry Coke.
"Yes, I used cherry syrup instead of vanilla. I've had vanilla Cokes with vanilla 2 days in a row. This seemed like a nice change."
I haven't had a cherry Coke since I was a kid. I'd forgotten how good they taste.
Smiling, indicating his glass with a nod of her head, she said, "And what about your vanilla Coke?" Having sat at Geneva Davis's kitchen table for 15 minutes, Noah had adapted to the spirit of her conversation. He raised his glass as if in a toast.
Delicious. You said your niece phoned you?
7 this morning, yes, from Sacramento. I worried about her staying there overnight. A pretty girl isn't safe in a town where there's so many politicians. But she's on the road now, hoping to make Seattle by tonight.
Why didn't she fly to Idaho?
She might not be able to grab Leilani right away. Might have to follow them somewhere else, maybe for days. She preferred her own car for that. Plus, her budget's too tight for planes and rental cars.
Do you have her cell phone number?
We aren't people who have cell phones, dear. We're church mouse poor.
I don't think what she is doing is advisable, Mrs. Davis.
Oh, good Lord, of course it's not advisable, dear. It's just what she had to do.
Preston Maddock is a formidable opponent.
He's a vicious, sick son of a bitch, dear, which is exactly why we can't leave Leilani with him.
Even if your niece doesn't wind up in physical danger up there, even if she gets the girl and brings her back here, do you realize what trouble she's in?
Mrs. Davis nodded, sipped her drink, and said, "As I understand it, the governor will make her suck down a lot of lethal gas. And me too, no doubt. He's not a very nice man, the governor. You'd think he would let us alone after already tripling our electricity bills." Mopping his brow with a paper napkin, Noah said,
Mrs. Davis.
"Please call me Geneva. That's a lovely Hawaiian shirt."
Geneva, even with the very best of motives, kidnapping is still kidnapping. A federal offense. The FBI will get involved.
"We're thinking of hiding Leilani with all the parrots," Geneva confided. "They'll never find her."
What parrots?
"My sister-in-law, Clarissa, is a sweet tub of a woman with a goiter and 60 parrots. She lives out in Hemet. Who goes to Hemet? Nobody. Certainly not the FBI.
They'll go to Hemet,
he sullenly assured her. One of the parrots has a huge vocabulary of obscenities, but none of the others is foul-mouthed. The garbage-talking bird used to be owned by a policeman. Sad, isn't it? A police officer. Clarissa's been trying to clean up its act, but without much success.
Geneva, even if the girl isn't making up all this stuff, even if she's in real danger, you can't take the law into your hands.
There's lots of law these days, she interrupted, but not much justice. Celebrities murder their wives and go free. A mother kills her children, and the news people on TV say she's the victim and want you to send money to her lawyers. When everything's upside down like this, what fool just sits back and thinks justice will prevail? This was a different woman from the one with whom he had been speaking a moment ago. Her green eyes were flinty now. Her sweet face hardened, as he wouldn't have thought possible. If Mickey doesn't do this, she continued, that sick bastard will kill Leilani, and it'll be as if she never existed, and no one but me and Mickey will care what the world lost. You better believe it'll be a loss, too, because this girl is the right stuff. She's a shining soul. These days people make heroes out of actors, singers, power-mad politicians. How screwed up are things when that's what hero has come to mean? I'd trade the whole self-important lot of them for this girl. She's got more steel in her spine and more true heart than 1,000 of those so-called heroes. Have another cookie? Lately, Noah's preferred sources of sugar were all liquid and came with an alcohol component. But he felt the need for a metabolic kickstart to hold his own with this woman, and to get his most urgent point across to her. He took another cookie from the plate. Geneva said, "Have you found any record of Maddox's marriage to Leilani's mother?"
No. Even with internet resources, it's a big country. In a few states, if you have a convincing reason and some friends in the right places, you could arrange an in-camera marriage in the privacy of a judge's chambers, with a license issued and properly filed, but not published. That's not easy to track. More likely they were hitched in another country that'll marry foreign nationals. Maybe Mexico. Or Guatemala's a good bet. A lot of resources could be saved if Leilani would tell us where the wedding took place.
We were going to ask exactly that when she came to dinner the second time, but we didn't see her again. I guess the mother's real name and proof that the brother existed aren't any easier to track than the marriage license.
Not impossible. But again, it would help if I could speak to Leilani.
Frustrated, he put down the unbitten second cookie.
I'm sitting here listening to myself talk like I'm completely on board for this, and that's not the case, Geneva.
I know it'll be expensive, and Mickey didn't give you much.
That's not the problem.
But I have a little equity in this house that I could borrow against, and Mickey's going to get a good job soon. I know she is.
It's hard to get a good job and keep it when you're on the run from the FBI. Listen, that's the point. If I do any work for you, knowing that your niece intends to snatch this girl from her legal parents, then I'm aiding and abetting a kidnapping.
That's ridiculous, dear.
I'd be an accessory to a felony. It's the law.
The law is ridiculous.
In fact, to protect myself from any chance of being charged as an accessory, once I've given back your $300, which I've brought with me, I have to go directly to the authorities and warn them what your niece is intending to do up there in Idaho.
Geneva cocked her head and favored him with a look of amused disbelief.
Don't tease me, dear.
Tease? I'm dead serious here.
She winked at him.
No, you're not.
Yes, I am.
No, you're not.
She punctuated her words with another wink.
You won't go to the police. And even if you give back the money, you'll still be on the case.
I will not be on the case.
I know how this works, dear. You've got to establish, what do they call it? Plausible deniability. If everything goes bad, you can claim you weren't working on the case because you took no money.
Withdrawing the $300 from a pocket of his chinos, he placed the cash on the table.
I'm not establishing anything. All I'm doing is quitting.
No, you're not, she said.
I never took the job in the first place.
She wagged one finger at him.
Yes, you did.
I did not.
Yes, you did, dear. Otherwise, where did the $300 come from?
He said firmly, quit. Quit. I'm resigning. I'm walking. I'm splitting this gig. Gone. Finito. Out of here.
Geneva smiled broadly and winked at him again. This time it was a great, exaggerated wink of comic conspiracy.
Oh, whatever you say, Mr. Farrell, sir. If I ever have to testify in a court of ridiculous law, you can count on me telling the judge that you quit in no uncertain terms.
This woman had a smile that could charm birds out of the sky and into a cage. One of Noah's grandmothers had died before he was born, and his grandmother on the Farrell side had looked nothing like Geneva Davis. She had been a chisel-faced, chain-smoking, ferret-eyed crone with a voice burnt raw by a lifelong thirst for whiskey. And during the years that she and Grandfather Farrell had operated a pawn shop that fronted a bookie operation, she had routinely terrified even the toughest young punks with a mere look and a few snarled words in Gaelic, even though the punks didn't speak the language. Yet he felt that he was sitting here having cookies with his grandmother, his ideal grandmother, rather than the real one, and beneath his frustration quivered a warm and fuzzy feeling that he had never known before, which had to be a dangerous feeling under the circumstances.
Don't wink at me again, Geneva. You're trying to pretend we're in some sort of little conspiracy here, and we're not.
Oh, dear, I know we're not. You have quit, resigned, finito, and that's perfectly clear to me.
She smiled broadly and refrained from winking, but gave him a vigorous thumbs-up sign with both hands. Noah picked up his unbitten second cookie and bit it. Twice. The cookie was big, but with just 2 bites, he crammed more than half of it in his mouth. Chewing ferociously, he glared across the table at Geneva Davis. "More vanilla Coke, dear?" she asked. He tried to say no, but his mouth was too full to permit speech, so he found himself nodding yes. She refreshed his vanilla Coke with a drizzle of cherry syrup, more cola, and a couple ice cubes. When Geneva sat at the table again, Noah said, "Let me try this one more time." "Try what, sweetie?" "Explaining the situation to you." "Good heavens, I'm not dense, dear. I understand the situation perfectly. You've got your plausible deniability, and in court I'll testify that you didn't help us, even though you did. Or will." She scooped up the $300. "And if everything goes well and no one ends up in court, then I'll give this back to you, and we'll pay anything else you bill us. We may need some time, may need to make monthly payments, but we honor our debts, Mickey and me. And none of us will end up in court anyway. I mean no disrespect, dear, but I'm sure your understanding of the law is weak in this instance." "I was a police officer before I became a PI." "Then you really should have a better grasp of the law," she admonished, with one of those your grandmother thinks you're adorable smiles that exacerbated his case of the warm fuzzies. Scowling, leaning across the kitchen table, resorting to a display of his dark side, he tried to jolt her out of this stubborn refusal to face facts. "I had a perfect grasp of the law, but I was stripped of my badge anyway because I severely beat a suspect. I beat the crap out of him." She clucked her tongue. "That's nothing to be proud of, dear." "I'm not proud of it. I'm lucky I didn't end up in prison." "You certainly sounded proud of it." Staring unblinkingly at her, he consumed the last third of the cookie. He washed it down with cherry-flavored vanilla Coke. She wasn't intimidated by his stare. She smiled as though she took pleasure from the sight of him enjoying her baked goods. He said, "Actually, I am half proud of it. Shouldn't be, not even considering the circumstances. But I am. I was answering a domestic disturbance call. This guy had really pounded on his wife. She's a mess when I get there. And now he's beating his daughter, just a little girl like 8 years old. He's knocked out some of her teeth. When he sees me, he lets her go. He doesn't resist arrest. I lost it anyway. Seeing that girl, I lost it." Reaching across the table, Geneva squeezed his hand. "Good for you." "No, it wasn't good. I would have kept going until I killed him, except the girl stopped me. In my report, I lied, claimed the creep resisted arrest. In the hearing, the wife testified against me, but the girl lied for me, and they believed the girl. Or pretended to. I made a deal to leave the force, and they agreed to give me severance pay and support my application for a PI license." "What happened to the child?" Geneva asked. "Turns out the abuse was long-term. The court removed her from her mother's custody, put her with her maternal grandparents. She'll graduate high school soon. She's okay. She's a good kid." Geneva squeezed his hand again and then leaned back in her chair, beaming. "You're just like my gumshoe." "What gumshoe?" "The one I was in love with back when I was in my 20s. If I hadn't hidden my murdered husband's body in an oil field sump, Philip might not have rejected me." Noah didn't quite know how to respond to this. He blotted his damp brow again. Finally, he said, "You killed your husband?" "No, my sister Carmen shot him. I hid the body to protect her and to spare our father from the scandal. General Sternwood, that was our daddy, wasn't in good health, and he—" Puzzlement crossed Geneva's face as her voice trailed away. Noah encouraged her to continue. "And he—" "Well, of course that wasn't me. That was Lauren Bacall in The Big Sleep. The gumshoe was Humphrey Bogart playing Philip Marlowe." Geneva clapped her hands and let out a musical laugh of delight. Although he didn't know why he was smiling, Noah smiled. Geneva said, "Well, it's a delicious memory, even if it's a false memory. Honestly, I must admit I'm something of a wimp when it comes to being naughty. I've never had it in me to be a bad girl, so if I hadn't been shot in the head, I'd never have had a memory like that." The sugar content of cookies and cola provided sufficient mental lift to deal with a wide spectrum of intellectual challenges. But by God, for some things, you needed a beer. He didn't have a beer, so instead of making an attempt to deduce logically the meaning of what she'd said, he asked another question. "You were shot in the head?" A polite and well-dressed bandit held up our convenience store, killed my husband, shot me, and disappeared. I won't tell you that I tracked him to New Orleans and blew him away myself, because that was Alec Baldwin, and not a part of my real life. But even wimp that I am, I'd have been capable of shooting him if I'd known how to track him down. I'd have shot him repeatedly, I think. Once in each leg, let him suffer, then twice in the gut, then once in the head. Do I sound terribly savage, dear?
Not savage, but more vindictive than I would have expected.
That's a good, honest answer. I'm impressed with you, Noah. She turned on one of those ice-melting smiles. He found himself smiling, too. I'm enjoying our little get-together, she said.
Me too.
61. Saturday. Hawthorne, Nevada to Boise, Idaho. 449 miles. Mostly wasteland, bright sun, but an easy haul. A cloud of vultures circled something dead in the desert, half an hour south of Lovelock, Nevada. Though intrigued, Preston Maddock decided against a side trip to investigate. They stopped for lunch at a diner in Winnemucca. On the sidewalk outside the restaurant, swarms of ants were feeding on the oozing body of a fat, crushed beetle. The bug juice had an interesting iridescent quality, similar to oil on water. Taking the Hand into a public place was risky these days. Her performance on Friday in the coffee shop west of Vegas had been unnerving. She might have gotten what she wanted if the waitress hadn't been stupid. Most people were stupid. Preston Maddock had made this judgment of humanity when he'd been 11. In the past 34 years, he'd seen no reason to change his mind. The diner smelled of sizzling hamburger patties, French fries roiling in hot oil, bacon. He wondered what the beetle ooze smelled like. Several men were sitting side by side on stools at the lunch counter. Most were overweight, chowing down jowl to jowl. Disgusting. Maybe one of them would have a stroke or heart attack during lunch. The odds were good. The Hand led them to a booth. She sat next to the window. The black hole settled beside her daughter. Preston sat across the table from them. His fair ladies. The Hand was grotesque, of course, but the black hole actually was fair. After so many drugs, she ought to have been a withered hag. When her looks finally started to go, they would slide away fast. Probably in 2 or 3 years. Maybe he could squeeze 2 litters out of her before she'd be too repulsive to touch. On the windowsill lay a dead fly. Ambiance. He consulted his menu. The owners ought to change the name of the establishment, call it the Palace of Grease. Naturally, the black hole couldn't find many dishes to her taste. At least she didn't whine. The hole was in a cheerful mood. Coherent, too, because she seldom used heavy chemicals before the afternoon. The waitress arrived, an ugly wretch. The wall-eyed, pouchy-cheeked face of a fish. She wore a neatly pressed pink uniform. Elaborately coiffed hair the color of rat fur with a pink bow to match the uniform. Carefully applied makeup, eyeliner, lipstick. Fingernails manicured but clear-coated, as if they were something sweet to look at, as if her fingers weren't as stubby and ugly as the rest of her. She was trying too hard to look nice. A hopeless cause. Bridges were made for people like her. Bridges and high ledges. Car tailpipes and gas ovens. If she ever phoned a suicide hotline and some counselor talked her out of sucking on a shotgun, she'd have been done a disservice. They ordered lunch. Preston expected the Hand to appeal to Fishface for help. She didn't. She seemed subdued. Her performance the previous day had been unnerving, but he was disappointed that she didn't try again. He enjoyed the challenge posed by her recent rebellious mood. While they waited for their food, the hole chattered as inanely as always she did. She was the black hole partly because her psychotic energy and her mindless babble together spun a powerful gravity that could pull you toward oblivion if you weren't a strong person. He was strong. He never shied from any task, never flinched from any truth. Although he conversed with the hole, he remained less than half involved with her. He always lived more inside himself than not. He was thinking about the Gimp, brother to the Hand. He had been thinking about the Gimp a lot lately. Considering the risks that he had taken, he'd not gotten enough satisfaction from his last visit with the boy in the Montana woods. Everything had happened far too quickly. Such memories needed to be rich, They sustained him. Preston had more elaborate plans for the hand. Speaking of whom, nonchalantly, almost surreptitiously, she slowly swept the diner with her gaze, obviously looking for something specific. He noticed her spot the restroom sign. A moment later, she announced that she needed to use the toilet. She said toilet because she knew the term displeased Preston. He'd been raised in a refined family that never resorted to such vulgarities. He far preferred lavatory. He could endure either powder room or restroom. The hole stood, allowing her daughter to slide out of the booth. As the hand got clumsily to her feet, she whispered,
I really gotta pee.
This, too, was a slap at Preston. The hand knew that he was repulsed by any discussion of bodily functions. He didn't like to watch her walk. Her deformed fingers were sickening enough. He continued exchanging stupidities with the hole, thinking about Montana, tracking the hand with his peripheral vision. Abruptly, he realized that under the restrooms sign, another had indicated the location of what she might really be seeking. Phone. Excusing himself, he got out of the booth and followed the girl. She had disappeared into a short hall at the end of the diner. When he reached that same hall, he discovered the men's lavatory to the right, the women's to the left. A payphone on the end wall. She stood at the phone, her back to him. As she reached for the receiver with her warped hand, she sensed him and turned. Looming over her, Preston saw the quarter in her good hand.
Did you find that in the coin return?
He asked.
Yeah,
She lied.
I always check.
Then it belongs to someone else, he admonished. We'll turn it into the cashier when we leave.
He held out his hand, palm up. Reluctant to give him the quarter, she hesitated. He rarely touched her. Contact gave him the creeps. Fortunately, she held the coin in her normal hand. If it had been in the left, he would still have been able to take it, but then he wouldn't have been able to eat lunch. Pretending that she had come here to use the lavatory, she went through the door marked Gals. Maintaining a similar pretense, Preston entered the men's lav. He was grateful it wasn't in use. He waited inside, near the door. He wondered who she'd intended to phone. The police? As soon as he heard her exit the women's restroom, he returned to the hall as well. He led her back to the booth. If he had followed her, he would have had to watch her walk. Lunch arrived immediately after they were seated. Fishface, the ugly waitress, had a mole on the side of her nose. He thought it looked like melanoma. If it was melanoma and she remained unaware of it, even for a week or so, her nose would eventually rot away. Surgery would leave her with a crater in the center of her face. Maybe then, if the malignancy hadn't gotten into her brain and killed her, maybe then she would at last do the right thing with a tailpipe or a gas oven or a shotgun. The food was pretty good. As usual, he didn't look at his companions' mouths while they were eating. He focused on their eyes or looked slightly past them, studiously avoiding the sight of their tongues, teeth, lips, and masticating jaws. Preston assumed that occasionally someone might look at his mouth while he chewed, or at his throat as he swallowed, but he forced himself not to dwell on this. If he dared think much about it, he would have to eat in private. During meals, he lived even more inside himself than he did at other times, defensively. This posed no problem for him, required no special effort. His major at Yale and then at Harvard, through his bachelor's and master's and doctoral degrees, had been philosophy. By nature, philosophers lived more inside themselves than did ordinary people. Intellectuals in general, and philosophers in particular, needed the world less than the world needed them. Throughout lunch, he upheld his end of a conversation with the whole while he recalled Montana. The sound of the boy's neck snapping. The way the terror in his eyes darkened into bleak resignation and then had clarified into peace. The rare smell of the final, fitful exhalation that produced the death rattle in the gimp's throat. Preston left a 30% tip, but he didn't surrender the quarter to the cashier. He was certain that the hand hadn't found the money in the payphone. The coin was his to keep, ethically. To avoid the government-enforced blockade of eastern Nevada, where the FBI was officially searching for drug lords but was, in his opinion, probably covering up some UFO-related event, Preston turned north from Winnemucca, toward the state of Oregon, using Federal Highway 95, an undivided two-lane road. 56 miles inside Oregon, Highway 95 swung east toward Idaho. They crossed the Owyhee River and then the state line. By 6 o'clock, they arrived at a campground north of Boise, Idaho, where they hooked up to utilities. Preston bought takeout for dinner. Mediocre Chinese this time. The black hole loved rice. And though she was wired again, she was nevertheless still compos mentis enough to eat. As usual, the hole directed the conversation according to her interests. She required always to be the center of attention. When she mentioned new design ideas for carving her daughter's deformed hand, he encouraged her. He found the subject of decorative mutilation stupid enough to be amusing, as long as he avoided looking at the girl's twisted appendage. In addition, he knew that this talk terrified the hand, though she hid her fear well. Good. Fear might eventually burn away her delusion that she had any hope of a normal life. She had chosen to thwart her mother by shrewdly playing along with this demented game. Listening to the black hole enthuse about going at her with scalpels, however, she might begin to realize that she had not been born to win any game, least of all this one. She had come out of her mother broken, imperfect. She was a loser from the moment that the physician slapped her butt to start her breathing instead of mercifully, discreetly smothering her. When the time arrived for him to take this girl into the forest, perhaps she would have come to the conclusion that death was best for her. She should choose death before her mother could carve her, because sooner or later, her mother would. Death was her only possible deliverance. Otherwise, she would have to endure more years as an outsider. Life could hold nothing but disappointment for someone so damaged as she. Of course, Preston didn't want her to be entirely pliable and eager to die. A measure of resistance made for memories. Dinner finished, leaving the hand to clean the table, he and the hole took evening showers separately and retired to the bedroom. Eventually, reading In Watermelon Sugar, the hole passed out. Preston wanted to use her, but he couldn't discern whether she'd been hammered by drugs into deep unconsciousness or whether she was just sleeping soundly. If she were merely sleeping, she might awaken in the middle of the action. Her awareness would ruin his mood. Waking, she would be enthusiastic. She knew that the deal they had made didn't permit her active participation in physical intimacy. Yet she would be enthusiastic nonetheless. The deal? The hole received everything that she needed, in return for this one thing that Preston wanted. He was mildly nauseated by the thought of her enthusiasm, her participation. He had no desire to witness the more intimate bodily functions of anyone, and he was loath to be observed. When suffering from a head cold, he unfailingly excused himself to blow his nose in private. He didn't want anyone to hear his mucus draining. Consequently, the prospect of having an orgasm in the presence of an interested partner was distressing, if not unthinkable. Discretion was underrated in contemporary society. Uncertain as to the nature and reliability of the hole's current state of unconsciousness, he turned off the light and settled on his own side of the bed. He contemplated the babies that she would bring into the world, little twisted wizards, ethical dilemmas awaiting firm resolutions. Sunday, Boise to Nuns Lake, 351 miles, more demanding terrain than what Nevada had offered. Usually he didn't hit the road until 9 or 10 o'clock, with the black hole still abed, the hand awake. Although they were seeking a close encounter, their mission wasn't as urgent as it was dramatic. This morning, however, he hauled the Prevost out of Twin Falls at 6:15 a.m. Already the hand was dressed, eating a granola bar. He wondered if she had discovered that all the knives and sharp utensils had been removed from the galley. He remained convinced that she lacked the guts to stab him in the back while he drove the motor home. In fact, he didn't believe that she would prove capable of making a serious effort to defend herself when the two of them were alone in the moment of judgment. Nevertheless, he was a careful man. North out of the broad chest of Idaho into the narrow neck, they passed through spectacular scenery. Soaring mountains, vast forests, eagles in flight. Every encounter with nature at her most radiant gave rise to the same thought: humanity is a pestilence. Humanity doesn't belong here. He could not be counted as one of the radical environmentalists who dreamed of a day when a virulent plague could be engineered to scour every human being from the earth. He had ethical problems with the systematic extermination of an entire species, even humanity. On the other hand, using public policy to halve the number of human beings on the planet was a laudable goal. Benign neglect of famines would delete millions. Cease the exportation of all life-extending drugs to third-world countries where AIDS raged epidemic, and additional millions would pass in a more timely fashion. Let nature purge the excess. Let nature decide how many human beings she wished to tolerate. Unobstructed, she would solve the problem soon enough. Small wars unlikely to escalate into worldwide clashes should be viewed not as horrors to be avoided, but as sensible prunings. Indeed, where large totalitarian governments wished to expunge dissidents by the hundreds of thousands or even by the millions, no sanctions should be brought against them. Dissidents were usually people who rebelled against sensible resource management. Besides, sanctions could lead to the foment of rebellion, to clandestine military actions, which might grow into major wars, even spiral into a nuclear conflict, damaging not just human civilization, but the natural world. No human being could do anything whatsoever to improve upon the natural world, which, without people, was perfect. Few contributed anything positive to human civilization either. By the tenets of utilitarian ethics, only those useful to the state or to society had a legitimate claim on life. Most people were too flawed to be of use to anyone. Soaring mountains, vast forests, eagles flying. Out there beyond the windshield, the splendor of nature. In here, behind his eyes, inside where he most fully lived, waited a grandeur different from but equal to that of nature, a private landscape that he found endlessly fascinating. Yet Preston Claudius Maddock prided himself that he possessed the honesty and the principle to acknowledge his own shortcomings. He was as flawed as anyone, more deeply flawed than some, and he never indulged in self-delusion in this matter. By any measure, his most serious fault must be his frequent homicidal urges, and the pleasure he took from killing. To his credit, at an early age, he recognized that this lust for killing was an imperfection in his character, and that it must not be lightly excused. Even as a young boy, he sought to channel his murderous impulses into responsible activities. First, he tortured and killed insects. Ants, beetles, spiders, flies, caterpillars. Back then, everyone seemed to agree that bugs of all kinds were largely a scourge. Perhaps the ultimate grace is to find one's bliss in useful work. His bliss was killing, and his useful work was the eradication of anything that creeped or crawled. Preston hadn't been environmentally aware in those days. His subsequent education left him mortified at the assault he had waged on nature when he'd been a boy. Bugs do enormously useful work. To this day, he remained haunted by the possibility that he had known, on some deep level, that his activities were unethical. Otherwise, why had he been so secretive when pursuing his bliss? He'd never bragged about the spiders crushed, the caterpillars dusted with salt, the beetles set afire. And without quite thinking about it, all but unconsciously, he had escalated from insects to small animals. Mice, gerbils, guinea pigs, birds, rabbits, cats. The family's 30-acre estate in Delaware provided a plenitude of wildlife that could be trapped for his purposes. In less fruitful seasons, his generous allowance permitted him to get what he needed from pet stores. He seemed to spend his 12th and 13th years in a semi-trance. So much secretive killing. Often, when he made an effort at recollection, those years blurred. No justification existed for the wanton destruction of animals. They belonged on this world more surely than people did. In retrospect, Preston wondered if he hadn't been perilously close to losing control of himself in those days. That period held little nostalgic value for him. He chose to remember better times. On the night following Preston's 14th birthday, life changed for the better with the visit of cousin Brandon, who arrived for a long weekend in the company of his parents. A lifelong paraplegic, Brandon depended on a wheelchair. In Preston's inner world, where he lived far more than not, he called his cousin the dirtbag, because, for almost 2 years between the ages of 7 and 8, Brandon had required a colostomy bag until a series of complex surgeries ultimately resolved a bowel problem. Because the mansion boasted an elevator, all 3 floors were accessible to the disabled boy. He slept in Preston's room, which had long been furnished with a second bed for friends on sleepovers. They had a lot of fun. The dirtbag, 13, possessed a singular talent for impersonation, uncannily reproducing the voices of family members and employees on the estate. Preston had never laughed so much as he had laughed that night. The dirtbag fell asleep around 1 o'clock in the morning. At 2 o'clock, Preston killed him. He smothered the boy with a pillow. Only the dirtbag's legs were paralyzed, but he suffered from other conditions that resulted in somewhat diminished upper body strength. He tried to resist, but not effectively. Having recently recovered from a protracted bout with a severe bronchial infection, the dirtbag's lung capacity might not have been at its peak. He died much too quickly to please Preston. Hoping to prolong the experience, Preston had relented a few times with the pillow, giving the dirtbag an opportunity to draw a breath but not to cry out. Nevertheless, the end came too soon. The bedclothes had been slightly disarranged by the boy's feeble struggle. Preston smoothed them. He brushed his dead cousin's hair, making him more presentable. Because the dirtbag died on his back, as he always slept, there was no need to reposition the body. Preston adjusted the arms and the hands to convey the impression of a quiet passing. The mouth hung open. Preston firmly closed it, held it, waited for it to lock in place. The eyes were wide, staring in what might have been surprise. He drew the lids shut and weighted them with quarters. After a couple hours, he removed the coins. The lids remained closed. Preston switched off the lamp and returned to his bed, burying his face in the same pillow with which he had smothered his cousin. He felt that he had done a fine thing. During the remainder of the night, he was too excited to sleep soundly, although he dozed on and off. He was awake, but pretending to oversleep, when at 8 o'clock the dirtbag's mother, Aunt Janice, also known as the Tits, rapped softly on the bedroom door. When her second knock wasn't answered, she entered anyway, for she was bringing her son's morning medicines. Planning to fake a startled awakening the instant that the Tits screamed, Preston was denied his dramatic moment when she made only a strangled sound of grief and sagged against the dirtbag's bed, sobbing as softly as she had knocked. At the funeral, Preston heard numerous relatives and family friends say that perhaps this was for the best, that Brandon had gone to a better place now, that his lifelong suffering had been relieved, that perhaps the parents' heavy grief was more than balanced by the weight of responsibility that had been lifted from their shoulders. This confirmed his perception that he had done a fine thing. His endeavors with insects were finished. His misguided adventures with small animals were at an end. He had found his work, and it was his bliss as well. A brilliant boy and superb student, the top of his class, he naturally turned to education to seek a greater understanding of his special role in life. In school and books, he found every answer that he wanted. While he learned, he practiced. As a young man of great wealth and privilege, he was much admired for the unpaid work he performed in nursing homes, which he modestly called just giving back a little to society in return for all my blessings. By the time that he went to university, Preston determined that philosophy would be his field, his chosen community. Introduced to a forest of philosophers and philosophies, he was taught that every tree stood equal to the others, that each deserved respect, that no view of life and life's purpose was superior to any other. This meant no absolutes existed, no certainties, no universal right or wrong, merely different points of view. Before him were millions of board feet of ideas, from which he'd been invited to construct any dwelling that pleased him. Some philosophies placed a greater value on human life than did others. Those were not for him. Soon he discovered that if philosophy was his community, then contemporary ethics was the street on which he most desired to live. Eventually, the relatively new field of bioethics became a cozy house in which he felt at home as never before in his life. Thus he had arrived at his current eminence, and to this place, this time. Soaring mountains, vast forests, eagles flying. North, north to Nuns Lake. The black hole had resurrected herself. She settled in the co-pilot's chair. Preston conversed with her, charmed her, made her laugh, drove with his usual expertise, drove north to Nuns Lake, but still he lived more richly within himself. He reviewed in memory his most beautiful killings. He had many more to remember than the world realized. The assisted suicides known to the media were but a fraction of his career achievements. Being one of the most controversial and one of the most highly regarded bioethicists of his day, Preston had a responsibility to his profession not to be immodest. Consequently, he'd never brag of the true number of mercies that he'd granted to those in need of dying. As they sped farther north, the sky steadily gathered clouds upon itself. Thin gray shrouds, and later thick thunderheads of a darker material. Before the day waned, Preston intended to locate and visit Leonard Tealroy, the man who claimed to have been healed by aliens. He hoped that the weather wouldn't interfere with his plans. He expected to find that Tealroy was a fraud. A dismayingly high percentage of claimed close encounters appeared to be obvious hoaxes. Nevertheless, Preston ardently believed that extraterrestrials had been visiting Earth for millennia. In fact, he was pretty sure that he knew what they were doing here. Suppose Leonard Tealroy had told the truth. Even suppose the alien activity at the Tealroy farm was ongoing. Preston still didn't believe the ETs would heal the hand and send her away dancing. His vision of the hand and the gimp being healed had never occurred. He'd invented it to explain to the black hole why he wanted to ricochet around the country in search of a close encounter. Now, still chatting with the hole, he checked the mirror on the visor. The hand sat at the dinette table, reading. What was it they called a condemned man in prison? Dead man walking. Yes, that was it. See here, dead girl reading. His real reasons for tracking down ETs and making contact were personal. They had nothing to do with the hand. He knew, however, that the black hole would not be inspired by his true motives. Every activity must somehow revolve around the hole. Otherwise, she would not cooperate in the pursuit of it. He had figured that this healing aliens story would be one that she would buy. Likewise, he had been confident that when at last he killed her children and claimed they had been beamed up to the stars, the whole would accept their disappearance with wonder and delight, and would fail to recognize her own danger. This had proved to be the case. If nature had given her a good mind, she had methodically destroyed it. She was a reliable dimwit. The hand was another matter. Too smart by half. Preston could no longer risk waiting until her 10th birthday. After he visited the Tealroy farm and assessed the situation there, if he saw no likelihood of making contact with ETs, he would drive east into Montana first thing in the morning. By 3 o'clock in the afternoon, he would take the girl to the remote and deeply shaded glen in which her brother waited for her. He would open the grave and force her to look at what remained of the gimp. That would be cruel. He recognized the meanness of it. As always, Preston forthrightly acknowledged his faults. He made no claim to perfection. No human could honestly make such a claim. In addition to his passion for homicide, he had over the years gradually become aware of a taste for cruelty. Killing mercifully, quickly, and in a manner that caused little pain had at first been immensely satisfying, but less so over time. He took no pride in this character defect, but neither did it shame him. Like every person on the planet, he was what he was, and had to make the best of it. All that mattered, however, was that he remained useful in a true and profound sense, that what he contributed to this troubled society continued to outweigh the resources he consumed to sustain himself. In the finest spirit of utilitarian ethics, he had put his faults to good use for humanity and had behaved responsibly. He reserved his cruelty strictly for those who needed to die anyway, and tormented them only immediately before killing them. Otherwise, he quite admirably controlled every impulse to be vicious. He treated all people, those he had not marked for death, with kindness, respect, and generosity. In truth, more like him were needed, men and women who acted within a code of ethics to rid an overpopulated world of the takers, of the worthless ones who, if left alive, would drag down not merely civilization with all their endless needs, but nature as well. There were so many of the worthless, legions. He wanted to subject the hand to the exquisite cruelty of seeing her brother's remains, because he was annoyed by her pious certainty that God had made her for a purpose, that her life had meaning she would one day discover. Let her look for meaning in the biological sludge and bristling bones of her brother's decomposed body. Let her search hopelessly for any sign of any God in that reeking grave. North, to Nuns Lake under a darkening sky. Soaring mountains, vast forests, eagles gone to roost. Dead girl reading. 62. According to the inset chart of estimated driving times on the AAA map, Mickey should have required 8 hours and 10 minutes to travel the 381 miles between Seattle and Nuns Lake. Speed limits and rest stops were factored into this estimate, as were the conditions of the narrower state and county roads that she had to use after she exited Interstate 90 southeast of Coeur d'Alene. After leaving Seattle promptly at 5:30 a.m., she reached her destination at 12:20 p.m., 1 hour and 20 minutes ahead of schedule. Light traffic, a disregard for speed limits, and a lack of interest in rest stops served her well. Nuns Lake proved to be true to its name. A large lake lay immediately south of it, and an imposing convent, built of native stone in the 1930s, stood on a high hill to the north. An order of Carmelite nuns occupied the convent, while fish of many denominations meditated in the deeps of the lake, bracketing the community between a monument to the power of the spirit and a flourishing recreational enterprise. Evergreen forests embraced the town. Under a threatening sky, great pines sentineled the looming storm. Orders upon orders of symbolic sisters in green wimples and gamps and habits needled garments so dark in this somber light that at a distance they looked almost as black as the vestments of the real nuns in the convent. Although the town had fewer than 2,000 residents in the off-season, a steady influx of fishermen, boaters, campers, hikers, and jet ski enthusiasts doubled the population during the summer. At a busy sportsman's store that sold everything from earthworms by the pint to 6 packs of beer, Mickey learned that 3 facilities in the area provided campsites with power and water hookups to motorhomes and travel trailers. Favoring tenters, the state park dedicated only 20% of its sites to campers requiring utilities. 2 privately owned RV campgrounds were a better bet for those roughing it in style. Within an hour, she visited all 3 places, inquiring whether the Jordan Banks family had checked in, certain that Maddock would not be traveling under his real name. They were in residence at none of the campgrounds, nor did they have a reservation at one. Because the stagnant economy had crimped some people's vacation plans, and because even in better times the area had a surplus of RV campsites, reservations weren't always required, and space was likely to be available at all 3 facilities when Maddock pulled into town. She asked each of the registration clerks not to mention her inquiry to the Banks family when eventually they showed up. "I'm Jordan's sister. He doesn't know I'm here. I want to surprise him. It's his birthday." If Maddock had false ID supporting his Jordan Banks identity, he probably had identification in other names as well. He might already be in one of these campgrounds, using a name that she didn't know. Leilani had described the motorhome as a luxurious converted Prevost bus.
When people see it rolling along the highway, they get all excited because they assume Godzilla is on vacation.
Furthermore, Mickey had seen the midnight blue Dodge Durango parked at the house trailer next door to Jen's place, and she knew Maddock towed it behind the Prevost. Consequently, if he was registered under a 3rd name, she'd be able to find him anyway during a tour of the campgrounds. The problem was that at each facility, she needed to know a registered guest in order to obtain a visitor's pass. Until Maddock either checked in under the Banks name, or until she learned what other identity he might be using, she wasn't able to undertake such a search. She could have rented a site at each campground, which would have allowed her to come and go as she pleased. But she had no tent or other camping gear. While you could sleep in a van and pass as RV royalty, sleeping in a car branded you as half a step up the social ladder from a homeless person, and you were not welcome. Besides, her budget was so tight that if she plucked it, the resulting note would be heard only by dogs. If she connected with Maddock here but was unable to find an opportunity to grab Leilani, she might have to follow them elsewhere. Because she didn't know where this quest might lead, she needed to conserve every dollar. Short of returning to all 3 campgrounds at 1 or 2 hour intervals, making a nuisance of herself, Mickey could see only one course of action, likely to lead her to Maddock soon after he finally arrived in Nuns Lake. He had come all this way to talk to a man who claimed to have experienced a close encounter with extraterrestrials. If she could run surveillance on that man's home, she would spot her quarry when he paid a visit. At the busy sportsman's store where previously she had inquired about RV-friendly campgrounds, she'd also asked about the local UFO celebrity, eliciting a weary laugh from the clerk. The man's name was Leonard Teelroy, and he lived on a farm 3 miles east of the town limits. The directions proved easy to follow, and the narrow county road was well marked. But when she arrived at the Teelroy place, she found that it qualified as a farm only because of the work that had once been done there, not because it currently produced anything. Broken-down fences surrounded fields, long ago gone to waist-high weeds. The weathered barn had not been painted in decades. Wind and rain, rot and termites, and the power of neglect had stripped fully a third of the boards from the flanks of this building, as though it were a fallen behemoth from the ribs of which carrion eaters had torn away the meat. The sway-backed ridgeline of the roof suggested that it might collapse if so much as a blackbird came to rest upon it. An ancient John Deere tractor, trademark corn green paint faded to a silver teal, lay on its side, entwined by rambling weeds along the oiled dirt driveway that led to the house, as if in some distant age the angry earth had rebelled at ceaseless cultivation and, loosing a sudden ravel of green brambles from its bosom, had snared the busy tractor, tipped it off its tires, and strangled the driver. Mickey had not originally intended to visit Tealroy, only to keep a watch on the house until Maddock arrived. She drove past the farm and immediately east of it. She saw that the north shoulder of the county road lay at the same elevation as surrounding land. She had her choice of several places where she could back the car among the trees to maintain surveillance from a relatively concealed position. Before she could pick her spot, she began to worry that Maddock might already have been here and gone. If she'd come after him, she would be maintaining surveillance, while he and Sensimia headed out of Nunn's Lake with Leilani for points unknown, untraceable. She'd chosen a route around Nevada, fearing that the government quarantine of the eastern portion of the state might widen to include the entire territory, trapping her within its boundaries. If Maddock had taken the Nevada route and had encountered no roadblocks, he had traveled fewer miles to get here than she did. Each day she had driven long hours, surely much longer than Maddock would have wanted to sit behind the wheel of a more difficult-to-handle vehicle like the motorhome. And she was confident that her Camaro had throughout the trip maintained a much higher average speed than his lumbering bus. Nevertheless, at the first opportunity, she swung the car around and returned to the Tealroy farm. Entering the driveway, passing the rusting hulk of the overturned tractor, she slowed and took a closer look. She half expected to glimpse the sun-bleached bones of the bramble-strangled driver that she had previously imagined, because on second view the farm appeared to be an even grimmer place and stranger than it had been at first sight. If Norman Bates, psycho of psychos, having escaped from the asylum and fearing that an immediate return to the motel business might make him easier for the police to find, decided to apply his knowledge of the hospitality industry to a simple bed and breakfast, this old house would have delighted him when he found it. Sun, rain, snow, and wind were the only painters these walls had seen in 20 years. Tealroy had done barely enough maintenance to spare himself from grisly death in a spontaneous structural implosion. Between the Camaro and the porch steps, Mickey crossed what remained of a front lawn, bare dirt and scraggly clumps of bunch grass. The wooden steps popped and creaked. The porch floor groaned. After knocking, she stepped back a few feet. By standing too close to the threshold, she seemed to be inviting a Jack the Ripper moment. The air could not have been stiller if the entire farm had been covered by a bell jar. The bruised and swollen sky looked angry, as though momentarily it would take hard revenge on everything below it. Mickey didn't hear anyone approaching the door, but abruptly it was yanked inward. Into the doorway hove a formidable bulk that smelled rather like sour milk, had a face as round and as red as a party balloon, and wore a beard so bristly that it looked less like hair than like tumbleweed. Bib overalls and a short-sleeved white t-shirt suggested this was a person standing before her, but the impression could be confirmed only by what she saw above a squash-shaped nose, aglow and webbed with burst capillaries. Between that nose and a head as utterly hairless as a tomato, 2 fat-swaddled brown eyes confirmed his humanity, for they were filled nearly to overflowing with suspicion, misery, hope, and need. "Mr. Tealroy?" she asked.
Yes, who else? Nobody here but me.
From out of that bulk and beard and bad body odor had come a voice as sweet as a choir boy's. "You're the Leonard Tealroy who had the close encounter?"
What outfit are you from?
he asked pleasantly. "Outfit?" He looked her over from head to foot and back up again.
Real people don't look as good as you, Missy. You're dressed down, trying to hide it, but you've got Hollywood written all over you."
"Hollywood? I'm afraid I don't follow you." He peered past her at the Camaro in the driveway.
The junk heap's a nice touch.
It's not a touch. It's my car.
People like me are born to cars like that. Someone looks as actress pretty as you, she's born with a Mercedes key in one hand.
He wasn't gruff or argumentative, but he had his opinions and, in spite of his dulcet tones, an attitude. He seemed to be expecting someone else. Because he appeared to have mistaken her for that person, she tried to start over. Mr. Tealroy, I've just come to hear about your UFO experience, and to ask—
Of course you've come to ask, because it's one of the great stories ever. It's a blockbuster, what happened to me. And I'm willing to give you everything you need, after the deal is made.
Deal?
But I expect honesty from anyone I do business with. You should have driven up in your real Mercedes, wearing your real clothes, and straight out told me what studio or network you're with. You haven't even told me your own name.
Now she understood. He believed his UFO experience would be the next Spielberg epic, with Mel Gibson in the Leonard Tealroy role. She didn't have any interest in his close encounter. However, she saw a way to use his misapprehension to get the information that she really needed. You're a shrewd man, Mr. Tealroy. He beamed and seemed to swell in response to this compliment. His unnaturally red complexion brightened further, as boilers always brighten in cartoons just prior to exploding.
I know what's fair, that's all I'm asking. Just what's fair for a story this big.
I can't reach my boss on a Sunday. Tomorrow I'll call him at the studio, discuss the situation, and come back with an offer in an entirely professional manner. He nodded slowly twice, as a courtly gentleman might acknowledge agreement with a lady's kind proposal.
I'd be gratified.
One question, Mr. Tealroy. Do we have competition? When he raised one eyebrow, she said, Has a representative from another studio been here already this morning?
No one's been here till you.
Suddenly and visibly, he realized that he ought to leave her with the impression that enormous sums had already been dangled before him.
One fella visited yesterday,
he hesitated,
from one of the big studios.
Poor Leonard didn't lie well. His boyish voice thickened with embarrassment at his boldness. Even if someone had been here on Saturday, inquiring about the UFO, he couldn't have been Maddock. At most, the Prevost might have rolled into Nuns Lake a few hours ahead of Mickey.
I won't say which studio,
Tealroy added. I understand.
And not 30 minutes ago, I had a call about all this. Man says he came here from California to see me, so I'm sure he's one of you people.
The hesitancy and the thickness had gone out of his voice. This was no lie.
We have an appointment shortly.
Well, Mr. Tealroy, I'm sure you've heard of Paramount Pictures, haven't you?
They're big time.
Way big time. My name's Janet Hitchcock, no relation, and I'm an executive with Paramount Pictures. If Maddock proved to be the man with an appointment, she hoped to prevent Tealroy from mentioning her in such a way that the Doom Doctor would realize who'd been here before him. Now there would be no reference to a nameless, actress-pretty woman in a dusty old Camaro. Tealroy would instead be eager to drop the name Janet Hitchcock of Paramount Pictures.
Pleased to meet you, Miss Hitchcock.
He held out his hand, and she shook it before she had time to think about where it might have been recently. I'll give you a call tomorrow, she lied. We'll set up a meeting for the afternoon. Although the man was a grotesque, though he was trying to work a scam, though he might be delusional, possibly dangerous, Mickey regretted lying to him. He'd shed all suspicion, but his eyes still brimmed with misery and need. He was more pathetic than offensive. The world held too many people who couldn't wait to shoot the wounded. She didn't want to be one of them. 63. Curtis sits in the co-pilot's chair of the parked Fleetwood, gazing through the windshield, wondering if the nuns will risk water skiing with a storm soon to break. He had arrived here in Nuns Lake Saturday afternoon, in the protection of the Spelkenfelter sisters. They settled in a campground on a site that offered them a view of the lake through framing trees. During the past 24 hours, Curtis has spotted no nuns, either on the lake or engaged in activities on its shores. This disappoints him, because he has seen so many wonderful, caring nuns in movies. Ingrid Bergman, Audrey Hepburn. but has yet to glimpse a real live one since his arrival on this world. The twins have assured him that if he is patient and watchful, he will see scores of fully habited nuns water skiing, parasailing, and jet boat racing. They have made these assurances with such delightful giggles that he infers that nuns at play must be one of the most charming sights this planet offers. After Curtis revealed his true nature on Friday evening in Twin Falls, Cass and Polly volunteered to be his royal guard. He had tried to explain that he descended from no imperial lineage, that he was an ordinary person just like them. Well, not just like them, considering that he possesses the ability to control his biological structure and to change shape to imitate any organism that has a reasonably high level of intelligence, but otherwise pretty much like them, except that he has no talent as a juggler and would be paralyzingly self-conscious if he had to perform nude on a Las Vegas stage. They, however, apply a Star Wars template to the situation. They insist on seeing him as Princess Leia without either ample breasts or elaborate hairdo. The transmission for their sense of wonder has been engaged, shifted into high gear, and set racing. They say that they have long dreamed of this moment, and they are ready to dedicate the rest of their lives to helping him perform the work that his mother and her followers came here to do. He has explained his mission to them, and they understand what he can do for humanity. He has not yet given them the gift, but soon he will, and they are excited by the prospect of receiving it. Because they have been so kind to him, and because he has come to think of them as his sisters, Curtis was at first reluctant to remain with them, and thus put them at risk. Since his lapse on Thursday, he has been Curtis Hammond without fail, in full and fine detail. He is less easily detected by his enemies now than he has been at any time since he arrived on this world, and hour by hour he blends better with the human population. Yet even when he can no longer be detected at all by the biological scanners that he has spent so much time and effort dodging, both human and extraterrestrial hunters will continue to search for him. And if the wrong scalawags ever find him, those who are aligned with him in his work, like Cass and Polly, will be marked for death as certainly as he himself is. During his 6 frantic days on Earth, however, he has grown up. His terrible losses and his isolation from his own kind have forced him to the understanding that he must not merely survive, must not simply hope to advance his mother's mission, but must seize the day and do the work. Do the work. This requires the strong assistance of a circle of friends, a reliable cadre of committed souls who are good of heart, quick of mind, and courageous. Much as he dreads having to assume responsibility for putting the lives of others at risk, he has no choice if he is to prove himself worthy of being his mother's son. Changing a world, as he must change this one to save it, comes at a cost, sometimes a terrible price. If he must assemble a force for change, then Cass and Polly are the ideal recruits. The goodness of their hearts cannot be doubted, nor the quickness of their minds, and between them they have enough courage to sustain a platoon of Marines. Furthermore, their years in Hollywood have sharpened their survival skills and motivated them to become masters of weaponry, which has already proved useful. They have brought Curtis to Nuns Lake because they would have come here anyway if they'd never met him. It had been the next stop on their UFO pilgrimage, and they'd taken a detour to the Neary Ranch when the government cordoned off part of Utah in search of the crazed drug lords that all clear-thinking people knew must actually be ETs. Besides, after the violent encounter at the Crossroads store, they believed it would be wise to get farther from the Nevada border than Twin Falls, Idaho. Now, after a much-needed day of rest, as the twins confer in the dining nook, studying maps and deciding where best to go next, Curtis watches the lake for nuns at play. And he occupies his mind with such big plans for a world-changing campaign that his 10-year-old brain, though organically augmented more than once at his beloved mother's insistence, feels as if it might explode. Even when plans are being busily spun to save a world, dogs must pee. Old Yeller makes her urgent need known by pawing at the door and by rolling her eyes at her brother Become. When Curtis goes to the door to let the dog out, Polly rises from the dining nook and warns him to stay inside, where he will be less easily detected if agents of the evil empire are in the vicinity with scanners. He's told them that there is no empire aligned against him. The true situation is in some ways simpler and in other ways more complex than standard political entities. The twins are staying with the Star Wars template nonetheless, perhaps hoping that Han Solo and a Wookiee will show up in an Airstream travel trailer to add to the fun. "I'll take her out," says Polly.
No one needs to go along,
Curtis explains.
I'll let her out by herself, but I'll stay with her in spirit.
"The boy-dog bond," Polly says.
Yeah, I can have a look around the campground through little sister here.
"This is so Art Bell," Polly says, referring to a radio talk show host who deals in UFO reports and stories of alien contact. She shivers with the thrill of it. Old Yeller jumps from the motorhome to the ground. The sisters reconvene over the maps, and Curtis returns to the co-pilot's seat. His bond with little sister is at all times established, 24 hours a day, whether he is focused on it or not. Now he focuses. The cockpit of the Fleetwood, the trees beyond the windshield, and the nunless lake beyond the trees all fade from his awareness, and Curtis is both inside the motorhome and afoot in the world with Old Yeller. She pees, but not all at once. Padding among the motorhomes and the travel trailers, she happily explores this new territory, and when she finds something particularly to her liking, she marks the spot with a quick squat and a brief stream. The warm afternoon is gradually cooling as the clouds pour out of the west, roll down the rocky peaks, and, trapped between the mountains, condense into ever darker shades of gray. The day smells of the sheltering pines, of the forest mast, of rain brewing. Death still, the air is also heavy with expectancy, as if in an instant the eerily deep calm might whip itself into a raging tumult. Everywhere, campers prepare for the storm. Extendable canvas awnings are cranked shut and locked down. Women fold lawn furniture and stow it in motorhomes. A man leads 2 children back from the lakeshore, all in swimsuits and carrying beach toys. People gather up magazines, books, blankets, anything that shouldn't get wet. Old Yeller receives unsolicited coos and compliments, and she rewards every expression of delight with a grin and the brisk wagging of her tail, although she cannot be distracted from her explorations, which she finds ceaselessly intriguing. The world is an infinite sea of odors, and every scent is a current that either brings fresh life to complex memories or teases with mystery and a promise of wondrous discoveries. Curiosity and the measured payout of a full bladder lead Old Yeller through a maze of recreational vehicles and trees and picnic benches to a motorhome that looms like a juggernaut, poised to crush battalions in a great war that is straining toward eruption at any moment. Even compared to the twins' impressive Fleetwood American heritage, this behemoth is a daunting machine. Sister Become is drawn to this caravan fit for Zeus, not because of its tremendous size or because of its formidable appearance, but because the scents associated with it both fascinate and disturb her. She approaches warily, sniffs the tires, peers cautiously into the shadows beneath the vehicle, and at last arrives at the closed door, where she sniffs still more aggressively. Aboard the Fleetwood, physically far removed from Old Yeller, Curtis nonetheless is disquieted and overcome by a sense of danger. His first thought is that this juggernaut, like the Corvette behind the Crossroads store, might be more than it appears to be, a machine not of this world. The dog had penetrated the illusion of the sports car and had perceived the alien conveyance beneath. Here, however, she sees only what anyone can see, which strikes her as plenty strange enough. At the motorhome door, one sharp smell suggests bitterness, while another is the essence of rot. Not the bitterness of quassia or quinine, the bitterness of a soul in despair. Not the stench of flesh decomposing, but of a spirit hideously corrupted, in a body still alive. To the dog, everyone's body emits pheromones that reveal much about the true condition of the spirit within. And here, too, is a twist of an odor suggesting sourness. Not the sourness of lemons or spoiled milk, but of fear so long endured and purely distilled that Sister Become whimpers in sympathy with the heart that lives in such constant anxiety. She has not a dram of sympathy, however, for the vicious beast whose malodor underlies all other scents. Someone who lives in this vehicle is a sulphurous volcano of repressed rage, a steaming cesspool of hatred so dark and thick that even though the monster currently is not present, its singularly caustic spore burns like toxic fumes in Sister Become's sensitive nose. If death truly stalks the world in living form, with or without hooded robe and scythe, Its pheromones can be no more fearsome than these. The dog sneezes to clear her nostrils of the stinging effluvium, growls low in her throat, and backs away from the door. Old Yeller sneezes twice again as she rounds the front of the enormous motorhome, and when, at Curtis's instruction, she looks up toward the panoramic windshield, she sees, as thus does he, neither a goblin nor a ghoul, but a pretty young girl of 9 or 10. This girl stands beside the unoccupied driver's seat, leaning on it, bent forward, peering toward the lake and at the steadily hardening sky, probably trying to judge how long until the tension in the clouds will crack and the storms spill out. Hers might be the bitter despair and the long-distilled sourness of fear that in part drew Sister Become to investigate this ominous motorhome. Surely the girl isn't the source of the rotten fetor that, for the dog, identifies a deeply corrupted soul. She is too young to have allowed worms so completely to infest her spirit. Neither can she be the monster whose heart is a machine of rage and whose blood is hatred flowing. She notices Sister Become and looks down. The dog, and Curtis, unseen in his Fleetwood redoubt, gaze up from the severe angle that is the canine point of view on all the world above 2 feet. Yeller's wagging tail renders a judgment without need of words. The girl is radiant. In her home on wheels, where evidently she belongs, she appears nevertheless to be lost and haunted. More than merely haunted, she half seems to be a ghost herself, and the big windshield lies between her and the dog as though it is a cold membrane between the land of the living and the land of the dead. The radiant girl turns away and moves deeper into the motorhome, evanescing into the dim beyond. 64. Nature had all but reclaimed the land that had been the Tealroy farm. Deer roamed where horses had once plowed. Weeds ruled. Undoubtedly handsome in its day, the rambling Victorian house had been remodeled into Gothic by time, weather, and neglect. The resident was a repulsive toad. He had the sweet voice of a young prince, but he looked like a source of warts and worse. At first sight of the toad, Preston almost returned to his SUV. He almost drove away without a question. He found it difficult to believe that this odious bumpkin's fantastic story of alien healing would be convincing. The man was at best a bad joke, and more likely he was the mentally disordered consequence of generations of white trash incest. Yet, during the past 5 years, among the hundreds of people to whom Preston had patiently listened recount their tales of UFO sightings and alien abductions, occasionally the least likely specimens proved to be the most convincing. He reminded himself that pigs were used to hunt for truffles. Even a toad in bib overalls might once in a while know a truth worth learning. Invited inside, Preston accepted. The threshold proved to lie between ordinary Idaho and a kingdom of the surreal. In the entry hall, he found himself among a tribe of Indians. Some smiled, some struck noble poses, but most looked as inscrutable as any dreamy-faced Buddha or Easter Island stonehead. All appeared peaceable. Decades ago, when the country had been more innocent, these life-size, hand-carved, intricately hand-painted statues had stood at the entrances to cigar stores. Many held faux boxes of cigars as if offering a smoke. Most were chiefs crowned by elaborate feathered headdresses, which were also carved out of wood and were hand-painted like the rest of their costumes. A few ordinary braves attended the chiefs, wearing headbands featuring 1 or 2 wooden feathers. Of those not holding cigar boxes, some stood with a hand raised perpetually in a sign of peace. One of the smiling chiefs made the OK sign with thumb and forefinger. 2, a chief, a brave, gripped raised tomahawks. They weren't threatening in demeanor, but they looked sterner than the others, early advocates of aggressive tobacco marketing. 2 chiefs held peace pipes. The hall was perhaps 40 feet long. Cigar store Indians lined both sides, at least 24 of them. A majority stood with their backs to the walls, facing one another across the narrow walk space. Only 4 figures stood out of alignment, angled to monitor the front door, as if they were guardians of the Tealroy homestead. More Indians loomed on alternating risers of the ascending stairs, against the wall opposite the railing. All faced the lower floor, as though descending to join the powwow.
Collected Indians.
The toad didn't often trim his mustache. This fringe drooped over his lips and almost entirely concealed them. When he spoke, his lilting voice penetrated this concealing hair, with the mystery of a spirit at a séance speaking through the veiled face of a medium. Because he barely moved his hair-draped lips when he spoke, you could almost believe that he himself wasn't speaking at all, but was an organic radio receiving a broadcast signal from another entity.
They're worth a bunch, these Indians, but I can't sell 'em. They're the most thing I've got left of my daddy.
Preston supposed that the statues might indeed have value as folk art, but they were of no interest to him. A lot of art, folk art in particular, celebrated life. Preston did not.
Come on in the living room,
said his flushed and bristling host.
We'll talk this out.
With all the grace of a tottering hog, the toad moved toward an archway to the left. The arch, once generous, had been reduced to a narrow opening by magazines tied with string in bundles of 10 and 20, and then stacked in tight, mutually supportive columns. The toad appeared to be too gross to fit through that pinched entry. Surprisingly, he slipped between the columns of compressed paper without a hitch or hesitation. During years of daily passage, the human greaseball had probably lubricated the encroaching magazines with his natural body oils. The living room was no longer truly a room. The space had been transformed into a maze of narrow passageways.
Ma saved magazines,
explained the toad.
So do I.
7- and 8-foot stacks of magazines and newspapers formed the partitions of the maze. Some were bundled with twine. Others were stored in cardboard boxes on which, in block letters, had been hand-printed the names of publications. Wedged between flanking buttresses of magazines and cartons, tall wooden bookshelves stood packed with paperbacks. Issues of National Geographic. Yellowing piles of pulp magazines from the 1920s and 30s. Cramped niches in these eccentric palisades harbored small pieces of furniture. A needlepoint chair had been squeezed between columns of magazines. More ragged-edged pulps were stacked on its threadbare cushion. Here, a small end table with a lamp. And here, a hat tree with 8 hooks, upon which hung a collection of at least twice that many moth-eaten fedoras. More life-size wooden Indians were incorporated into the walls, wedged between the junk. 2 were female, Indian princesses, both fetching. One stared at some far horizon, solemn and mystical. The other looked bewildered. No daylight penetrated from the windows to the center of the labyrinth. Veils of shadow hung everywhere, and a deeper gloom was held off only by the central ceiling fixture and occasional niche lamps with stained and tasseled shades. Overall, the acidic odor of browning newsprint and yellowing paperbacks dominated. In pockets, the pungent stink of mouse urine. Underneath, a whiff of mildew, traces of powdered insecticide, and the subtle perfume of decomposing flesh, possibly a rodent that had died long ago, and that was now but a scrap of leather and gray fur wrapped around papery bones. Preston disliked the filth, but found the ambiance appealing. Life wasn't lived here. This was a house of death. The incorporation of cigar store Indians into the walls of the maze lent a quality of the catacombs to the house, as though these figures were mummified corpses. Following the toad through the twists and turns of this 3-dimensional webwork, Preston expected to find Ma Toad and Pa Toad, though dead, sitting in junk-flanked niches of their own. Funeral clothes hanging loose and largely empty on their dry skeletal frames. Eyes and lips sewn shut with mortuary thread. Ears shriveled into gristly knots. Mottled skin shrink-wrapped to their skulls. Nostrils trailing spider's silk like plumes of cold breath. When the toad ultimately led him to a small clearing in the maze where they could sit and talk, Preston was disappointed not to find any family cadavers lovingly preserved. This parlor at the hub of the labyrinth barely measured large enough to accommodate him and the toad at once. An armchair, flanked by a floor lamp and a small table, faced a television. To the side stood an ancient, brocade-upholstered sofa with a tassel-fringed skirt. The toad sat in the armchair. Preston squeezed past him and settled on the end of the sofa farthest from his host. Had he sat any closer, they would have been brought together in an intolerably intimate tete-a-tete. They were surrounded by maze walls constructed of magazines, newspapers, books, old 78 RPM phonograph records stored in plastic milk crates, stacks of used coffee cans that might contain anything from nuts and bolts to severed human fingers, boxy floor model radios from the 1930s balanced atop one another, and an array of other items too numerous to catalog, all interlocked, held together by weight and mold and inertia, braced by strategically placed planks and wedges. The Toad, like his loon-mad ma and pa before him, was a world-class obsessive. Pack-rat royalty. Ensconced in his armchair, the Toad said,
"So, what's your deal?" "As I explained on the phone earlier, I've come to hear about your close encounter." "Here's the thing, Mr. Banks. After all these many years, the government went and cut off my disability checks." "I'm sorry to hear that." "Said I'd been faking 20 years, which I flatly did not."
"I'm sure you didn't."
"Maybe the doctor who certified me made a true racket of it, like they say, and maybe I was the only for real suffering soul ever crossed his doorstep. But I have been a genuine half-cripple. Damn if I weren't."
"And this relates to your close encounter how?" Preston asked. A small, glistening pink animal poked its head out of the Toad's great, tangled beard. Preston leaned forward, fascinated, until he realized that the pink animal was the man's tongue. It slid back and forth between lips no doubt best left unrevealed, perhaps to lubricate them in order to facilitate the passage of his lies.
"I'm grateful," said the Toad, "that some three-eyed starmen come along and healed me. They were a weird crew, no two ways about it, and plenty scary enough to please the big audience you need, but in spite of their being so scary, I acknowledge they committed a good deed on me. The problem is now I'm not the pitiful half-cripple that I always used to be, so there's no way to get back on disability."
"A dilemma," Preston said.
"I made a promise to the Starmen, and a solemn promise it was, not to reveal them to the world for what they done here. I feel most bad about breaking that promise, but the hard fact is I've got to eat and pay bills."
Preston nodded at the bibbed and bearded moron.
"I'm sure the Starmen will understand." "Don't mean to say I'm not for sure grateful about having the cripple taken right out of me with that blue light thing of theirs. But all-powerful like they were, it seems queer they wouldn't also thought to give me some skill or talent I could put to use making a living, like mind-reading or seeing the future."
"Or the ability to turn lead into gold," Preston suggested.
"There would be a good one,"
the Toad declared, slapping his armchair with one hand.
"And I wouldn't abuse the privilege neither. I'd make me just as little gold as I needed to get by."
"You strike me as responsible in that respect," said Preston.
"Thank you, Mr. Banks. I do appreciate the sentiment. But this is all just jabber, 'cause the spacemen didn't think to bless me in that regard. So, though it shames me to break my solemn promise, I can't see any damn way out of this dilemma, as you called it, except to sell my story of being decrippled by aliens."
Although the Toad gave even deeper meaning to the word fraud than had any politician of recent memory, and though Preston had no intention of reaching for his wallet and fishing out a $20 bill, curiosity compelled him to ask, "How much do you want?" What might have been a shrewd expression furrowed the Toad's blotchy red brow, pinched the corners of his eyes, and further puckered his boiled dumpling nose. Or it might have been a mini-seizure.
"Now, sir, we're both smart businessmen here, and I have a world of respect for you, just as I'm sure you have for me. When it comes to business matters between such as us, I don't believe it's my place to set a final price. More like it's your place to start the dealing with a fair offer to which, with due consideration, I'll reply. But seeing as how you have been a gentleman to me, I will give you the special courtesy of saying that I know what's fair, and that what's fair is somewhere north of $1 million.
The man was a complete lunatic. Preston said,
I'm sure it's fair, but I don't think I've got that much in my wallet.
The choir boy voice produced a silvery, almost girlish laugh, and the Toad slapped his armchair with both hands. He seemed never to have heard a funnier quip. Leaning forward in his chair, clearly confident of his ability to be amusing in return, the Toad winked and said,
When the time comes, I'll accept your check and no driver's license necessary.
Preston smiled and nodded. In his quest for extraterrestrial contact, he had tolerated uncounted fools and frauds over the years. This was the price he had to pay for the hope of one day finding truth and transcendence. ETs were real. He badly wanted them to be real, though not for the same reasons that the Toad or average UFO buffs wanted them to be real. Preston needed them to be real in order to make sense of his life. The Toad grew serious.
Mr. Banks, you haven't told me your outfit yet.
Outfit?
In a true spirit of fair dealing, I'm obliged to tell you that just earlier this very day, Miss Janet Hitchcock herself of Paramount Pictures paid me a visit. She'll be making an offer tomorrow. I told her straight out about your interest, though I couldn't tell her your outfit, being as I didn't know it.
If Paramount Pictures ever sent an executive to Nuns Lake to buy the Toad's tale of being decrippled by aliens, their purchase of screen rights could be reliably taken as an omen that the universe would at any moment suddenly implode, instantly compacting itself into a dense ball of matter the size of a pea.
I'm afraid there's been a misunderstanding,
said Preston. The Toad didn't want to hear about misunderstandings, only about seven-figure bank drafts.
I'm not pitchforking moo crap at you, sir. Our mutual respect is too large for moo crap. I can prove every word I'm saying just by showing you one thing, and you'll know it's all real, every bit of it.
He rolled up and out of the armchair as though he were a hog rising from its slough, and he waddled out of the hub of the maze by a route different from the one that they had followed here from the front hall.
Come on, you'll see, Mr. Banks.
Preston had no fear of the Toad, and he was pretty sure the man lived alone. Nevertheless, although additional members of this inbred clan might be lurking around and might prove ferociously psychotic, he wasn't put off by the prospect of meeting them, if they existed. The atmosphere of decline and dissolution in this house was, from Preston's perspective, a romantic ambiance. To a man so in love with death, this was the equivalent of a starlit beach in Hawaii. He wished to explore more of it. Besides, although the Toad had thus far seemed to be a flagrant fraud, his sweet, clear voice had resonated with what had sounded like sincerity when he'd claimed that he could show Preston one thing to prove that his story was all real, every bit of it. Into tunnels of paper and Indians and stacked furniture, Preston followed his host. Into a warren of glossy fashion, pulp fiction, and yellowing news compacted into building blocks. Out of angular and intersecting passageways as oddly scented as the deepest galleries of ancient Egyptian tombs, around a shadowy cochlear spiral where the Toad's open-mouthed breathing whispered off every surface with a sound like scarabs scuttling in the walls, they progressed through two more large rooms, identifiable as separate spaces only by the intervening doorways. The doors had been removed, evidently to facilitate movement through the labyrinth. The remaining jams and headers were embedded like mineshaft supports in the tightly packed materials that formed these funhouse corridors. All windows had been blocked off. Maze partitions often rose until the overhead plaster allowed no higher stacks. Therefore, the ceiling transitions from chamber to chamber were difficult to detect. The oak floors remained consistent, worn to bare wood by shuffling traffic, darkened here and there by curious stains that resembled Rorschach patterns.
You'll see, Mr. Banks,
the Toad wheezed, while through his snaky warrens he hurried like a hobbit gone to seed.
Oh, you'll see the proof, all right.
Just when Preston began half-seriously to speculate that this bizarre house was a tesseract bridging dimensions, existing in many parallel worlds, and that it might go on forever, the Toad led him out of the labyrinth into a kitchen. Not an ordinary kitchen. The usual appliances were here. An old white-enameled range, yellowed and chipped, with side-by-side ovens under a cooktop. one humming and shuddering refrigerator that appeared to date from the days when people still called them iceboxes, toaster, microwave. But with these appliances, the ordinary ended. Every countertop, from the formica surface to the underside of the upper cabinets, was packed to capacity with empty beer and soda bottles stacked horizontally like the stock of a wine cellar. A few cabinet doors stood open. Within were more empty bottles. A pyramid of bottles occupied the kitchen table. The window above the sink provided a view of an enclosed back porch that appeared to contain thousands of additional bottles. The Toad apparently prepared all his meals on the butcher block top of the large center island. The condition of that work surface was unspeakable. A door opened on a set of back stairs too narrow for the storage of Indians. Here, with glue, empty beer bottles, most of them green, some clear, had been fixed to the flanking walls and to the ceiling, hundreds upon hundreds of them, like three-dimensional wallpaper. Although the malty residue in all the containers had years ago evaporated, the stairwells still smelled of stale beer.
"Come along, Mr. Banks. Not much farther. You'll see why north of $1 million is a fair price."
Preston followed the Toad to the top of the glass-lined stairs. The upper hall had been narrowed by an accumulation of junk similar to the collection on the lower floor. They passed rooms from which the doors had been removed. Annexes of the primary first-floor maze appeared to have been established in these spaces. The Toad's bedroom still featured a door. The chamber past this threshold had not been transformed into an anthill of tunnels, as had so much of the house. 2 nightstands with lamps flanked the large, unmade bed. A dresser, a chiffonier, and a chifforobe provided the Toad with ample storage space for his bib overalls. The threat of normalcy was held at bay, however, by a collection of straw hats that hung on nails from every wall, ceiling to floor. Straw hats for men, women, and children. Straw hats in every known style, for every need from that of the working farmhand to that of a lady wanting a suitable chapeau to attend church on a hot summer Sunday. Straw hats in natural hues and in pastel tints, in various stages of deterioration, hung in overlapping layers, until Preston almost began to forget they were hats, to see the repetitive shapes of the crowns as a sort of wraparound upholstery, like the acoustic-friendly walls of a recording studio or radio station. A second collection cluttered the room, scores upon scores of both plain and fancy walking sticks. Simple walnut canes with rubber tips and sleek, curved handles. Hickory canes with straight shafts but with braided wood handles. Oak, mahogany, maple, cherry, and stainless steel models, some with plain handles, others graced by figured grips of cast brass or carved wood. Lacquered black canes with silvery tips, the perfect thing for a tuxedoed Fred Astaire, hung next to those white canes that were reserved for the blind. The canes were stored in groups in several umbrella stands, but they also hung from the sides of the dresser, the chiffonier, and the chifforobe. Instead of cloth panels, curtains of canes dangled from the drapery rods. At one window, the Toad had previously unhooked a dozen canes from the rod, revealing a portion of the pane. He'd also rubbed the glass half clean with his hand. He led Preston to this view and pointed northeast across a weedy field toward the 2-lane road. A little winded from the journey, he said,
"Mr. Banks, you see the woods yonder, past the county blacktop? Now look 70 yards easterly of the entrance here to my farm, and you'll damn well see a car pulled in among the trees over there."
Preston was confused and disappointed, having hoped that the Toad's proof of a healing close encounter might be an alien artifact obviously not manufactured on this world, or snapshots of strange three-eyed beings. Or if the evidence was obviously fake, then something worth a good laugh.
"That's the sneaky junk car she used to disguise herself when first she come here, pretending not to be big-time movie people."
Preston frowned. She?
"Miss Janet Hitchcock, like I told you, all the way here from Paramount Pictures down in California, your stomping grounds. She's watching my place so she can see who her competition is."
A pair of high-power binoculars rested on the windowsill. The Toad handed them to Preston. The binoculars felt greasy. He winced and almost cast them aside in disgust.
"Proof, sir,"
said the Toad,
Proof I'm not inventing all this whoop-de-doo about Paramount Pictures. Proof I'm being foursquare fair with you, businessman to businessman with full respect. It's just a speck of brightness in among the pines, but you'll see.
Curious, Preston raised the field glasses and focused on the car in the woods. Even though the vehicle was white, it was tucked among the high-skirted trees, shrouded by shadows, and not easy to see in any useful detail. The toad said,
She was leaning against the front of it earlier, watching to where my driveway meets the county road, hoping she'd see who you might be.
The woman no longer leaned against the car. Maybe she had gotten into the vehicle. The interior was dark. He couldn't tell whether someone sat behind the wheel.
Whatever outfit you're with down there in California, I'm sure you're well connected to the movie world entire. You go to all the same parties as the stars, so you'll recognize a true bigwheel like Miss Janet Hitchcock of Paramount Pictures.
When he located the woman, Preston recognized her all right. She stood apart from the car, not as deep in the shadows as it was, leaning now against a tree, identifiable even in the drowned light of the pending storm. Michelina Teresa Belsong, ex-con, apprentice alcoholic, job seeker without hope, niece to senile old Aunt Jen, cheap slut trying to reform, guilt-racked wretch looking for meaning in her stupid, sorry little life, self-appointed savior of Leilani, would-be exhumer of Lucipela, self-deluded dragon slayer, useless, nosy, meddlesome bitch. Still watching Mickey Belsong, Preston said,
Yes, it's Janet Hitchcock, sure enough. Looks like I'm not going to be able to avoid a bidding war, Mr.
And he almost said Mr. Toad.
Mr. Tealroy.
Wasn't ever the case I was scheming toward that, Mr. Banks. I just wanted you to know fair enough that you had competition. I'm not looking for more than my story's rightly worth.
I understand, of course. I'd like to make you an offer before I leave today, but it's my preference in these cases to present the deal in the presence of the whole family, since this much money will affect all of you profoundly. Is there a wife, sir, and children? And what of your parents?
Ma and Pa, they're both long gone, Mr. Banks.
I'm sorry to hear that.
And I never did marry, not that I was wholly without some good opportunities.
Still focused on the distant woman, Preston said,
So it's just you here alone in this rambling house?
Just me, said the toad. And as much as I surely am a committed bachelor, I must admit, it gets awful lonely sometimes.
He sighed.
Just me.
Good, said Preston, turning away from the window and, with savage force, smashing the heavy binoculars into the toad's face. The blow produced a wet crunch, a strangled sob, and the man's immediate collapse. Preston threw the binoculars on the disheveled bed, where he would be able to find them later. Hooked on the windowsill were several canes. He seized one that featured a bronze wolf's head for a handle. On his back, flat on the floor, the toad gazed up, his hideous nose now shattered and more repulsive than before, his unkempt beard bejeweled with blood, his blotchy face suddenly every bit as pale as it had previously been flushed. Holding the cane by the wrong end, Preston raised it overhead. The toad lay stunned, perhaps disoriented, but then his eyes cleared, and when he saw what was coming, he spoke with tremulous emotion and with obvious relief.
Thank you.
You're welcome,
Preston assured him, and hammered the wolf's head into the center of the man's brow. More than once, maybe half a dozen times. The cane cracked, but didn't come apart. When he was certain that he had killed the toad, he threw the damaged walking stick on the bed beside the binoculars. Later, he would wipe both objects clean of fingerprints. He intended ultimately to burn down this great pile of tinder. No evidence would be likely to survive the flames, but he was a careful man. Quickly, Preston selected another cane. A polished brass serpent formed the handle, inset with faceted red glass eyes. He suppressed the madcap urge to select a jaunty straw hat in which to court the lady of the hour. In addition to being a service to humanity and to Mother Earth, killing was fun, but one must never lose sight of the fact that it was also serious business, fraught with risk, and frowned upon by many. Out of the dead toad's boudoir, along the trash-packed upstairs hall, to the bottle-decorated back stairs, and down. Through the foul kitchen, onto the enclosed porch where 1,000 and yet 1,000 bottles glimmered darkly, as if the coming storm were pent up in them and soon to be uncorked. Outside, he hurried across a backyard that was more dirt than scattered bunchgrass, careful to keep the house between him and the position in the woods from which the entirely useless Ms. Bellsong maintained surveillance. Most likely, she expected to follow him into Nunn's Lake, staying at a distance to avoid being spotted. Once she'd found where he had parked the motorhome, she evidently intended to watch and wait, and seize the first opportunity to spirit Leilani away, out of Idaho, to Clarissa the Goiter and her 60 parrots in Hemet. The stupid slut. Fools, the lot of them. They thought that he knew nothing, but he knew all. Beyond the barren yard lay a thriving field of shoulder-high weeds. He had to stoop only slightly to disappear among them. Heading east, he plunged through wild grass, milkweed. Cover was provided, too, by scattered cornstalks that had been cultivated long in the past and that had gone wild generations ago, but that still raggedly, stubbornly ruled the field. He hurried parallel to the distant road, intending eventually to turn north, cross the road beyond her view, and then turn west. He would circle behind the useless Mickey Bellsong and club her to the ground with the serpent cane. The glowering sky pressed lower by the minute, black clouds like knotted fists full of cruel power. No thunder yet, but thunder soon. And eventually lightning would score the sky and cast hot reflections on the brass serpent, perhaps even as it struck. And struck. But in spite of the dazzling flash and rumble soon to descend, Preston Maddock knew that the halls of heaven were deserted, and that no one occupied those heights to look down on what he did, or to care. 65. The motherless boy is troubled, and he doesn't trouble easily. He sits on one of the sofas in the lounge of the Fleetwood, petting Old Yeller, who lies across his lap, while the twins continue to brood over maps in the dining nook. Advanced preparation had left Curtis with considerable knowledge regarding most of the Earth species he would be likely to encounter on his mission. Consequently, he knows a great deal about dogs, not solely what he absorbed from the astonishing number of canines that he's seen in 9,658 movies, but from specific flash-feed instruction he has received regarding the flora and fauna of this planet. Sister Become has numerous admirable qualities, not the least of which is her nose. Its shape, pebbly texture, and shiny blackness contribute to her beauty, but more important, her sense of smell is perhaps 20,000 times more sensitive than that of any human being. If the enormous motorhome in which he saw the radiant girl also contained hunters of the kind that were encountered at the Crossroads store in Nevada, the dog would have detected their unique scent, would have recognized it instantly, and would have reacted either ferociously or with greater fear than she had shown. Bonded with his Sister Become, Curtis would have been aware of her memories from the Crossroads, flurries of mental images triggered by this exotic smell, as he is aware of such images when the dog encounters other familiar odors. The vicious beast, whose malodor Old Yeller smelled around that motorhome, is not one she has met before. It is something or someone of her world. This is not entirely reassuring. He remembers her reaction to Vern Tuttle, the teeth-collecting serial killer, when they had been watching him from the bedroom in the wind chaser as he had conversed with his bathroom mirror. She had wagged her tail a little. If such a fiend as Tuttle hadn't put her hackles up, how much worse must the human monster be in this new motorhome, this ominous juggernaut? It has, after all, elicited a growl from her. Since he is confident that their mysterious campground neighbors are not hostile extraterrestrials, and therefore do not require any action from him, evasive or otherwise, the prudent course would be to stay safely inside the Fleetwood. He finds it difficult, however, to be entirely judicious or even cautious as long as the memory of the radiant girl continues to haunt him. He cannot put her out of his mind. When he closes his eyes, he can see her standing beside the driver's seat, leaning forward, peering out of the windshield. Her expression of profound loneliness and loss resonates with him because it expresses emotions he knows too well, feelings that rise anew in him each time he dares to dwell upon what happened in the Colorado mountains before he ever was Curtis Hammond. At last he realizes that he would not be his mother's son if he could turn away from this wounded-looking girl. The prudent course is not always the course that the heart demands. He is here, after all, to change the world. And as always, this task begins with the rescue of one soul, and then the next, and then the next, with patience and commitment. When he moves from lounge to nook and interrupts Cass and Polly at their maps, explaining what he intends to do, they are opposed to his plan. They prefer that he remains safely in the Fleetwood until, come morning, they can pull up stakes and head for Seattle. There, the large population will provide adequate commotion and give him cover until he is confidently Curtis Hammond, is at last producing an ordinary energy signature, and is beyond detection. Their adamant resistance to his leaving the motorhome is for a moment frustrating. Then, using the template through which they are most comfortable regarding these recent events, he reminds them that they are his royal guards, and that while valuing their valiant service and respecting their sage advice, he cannot allow his guards to dictate what an heir to the throne may or may not do.
That's no more a choice for me than it would be for Princess Leia.
Perhaps they realize that he's using their own rope to tie their hands, so to speak, because he's previously denied being E.T. royalty, but this strategy nevertheless flummoxes them. They continue to be in such awe of his off-world origins and so thrilled to be a part of his mission that they can't long resist him. As much as they might like to deal with him sometimes as the sovereign majesty of a far planet, and sometimes as just a 10-year-old boy, they cannot have it both ways. Realizing this, they beam megadata at each other with one of their Spelkenfelter glances, sigh prettily as only they can sigh, and prepare to provide him with an armed escort. Although they would prefer that Curtis remain indoors, they reveal a quiet enthusiasm at the prospect of accompanying him now that he's pulled rank on them. After all, as they themselves have said, they are girls who like adventure. They are dressed this afternoon in carved leather cowboy boots, blue jeans, and blue checkered western shirts with bolo ties. This seems to be a suitable costume for bodyguards, though it lacks the dazzle of low-cut toreador pants, halter tops, and navel opals. Each of the twins slings a purse over her right shoulder. Each purse contains a 9mm pistol. "You stay between us, sweetie," Polly cautions Curtis, which seems an odd form of address if she insists on viewing him as alien royalty, though he sure likes it. Cass leaves the Fleetwood first, keeping her right hand inside the purse that is slung over her shoulder. Sister Become follows Cass. Curtis follows the dog, and Polly comes last, right hand firmly on the pistol in her purse, too. At only a few minutes past 3 o'clock on a summer afternoon, the day looks more like a winter twilight, and in spite of the warm air, the gray light imposes a chilly impression on everything that it touches, emphasizing the trace of frosty silver in each evergreen needle, plating the lake with a mirage of ice. Outside, Old Yeller assumes the lead, following her previous route to the Juggernaut, though with no P-stops this time. Few campers are out and about. Having finished battening down for the storm, most are inside. The radiant girl hasn't returned to the front of the motorhome. Curtis can see nothing more than a dim light farther back in the big vehicle, filtered by the tinted windshield and reflections of pine branches and sullen clouds on the surface of the glass. Cass intends to knock on the door, but Curtis halts her with a softly spoken, "No." As before, the dog senses not only that a vicious beast of the human variety frequents this motorhome, but also that it is, as before, not in residence at this time. Once more she detects two presences, the first producing both the bitter odor of a soul in despair and the pheromonal stench of a spirit profoundly corrupted. The second is one who, having so long endured fear, is steeped in chronic anxiety, although utterly free of despair. Curtis infers that the fear-troubled heart is that of the girl whom earlier he saw through the windshield. The corrupted presence is so unappealing that the dog skins her teeth back from her lips, producing an expression as close to one of disgust as the form of her face allows. If Sister Become could pucker her muzzle sufficiently to spit, she would do so. Curtis can't be certain if the object of this disgust poses a threat. Perhaps it is revealing, however, that this person seems not to be troubled by any of the fear that is a yoke upon the girl. While the twins, bracketing him, keep a watch on the surrounding campground, Curtis places both hands on the door of the motorhome. On the micro level, where will can prevail over matter, he senses a low-voltage electrical circuit and recognizes that it is similar to the alarm system circuit on the Fleetwood, which the twins engage each night. Every circuit has a switch. The low-voltage flow is energy, but the switch is mechanical, and therefore vulnerable to the power of the will. Curtis has a strong will. The alarm is engaged, and then not. The door is securely locked, and then unlocked. Quietly, he opens it and peers into the cockpit, which is deserted. 2 steps up and in. He hears one of the twins hiss in disapproval, but he doesn't turn back. A single lamp lights the lounge. One of the sofas has been folded out to form a bed. She is sitting on the bed, writing rapidly in a journal. One leg is bent, the other stuck straight out in the grip of a steel brace. The radiant girl. Intently focused on her composition, she doesn't hear the door open, and doesn't at first realize that someone has entered and is standing at the head of the steps. Sister Become follows Curtis, pushes halfway between his legs to get a clear look at this steel-braced vision. This movement attracts the girl's attention, and she looks up. Curtis says,
"You shine."
66. After reversing the Camaro into the cover of the trees, Mickey stood for a while, leaning against the car, watching the turnoff to the Tealroy farm from a distance of about 70 yards. 3 vehicles passed during the next 10 minutes, giving her a chance to determine that from this far away, she wouldn't be able to discern if Maddock had come alone in the Durango, even if she could positively identify the vehicle itself. She moved 50 yards farther west. Less than 20 minutes later, positioned behind a tree, she saw the Durango approaching from the direction of Nuns Lake. When the SUV slowed for the right turn into the Tealroy driveway, Mickey could see that the driver was alone, Preston Maddock. She hurried east, back the way that she had come, and took up a new position in the shelter of a pine near the Camaro. From here, she couldn't see the front porch of the farmhouse clearly enough to watch Leonard Tealroy greet Maddock. She was able to see the parked Durango, however, and when it began to move again, she would have time to get into her car, ease out from among the trees, and follow him back to Nuns Lake at such a distance that she wouldn't raise his suspicion. Her irrational hope had been that he might bring Leilani with him, in which case she would have crept to the farmhouse with the intention of disabling the Durango, and with the hope that in the subsequent confusion she might have an opportunity to spirit the girl away before Maddock could know that she had gone. The irrational hope had not been fulfilled. She could choose between waiting here to follow Maddock or returning to Nuns Lake to inquire after him, or Jordan Banks, at all 3 campgrounds. She feared that if she returned to town, she might not receive accurate information at the campground offices. Or Maddock could have used a name that she didn't know. Or perhaps he never registered his motorhome at any campground, but temporarily parked it in a public place, having no intention of staying in this place overnight. Then, as she went from one registration clerk to the next in search of him, he might cut short his pursuit of extraterrestrials at the Tealroy farm, hook the Durango to the Prevost, and hit the highway. Returning to Nuns Lake ahead of Maddock, Mickey risked losing him, and even if the risk might be small, she didn't intend to take it. Given her own brief encounter with Leonard Tealroy, Mickey didn't expect Maddock to spend much time with him. Tealroy was an eccentric, a transparent fraud looking to make a buck, and more than a few slices short of a full loaf. His tale of alien healers wasn't likely to beguile the Doom Doctor for any length of time, regardless of what had motivated Maddock to start following the UFO trail more than 4.5 years ago. Yet 5 minutes passed, then 5 more, and the SUV remained at the farmhouse. Time on her hands gave Mickey time to think, and she realized that she hadn't phoned Aunt Jen. Having left Seattle at an ungodly hour, she would have awakened Geneva if she'd called from the motel. She'd intended to use a public phone in Nuns Lake, but as soon as she arrived, she'd plunged into the search for Maddock and forgotten everything else. Jen would be worried. But if everything went well, maybe Mickey could call Jen later today from some roadside restaurant in Washington State, with Leilani at her side, waiting to say hello, and to make some wise-ass remark about Alec Baldwin. As dark as iron in places, the sky at last grew heavy enough to press an anxious breath from the still afternoon. The pleasantly warm day began to cool. All around Mickey, trees shivered and whispered to the wind. Birds like black arrows, singly and in volleys, returned to their quivers in the pine branches, with flap and flutter, vanishing among the layered boughs, a reliable prediction that the storm would soon break. Turning to follow a cry of sparrows, Mickey discovered Preston Maddock, and a club descending. Then she was on the ground with no awareness of falling, with pine needles and dirt in her mouth, lacking sufficient energy to spit them out. She watched a beetle crawling a few inches in front of her nose, busy on its journey, disinterested in her. The bug appeared huge from this perspective, and just beyond it loomed a pine cone as large as a mountain. Her vision blurred. She blinked to clear it. The blink knocked loose a keystone in the arch of her skull, and great blocks of pain tumbled in upon her, and darkness. 67. Curtis Hammond sees the girl first through his own eyes, and he doesn't perceive the previous radiance seen when she'd stood gazing out the windshield. Then Sister Become climbs the steps and pushes between his legs. Through the eyes of the innocent dog, eyes that also are peripherally aware at all times of the playful presence, the girl is radiant indeed, softly aglow, lit from within. The dog at once adores her but hangs back shyly, almost as she might hang back in awe if ever the playful presence called her closer to smooth her fur or to scratch under her chin.
You shine,
Curtis declares.
You don't win points with girls,
She admonishes.
by telling them they're sweaty.
She speaks softly, and as she speaks, she glances toward the rear of the motorhome. Being a boy who has been engaged in clandestine operations on more than one world, Curtis is quick on the uptake with clues like this, and he lowers his voice further.
I didn't mean sweat. Then, was it a rude reference to this?
She asks, patting her stainless steel brace. Oh, Lord, he's put his foot in a cow pie again, metaphorically speaking. Recently, he'd begun to think that he was getting pretty good at socializing. Not as good as Cary Grant in virtually any Cary Grant movie, but better than, say, Jim Carrey in Dumb and Dumber or in The Grinch Who Stole Christmas. Now this. Striving to recover from this misstep, he assures her,
I'm not really a gump. I didn't think you were,
she says, and smiles. The smile warms him, and it all but melts Sister Become, who would go closer to the radiant girl, roll on her back, and put all four paws in the air as an expression of complete submission, if shyness did not restrain her. When the girl's eyebrows lift and she looks past Curtis, he glances over his shoulder to see that Polly has come onto the steps behind him, and, even though still one step below, is able to look over his head. She is no less formidable in appearance than she is lovely, even with her gun concealed. Her gas flame eyes have gone ice blue, and judging by the flintiness with which she surveys the interior of the motorhome and then regards the girl, her time in Hollywood has either inspired in her a useful ruthlessness or has taught her how to act hard-assed with conviction. In the lounge wall opposite the girl's bed is a window, to which movement draws her and Curtis's attention. Cass has found something to stand upon outside, perhaps an overturned trash barrel or a picnic table, which she has dragged near the motorhome. Her head is framed in that window, and like her sister, she looks as redoubtable as Clint Eastwood in a full go-ahead-make-my-day squint.
Wow,
The girl exclaims softly, putting aside her journal and turning her attention to Curtis once more.
you travel with Amazons.
Just two,
He says.
Who are you?
Because he can see the girl shine when he looks through the eyes of the perceptive dog, and because he knows what this radiance means, he decides that he must be as immediately straightforward with this person as, ultimately, he was with the twins. And thus he answers,
I'm being Curtis Hammond. I'm being Leilani Clunk,
she replies, swinging her braced leg like a counterweight that pulls her to a seated position on the edge of the sofa bed.
How did you turn off the alarm and unlock the door, Curtis?
He shrugs.
willpower over matter on the micro level where will can prevail.
That's exactly how I'm growing breasts.
It's not working,
He replies.
I think maybe it is. I was positively concave before. At least now I'm just flat. Why'd you come here?
to change the world.
Curtis says. Polly lays a warning hand upon his shoulder.
It's all right,
He tells his royal guard.
To change the world.
Leilani repeats, glancing again toward the back of the motorhome before pushing off the bed to a standing position.
Have you had any luck so far?
Well, I'm just starting, and it's a long job.
With a rather different-looking hand, Leilani points to a happy face painted on the ceiling, and then to hula dolls swiveling their hips on nearby tables.
You're changing the world starting here? According to my mother, all the truths of life and all the answers to its mysteries are present to be seen and understood in every incident in our lives, in every place, regardless of how grand or humble it may be.
Again, indicating the ceiling and the swiveling dolls, Leilani says,
And regardless of how tacky? My mother has wisdom to sustain us through any situation, crisis, or loss. But she never said anything about tackiness, pro or con. Is this your mother?
Leilani asks, referring to Polly.
No, this is Polly, and never ask her if she wants a cracker. I've agreed to eat them for her. Looking in the window there is Cass. As for my mother, well, have you ever been to Utah? These past 4 years, I've been everywhere but Mars. You wouldn't like Mars. It's airless, cold, and boring. But in Utah, at a truck stop, did you ever meet a waitress named Donella? Not that I recall. Oh, you'd recall all right. Donella doesn't look anything like my mother, since they're not the same species, although Mother could have looked exactly like her if she were being Donella. Of course,
says Leilani.
As far as that goes, I could look like Donella too, except that I don't have enough mass. Mass.
Leilani nods sympathetically.
It's always a problem, isn't it? Not always. But what I'm trying to say is that in her way, Donella reminds me of my mother. The fine, hulking shoulders, a neck made to burst restraining collars, the proud chins of a fattened bull. Majestic. Magnificent. Already I like your mom better than mine,
says Leilani.
I'd be honored to meet your mother. Trust me,
the radiant girl advises.
You wouldn't. That's why we're all but whispering. She's a terror. I realized we were having a clandestine conversation,
Curtis replies.
But how sad to think your mother is the reason. You know, I don't believe I've told you I'm an extraterrestrial. That is news,
Leilani agrees.
Tell me something else. Anything,
he promises, because she shines.
Are you related to a woman named Geneva Davis? Not if she's of this planet. Well, she is more than not, I guess. But I'd swear you were at least a nephew. Should I be honored to meet her?
Curtis asks.
Yes, you should. And if you ever do, I sure would like to be a fly on the wall.
They are socializing so well, and suddenly this last statement of hers confuses him.
Fly on the wall? Are you a shape changer too?
68. Circling from the Tealroy place to the Slut Queen's car in the woods, Preston had time to think and to modify his initial plan. For one thing, when he first headed east through the field of weeds and scattered corn plants behind the farmhouse, he'd begun to think of her as the drunk. But that didn't resonate satisfactorily. Lady Liverrod and Miss Shitfaced were both more fun, but still not right. He couldn't call her the Tits, even though it was applicable, because he'd already used that one for Aunt Janice, the mother of his first kill, Cousin Dirtbag. Over the years, he had employed all the most interesting parts of female anatomy as his private names for other women. While he was willing to reuse a name if he could couple it with a fresh and pleasing adjective, he had also exhausted most of those in conjunction with anatomical terms. Finally, he had settled on the Slut Queen, based on what little but telling details he knew about her weakness for men who used her, and about the likelihood that she had been used against her will at a young age. Queens, after all, are born to their station in life. The importance of selecting the right name couldn't be exaggerated. It must be amusing, of course, but yet it must also be an accurately descriptive sobriquet, and must diminish the person sufficiently to dehumanize him, or, in this case, her. These last two requirements were a matter of good ethics. To fulfill his obligation to thin the human herd and thereby preserve the world, a utilitarian bioethicist must cease to think about most of the herd as being people like he himself. In Preston's inner world, only useful people, people with something of substance to offer humanity and with a high quality of life, had the same names as they did in the outer world. So, kill the Slut Queen. That was his mission when he left the farmhouse, and that remained his mission when he crept up behind her through the trees. Along the way from there to here, however, he had changed his mind about how the killing should be done. Finished with the serpent head cane, Preston tossed it on the back seat of the Camaro. The Slut Queen's keys were in the ignition. He used them to open the trunk of the Camaro. He dragged her across the woodland carpet of pine needles and dead vegetation to the back of the car. Overlooking these deeds, The sky darkened further. A dam's breast of stacked thunderheads seemed about to crack and tumble. Wind, a clever mimic, stampeded an invisible herd of snorting bulls through the trees, and then chased them with phantom packs of panting hounds in heat. All the bluster and the smell of an impending storm excited Preston. The Slut Queen, so attractive and limp and still warm, tempted him. The wildwood offered a savage bed, and the hooting wind spoke to a cruel brute in his heart. With an honesty in which he took pride, he fully acknowledged that he harbored this brute. Like everyone born of man and woman, he couldn't claim perfection. This admission was part of the penetrating self-analysis that each ethicist must undergo to have the credibility and the authority to establish rules for others to live by. Seldom did he have the opportunity to deal in violence without restraint. Mostly, to avoid imprisonment, he had been limited in his killing to massive injections of digitoxin, genteel smothering, the administration of air bubble embolisms. These recent exertions with the Toad and with the Slut Queen had been hugely revitalizing, invigorating. Indeed, Preston Maddock was aroused. Unfortunately, he didn't have time for passion. He had left his SUV in front of the farmhouse. A cane-clubbed body sprawled in that hat-lined bedroom, awaiting discovery. Although only the mentally impaired and carnival freaks were likely to visit the Toad for Sunday supper, Preston had to eliminate all incriminating evidence as soon as possible. The Slut Queen qualified as yet more evidence. He lifted her and tumbled her into the trunk of the Camaro. Some wet blood stained his hands. He scooped a wad of dry pine needles from the ground. He rolled them gently back and forth between palms and fingers to remove the worst of the stains and to dry what would not easily wipe off. Then behind the steering wheel, out of the woods, onto the road, to the driveway, and past the old canted tractor. He parked beside the Durango, in front of the farmhouse. Hauling the Slut Queen out of the trunk proved much harder than dumping her into it. Blood glistened on the carpet where she'd rested. For an instant, the sight of those stains paralyzed Preston. He had intended to stage things to make it appear as though the woman had burned to death in the farmhouse with the Toad. Packed wall to wall with stacked paper and wooden Indians and other dry tinder, accelerated with a gallon of judiciously placed gasoline, the blaze would be so intense that not much would remain of the bodies. Even bones might be largely consumed, leaving little or no evidence that it hadn't been the fire that had killed them. Jerkwater towns like Nuns Lake didn't possess the police and forensics capabilities to detect murders this thoroughly concealed. He would have to deal with the bloodstains in the trunk. Later. He would also need to wipe down portions of the car to eliminate his fingerprints. In time. Now, as the wind whipped up dust devils that capered in advance of him, he carried the Slut Queen in his arms, across the lawn, onto the porch, through the front door, into the lower hall, where Indians stood sentinel and offered cigars, past the wooden chiefs, smiling at the one that gave him the OK sign, and onward into the labyrinth. In these catacombs, he chose the place. He made the necessary preparations. Within a few minutes, he sat once more behind the wheel of the Durango. On his return trip to Nuns Lake, wind buffeted the SUV as though urging it along, huffed and hooted at the window beside him as though offering its enthusiastic approval of the deeds that he had done, and its counsel regarding what remained to be accomplished. Considering these developments, he could no longer wait for the Hand's 10th birthday to deal with her. He couldn't even delay until they returned to the site of the Gimp's grave in Montana, though the moldering boy lay less than half a day away. The Tealroy farmhouse offered an excellent alternative stage for the final act in the sad and useless life of the Hand. Of course, he wouldn't be able to force her to confront, to touch, to kiss, and to settle down with her brother's decomposing remains before he killed her, as he'd dreamed of doing for several months. He regretted being denied that delicious and sustaining memory. On the bright side, the maze offered the privacy that was necessary to torment the Hand at length, without much fear of interruption. And the very architecture of the Toad's bizarre construction provided an ideal home for terror. Preston's time alone in the Montana forest with the Gimp had been bliss. Admittedly, the bliss of a flawed man, but bliss nonetheless. This game with the Hand would be bliss doubled, tripled. And when it was over, as cruel as his pleasure would have been, he still would be able to take satisfaction and even a measure of quiet pride from the fact that in one day he had terminated 3 pathetic and useless drudges, preserving the resources that they would have consumed in the years ahead, sparing all useful people from the sight of their misery, and thereby increasing the total amount of happiness in the world. 69. The alien shape-changer come to save the world looked like a nice boy. Although not as dreamy as Haley Joel Osment, he had a sweet face and an appealing sprinkle of freckles.
In the entire known universe, there are only 2 species of shape-changers,
he earnestly informed her,
and mine is one of them. Congratulations,
Leilani said.
Thank you, ma'am. Call me Leilani.
He beamed.
Call me... Well, you wouldn't be able to pronounce it considering the way the human tongue works, so just call me Curtis. Anyway, these are also the 2 most ancient species in the known universe. How much of the universe is known?
She asked.
Some say 40%, others think closer to 60. Gee, I thought it would be no more than 14 to 16%. Okay, so are you here to change the world for the better or to pretty much destroy it? Oh, Lord, no, my people aren't destroyers. That's the other species of shape-changers. They're evil, and they seek only to serve entropy. They love chaos, destruction, death. So being the 2 most ancient species, it's sort of like angels and demons. More than sort of,
he said, with a smile as enigmatic as that of the sun god on the ceiling.
Not to say we're perfect, good Lord, no. I myself have stolen money, orange juice, frankfurters, and a Mercury Mountaineer, although I hope and intend to make restitution. I have picked locks and entered premises not my own, driven a motor vehicle at night without headlights, failed to wear my seatbelt, and lied on numerous occasions, though I'm not lying now.
The funny thing was, she believed him. She didn't know exactly why she believed him, but he seemed credible. Having spent her entire life in the company of deceivers, she'd developed perfect pitch when it came to differentiating the sour notes of lies from the music of the truth. Besides, she'd spent half her life being hauled around in search of ETs, and as bogus as the vast majority of the chased-down reports had proved to be, she had nevertheless been steeped in the concept of otherworldly visitors, and unconsciously she had come to accept that, even if elusive, they were real. Here she stood, face to face with a genuine space cadet, and for once, not one born on this world.
I've come here, the boy said, because my dog told me you were in great distress and danger. This keeps getting better.
Shy, peering out from between Curtis's legs, head slightly bowed and eyes rolled up to gaze at Leilani, the cute mutt slaps its tail against the floor.
But I'm also here,
the boy said,
because you're radiant.
Second by second, Curtis appeared to be more the equal of Haley Joel Osment.
Do you need help?
He asked.
God, yes.
What's wrong? Listening to herself, Leilani realized that what she was telling him, and what remained to be told, was nearly as incredible as his declaration of his extraterrestrial origin, and she hoped that he, too, possessed the perfect pitch to separate lies from truth.
My stepfather's a murderer who's going to kill me soon. My druggy mother doesn't care, and I don't have anywhere to go.
Now you do, said Curtis.
I do? Where? I'm not too keen on interstellar travel.
From the bedroom at the back of the Fair Wind, with an unfailing instinct for spoiling a good mood, old Sensimia called,
Lonnie, Lonnie! Lonnie, 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 Lonnie!
In an ululent squeal.
Come here, hurry! Lonnie, come! I need you!
So shrill and eerie was dear Mater's voice that Polly, the Amazon behind Curtis, pulled a gun from her purse and held it with the muzzle pointed at the ceiling, alert and ready.
Coming!
Leilani shouted, desperate to forestall her mother's appearance. More softly to the alien delegation, she said,
Wait here, I'll handle this. Bullets probably wouldn't work even if they were silver.
Suddenly, Leilani was scared, and this wasn't the dull, grinding anxiety with which she lived every day of her life, but a fear as sharp as the scalpel with the ruby blade that her mother sometimes used for self-mutilation. She was afraid Sensimilla would burst out of the bedroom and be among them in a wicked witch whirl, or pursue them in a shrieking fit, all the stored-up flash of electroshock therapy sizzling back out of her in a fury, and that in an instant she would put an end to all hope, or otherwise get herself shot by an alien blonde bombshell, which Leilani didn't want to see happen either. She took 3 swift steps past the foot of the sofa bed, and then an amazing thought struck her nearly hard enough to knock her down. Halting, she looked at Cass beyond the window, at Curtis, at Polly behind him, and at Curtis again, before she found the breath to say,
"Do you know Luki Pela?"
The boy's eyebrows arched.
"That's Hawaiian for Satan."
Heart racing, she said,
"My brother. That's his name, too. Luki. Do you know him?"
Curtis shook his head.
"No. Should I?"
The timely arrival of aliens, even without whirling saucer and levitation beam, ought to be miracle enough. She shouldn't expect to discover that the greatest loss in her hard 9 years would prove to be no loss at all. Though she saw divine grace and mercy at work in the world every day, and felt its power, and survived always on the strength she drew from it, she knew that not all suffering would be relieved in this life. For here, people had the free will to lift one another, but also to smash one another down. Evil was as real as wind and water, and Preston Maddox served it, and all the fervent hope in one girl's heart could not undo what he had done.
"Lonnie, Lonnie, Lonnie, Lonnie! Lonnie! I need you!" "Wait,"
she whispered to Curtis Hammond.
"Please wait."
She moved as fast as ever her inhibiting left leg had allowed her to move, to the back of the fair wind, through the half-open door into the bedroom. 70. Along the county road, lush meadows trembled in the wind, but no crop circles or elaborate designs formed in the grass as Preston passed. The sky lowered steadily, as portentous as those in numerous films about alien contact, but no mothership materialized out of the ominous clouds. Preston's quest for a close encounter would not end here in Idaho as he had hoped. Indeed, he might spend the remaining years of his life traveling in search of that transcendent experience, seeking the affirmation that he believed ETs would give him. He was patient, and in the meantime he had useful work, which continued now with the hand. Aware that the clock was ticking off her last days, the hand had begun to seek a way out of her trap. She had developed an unexpected bond with the slut queen and the ditzy aunt, had extracted the knife in her mattress only to find Tetsy's penguin, and had then developed strategies to fight or evade Preston when he came for her. He knew all this because he could read her journal. The coded shorthand that she had invented for her writings was clever, especially for one so young. If she had been dealing with someone other than Preston Maddox, her secrets would not have been plumbed. Being a highly respected intellectual with friends and admirers in many academic disciplines in several major universities, he had connected with a mathematician named Trevor Kingsley, who specialized in cryptography. More than a year ago, that codemaker and breaker had employed sophisticated encryption analysis software to decipher the hand's journal. Having been provided with a transcription of 1 full page from the journal, Trevor expected to get the job done in 15 minutes, because that was the average time required to crack any simple code devised by anyone lacking significant education in various branches of higher mathematics. By comparison, more ingeniously composed systems of encryption required days, weeks, even months to penetrate. Instead of 15 minutes, using his best software, Trevor required 26, which impressed him. He wanted to know the codemaker's identity. Preston couldn't understand what was so impressive about the code having resisted analysis for just an additional 11 minutes. He withheld the hand's name and made no mention of her relationship to him. He professed to have found the journal on a park bench, and to have developed a keen curiosity about it because of its mysterious-looking contents. Trevor also said that the text on the sample page was amusing, acerbic, but full of gentle humor. Preston had read it several times, and although he was relieved to discover that nothing in it required him to paste patches on his original park bench story, he hadn't been able to find anything to smile about. In fact, using the translation Bible that Trevor provided, Preston secretly studied the entire journal, a few pages every morning when Leilani showered, odd bits and pieces as other opportunities arose, and found not one amusing line cover to cover. In the years since, continuing to sneak peeks at the girl's self-important scribblings, he'd not been charmed into even a faint smile by any of her observations in subsequent entries. In fact, she'd revealed herself to be a disrespectful, mean-spirited, ignorant little smartass who was as ugly inside as out. Evidently, Trevor Kingsley had a degenerate sense of humor. These past few days, as the journal entries revealed that the Hand was scheming to save herself, Preston made careful preparations to overcome her resistance with ease when he was ready to take her to a suitably secluded killing ground. He didn't know when and in what circumstances he might need to overpower her, and while he hadn't had any concern that she could effectively resist him, he didn't want to give her a chance to scream and perhaps draw the attention of someone who would intervene on her behalf. Since Friday, when they had driven east from California, he'd been carrying a folded, 1-quart hefty 1-zip plastic bag in the left back pocket of his pants. The bag could be closed airtight by means of a small plastic slide-seal device built into it. Inside the 1-zip was a washcloth saturated in a homemade anesthetic that he had produced by combining carefully measured quantities of ammonia and 3 other household chemicals. In his life's work, he had used this concoction to assist in a few suicides. When inhaled, it caused instantaneous collapse into unconsciousness. Sustained application resulted in respiratory failure and in the rapid destruction of the liver. He intended to use this anesthetic only to ensure against resistance and induce unconsciousness, because as a killing weapon, it was too merciful to excite him. Nuns Lake lay 1 mile ahead. 71. Old Sensimia, wearing a sarong in a bright Hawaiian pattern, sat among the disheveled bedclothes, leaning back against mounds of pillows. She'd torn the pages out of her worn copy of In Watermelon Sugar and scattered this enlightening confetti across the bed and floor. She wept, but with fury, red-faced and tear-streaked and shaking. Somebody, some bastard, some sick freak screwed around with my book, screwed it all up, and it's not right. It's not fair. Leilani cautiously approached the bed, looking for pet shop boxes and the equivalent.
Mother, what's wrong?
With a snarled curse that tied her face in red knots of anger, Sensimia snatched handfuls of torn pages off the rumpled sheets and threw them in the air. They didn't print it right. They got it all wrong, all backwards. They did it just to mess with me. This page where that page should be. Paragraphs switched around and sentences backwards. They took a beautiful thing and they turned it into just a bunch of shit because they didn't want me to understand. They didn't want me to get the message. Mere tears gave way to wretched sobs, and with her fists she pounded her thighs, struck herself again and again, hard enough to bruise. And maybe she hit herself because on some level she understood that the problem wasn't the book, that the problem was her stubborn insistence to find the meaning of life in this one slim volume, to demand that broth be stew, to acquire enlightenment as easily as she daily attained escape through pills, powders, and injections. In ordinary times, or as ordinary as any time could be aboard the Fair Wind, Leilani would have been patient with her mother, would have assumed the bitter role always expected of her in these dramas, providing sympathy and reassurance and attentive concern, drawing out the woman's anguish as a poultice draws upon a wound. But this moment was extraordinary, for lost hope had been restored by means fantastic and perhaps even mystical. Therefore she dared not squander this chance by being once more entangled either by her mother's emotional demands or by her own yearning for a mother-daughter reconciliation that could never happen. Leilani didn't sit on the bed, but remained standing, didn't offer commiseration, but said,
What do you want? What do you need? What can I get for you?
She kept repeating these simple questions as Sensimia wallowed in self-pity and in perceived victimization.
What do you need? What can I get for you?
She kept her tone of voice cool, and she persisted, because she knew that in the end no amount of sympathy or attentive concern would in fact bring peace to her mother, and that Sensimia would, as always, finally turn for solace to her drugs.
What do you need? What can I get for you?
Persistence paid off when Sensimia, still crying but trading anger for a good pout, slumped back against the pillows, head hung, and said, My nummies. Need my nummies.
Took some stuff already, but wasn't nummies. Weirded me. Must have been bad shit. Supposed to take me after Alice down the rabbit hole, but it weirded me into some snake hole instead.
What nummies do you want? Where are they?
Her mother pointed toward the built-in dresser.
Bottom drawer. Blue bottle. Nummies to chase the head snakes out.
Leilani found the pills.
How many do you want? 1? 2? 10?
1 nummy now, 1 for later. Later's gonna come. Mommy's got a bad day going, Lonnie. Snaky day going here. You don't know trouble till you've been your mommy.
A bottle of vanilla-flavored soy milk stood on the nightstand. Sensimia sat up and used the milk to chase the first pill. She put the second on the nightstand with the bottle.
Do you want anything else?
Leilani asked.
A new book.
He'll buy you one.
Not that damn book.
No, something else.
Some book makes sense.
All right.
Not one of your stupid pigmen books.
No, not one of them.
You'll get stupid reading those stupid books.
I won't read them anymore.
You can't afford to be ugly and stupid.
No, I can't.
You've got to face up to being screwed up.
I will. I'll face up to it.
Ah, shit, leave me alone. Go read your stupid book. What does it matter? Nothing matters anyway.
Sensimia rolled onto her side and drew her knees up in the fetal position. Leilani hesitated, wondering if this might be the last time that she saw her mother. After what she had endured, after growing all these grim years in the harsh desert of Sensimia, she should have felt nothing less than relief, if not joy. But it wasn't easy to cut yourself loose of what few roots still held you down, even if they were rotten. The prospect of freedom thrilled her, but life as a tumbleweed, blown here and there into oblivion by the capricious winds of fate, wasn't a much better future than this. Leilani murmured too softly for her mother to hear.
Who will take care of you?
She had never imagined that such a concern would cross her mind when the longed-for chance to escape at last arrived. How peculiar that so many years of cruelty had not hardened Leilani's heart, as she had so long believed to be the case, but proved now to have made it tender, leaving her capable of compassion even for this pitiable beast. Her throat thickened with something not quite grief, and her chest tightened in a Gordian knot of pain, the causes of which were so complex that she would need a long, long time to untie it. She retreated from the bedroom, into the bath, into the galley, holding her breath, expecting Curtis and Polly to be gone. They were waiting, and the dog, tail whisking the floor. 72. Mickey had not driven more than 1,600 miles just to die. She could have died at home with a bottle and enough time, or by compacting her Camaro against a bridge abutment at high speed, if she'd been in a hurry to check out. When she had regained consciousness, she'd first thought that she was dead. Strange walls enclosed her, like nothing she'd ever seen either waking or in nightmares. Structures neither plumb nor plaster smooth, curving to enfold the space, appearing organic to her blurred vision, as if she were Jonah in the belly of the whale, already beyond the stomach of the Leviathan, and trapped now within a turn of its intestine. The foul air smelled of mold and mildew, of rodent urine, vaguely of vomit, of floorboards cured with layers of spilled beer dating back beyond Mickey's birth, of cigarette smoke condensed into a sour residue, and underlying all that, and more, was the faint but acidic scent of decomposition. For a breath, for 5 or 6 rapid heartbeats, she thought she might be dead, because this was what hell could be like if it turned out not to be as operatic as always portrayed in books and movies, if instead hell were less about fire than about futility, less about brimstone than about isolation, less about physical torture than about despair. Then her vision cleared in her left eye. Realizing that these walls were formed of trash and bundled publications, she knew where she must be. Not hell. Inside the Tealroy house. She couldn't have intuited this interior when earlier she'd been standing on the front porch talking to Leonard Tealroy, but now she could infer the identity of the inhabitant from the evidence. In addition to all the other aromas in this rich stew of odors, she smelled blood. Tasted it, too, when she licked her lips. She was having difficulty opening her right eye because the lashes were stuck together by a wad of congealed blood. When she tried to wipe the blood away, she discovered that her hands were bound tightly at the wrists in front of her. She was lying on her side, on a matted, musty, brocade-upholstered sofa. Crowded in front of the sofa were a TV and an armchair. A pulse of tolerable pain beat along the right side of her skull, but when she raised her head, the pulse became a throb, the pain became an agony, and she thought for a moment that she would pass out. Then the torment subsided to a level she could endure. When she tried to sit up, she discovered that her ankles were bound as securely as her wrists, and that a yard-long tether, which connected the wrist and ankle restraints, would not permit her either to stretch out or stand to full height. She swung both legs as one, planted her feet on the floor, and perched on the edge of the sofa. This maneuver triggered another paroxysm of head pain that made her feel as though one side of her skull were repeatedly swelling and deflating like a balloon. This was familiar to her. Call it party head, morning after head, just worse than she'd ever experienced it before, not accompanied by the usual remorse, but by cold anger. And this wasn't the irrational anger she'd so long nurtured as an excuse to isolate herself, but was a rage tightly focused on Preston Maddock. He had become for her the devil incarnate, and perhaps not for her alone, and maybe not merely metaphorically speaking, but in fact. In the past few days, a new perception of evil had settled on Mickey, and it seemed to her that the evil of men and women was, as she would once have ardently denied, a reflection of a greater and purer evil that walked the world and worked upon it in ways devious and subtle. When the pain subsided once more, she leaned forward and wiped her blood-plastered right eye against her right knee, swabbing the glutinous clots from lashes to blue jeans. Her vision proved to be fine. The blood hadn't come from the eye, but from a gash on her head, which might still be oozing, but was no longer bleeding freely. She listened to the house. The silence seemed to grow deeper the longer that she waited for it to be broken. Logic suggested that Leonard Tealroy had been killed, that he had lived here alone, and that now the house was Maddox's playpen. She didn't cry out for help. The farmhouse sat on a lot of open land and far back from the county road. There were no neighbors to hear a scream. The Doctor of Doom had gone somewhere. He would be back, and sooner rather than later. She didn't know exactly what he planned to do with her, why he hadn't killed her in the woods, but she didn't intend to wait around for the chance to ask him. He had fashioned impromptu bonds from lamp cords, copper wires encased in soft plastic. Considering the material with which they were formed, the knots shouldn't have been as tight as they were. Looking closely, Mickey saw that these makeshift shackles were cleverly and strongly interwoven, employing as few knots as possible, and that each knot had been fused by heat. The plastic had melted, encasing the knots into hard lumps, foiling any attempt to untie them, and making it impossible to loosen the cords by persistently stretching and relaxing them. Her attention returned to the armchair. On the table beside the chair, an ashtray brimmed with cigarette butts. Maddock had probably used Tealroy's butane lighter to melt the cords. Maybe he'd left it behind. What had been fused with heat might be entirely melted away, freeing her if she approached the task with caution. Her wrists were too tightly bound to allow her to hold a lighter in such a way as to apply the flame to the knots between her wrists without also burning herself. The knots between her ankles, however, could be more safely attacked. She slid off the sofa and, limited by the tether between ankles and wrists, stood hunched, knees slightly bent. The play in the cord that linked her ankles was insufficient to allow her to walk or even shuffle, and when she tried to hop, she lost her balance and fell, nearly striking her head on the table beside the armchair, meeting the floor with teeth-jarring impact. Had she not avoided the table, she might easily have broken her neck. Remaining on the floor, lying on her side, Mickey squirmed like a snake, searching for the butane lighter beside the chair. Behind it. Close to the floor, the pervading stink pooled thicker than it had been higher up, so thick that she could actually taste it. She had to struggle to repress her gag reflex. A crack, boom, crash, loud enough to shake the house, caused her to cry out in alarm, because for an instant she thought that she had heard a door being slammed hard, announcing the return of the demon himself. Then she realized that the sound was a peal of thunder. The pending storm had broken. In his rental car, entering Nuns Lake after having driven south from the airport in Coeur d'Alene, Noah Farrell used his cell phone to ring Geneva Davis. Had Mickey called her aunt this morning before leaving Seattle, Geneva would have told her that her nervy $300 ploy to rope the hapless PI into this game had worked, and that he was on his way to Idaho. He wanted Mickey to wait for him, instead of going off half-cocked. Geneva would have told her niece, per Noah's instructions, to call home again from Nuns Lake, to leave the name of a local diner or other landmark where he could meet her as soon as he arrived. Now, when he got Geneva on the line to find out where this rendezvous had been set, he discovered that Mickey hadn't called this morning from Seattle, and had not rung from Nuns Lake either. "She has to be there by now," Geneva fretted. "I don't know whether to be just worried or worried sick." The radiant girl is surprisingly quick to trust strangers. Curtis suspects that anyone who shines like she does must possess exceptional insight that allows her to perceive to some depth whether those people whom she encounters have largely good or bad intentions. She takes with her no suitcase, no personal effects, as though she has nothing in this world but what she wears, as if she needs no mementos and wishes to walk out of her past entirely and forever, though she does remember the journal on the bed. She retrieves it before coming so close to Curtis and Old Yeller that, through the dog, he can feel the warmth of her glorious shine.
Mother's giving a great performance as a wasted acid head. She's really into the role,
Leilani says softly.
She might not know I'm gone until I've published maybe 20 novels and won the Nobel Prize for Literature.
Curtis is impressed.
Really? Is that what you foresee happening to you? If you're going to foresee anything at all, then you might as well foresee something big. That's what I always say. So tell me, Batman, have you saved other worlds?
Curtis is tickled to be called Batman, especially if she is thinking of Michael Keaton's interpretation, which is the only really great Batman. But he must be honest.
Not me. Though my mother saved quite a few. It figures our world would get a novice, but I'm sure you'll be good at it.
The girl's confidence in him, although unearned, makes Curtis blush with pride.
I'm going to try my best.
Old Yeller moves from between Curtis's legs to Leilani, and the girl reaches down to stroke her furry head. By virtue of the boy-dog bond, Curtis almost swoons to the ground when he is swept by the powerful tidal wash of Sister Become's emotional reaction to Leilani. She is as enchanted as any dog ever could be, which is saying a lot, considering that dogs are born to be enchanted every bit as much as they are born to enchant.
How do you know that a world needs saving?
Leilani asks. Avoiding a swoon, Curtis says,
It's obvious. Lots of signs.
Are we getting out of here this week or next? Asks Polly, who has climbed all the way into the motorhome. She steps aside to let Sister Become, then Leilani and Curtis, precede her to the door. The dog bounds out of the motorhome, but the radiant girl descends the steps with caution, planting her good leg on the ground first, then swinging the braced leg down beside it, wobbling but at once regaining balance. Descending to Leilani's side, feeling the dog shiver anew at the spore of evil that lingers around the motorhome, Curtis wonders,
Where's your stepfather, the murderer? He went to see a man about an alien,
Leilani says.
Alien? It's a long story. Will he be back soon?
Suddenly her fine face darkened from within as she surveyed the shaded campground, where a wind had risen to shake showers of loose needles out of the high boughs of the overarching evergreens.
Maybe any minute.
Having abandoned her post on the overturned trash can beside the motorhome, Cass joins them in time to hear this exchange, which she clearly finds disturbing.
Honey,
she says to the girl,
can you run with that thing weighing you down? I can hurry, but not as fast as you. How far?
The other end of the campground, Cass says, pointing past the dozens of intervening motorhomes and travel trailers, all battened down for bad weather, warm lights glowing in their windows.
I can make it easy,
Leilani assures them, starting to limp in a quick, hitching gait in the direction that Cass pointed.
But I can't hurry at top speed all the way.
Okay, Polly says, moving with Leilani. If we're going to do this crazy thing. Cass grabs Curtis by one hand and pulls him with her as though he might otherwise roam off in the wrong direction, like a Rain Man or a Gump, and as she heads eastward, she continues Polly's speech in one of their fractured duologues.
If we're really going to do it and risk being chased down as kidnappers, then let's move ass. Curtis, you run ahead with me,
Cass directs, now treating him less like alien royalty than like an ordinary boy.
Help me pull up stakes. We'll have to hit the road as quick as we can, storm or no storm, and head for the state line.
I'll stay with you, Leilani, Polly says. Reluctant to leave the girl's side, Curtis digs in his heels and holds Cass back, but only long enough to say,
Don't worry, you'll like the Spelkenfelters.
Oh,
Leilani assures him.
I like nothing better than a good Spelkenfelter.
This eccentric answer spawns in Curtis several questions. Cass denies him further socializing when she hisses,
Curtis!
Her tone of voice is not unlike the one that his mother had used on the 3 occasions when he'd displeased her. Lightning spears the sky. The prickly shadows of the evergreens leap across the brightened ground, over the walls of the ranked motorhomes and trailers, as though running from those hot celestial forks, or from the roar of thunder that after 2 seconds chases them. The dog sprints for the Fleetwood. Cass sets a pace that argues for the proposition that she has some canine blood in her veins, too, and Curtis follows where duty calls. He looks back once, and the radiant girl is rocking along on her braced leg faster than he had expected. This world is as vivid as any Curtis has ever seen, and more dazzling than many. But even among the uncountable glories of this place, and even with the fabulous Paluxia at her side, Leilani Clonk is the focus of this scene, and seems to trail the whole world behind her, as if it were but a cloak. A private investigator's license reliably received a snappy response anywhere in the country, regardless of the state in which it had been issued. As often as not, women who had a moment earlier looked through you suddenly found you to be a man of dark mystery and magnetic power. Thousands upon thousands of detective novels, episodes of television programs, and suspense films were a magic brush that painted a romantic veneer over many a wart and wattle. The male registration clerk at the campground office didn't flutter his eyelashes with desire when Noah Farrell flashed his PI license, but the guy responded, as did most men, with acute interest and a sort of friendly envy. 50-ish, he had a pale face wider at the bottom than at the top, and a body that matched the proportions of the face, as though the dullness of his life had distorted him and pulled him down more effectively than gravity could ever manage. He wanted all the vicarious thrills he could get from Noah. Convincing him that cows could sing opera would be easier than getting him to believe that a private detective's work amounted to a boring parade of faithless husband and disloyal employee investigations. He knew that it must be a whirl of hot babes, cool gunplay, fast cars, and fat envelopes full of cash money. He asked more questions than Noah, not only about the current case, but also about the life. Noah lied badly in response, portraying this investigation as a grindingly tedious hunt for potentially key claimants in a class action suit against a major corporation, with a legal filing deadline looming so near that he had to track people on their vacations, and he fabricated glamorous details about his prior adventures. The helpful clerk confirmed that Jordan Banks had rented a prime campsite earlier in the afternoon. The license number and description of the motorhome, a converted Prevost bus, matched the information that Noah had obtained through police contacts from the California Department of Motor Vehicles. Bingo. The clerk also recognized Mickey when Noah presented a photograph that he'd obtained from her aunt.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. She come around earlier today before Mr. Banks arrived, asking had he checked in yet.
Alarm stiffened Noah's bones and drew him up from a slump to full height. If Maddock knew that she had come looking for him.
She's his sister, said the clerk, pulling a surprise for his birthday, so I didn't say word one to him when he checked in later.
His eyes narrowed.
Say, she is his sister, you think? Yes, she is. Has she been back since Mr. Banks arrived? Nope. Hope she comes around before my shift ends. She's a tonic to the eyes, that girl. Do I need a visitor's pass? Noah asked. Don't work that easy. If he didn't leave your name, which he didn't, I have to send one of my grounds boys down there to campsite 62 and ask if I should put you through. Problem is, one of them is off sick today, and the other's run half crazy doing 2 jobs. I gotta go down there myself and do the asking while you wait here.
The first lightning of the coming storm flared beyond the office windows, and a hammerfall of thunder rattled every pane, sparing Noah the expense of fishing a C-note from his wallet and playing out one of the most cliched scenes in all of detective fiction. The clerk winced and said,
"Don't like to leave my station in a storm. Got responsibilities here. Hell, anyway, you're next thing to the cops, aren't you?" "Next thing,"
Noah agreed.
"Go on, then. Pull your car up and I'll raise the gate."
The first bolt of lightning, thrown open with a crash, had not unlocked the rain. The longer part of a minute passed before another bolt, brighter than the first, slammed out of the hasp of the heavens and opened a door to the storm. Scattered drops of rain, as fat as grapes, snapped into the oiled lane that served the many campsites, striking with such force that sprays of smaller droplets bounced a foot high from each point of impact. Leilani's best speed was behind her. The cyborg leg might appear to be ass-kicking fearsome, but it cramped sooner than she expected, perhaps because she'd done so little walking these past few days when they had been on the road. She lost the smooth hip action necessary to keep swinging along, and she couldn't reestablish the rhythm. The prelude to the Symphony of Rain lasted only seconds before a Niagara cascaded onto the campground, a concert composed entirely of furious drums. The downpour came so hard that even where the trees arched across the lane, the instantly sodden boughs provided little protection. She tried to shield her journal against her body, but the wind whipped sheets of rain against her, and she saw the pressboard cover darkening as it sucked up the water. She was already soaked to the skin, as wet as if she'd gone swimming fully clothed, and clutching the notebook against her chest provided it no protection whatsoever. Putting a hand on Leilani's shoulder and leaning close to be heard over the roar of the rain and over thunder that now came in volleys, Polly said, "Not far. That Fleetwood. 30 yards. Pushing the journal into Polly's hands, Leilani said,
"Take this. Go ahead, I'll catch up."
Polly insisted they were close, and Leilani knew they were close, but she couldn't move as fast as Polly because the cramps in her leg had grown painful, and because she was unable to recover the correct hip rhythm no matter how hard she tried, and because the dirt service lane, generously oiled to suppress the dust, proved slippery when wet, adding to her balance problems. No matter how aggressively she insisted on being a dangerous young mutant every day of her life, she was undeniably a disabled little girl in a situation like this, regardless of how much that galled her. She pushed the journal into Polly's hands, gut-wrenched by the thought that rain was seeping through the pages, smearing the ink, making her elaborate code hard if not impossible to read. Gut-wrenched because between these covers were years of her suffering, not merely tales of Sensimia and Dr. Doom, but so many memories of Lucky Pela in detail that she might not be able to perfectly recall. On these pages were the observations and the ideas that would help her to become a writer, to become someone, to take her shapeless life and to impress meaning and purpose upon it, and it seemed to her that if she lost these 400 pages of tightly written, highly condensed experience, if she allowed them to be reduced to meaningless blurs and smears, then her life would be meaningless as well. On one level, she knew this fear was unfounded, but that wasn't the level on which she was operating, so she shoved the journal into Polly's hands and screamed, "Take it! Keep it dry! It's my life! It's my life!" Maybe this seemed crazy to Polly, and in fact it was crazy, absolutely loony, but she must have seen something in Leilani's face or eyes that scared her, shook her, moved her, because maybe 25 yards from the Fleetwood, she accepted the journal and tried to jam it in her purse, and when it wouldn't fit, she ran with it. The sky, an ocean coming down, the wind, a banshee whirling. Leilani slipped and slid, staggered and stumbled, but kept hitching forward, propelling herself toward the Fleetwood, relying as much on the power of positive thinking as on her legs. Polly sprinted 10 yards, slowed, looked back, still 15 yards from the trailer, no longer the vivid figure that she had been, but merely a gray phantom of an Amazon, faded by curtain upon curtain of rain. Leilani waved her onward, "Go, go!" until Polly turned away and continued running. Polly closed to within 10 yards of the motorhome, Leilani within 20, every yard a gazelle leap for the woman and every yard a struggle for the girl, until she wondered why she hadn't applied the power of positive thinking as determinedly to the healing of her twisted leg as she had to the growth of her breasts. Down on the floor, Mickey was half convinced she could see the rank stench, like a faint green-yellow fog eddying in the first few inches above the floorboards. She sought the butane lighter, but couldn't find it. After less than a minute spent in the search, she took another and longer look at the bizarre walls towering over her, and realized that using fire to undo the knots in her bonds presented a greater danger than a minor skin burn. Shackled and fettered, able to squirm along hardly more efficiently than an inchworm, she dared not risk unintentionally igniting a major blaze. As a second blast of thunder rocked the day, and as the tramp, tramp, tramp of rain marched across the roof, she scanned the walls, seeking some item in the trash that might serve her. Only the coffee cans held promise. Maxwell House. 4 rows of large 4-pound cans, each row measuring 6 cans wide, were wedged between columns of twine-bundled newspapers, with more papers stacked under and atop them. A plastic lid capped each can. No one would keep 24 unopened cans of Maxwell House here instead of in a pantry. People saved empty coffee containers to store things in. Tealroy, who apparently had never thrown out anything in his life, who seemed to have filled his home with an eccentric collection worthy of a chapter in a psychology textbook, surely would not have left any of these 24 empty. Mickey inched away from the chair, past the TV, arrived at the Maxwell House display, rose onto her knees with more than a little effort, and got a firm grip on one of the cans in the topmost of the 4 rows. She hesitated to wrench the container out of the stacks, fearful that she would trigger a sudden collapse of the entire wall, burying herself in a ton of moldering trash. After studying the structure, assessing its stability, she opted for action, realizing that she had no other choice. At first, the can seemed to be as immovable as a stone mortared in a rampart. Then it wiggled a little between the compressed block of newsprint above it and the second row of cans below. Wiggled, slid, and came loose. Still on her knees, bracing the can between her thighs, Mickey pried at the stubborn lid. Over the years, the plastic had pressure bonded to the aluminum. Mickey clawed at it in frustration, but at last tore it off. At least 100 small, pale crescents, varying in color from white to dirty yellow, spilled out of the can onto the floor at her knees before she corrected its tilt. Thousands of little quarter moons filled the container, and Mickey stared in bafflement for a second, not because she failed to identify the contents, but because she couldn't wrap her mind around the scope of Tealroy's obsessive hoarding. Fingernail and toenail clippings, years' worth. Not all had come from the same 2 hands. Some were smaller than others and bright with nail polish, a woman's trimmings. Maybe the whole family had contributed in years past, when there had been more people living here than just poor Leonard with his needful, desperate eyes. Multi-generational obsession. She set the can aside, worked loose another one. Too light. Not likely to contain anything of use to her. She clawed it open anyway. Hair. Oily hair clippings. When Mickey popped the lid off a 3rd can, a clean calcium scent wafted up, a sort of seashell smell. Peering inside, she cried out and let the container drop from between her thighs. The can rolled across the floor, spilling the tiny white skeletons of 6 or 8 birds, all as fragile as sugar lace. They were too small to have been anything but canaries or parakeets. The Tealroys evidently had kept parakeets, and every time one of their little birds had died, they had somehow separated feathers and flesh from the bones, saving those blanched and brittle remains for what? Sentimental reasons? The papery bones crumbled as the skeletons rattled across the floor, and the skulls, none bigger than a cherry tomato, bounced and tumbled and rattled like misshapen dice. Maybe she had too quickly dismissed the idea that she was dead and in hell. This place had surely been a hell of sorts for Leonard Tealroy, and evidently for other Tealroys before him. These coffee cans weren't going to yield anything of use. This foul room didn't contain a clock, but she could hear one ticking nonetheless, counting down to Preston Maddox's return. Clutching the rain-soaked journal, Polly reached the Fleetwood, opened the door, climbed inside, paused on the steps, turned to urge Leilani to hurry, and saw that the girl had vanished. Having disconnected the utility hookups, Curtis appeared around the front of the motorhome just as Cass, ensconced in the driver's seat, started the engine. "Trouble!" Polly shouted, tossing the journal into the lounge and then plunging out of the Fleetwood, once more into the downpour. She surveyed the rain-washed campgrounds, numb with disbelief. The girl had been right behind her. Polly had looked back, and the girl had been trailing by no more than 15 feet, and Polly had sprinted the rest of the way to the Fleetwood in maybe 5 seconds, for God's sake. And yet the girl was gone. The windshield wipers were barely able to cope with the torrents that streamed down the glass, but Noah piloted his rental car through the campgrounds and located Site 62 with little difficulty, though he wondered if he should have made arrangements for an ark instead of a coupe. He gaped in amazement at Maddox's motorhome, a behemoth that appeared to be almost as big as the average roadside diner. It rose in the deluge as a galleon might loom out of the mists on a storm-tossed sea, and Noah's Mazda seemed like a rowboat riding a deep trough windward of the great ship's starboard hull. His intention had been to scout Site 62 and find a place from which he could maintain surveillance on it at least for 15 or 20 minutes until he had gained a better sense of the situation. That plan had to be discarded, however, when he saw that the door to the Prevost stood wide open in the tempest. The wind pinned the door against the wall of the vehicle. Rain slashed into the cockpit, and during the minute that Noah watched, no one appeared to close up. Something was wrong. Lightning bared its bright teeth in the sky, and its reflection gnashed in the mirrored blacktop surface of the county road. Nuns Lake lay 2 miles behind Preston, the farmhouse just a mile ahead. In spite of having been washed thoroughly by the rain, he felt dirty. The desperate nature of the moment had required that he touch the hand, including the most deformed parts of her, without a chance to pull on a pair of gloves. Unless he could find work gloves at the Tealroy house, he would have to touch her again, more than once, before the afternoon drew to a close, if only to carry her into the filthy heart of the living room portion of the maze, where he had left the slut queen. There he would secure her to the armchair, which would allow her a front-row seat for the murder of her friend. She herself would die in that armchair, after he had indulged the brute within and had done a satisfying number of hurtful things to her. He had been born for this, and so had she. Both of them were broken spokes in the dumb, grinding wheel of nature. Those tortures could be conducted without touching the hand directly, using imaginative instruments. Therefore, the moment that he had secured her, he would vigorously wash his hands with a strong soap and lots of water nearly hot enough to scald. He would feel clean then, and the coiling nausea in his stomach would relent, and he would be able to enjoy his necessary work. He worried at the possibility that the toad might not have soap, and then he let out a short, sharp bark of laughter. Even as slovenly as that bearded geek had been, it was more likely that he would have thousands of slivers of soap bar remains, carefully stored and maybe even catalogued, than that he would have no soap at all. Slowly regaining consciousness, the hand groaned softly on the seat beside him. She was sitting up, restrained by the belt, her head slumped against the window in the passenger's door. The plastic, hefty, one-zip bag lay on the console, folded but not sealed. Driving with one hand, he fished the anesthetic-saturated washcloth out of the bag and spread it over the girl's face. He didn't want to apply it continuously, for fear of killing her too soon and too mercifully. Her groaning subsided to an anxious murmur, and her hideous hand stopped twitching in her lap, but she didn't grow as still as she had been previously. Once exposed to the air, the homemade anesthetic in the cloth had begun to evaporate, and the rain had further diluted the chemical, even though he had quickly returned the cloth to the bag after initially felling her with the fumes. Repeatedly he checked the rearview mirror, expecting to see the shimmer of headlights through the silver skeins of rain. He remained confident that the storm had adequately screened him from observers when he had captured the hand. Even if other campers at their windows had been able to glimpse anything of significance in the bleak light and the occluding cloudburst, they would be likely to interpret what they'd seen as nothing more sinister than a father scooping up his errant child and carrying her through thunderclaps and thunderbolts to safety. As for the 2 women and the boy from that Fleetwood, he had no clue who they were or what they had been doing in his motorhome. He doubted that they were associates of the Slut Queen, because if she'd come to Nuns Lake with backup, she probably wouldn't have stationed herself alone in the woods to watch the farmhouse. Whoever they were, they could not have gotten past the alarm system unless the black hole had let them inside. When Preston had left for the Tealroy farm, he'd told the stupid bitch to keep the fair wind buttoned up tight. In the past, she'd always done what he required of her. That was the deal. She knew the deal well, all the paragraphs and subparagraphs and clauses, knew it as well as if it actually existed in a written form that she could study. It was a good deal for her, a dream contract, providing a fortune in drugs and a quality of life she couldn't otherwise have known, guaranteeing the aggressive and unrelenting dissolution for which she hungered. In spite of how crazy she was, crazy and venal and sick, she'd always upheld her end of the bargain. Occasionally, of course, the whole stuffed herself with so many contraindicated chemicals that she didn't remember the deal any more than she remembered who she was. Those depths of indulgence rarely occurred this early in the day, but nearly always at night, when he usually arranged to be present, to manage her with a whiff of this same homemade anesthetic if she could not be calmed by words or by a little physical force. He removed the cloth from the girl's face and threw it on the floor instead of bothering to return it to the plastic bag. She still groaned and rolled her head against the back of the seat, but the job was done. They had reached the turnoff to the Tealroy farm. The driving wind gave way to hard, shifting gusts that blew from more than one point of the compass, causing the door to rattle and bang against the side of the big Prevost, but still, no one rushed to secure it. Drenched during the few seconds that he was exposed while racing from the car to the motorhome, Noah Farrell entered cautiously, but without pausing to knock. He ascended the steps, stood beside the co-pilot's seat. He listened to the door thumping behind him, and to the mad drumming of the rain on the metal roof, seeking other sounds that might help him to analyze the situation, hearing nothing useful. An unfolded sofa bed occupied most of the lounge. One lamp cast light down upon 3 hula dolls, 2 motionless, and 1 rotating its hips, and sprayed light up on a dreamily smiling, painted face that filled most of the ceiling. Disregarding the daylight, which settled as gray as a coat of wet ashes on the windows, the only additional illumination issued from the rear of the vehicle, past the open door to the bedroom. The light back there was subdued and red. Saturday afternoon, when he'd left Geneva Davis's place to do some final research on Maddock and to pack his suitcase, and again this morning during his flight to Coeur d'Alene, and then during his drive to Nuns Lake, Noah mulled over numerous approaches to the problem, each depending on different circumstances that he might encounter when he arrived here. None of his scenarios included this situation, however, and after all his mulling, he was forced to wing it. The first choice was whether to proceed silently or to announce his presence. He decided on the latter course. Affecting a jolly fellow camper voice, he called out, "Hello? Anybody home?" And when he got no reply, he eased past the sofa bed toward the galley. "Saw your door open in the rain. Thought something was wrong." More hula dolls on the dining nook table, on the galley counter. He glanced toward the front of the Prevost. No one had entered behind him. Lightning flared repeatedly, and every window flickered like a television screen afflicted by inconstant reception. Ghostly faces, formed of shadows, swarmed the rain-smeared panes and peered into the motorhome as though spirits strove to channel themselves from their plane of existence to this one through the transmitting power of the storm. Thunder boomed, and after the last peal had tolled to the far end of the sky, a tinny vibration lingered in the metal shell of the motorhome, like the faint, squeaky voices of haunting entities. Proceeding toward the back, he called out once more, "You okay, neighbor? Does anybody need help here?" In the bathroom, hula dolls flanked the sink. At the open bedroom door, Noah hesitated. He called out again, but received no answer. He stepped across the threshold, out of the shadowy bath, into the crimson glow, which had been achieved by draping the lamps with red blouses. Beside the rumpled bed, she waited, standing straight, head held high on a graceful neck, as though she were a titled lady who'd risen to grant an audience to an inferior. She wore a brightly patterned sarong. Her hair appeared wind-blown, but she had not been out in the storm, for she was dry. Her bare arms hung slackly at her sides, and although her face was a mask of serenity, like the peaceful countenance of a Buddhist meditating, her eyes were as twitchy as those of a rabid animal. He'd seen this contrast before, and often in his youth. Though she didn't appear to be amped out on meth, she was operating on a substance more potent than caffeine.
"Are you Hawaiian?" she asked.
"No, ma'am."
"Why the shirt?"
"Comfort,"
he said.
"Are you Luki Pela?"
"No, ma'am."
"Did they beam you up?"
On his long trip to Nuns Lake, during all his planning, Noah had not anticipated, under any circumstances, that he would boldly reveal his intentions either to this woman or to Preston Maddock. But Sensimilla, easily identifiable from Geneva's description, reminded him of Wendy Quayle, the nurse who had killed Laura. Sensimilla didn't resemble Quayle, but in her serene face and her bird-bright, busy eyes, he detected a smugness, a self-satisfaction, a self-adoration that the nurse, too, had worn as though it were the aura of a saint. Her attitude, the atmosphere in this place, the sound of the front door banging in the wind, cranked up the heat under the stew-pot of his instinct, and he suspected that Mickey and Leilani were someplace beyond mere trouble. He said, "Where's your daughter?" She took a step toward him, swayed, stopped.
Lukey, baby, your mommy's glad you got healed all righteous and then got fast grown into a whole new incarnation. Been out there to the stars and seen cool stuff. Mommy's glad, but it scares her you coming back here like this.
"Where's Leilani?" he persisted.
See, Mommy's got new babies coming. Pretty babies, different only in their heads. Not like you used to be different, all screwed up in your hips. Mommy's moving on, Lukey baby. Mommy's moving on and don't want her new pretty babies hanging with her old gnarly babies.
Has Maddock taken her somewhere?
Maybe you've been to Jupiter and got healed up, but you still got the gnarly inside you. The little crip you used to be is still like a worm inside your spirit, and my new pretty babies will see all the sad gnarly in you, 'cause they're gonna be true wizard babies, got themselves total psychic powers.
Until now, loosely cupped at her side, Sensimilla's right hand tightened into a fist, and no one knew that she held a weapon. When he backed off a step, she rushed him. Her right arm came up, and she slashed at his face with what might have been a scalpel. Past his eyes, the keen blade arced, glimmering with red light, 2 inches short of a blinding cut. He leaned away from the attack, then came in under it and seized her right wrist. The scalpel in her left hand, unanticipated, punctured his right shoulder, which was a stroke of luck, pure good luck. She could have slashed instead of jabbed, opening his throat and one or both of his carotid arteries. The wound registered more as pressure than as pain. Rather than struggle to disarm her, when suddenly she was spitting and screaming like a Tasmanian devil, he kicked her legs out from under her and simultaneously pushed her backward. As she fell away, she held fast to the scalpel with which she'd scored, yanking it out of him. That was all pain, no pressure. She landed on the bed and virtually bounced to her feet, not with any grace, but with the jerky energy of a jack-in-the-box. Noah drew the snub-nosed .38 out of the belt-clipped holster in the small of his back from beneath his shirt. Loath to use the revolver, he was even less enthusiastic about being carved like Christmas turkey. He expected only more of what she'd given him thus far, more irrational ranting, and an even more determined effort to remake his face and anatomy, but she surprised him by tossing aside the blades and turning away from him. She went to the dresser, and he stepped farther into the room rather than retreat from it, because he feared that she was going for a handgun. She came up with bottles of pills instead, muttering over them, letting some drop out of her hands, throwing others aside angrily, ransacking the drawer for still more bottles, until at last she found what she wanted. As though she had forgotten Noah, she returned to the bed and settled down on the tossed sheets, amid the torn and crumpled pages of a book. She crossed her legs and sat like a young girl waiting for her friends to arrive for a pajama party, tossed her head and laughed insouciantly. As she popped open the bottle of pills, she chanted in a sing-song voice,
I am a sly cat, I am a summer wind, I am birds in flight, I am the sun, I am the sea, I am me.
With one of the wanted pills in hand, she allowed the others to spill among the bedclothes. At last, looking up at Noah, she said,
Go, Lukey baby, you don't have a place here anymore.
And then, as if never she had drawn his blood, she began to rock her head back and forth, shaking her tangled locks, and she sang again.
I am a sly cat, I am a summer wind, I am birds in flight.
Noah retreated, backing across the bathroom, keeping a watch on the red-lit bedroom, holding fast to the gun in his right hand, using his left hand to test the wound in his shoulder. The pain was sharp, but not intolerable, and though blood had spread across the front of his shirt, the bleeding wasn't arterial. She hadn't severed any major blood vessels or punctured a vital organ. His biggest problem would be the risk of infection, assuming he got out of here alive. As Noah backed into the galley, the woman continued her sing-song chant, celebrating her wonderfulness, which reassured him that she remained on the bed where he had left her. When he reached the dinette, Noah turned, intending to flee with no regard for pride. A young boy, a statuesque blonde, and a dog stood in the lounge, and as much as that sounded like the opening line of one of those a priest, a rabbi, and a minister jokes, Noah didn't have a smile in him. The boy had freckles, the blonde had a 9mm pistol, and the dog had a bushy tail that, after a moment, began to wag so vigorously that its burden of reins spattered opposite walls of the motorhome. Eternally waiting Indians, guardians without power, watched him bring the hand into the house. He dumped her on the hall floor at the entrance to the maze. The door had bounced open when he kicked it shut after himself. He closed it and engaged the lock. With his hands, he pressed some of the water out of his hair, slicking it back from his face. The girl lay in a sopping mound. The shiny braced legs stuck out at a severe angle from the shapeless rest of her. The runt hadn't fully regained consciousness. She muttered and sighed and belched, which disgusted Preston no less than if she'd urinated on herself. He could feel the microscopic filth of this useless little cripple crawling on his hands, squirming in the webs of his fingers. Reluctantly, carrying her in from the Durango, he had reached the conclusion that he wasn't going to be able to spend the time with her that he had allotted. The women and the boy in the Fleetwood were a wild card. He could no longer assume that he would have a long period of privacy here in the mad kingdom of Tealroy. Now he would have to kill the slut queen with less finesse than planned. He no longer had the leisure for exquisitely protracted violence. In front of the girl, he would finish her friend as quickly as he might crush the skull of a rat with a shovel. The runt would try to avoid watching. Therefore, in addition to binding her to the armchair, he would have to fix her head immovable and tape open her eyes. Preston could risk a few minutes, only a very few, to torment the girl. Then he would leave her bound and would set fire to the maze as he backed out of the hub, where she would be left to die with the TV off. No episode of Touched by an Angel to buck her up in her last minutes. As he left, he would tell her how her brother suffered. He'd ask her where her loving God was, now, when she needed him. Ask her whether God was maybe off playing golf with angels or taking a snooze. Leave her to the smoke and the flames. Leave her screaming with no one to hear but cigar store Indians. Over the years, assisting unto death many who were suicidal and some who were not, he had discovered first that a brute in him took pleasure in extreme violence, and second, that killing the young was more thrilling than dispatching the old. Nursing homes were drab playgrounds compared to nurseries. He didn't know why this should be so, he only knew that it was true. True for him, and thus as true as anything could be. Objective truths don't exist, after all, only personal ones. As most ethicists agree, no philosophy is superior to that of any other. Morality is not simply relative. Morality doesn't exist. Experience is relative, and you cannot judge the choice of experiences that others undertake if you have chosen a different path through life. You approve my pleasure in killing the young, and I'll politely grant you the validity of your peculiar passion for bowling. He would not have the private hours with a hand that he had so long anticipated, which was a grievous disappointment, although a disappointment that he could bear in light of the Hole's pregnancy, and considering the likelihood that she was carrying 2, 3, or even additional brats more twisted than the hand and the gimp, all needing more from the world than they could ever hope to give back. For the coming year, his work had been secured, his entertainment brilliantly arranged, and bliss would be his. The hand blinked blearily, regaining consciousness. While the girl remained groggy and disoriented, Preston steeled himself for the unpleasant task of carrying her to the hub of the living room maze. He touched the runt, shuddered, plucked her off the floor, and bore her into the labyrinth, through the lobes and the binding corpus callosum of the Tealroy family's group brain, as modeled here in trash and mold and mouse droppings. Where the TV stood and the armchair waited, the floor appeared to have been the site of a voodoo ceremony. Bird bones scattered in what might have been a meaningful pattern before it had been kicked apart. Distributions of human hair. Fingernail and toenail clippings cast like bridal rice over all else. The slut queen was gone. tied securely, left unconscious, alone for only the 20 minutes that Preston required to drive into Nuns Lake and return with a hand, this vodka-sucking wad of human debris had nevertheless managed to screw things up. But then screwing things up was the only talent her useless kind possessed. She couldn't have gone far. Her car still stood in the driveway, and the keys jingled softly in Preston's pocket. She probably lay nearby in the maze, still bound and unable to move fast. He deposited the hand in the armchair. Cringing with disgust, he uncoupled her brace and stripped it off her leg. If she regained her wits before he returned, she wouldn't be able to move any faster than the slut queen. Preston took the brace away with him. It made a good club. An Indian in a red and white headdress, standing proud between towering stacks of the Saturday Evening Post, offered no cigars, but brandished a tomahawk. Clutching at the Indian, Mickey pulled herself to her feet. Her ankles were so tightly bound, with less than 2 inches of play in the cord between them, that she could shuffle each foot no more than a fraction of an inch at a time. But she didn't have far to go. Directly across the passageway from the chief, a bay in the maze wall featured a 2-foot diameter round table, on which stood a lamp with a bell-shaped yellow glass shade. An ornate bronze finial in the form of a smiling cherub's head fixed the shade to the lamp rod. Being not merely shackled and fettered, but also hog-tied, Mickey initially intended to set the lamp carefully on the floor, where she could more easily work with it. On second thought, she knocked it off the table with a sweep of her arm. The shade smashed, and the bulb as well, casting this length of the labyrinth into deeper gloom. Shards of glass clinked and rattled as they spun across the floor. For a moment, Mickey froze, listening intently. The breaking lamp had been unnervingly loud in the tomb-still house. She half expected to hear heavy and ominous footsteps, to be set upon by a maze-keeper straight out of Tales from the Crypt, a livid-eyed undead bureaucrat dressed in ragged gravecloth and displeased about being interrupted in its dinner of dead beetles. But if a maze-keeper arrived, he would exceed in grisliness the darkest imaginative efforts of those writers who created the crypt, for he would be Preston Maddock, not shudder-evoking in appearance, but harboring the father of all monsters under his skin. She stooped in the shadows, cautiously explored the floor, found a few large shards, gingerly tested them against her thumb, and found one sharp enough. When she sat on the table, it held her weight. Sawing with the glass edge, Mickey worked first on the length of cord that connected her wrist restraints to those that bound her ankles. The plastic cut easily, and because copper was a soft metal, the twist of wires at the heart of the cord offered only slightly little more resistance than did the coating. Thankful that she had remained limber by faithfully adhering to an exercise regimen while in prison, she pulled her feet up onto the small table and set to work on the loops of cord that trammeled her. In a few minutes, her feet were free. As she puzzled over how to hold the cutting edge of the glass to best apply it to her shackles without slicing her wrists, she heard faint noises elsewhere in the house. Then a loud thud was followed by a slamming door. Maddock had returned. Slumped in a grungy armchair, Leilani didn't know where she was or how she had gotten here, but though her thought processes remained frayed at the edges, she had no illusions that a maid would appear at any moment with a pot of Earl Grey and a tray of tea cakes. Wherever she might be, the place reeked more nauseatingly than the worst of old Sensimia's toxin-purging baths. In fact, the stink was so offensive that perhaps this was where the years and years of dear Mater's extracted toxins had been shipped for disposal. Maybe this foul miasma was what the wizard baby breeder would smell like if she hadn't soaked away her sins on a regular basis. Leilani slid to the edge of the chair, stood up, and fell down. The stench at floor level motivated her to get a grip on herself and concentrate to expel the haze that clouded her thoughts. Her brace had been taken. She'd been mere steps from freedom, from a Fleetwood full of aliens. Boy, dog, Amazons, and the prospect of great adventures without evil pigmen. Now, this. The work of the Doom Doctor was evident. Tiny bird skulls staring with empty sockets. The hand's useless nature, her pathetic dependency, her deep genetic corruption, squirmed across every plane and curve and crook of the steel brace as surely as bacteria swarmed the surfaces of a public toilet. A highly educated man, Preston knew that her uselessness and her dependency were abstract qualities that left no residue on things she touched, and he knew that her genetic corruption could not be passed along like a viral disease. Nevertheless, his right hand, in which he held the brace, grew sticky with sweat, and as he roamed the maze in search of the slut queen, he became convinced that the girl's hideous residues were dissolving in his perspiration, and that they would seep deep into him through his traitorous pores. In the best of times, his sweat distressed him no less than did the urine and the mucus and the other offensive products of his metabolism, but in this instance, as his hand grew slimier, his antipathy to the girl swelled into a ripe disgust into a bile-black hatred that should have been beneath an ethical man like him. With each step that he took into the stinking bowels of the labyrinth, however, what he knew became less important than what he felt. Hands still bound, holding the wicked shard of glass in front of her as though it were a halberd, Mickey eased to an intersection of passageways, keeping her back against one wall of the maze, her head raised to detect faint, telltale sounds. She moved as silently as fog, practicing a stealth that she had learned in childhood, when preventing further assaults on her dignity meant avoiding one of her mother's bad boys by making of herself a living ghost, silent and unseen. She didn't pause to saw at the wrist bindings, because that tricky task would take time, at least a few minutes, and would inevitably distract her. She was St. George in the lair, and the awakened dragon prowled. At the corner, she paused. The next passageway, meeting this one at right angles, continued both to the left and the right. She didn't want to stick her head out there and find Maddock watching, listening. She remembered how furtively, how fox-smooth, and with what boldness he had invaded Geneva's home only a few nights ago, and she did not underestimate him. Her assessment of him immediately proved accurate when suddenly he cursed, his voice arising no more than a few feet from her, around the corner to the left, where he had been standing without so much as a revealing inhalation. But then, in an apparent fit of uncontrolled anger, he threw down something that hit the wood floor with a hard clatter, tumbled, and came to rest in front of the termination point of the passage in which Mickey sheltered, only inches from her feet, Leilani's leg brace. If he followed the steel contraption, they would be at once face to face, and her survival would hinge on her ability to thrust the shard of glass into one of his eyes in the instant of his surprise. Miss, cut only his cheek or his brow, and he would take advantage of her shackled hands to finish her with brutal dispatch. Mickey held her breath, waited, shifted her body without moving her feet, turning to face the intersection more directly, glass at the ready. She wore a cheap and classic Timex. No digital components, old-fashioned watchworks in the case. She swore she could hear the tick-tick-tick of gear teeth biting time between them. She'd never heard them before, but she detected them now, so acutely heightened were her senses. Nothing followed the clatter of the tossed leg brace. No sound of Maddock approaching or departing. Just the expectant silence of a coiled snake, sans rattle. Loud, her rampant heart stampeded. Her body resonated, just as hard ground would vibrate with the thunder of a herd of drumming hooves. Yet somehow she heard through the tumult of her heart, filtered it, and filtered out also the regiments of rain tramping across the roof, so she could still perceive the silence that otherwise ruled, and would perceive any sound that, however faintly, disturbed it. Wait here another minute? 2 minutes? Can't wait forever. When you stand still too long, they find you. Ghosts, living and not, must be elusive, in constant drift. She leaned forward, exposing as little as possible, just the side of her head, one wary eye. Maddock had moved on. The next passageway, to the left and right, was deserted. The brace meant Leilani had been brought here. And she must not be dead yet, because Maddock wouldn't have removed the brace from her corpse, only from the living girl, with the cold intention of further incapacitating her. A tough choice here. Leave the brace, or try to take it. Getting Leilani out alive would be easier if the girl had 2 legs to stand on. But the contraption might make noise when Mickey tried to gather it off the floor. Besides, with her hands tied, she couldn't easily carry the brace and also effectively wield the shard of glass as a weapon. Mickey stooped and gripped the appliance anyway, because Leilani would be not only faster and more sure-footed with the brace, but also less afraid. She lifted it slowly, carefully. A faint clink and a tick. She held the brace against her body, cushioning it to prevent further noise, and rose to her feet. Because Maddock was rain-soaked, Mickey could see which way he had gone and where he'd come from. The bare wood floor, its finish long worn away, left no water standing on the surface, but sopped up each of the man's wet steps, resulting in dark footprints. She was sure that he must have left the girl in the space with the television, where he had bound Mickey herself earlier. Indeed, the trail led to that very place, but Leilani wasn't there. Bottles, bottles everywhere, and not one genie in them, nor any message meant to be tossed overboard at sea. They contained only the dried residue of soft drinks and beer, which in spite of its age lent a nose-wrinkling scent to the enclosed back porch. Stabbed but not disabled, Noah had hurried around the house with Cass and found the porch door unlocked. Guns drawn, they entered. The 3-mile drive from Nuns Lake had not provided sufficient time for Noah to get a grip on the complete background of the twins. Although he knew that they were ex-showgirls fascinated with UFOs, he remained more mystified than not by their game attitude and by their armaments. He hadn't seen either of them fire a weapon, but from the wholly professional way they handled guns, Noah felt as comfortable having Cass for a partner as he'd ever felt about any cop with whom he had partnered during his years in uniform. The floor of the porch groaned under the weight of a bottle collection that would, redeemed at a nickel apiece, purchase a fine automobile for the owners to put up on blocks in the front yard. When Noah led the way through a narrow walk space, the bottles made fairy music. The door between the porch and the kitchen was double-locked. One lock could easily be lloyded with a credit card, but the other was a deadbolt that would not succumb to a slip of plastic. They had to assume that Maddock had either heard them drive up, in spite of the wind and rain and thunder, or that he had seen them arrive. Stealth might matter inside, but it didn't matter when they were getting in. The bottles encroaching on both sides didn't allow him a full range of motion, but he kicked the door hard. The shock of the impact expressed itself all the way into the wound in his shoulder, but he kicked again, and then a third time. Half eaten away by dry rot, the jam crumbled around the lock, and the door flew inward. 3 blows shook the house, and Preston knew at once that his hope of having more than the briefest pleasure with a hand had in this instant evaporated. The slut queen wouldn't have made that noise. She was in the farmhouse, seeking an exit, but striving not to draw attention to herself. In the unlikely event that she'd already found a route through the maze, she wouldn't have needed to hammer her way out of the house. Preston hadn't heard sirens, and no one had yelled police. Yet he didn't delude himself that a burglar would, by chance, have chosen precisely this point in time to force entry. Someone had come to stop him. He abandoned his search for the slut queen hardly before it had begun, and turned back on his trail, eager to get to the armchair in which he'd left the hand. He might still have time to choke the ugly little bitch to death, although such intimate contact would make his stomach churn, and then use the maze to slip away. He couldn't allow her to fall under the protection of others, after all, because if at last she was able to convince anyone to listen to her, she would be the only witness against him. Polly wants Curtis to remain in Noah's rental car, but galactic royalty will always have its way. Curtis wants old Yeller to remain in the car, and he easily wins the issue that Polly lost, because Sister Become is a good, good dog. The grassless yard has turned to mud that sucks at their shoes. They splash through deep puddles as lightning strikes a pine tree in a nearby field, about 100 feet away, causing a banner of flame to flutter briefly through the boughs before the downpour quenches the fire, and thunder loud enough to announce the apocalypse shakes the day. It's all so wonderful. On the front porch, when she tries the door and finds it locked, Polly draws the pistol from her purse and tells Curtis to stand back.
"It'd be cool to blow down the door," the boy says, "but my way is easier, and Mother always says the simplest strategy is usually the best."
He places both hands lightly on the door, wills it to open, and down on the micro level, where it matters, the brass molecules of the deadbolt suddenly prefer to be there rather than here, to be in the lock's disengaged position. "Can I learn that?" Polly asks.
"Nope," he says,
pushing the door inward. "Gotta be a space boy like you, huh?"
"Every species has its talents,"
he says, allowing her to enter first, with her gun drawn, because in fact she edges him aside and gives him no choice. Mummies line the downstairs hall. Indian mummies, embalmed in standing positions and clothed in their ceremonial best. At the back of the big house, Noah or Cass is kicking down the door, and seconds later they appear at the far end of the hallway, gaping in amazement at the mummies. Polly signals them to check out the rooms on their end, and to Curtis she says, "This way, sweetie." He follows her into chambers more interesting than any he has seen since arriving on this world, but, oh Lord, it sure does seem to be the kind of place where serial killers would hang out by the dozen to reminisce about the atrocities they have committed. Leilani wasn't in the chamber with the television, but her wet footprints lingered there, with the older, fading prints of Preston Maddock. Mickey could also see where the girl had faltered, fallen, and gotten up again, leaving the damp imprint of her sodden clothes. Mickey followed this trail from one short passageway into another, then around a second blind corner, moving far faster than prudence allowed, terrified that the girl would blunder into Maddock. Clearly the bastard had brought her here to kill her, just as he'd brought Mickey for that purpose. Couldn't wait for Montana. Not with the complications that Mickey had brought to his plans. The house shook with 3 loud, rapid knocks, not peals of thunder but hard blows, as though someone had struck the building with a great hammer. The noise scared Mickey because she had no idea what caused it. A death blow of some kind? Maddock triumphant? Leilani dead? Then Mickey turned another corner, and the girl was 6 feet ahead, bracing herself with one hand against the maze wall, limping but making determined progress. Such a small figure, and yet somehow towering at the same time, her head held high, shoulders thrown back in a posture of absolute resolution. Sensing a presence, Leilani looked over her shoulder, and her expression at the sight of a faithful friend was a joy that Mickey would never forget if she lived to be 500 and if God chose to take all other memories from her in old age. All other memories he could have if that day came, but she would never give him the sight of Leilani's face at this moment, for this alone would sustain her, even in the hour of her death. When he discovered that the hand wasn't in the armchair where he'd left her, wasn't anywhere in the television annex, Preston began to set the maze on fire. Ultimately, following what pain he'd wished to put her through, he'd always intended to leave the girl still alive so that she could live her last minutes in terror as the flames encircled her and as the smoke stole the breath from her lungs. The former cruelty had been denied him, but he might still have the pleasure of standing in the rain outside and hearing her screams as she staggered and crawled helplessly through the baffling, burning labyrinth. Bundled newspapers and magazines offered the best fuel. The kiss of the butane lighter ignited an immediate, passionate response. The publications were so tightly compacted in the lower portions of the walls that, almost as dense as bricks, they would burn fiercely and for hours. He circled the cramped space, bringing flame to paper in 6 places. He had never killed with fire before, except when as a boy he tortured bugs by dropping matches on them in a jar. Licking flames, lavishing bright tongues upon the walls, thrilled him. When he first found the armchair empty, Preston had noticed the runt's damp footprints made patterns with his own. Now he followed them, pausing briefly every few steps to apply the lighter to the tinder-dry walls. Neither of them had time to be weepy, but they wept anyway, even though tough babes like Mickey B and dangerous young mutants were both averse to giving anyone the satisfaction of their tears. Crying didn't slow Leilani as she used the fragment of yellow glass to cut the loops of lamp cord that shackled Mickey's wrists. She needed perhaps a half-minute to do the job, less than a half-minute to clamp the brace around her leg. When they were ready to move again, flames bloomed elsewhere in the maze. Leilani couldn't yet see the fire itself, but its reflected light crawled the ceiling, like swarms of bright chameleons whipping lizardy tails across the plaster. Fear nothing. That's what the surfers said. Yeah, sure, but how long since the last time that any of those dudes had to worry about being burned to death while they were catching a honking big wave? They started back the way they had come, but simultaneously they noticed the damp footprints, and without discussing the matter, they reached the same conclusion. Preston would follow the spoor as surely as Mickey had followed it. In truth, finding their way out was no harder if they went one direction instead of another. No easier either. Already, on the ceiling, slithering salamanders of firelight faded behind rising masses of smoke that were first carried on the updraft, but that would soon pour down through the labyrinth in thick, choking clouds. Mickey put one arm around Leilani, lending support, and together they hurried as fast as the cyborg leg would allow. At intersection after intersection, they turned left or right, or continued straight ahead if that option existed, basing every choice on instinct, which brought them eventually to a dead end. 2 of Preston's 3 university degrees were in philosophy. Consequently, he had taken numerous logic courses. He remembered one class that, in part, had dealt with the logic of mazes. When these 3-dimensional puzzles were designed by educated mathematicians or logicians, who drew upon all their learned cunning to deceive, the result was usually a labyrinth that few could find their way through in a timely manner, and from which a certain percentage of frustrated challengers had to be rescued by guides. On the other hand, when the maze was designed by anyone other than a mathematician or a logician, by ordinary folk, that is, these more mundane maze-makers followed a startlingly predictable pattern, because the design flowed from instinct rather than from intelligent planning. Evidently embedded in every human psyche was an affinity for a basic pattern that rarely failed to be asserted in the designing of a maze. Perhaps this was the pattern of the network of caves and tunnels in which the first extended family of mankind had dwelled. Perhaps the map of that earliest of all human homes had been imprinted in our genes and represented comfort and security when we recreated it. The mystery intrigued psychologists as well as philosophers, though Preston had never spent much time brooding on the subject. The toad of Tealroy Farm might not have been ordinary by the standard definition of the word, but when his thought processes were compared to those of a Harvard-educated mathematician, he must be judged ordinary beyond argument. Having followed the toad through this labyrinth once, without giving a thought to whether it conformed to the classic design, Preston suspected in retrospect that it did. Following the scheme as he remembered it from that long-ago class, he repeatedly set fire to the stacks behind him, essentially barring his retreat. In this fashion, as the first thin gray smoke settled into the tunnels of the warren, with a heavier black soot soon to press after it, and as waves of heat began to wring noxious sweat from him, he arrived at the dead end in which the Hand and the Slut Queen had trapped themselves. He would not have turned into that passageway, but he did hurry past it, catching sight of them peripherally. When he reversed course and blocked their retreat, the woman and the girl cowered together in their blind alley, coughing, squinting at him through the descending veil of smoke, clearly fearful of what he would do next. What he did next was step into the passage, forcing them to retreat further to the end of it. Then, from the midpoint, he backed out, setting fire to the walls at several places on both sides. This seemed like old times. Bugs in a jar. When fire suddenly appears and grows with explosive speed, Polly wants to plunge at once deeper into the maze, perhaps having bought her own image too completely, seeing herself as a superhero without cape. Curtis restrains her. "The girl's in there," she reminds him, as if he's such a gump that he's forgotten why they are here. "And Cass! Noah! They might have gone too far in from the other end to reverse out."
You head back the way we came before the smoke gets too thick to see the signs we left.
At every turn, he had marked the walls with Polly's lipstick. Strawberry Frost, said the label on the tube.
I'll find the others.
You, Polly says, disbelieving, because though she knows that he is an E.T., she also knows that he's a boy, and in spite of all he's told her, she can think of a boy as having but one basic form, and a vulnerable form at that. "Sweetie, you're not going in there alone. Hey, you're not going in there at all."
I can't imagine a Spelkenfelter turning spooky on me,
Curtis assures her.
But promise you won't.
What are you talking about? She demands, shifting her attention between him and the fire ahead. He shows her what he's talking about by ceasing to be Curtis Hammond, reverting not to any of the many forms in his repertoire, but to the shape in which he was born, an incarnation that allows him to move faster than he can move as Curtis, and with senses more acute. This is quite a performance, even if he does say so himself. He would not be surprised if Polly fainted, but after all she is a Spelkenfelter, and though she sways, she does not fall. Indeed, flashing back on parts of the story that he told them after their Chinese dinner in Twin Falls, she says, Holy howlin' saints alive! Mickey, at the back of the dead end, didn't want to confront Preston Maddock, in part because of his greater strength, and in part because of his lighter. He would probably use it to set their clothes afire. Flames seethed over the walls along the forward half of the passageway. In a minute, the hungrily feeding fires would join from side to side, creating an impassable wall of death. The haze of smoke thickened second by second. She and Leilani were coughing. Already a rawness burned in her throat. Soon they wouldn't be able to breathe unless they dropped to the floor. The moment they were forced to the floor in search of clean air, however, they were as good as dead. She turned to the back wall of this blind alley and tried to claw newspapers and magazines out of the construction, hoping to burrow through to another passageway where the flames had not yet reached. The bundled publications were so tightly packed that she couldn't pry them loose. Okay. All right. Topple the damn thing. All this crap was just piled here, wasn't it? No one had cemented it in place. No one had reinforced it with rebar. When she pushed against the palisade, however, it felt every bit as solid as anything the pharaohs had built. At the end caps of some passages, she'd been able to see that the maze walls were always at least 2 and sometimes 3 stacks thick, with sheets of masonite and plyboard between layers. Perhaps more support structure existed than met the eye. She put everything she had into a shove without effect, and then tried to rock the wall, attacked it with rhythm, pressing and relenting and pressing again, hoping to start the trash swaying, but it wouldn't sway. Turning to face Maddock beyond the flames, she pulled Leilani to her side and gathered her courage. She saw no option now but to rush the entrance, get out before the flames closed the way, and try to take Maddock down before he could harm them. Bowl him over, try to kick his head if he fell, because if she fell, he would be trying to kick hers. Paper whispered when it burned in great volume, crackled and popped and hissed as well, but whispered, as if divulging secrets printed on it, naming names, citing sources. Preston realized that he had lingered too long in the smoke and heat when the burning paper began to whisper the names of those whom he had killed. The foul air remained breathable, yet even before the smoke grew dense enough to clog the lungs, the air assailed with lethal toxins spewed out by burning materials, gases that were invisible compared to the roiling soot, but no less dangerous. The manufacture of paper required numerous chemicals, which fire liberated and transformed into even more effective poisons. If he were hearing the names of those he killed, he had inhaled enough toxins to half unscrew his mind. He'd better get out of here before he became disoriented. He hesitated, however, because the sight of the hand and the slut queen trapped in the blind alley thrilled him. He hoped they would run the fiery gauntlet before their sole escape route closed forever. Maybe they'd misjudge the moment, be caught by the shifting flames, and go up like torches, a spectacle he was loath to miss. The vodka-sucking whore pulled the girl against her. She seemed to be trying to work out a way to use her body to shield the kid when they made their run for it, as if a few burn scars could possibly render the hand any uglier than she already looked. Abruptly, a section of the stacks on one side of their passage collapsed onto the floor between them and Preston, releasing clouds of sparks like fireflies and great black moths of paper ash. They could no longer exit without wading through knee-deep, furiously blazing debris. Fate sealed, the woman and the girl retreated to the back of the cul-de-sac. They would live another 3 minutes, 5 at most, before smoke flooded through here in smothering tides, before they became a pair of animate candles. Preston dared not wait for the final act, lest he be trapped in the house with them. A heavy weight of disappointment lay on his heart. Their final throes, witnessed firsthand, would have given him much pleasure, and thus would have added to the total amount of happiness in the world. Now their deaths would be nearly as useless as their lives. He consoled himself with the thought that the black hole's first batch of lumpy cupcakes was baking in her oven. As Preston turned away, leaving these 2 wads of living tallow to the mercy of the fire, the woman began to cry out for help at the top of her voice. Excited by the note of desperation in her pleas, he lingered a moment longer. An answering shout arising elsewhere in the maze startled him. He had forgotten the 3 loud blows, likely the sounds of someone breaking down a door. Further proof that the polluted air was already affecting his thinking, clouding his judgment. Heartened, the woman cried out again, making a beacon of her voice. Another answering shout rang above the rapidly rising chant of a million tongues of flame, and to Preston's left, about 10 feet away, a big man in a colorful Hawaiian shirt appeared out of the mouth of another passageway. He carried a revolver. With a shocking disregard for ethical conduct, the son of a bitch shot Preston. They were strangers. Neither of them had the informed perspective necessary to judge the other's usefulness to the world. Yet the ruthless bastard squeezed the trigger without hesitation. When he saw the stranger raising the gun, Preston realized that he should fling himself backward and to the right. But he was more a man of thought than action, and before he could move, the impact of the slug punished his hesitation. He staggered, fell, rolled onto his stomach, and scrambled away from the shooter, away from the cul-de-sac in which the woman and the girl awaited burning, around a corner, into another run of the maze, shocked by the intensity of his pain, which was worse than anything he'd experienced before, or had expected to be forced to endure.
"We're here,"
Noah shouted to Mickey and the girl.
"Hold on, we'll get you out."
Only a few minutes old, the blaze had grown astonishingly fast throughout the front of the house. Not a man who had often, or ever, suspected that uncanny forces were afoot in the world, never having gotten so much as a single nape hair bristle at a scary movie, Noah Farrell couldn't shake the feeling that this fire was different, that it was somehow alive, aware, cunning, prowling the maze with strange purpose, seeking more than just fuel to feed its bottomless appetite. He knew that firefighters sometimes felt this way, that they called it the beast. When flames hissed at him, when from more distant and fully involved corridors rose what sounded like grumbling, snarling, and thick-throated cackling, beast seemed a fitting name. The door to the enclosed porch and the back door between porch and kitchen had been left open when he and Cass broke in. Interior doors had been removed a long time ago. Now the superheated air in the house sought the cool day beyond the bottle collection, and the accelerating draft drew smoke and ashes and hot embers through the labyrinth, and coaxed the conflagration toward a richer supply of oxygen. Largely, the fire remained confined to the front half of the house. That wouldn't be the case much longer. With smears of wet blood from his oozing scalpel wound, Noah had left markers on the stacked paper walls along the route they'd followed. He was afraid that if they didn't begin to retrace their path soon, smoke would blind them to those crimson signs. He squinted into the mouth of the dead-end passage where but a moment ago Maddock had been posted. About 10 feet long. The first 4 feet of both walls were afire. On the floor, a deep threshold of burning debris barred entrance. Mickey and the girl, visible beyond shimmering curtains of fire, couldn't be reached from here. Grabbing a fistful of Hawaiian shirt, Cass pulled Noah to one side and pointed out that only one of the cul-de-sac's flanking walls towered all the way to the 9-foot ceiling. The other wall, shared with the parallel corridor that she and Noah had recently followed, was 2 feet shorter. Returning to that passage, out of which he had stepped before shooting Maddock, Noah holstered his revolver and allowed Cass to give him a boost. She was tall and strong, and with an assist from her, he levered himself onto the top of the barrier that separated them from the dead end, where Mickey and the girl were trapped. Going up, acutely sensitive to the stability of the stacks, Noah prepared to drop away at the first indication that his ascent might cause the trash to collapse upon the very people he hoped to rescue. The construction wasn't as supportive as a concrete block wall, but it didn't shift under him. At the summit, in the narrow space between the stacks and the ceiling, with his feet sticking out in the aisle where Cass waited, with his chest flat on the top of the wall, he was in thicker, though far from blinding, smoke that irritated his eyes and pricked tears from them. Better hold each breath as long as possible. Minimize the amount of crap he sucked in. He couldn't, however, perform the entire operation on a single inhalation. In the valley of the shadow, every second a tick closer to death. A coiled bramble of pain twisted its thorns back and forth in the scalpel wound. He almost welcomed the pain, hoping it would help compensate for the sense-dulling effect of the fumes, keeping him alert. Gingerly but quickly, he eased forward until he could peer down into the dead-end passage. 1 yard to his right, seething fire ate at the floor and fed all the way up the vertical surface of the cul-de-sac. He flinched from the heat and felt the sweat stiffen on the skin of his right forearm as it flash-dried in an instant. The portion of the 7-foot-high wall directly below him had not yet caught fire. As Noah appeared and at once reached down with both arms, Mickey looked up. wheezing, her face less than 2 feet from his. Right profile stained with thick, dried blood, hair matted with blood along that side of her head. Without hesitation, Mickey boosted Leilani, and Noah could see from the woman's wrenched expression that the effort unleashed tribes of tiny devils that jabbed their pitchforks in her scalp wound. He grabbed the girl, muscled her up toward him. She helped as much as she could, seizing his left shoulder as though it were a ladder rung, clutching at the top of the partition. Pulled from above, pushed from below, she squeezed between Noah and the corner of the cul-de-sac, up and into the smoky crawl space between the stacks and the ceiling. As he felt Leilani squirm past him toward the passageway where Cass waited to lift her down, Noah hooked his hands under Mickey's arms, and she followed the girl's example. She was heavier than the child, and no one pushed her from below. She gave herself as much of a boost as she could by toeing off the wall once, twice, then again, and each time she did so, Noah felt the stacks shudder under them. Now he held his breath not merely to minimize smoke inhalation, but in expectation that the wall would shift and collapse, either burying Mickey in the burning cul-de-sac, or crushing him, Cass, and Leilani in the passage that they were trying to reach. Aware of the danger, she eased quickly but judiciously past him, eeling across the 2-foot-wide top of the palisade. To his right, bright teeth of fire chewed through the stacks, almost a foot closer than when he'd first come up here. The hairs on that forearm, stiff with dried sweat, bristled like hundreds of tiny torches waiting to be lit. Edging backward, Noah rapped his head against the ceiling. He froze as the compacted mass trembled under him, remained frozen until it grew still once more. Then he dropped into the safe passageway, joining the others. Safe like the Titanic. Safe like Hiroshima, 1945. Safe like hell. The rescue operation had taken at most a minute and a half, but conditions had worsened noticeably in the meantime. Night seemed to have arrived toward the front of the maze, though it wasn't night, more like a tsunami of black water, suspended by the magical stoppage of time, powerful and roiling within itself, but not yet advancing. Veins of red fire opened in that thick blackness, bled for a moment, closed up, and new veins ruptured elsewhere. And here the cloying air pressed upon him, heavier with portent than with smoke, pregnant with a sense of tremendous forces rapidly building beyond restraint. Blackened pages of old magazines, little more than large flakes of ash, glided lazily toward them through the air, like stingrays seeking prey, and great schools of tiny lanternfish swam overhead in sinuous parades, sometimes extinguishing themselves when they collided with the maze walls, but in other places sparking small new fires, not yet attracted downward to the hair and clothes that they would eventually find so tasty. The heat demanded a toll of greasy sweat, but then parched Noah's mouth and cracked his lips and seared the linings of his nostrils. They were all coughing and clearing their throats, sneezing and wheezing, hawking black spit and gray phlegm. Cass declared, "Out of here, now!" and led the way, followed by Leilani and Mickey. Last man in line, .38 caliber revolver drawn in case Maddox still had something to prove, Noah saw the throb of firelight toward the back of the house, where they had encountered none on the way in. Maybe there would be a path around it. Turn by turn, through the convolutions of the labyrinth, as if exploring the gyri and the sulci on the surface of a brain, Preston chose his route according to his understanding of the classic maze pattern imprinted in the human racial memory, to which all ordinary maze-makers unfailingly resorted. Maybe the toad, in spite of bib and bristle, wasn't ordinary after all. Subhuman seemed more likely. Or maybe Preston's recollection of what he'd learned in that long-ago logic class was flawed, because he seemed to be getting nowhere, and he suspected that more than once he had doubled back and crossed his path. Blame might best be placed on the bullet wound, which steadily drained him, or on the quality of the air, rather than on faulty memory or on the toad's failure to get in touch with his inner primitive. The black hole worried frequently about the ever-worsening quality of the planet's air, which was under continuous assault by barbecue grills and flatulent cows and SUVs and bathroom deodorizing cakes and, oh, so many things, so many. The air in here had gotten more disgusting than the air in a vomitorium. It probably contained more psychoactive chemical toxins than the hole kept in her entire drug supply. The hole, the good old hole. Mess that she might be, she sometimes got a thing or two right. Preston had a buzz on, a paper chemical buzz, exacerbated by heat and by the thin haze of smoke that lent these wooden Indian catacombs some of the atmosphere of an opium den, though the smell was not as pleasant, and no bunks were provided for those who had toked the pipe and felt wasted, as he felt ever more wasted step by step. He attempted to determine which of these coral reef accretions of trash might be piled against an outer wall of the house, because windows lay behind those stacks, windows offering escape and clean air, or as clean as air ever got in a world full of barbecue grills. Unfortunately, he couldn't stay focused on the task. One moment he would be searching urgently for concealed windows, and the next thing he knew, he'd find himself standing at a bafflingly complex juncture of passages, muttering, spitting on his shoes. Spit. Disgusting. So many fluids in the human body. Noxious fluids. He felt sick. He felt sick. But then he found himself peering warily around corners, searching not for windows, but for the mysterious, damn sneaky, damn extraterrestrials that had been eluding him for years. For most of his life, he hadn't needed to believe in a superior intelligence. His own intelligence seemed to him to be as superior as anyone could expect. But he was a profound thinker, a philosopher, and a respected academic whose view of the world had been shaped and could be reshaped by other academics, the elite of the elite, whose value to society, in his estimation and generally in theirs too, was of unparalleled importance. 5 years ago, when he discovered that some quantum physicists and some molecular biologists had begun to believe that the universe offered profuse and even incontrovertible evidence of intelligent design, and that their numbers were slowly growing, his comfortable worldview had been shaken, had been too deeply disturbed to allow him to shrug off this information and blithely go on with his killing. He continued killing, yes, but not blithely. He could not accept any God hypothesis whatsoever, because it was too limiting. It resurrected the whole business of right and wrong, of morality, which the enlightened community of utilitarian ethicists had largely succeeded in purging from society. A world created by a superior intelligence who had imbued human life with purpose and meaning was a world in which Preston Maddock didn't want to exist. It was a world he rejected, for he had always been and forever would be the only master of his fate, the only judge of his behavior. Fortunately, in the midst of his intellectual crisis, Preston had come across a most useful quote by Francis Crick, one of the 2 scientists who won the Nobel Prize for the discovery of the double helix structure of DNA. In a crisis of his own, Crick had reached a point at which he no longer believed that a sound scientific case could be made for evolution through natural selection. All life, at even a molecular level, was so irreducibly complex that it argued for intelligent design, which convinced Crick, who also wasn't too keen on this God business, that every form of life on Earth, all flora and fauna, the entire ecosystem, had been created not by God, but by an alien race of incomprehensibly vast intelligence and powers, a race that might also have created this universe itself and others. Extraterrestrials. Extraterrestrial world makers. Mysterious extraterrestrial world makers. If that theory satisfied Francis Crick, Nobel laureate, it was plenty damn good enough for Preston Claudius Maddock. Extraterrestrial world makers were no more likely to care what their creations did with their lives in a moral sense than any nerdy kid with an ant farm cared whether the ants inhabiting it were behaving their itty-bitty selves according to a posted set of rules. In fact, Preston had a theory to explain why an alien race of incomprehensibly vast intelligence and powers might skip across the universe making worlds and seeding them with infinite varieties of life, intelligent and otherwise. It was a good theory, a fine theory, a brilliant theory. He knew it was brilliant, pure genius, but as he stood here spitting on his shoes, he could not remember his splendid theory, not a word of it. Spitting on his shoes? Disgusting! He shouldn't be standing around spitting on his shoes when he hadn't found a window yet. The windows of any house were arranged in certain classic patterns dating back to the Stone Age and seated in the human racial memory, so they ought to be easy to find even in this bizarre and rambling opium den. Windows. Hidden windows. Find one of the mysterious hidden windows. Most likely an extraterrestrial will be behind the damn thing, big grin on its world-maker face. He had their number. He knew what they were about. Perverse bunch of incomprehensibly intelligent and vastly powerful old farts. His theory, yes, he remembered it now, his brilliant theory was that they built worlds and seeded life on them because they got off on the suffering of the species that they created. Not necessarily got off on in the sense of experienced orgasms. This was a brilliant theory, not a tacky one. But they built us to die by the tens of billions over the centuries because our deaths did something for them, provided them with something of value. Maybe there was a form of energy released every time a creature perished, an energy beyond the human ability to detect, which they employed to power their starships and toasters, or which they personally absorbed in order to guarantee themselves eternal life. Oh, they were the ultimate utilitarians, ethical in all their undertakings, creating us to be of use to them and using every one of us fully, wasting none of us. Move over, Francis Crick. Move over, all you other lame Nobel laureates. The Academy would award him not just the coveted prize, but all of Sweden, if he could prove what he had theorized. Seeking to confirm his theory, Preston had spent the past 4.5 years ricocheting around the country, from one UFO sighting to another, meeting with gaggles of alien abductees, everywhere from Arkansas backwaters to Seattle, to purple mountain majesties across the fruited plain, yearning to be beamed up and to have a chance to present his theory to the incomprehensibly intelligent world makers themselves, in their bib overalls and straw hats, which is why he came here to Nuns Lake, only to be disappointed again, only to wind up in want of a window, spitting in his lap. Spitting in his lap? What a repulsive act. Next thing you knew, he'd be pissing his pants. Maybe he already had. Yet in spite of his fastidiousness, it was true. Here he sat in a peculiar corner of an odd sort of place, repeatedly and vigorously hawking up clots of vile black phlegm and spitting them in his lap. He was also ranting aloud about his theory. Deeply humiliated to hear himself raving like a booze-addled street person, he nevertheless could not shut up because, after all, deep intellectual analysis and philosophical rumination were the essence of his work. That's what he did. That's who he was. Analyzer, ruminator, killer. The only thing that perhaps he needed to be embarrassed about was that he had been talking aloud to himself. But then he realized that he wasn't alone after all. He had company. The pall of smoke retreated like a gray tide, and the air in the immediate vicinity grew clean, and into this sudden clarity came a visitor of extraordinary appearance. It was about the size of the hand, but not the hand, not anything that Preston had ever previously seen or dreamed about. Feline, but not like a cat. Canine, but not like a dog. Covered in lustrous white fur, glossy as ermine, but fur that sometimes appeared to be feathers. Yes, that certainly was both fur and feathers, and yet neither. Round and golden eyes as large as teacups, pellucid and luminous eyes that in spite of their beauty struck fear in him, even though he understood that the visitor meant him no harm. When it spoke, he was not surprised, though its voice, that of a young boy, mellifluous enough for the Vienna choir, was not what he expected. Evidently, it had listened to his ranting, for it said,
One problem with the theory. If incomprehensibly intelligent aliens made this world and everything in it, who made the aliens?
An answer eluded Preston, and he could come up with nothing but another glutinous wad of black phlegm. The gray tide flooded over him again, and the visitor retreated into the gloom, dissolved into a white blur, moving away, and then a final glimmer of luminous gold as just once it glanced back. He felt an inexpressible loss at its departure. The thing had been a figment of his imagination, of course, born of blood loss and toxic fumes. Figments seldom spoke. This one had spoken, though Preston couldn't remember what it had said. The firelight dimmed as thickening haze screened it. Evidently too many pipes were being smoked here in the old opium den. From a far corner came a peculiar sound, a protracted thud. Then again, thud. And yet a third time, thud. Like giant dominoes toppling into one another in slow motion. Ominous. He felt death coming. A wave. Sudden darkness. Absolute. And no air, only soot that his lungs sought to store up by the pound. Preston Maddox screamed into a black pillow, screamed in terror at the realization that his time had come to provide a little power for the starship.
Thud.
Last in line, moving toward the rear of the house, toward fire where fire had not been earlier, Noah worriedly looked back in the direction that they had come, back into air where blackened magazine pages glided like stingrays, back into the schools of lanternfish, and he saw the suspended black tsunami abruptly pour forward through the maze, and he cried out, much as he had cried out when his Aunt Lily shot him so many years ago.
Thud.
Maze walls were collapsing, stacks of bundled newspapers and other trash falling into the walls beside them, triggering further collapses.
Thud.
The floor shook with the third crash, which proved to be the last one for the time being, but the tsunami kept coming, racing toward them, a smothering tide of smoke, so dense that as it came, it muffled the voice of the fire that continued to rage behind it.
Down!
Noah shouted. They couldn't outrun this. They could only hit the floor, press their faces to the well-worn tongue and groove, and hope that an inch of sustaining air might be compressed beneath the black cloud. Here. Now. Oh, God, darkness as deep as caves and crypts, and only a thin, sour air even at the floor, then thinner and more sour, and then no air at all, and then... The black tide relented, dissolved away from them, until they huddled together in a miraculous clearing, where the air tasted as sweet as that in a primeval forest, lacking the slightest scent of soot. The tsunami of smoke still rushed at them, over them and past them, providing this impossible refuge, this saving eye of calm in the tumult. And unto them, out of the blinding masses, came a creature of such heart-stopping beauty that Noah might have fallen to his knees before it if he had not already been on the floor. As white as a fresh winter mantle in a pristine wilderness, the entity arrived utterly unsoiled by the storm of filth through which it had passed. The huge, luminous golden eyes, which should have terrified Noah by virtue of their strangeness and by the directness of their regard, did not instill terror, however, but fostered a sense of peace. He was overcome by the humbling perception that this visitor saw him as no one previously had ever seen him, gazed into the secret heart of him, and was not offended by what it discovered there. No terror, no fear troubled him except the reverential fear called awe. Instead, set loose was a joy that he hadn't been aware he contained, that all his life had been caged in his breast and now flew free. Rising slowly to his feet, he looked wonderingly at Cass, Mickey, Leilani. They were in the grip of the same emotions by which he himself had been overwhelmed. Magic was the moment, as when doves are delivered from thin air, but these wings were Noah's, the wings of pure elation. The enchanted being had arrived like a leopard, but it rose now and stood like a man, barely taller than Leilani, whom it approached and to whom it spoke, incredibly, in the voice of a young boy. In fact, this was perhaps the voice of Curtis Hammond.
You still shine, Leilani Clonk. You too,
said the girl.
You can't be broken. I came broken, not in the heart.
Tears overwhelmed the girl, and Noah, with Mickey and Cass, moved to her. He didn't know what was happening here, didn't understand how this magical entity and Curtis Hammond could be one and the same, but his long-worn yoke of despair had lifted, and for the moment he did not need to understand more than that the world had changed for him, forever. He touched Leilani's shoulder, Cass touched Noah's arm, and Mickey took the girl's withered hand in hers. The golden eyes regarded each of them before lowering to Leilani once more.
Not in the heart,
the apparition repeated.
Suffering can't crack you. Evil can't turn you. You're going to do great things in your life, Leilani Clonk. Great and wonderful things. And I ain't just shoveling horse shit at you neither.
Leilani laughed through her tears. Self-consciously, as though embarrassed by what had been said of her, she looked away from her enchanted rescuer, blinked up at the sea of soot and fumes churning across the top of their protective bubble, and said,
Hey, Space Boy, this sure is some neat trick with the smoke. Smoke is just fine particles of matter. On the micro level, where will can win, I can move some of the particles from where they are to where I want them to be. It's really fewer molecules than in a deadbolt. It's a little trick. I only have 3 tricks, really, and they're all little ones, but useful. Better than Batman,
Leilani said. The apparition's smile proved to be as luminous as his eyes.
Gee, thanks. But it's an energy-intensive trick. Uses up a lot of frankfurters and mugugai pans, so we better get out of here.
Through a tempest of smoke and fire, they traveled in cool, clean air, following the signs in blood that Noah had left to mark the true path. Along angular passageways, around a cochlear spiral, into the kitchen, through the vault of empty bottles. Breathtaking gray sky, the beautiful shades of silver polished and of silver patinated. Rain falling less forcefully than when they'd gone inside. Rain as Noah had never felt it before, pure, fresh, exhilarating. Polly waited in the backyard, holding Curtis Hammond's soaked clothes and shoes. Soaked herself, mud-spattered, bedraggled, she grinned like a holy fool oblivious of the storm. As graceful as water flowing, his white fur appearing to repel the rain, the golden-eyed apparition went to Polly, recovered the boy's clothes from her, and then turned to meet the stares of all assembled until they took the hint and, as one, turned their backs to grant him privacy. For a moment they stood in silence, still stunned, struggling to wrap their minds around the enormity of their experience, and then Leilani giggled. Her mirth infected the twins, Mickey, and even Noah.
What's so funny?
Asked the apparition.
We already saw you naked,
Leilani said through her laughter.
Not when I'm being Curtis Hammond, you didn't. It's sure nice to know,
Leilani said.
You're not the kind of tacky alien come to save the world who has to shake his booty at everybody.
As they leave the Tealroy farm in their 2 cars, only wisps of smoke escape from under the eaves, as well as from a few chinks here and there. Then the firestorm in the house begins to blow out windows, and great black plumes churn upward through the rain. They reach the county road and head toward Nuns Lake without encountering any traffic. By stepping out of his human disguise and then returning to it, the motherless boy has re-established the original biological tension that made him easier to trace during his first few eventful days of being Curtis Hammond. For a while, if worse scalawags come scanning for him, his unique energy signal will be detectable and quickly recognized. Immediately upon their return to the Fleetwood, they must break camp and roll out. Keep moving. Motion is commotion and all that, but he will regret departing Nuns Lake without having seen any nuns water skiing, parasailing, or jet boat racing. Perhaps when the world is saved, they can return here to visit, for in those better days to come, the nuns are more likely to be lighthearted and in a mood for recreation. He looks through the back window of the Camaro to be sure that Polly and Cass are still following in Noah's rental car. Yes, Polly is behind the wheel, and Cass is riding shotgun. No doubt they have their purses on the seat beside them, open for easy access. If ever he loses the twins, his fabulous sisters, he will be heartbroken beyond endurance, and therefore he must never lose them. Never. He has lost too much already. Mickey drives the Camaro, and Noah rides up front beside her. Leilani shares the back seat with Curtis, and Old Yeller lies between them. Exhausted from an eventful day, the dog dozes. They ride in silence, each occupied with their thoughts, which Curtis entirely understands. Sometimes socializing is easy, sometimes hard, and sometimes socializing does not require words. By the time they arrive at the campground, the rain stops. The washed pine trees are an enthralling green. The graceful boughs have been diamond-strung. Saturated trunks and limbs as dark as chocolate shed singing birds and inquisitive squirrels into the aftermath of the storm. This is an exquisite world, and the motherless boy loves it desperately. To reach the Fleetwood, they must pass the Prevost, and as they approach that vehicle, which had been Leilani's prison, Curtis sees emergency vehicles parked near it. The swiveling, roof-racked beacons on a police car cannot chase off the beauty of the overarching trees, but they do remind him that, although exquisite, this world turns in turbulence and is not at peace. A uniformed police officer standing by his cruiser motions for Mickey to drive past, to keep moving. An ambulance stands ready, its back door open. 2 paramedics, flanking a gurney, guide it along the oiled lane through puddles to the ambulance. On the stretcher lies a woman. Though Curtis has never seen her, he knows who she must be. For her own safety, and most likely for the safety of those who want to help her, Leilani's mother is strapped to the gurney. She rages against her restraints, strains furiously to slip free of them. Wildly tossing her head, she curses the paramedics, curses onlookers, and screams at the sky. Leilani looks away, lowers her head, and stares at her hands, which are folded in her lap. On the seat between them, Sister Become has not been roused from her nap by the scene at the Prevost. Her damp flank rises and falls with her slow breathing. As the Camaro rolls past the ambulance, Curtis reaches out and lifts the girl's deformed hand from her lap. She looks up, and misery clouds her eyes. He says, "Shh," and he gently places her palm against the sleeping dog, covering her hand with his. Every world has dogs, or their equivalent, creatures that thrive on companionship, creatures that are of a high order of intelligence, although not of the highest, and that therefore are simple enough in their wants and needs to remain innocent. The combination of their innocence and their intelligence allows them to serve as a bridge between what is transient and what is eternal, between the finite and the infinite. Of the 3 little tricks that Curtis can do, the first is the ability to exert his will on the micro level, where will can win. The second is the lovely ability to form the boy-dog bond. The third is the ability to teach the second trick to anyone he meets, and it is this third trick with which he can save a world. "Shh," he repeats, and as Leilani's eyes widen, he takes her with him into the dog's dreams. For those who despair that their lives are without meaning and without purpose, for those who dwell in a loneliness so terrible that it has withered their hearts, for those who hate because they have no recognition of the destiny they share with all humanity, for those who would squander their lives in self-pity and in self-destruction because they have lost the saving wisdom with which they were born, for all these and many more, hope waits in the dreams of a dog, where the sacred nature of life may be clearly experienced without the all but blinding filter of human need, desire, greed, envy, and endless fear. And here, in dream woods and fields, along the shores of dream seas, with a profound awareness of the playful presence abiding in all things, Curtis is able to prove to Leilani what she has thus far only dared to hope is true, that although her mother never loved her, there is one who always has. 73. Old Yeller sprints past the open double doors of the study, gripping a brightly colored tug toy in her teeth. In close pursuit are a pair of golden retrievers named Rosencrantz and Guildenstern, or Rosie and Jilly for short. Here in her study, Constance Veronica Tavenall, soon to be the former wife of Congressman Jonathan Sharmer, sits behind a wonderful Chinese Chippendale desk, decorated with intricate chinoiserie. She is writing in her checkbook. The lady reminds Curtis of Grace Kelly in movies like To Catch a Thief. She manages to be glamorous yet dignified, regal yet warm, with the gracefulness of a swan. She is not as immense, majestic, and magnificent as Donella, the truck stop waitress, but then virtually no one is. Noah stoops to pick up the cards that have been left on the floor near the sofa, but Ms. Tavenall says, No, leave them the way they are. Just the way they are for a while. Earlier, operating under Curtis's direction, Sister Become had separated from a shuffled deck all the cards in the Suite of Hearts. With nose and paws, she had ordered them from deuce to ace. Rosie backs along the hall and through the study door, pulling on the tug toy, which is made of braided red and yellow ropes with a large tasseled knot at each end, and here comes Old Yeller, attached to the being dragged end of the rope. They are growling at each other and trying to shake each other loose, but their tails wag. Miss Tavenall tears a check out of the book and slides it across the desk to Curtis. Her handwriting is as precise and pleasing to the eye as calligraphy. When Curtis reads the number on the check, he whistles softly.
Oh, Lord, Miss Tavenall, are you sure you can afford this?
That's for the 2 motorhomes, she says. They should be top of the line because, after all, you're going to be spending a lot of time in them. The first motorhome will be for Mickey, Leilani, and Aunt Jen. The second will be for Noah, Curtis, and for Richard, whom he has not yet met. Polly and Cass already have their wheels, courtesy of Hollywood divorces, which they had insisted upon after their producer husbands, Julian and Don Flackberg, had killed a screenwriter. The Flackberg brothers, renowned screamers, ruled their employees by terror, though they never screamed at movie stars, at critics, or at the twins. Cass says that the brothers were always sweet to her and Polly, while even Polly agrees they were huggy bears at home. Julian and Don had never killed a screenwriter previously, and in this case they resorted to violence only after the writer had successfully sued them for breach of contract. Over the years, Julian and Don had breached hundreds of contracts, perhaps thousands, always with impunity, and in their defense, they had tearfully claimed temporary insanity resulting from the shock of having their entire business model stood on its head. Curtis wonders if the place to start saving the world might be in Hollywood. At the doorway, Old Yeller finds new determination and, with the tug toy, drags Rosie away into the hall. The contract between them is one in which fun is given in return for fun, and neither would think of breaching it. For several weeks, Curtis and his new family will be constantly on the move, until he has fully become the Curtis that he wants to be, until he can't any longer be identified by the unique biological energy signature for which his extraterrestrial enemies, and possibly the FBI, are able to scan. Thereafter, the worst scalawags will continue to search for him, though by less effective means. They have been at work on this world for a while, and they do not welcome interference with their plans, which are the antithesis of those that Curtis has inherited from his mother. The battle has been engaged. He and his 4 new sisters, his Aunt Jen, his brother Noah, his brother Richard yet unmet, and his sister-become, will be gypsies for a long time, because even when he's no longer detectable by scanners, he will be safest if he stays in motion and works in secret. Besides, the job requires extensive travel. You can't save the whole world from an office in Cleveland. From time to time, not often but dependably, as he gives the gift of a dog's dreams, he will encounter people who, once having received this power from him, will be able to pass it along as he can. Each will go forth in a caravan of his or her own, sharing the gift with still others all across the world, in every vale and peak of every continent. The first of these is Leilani. She will not be going out on her own for many years, but the time will come. She shines. Miss Tavenall passes 3 more checks across the desk, and this time Noah whistles. "I've post-dated them at 1-month intervals," Miss Tavenall says. "Use them as you need the money for ongoing expenses." She glances at the computer on her desk and smiles. From where he sits, Curtis isn't able to see the screen, but he knows what's on it. Earlier, following the card trick, perched upon the lady's chair and holding a stylus in her teeth, Old Yeller, under Curtis's influence, had typed, "I am a good dog. I have a plan, but I need funding." "By the time you've used those 3 checks," says Miss Tavenall, "we'll have worked out an entire funding scheme for the long term."
I don't know how to thank you,
Noah says. "I'm the one who needs to say thank you," Miss Tavenall insists. "You've changed my life twice now, and this time in a way I never imagined it could be changed." Her eyes fill with those beautiful human tears that express not anguish or grief, but joy. She blots her eyes, her cheeks, and blows her nose in a Kleenex. Curtis is hoping for a huge, funny horn honk of a blow, like Meg Ryan cut loose with in When Harry Met Sally, but Miss Tavenall hardly makes any sound. She's so discreet, genteel. He wonders if it would be good socializing if he asked for a Kleenex and then faked a huge, funny horn honk of a blow to amuse her. Before Curtis can decide this thorny question, Miss Tavenall throws her tissue in a waste can, rises from her chair, blinks back her tears as best she can, and says to Noah, "The other issue may be more difficult. It's not simply a matter of writing a check."
His aunt and uncle have legal guardianship, Noah says, but I'm pretty sure they'd be willing to relinquish it. They parked him in that care home after his parents died, and they never see him. He embarrasses them. I think the issue will be financial.
"Bastards," she says. This somewhat shocks Curtis because he has, until now, been under the impression that she is too much of a lady to know the meaning of such words. Well, she continues, I've got good attorneys, and maybe I can pour a little charm on these people.
You?
Curtis says.
Oh, Miss Tavenall, call me a hog and butcher me for bacon if you couldn't drown them in charm any time you wanted.
She laughs, if a little oddly, and tells him that he's a lovely boy, and he's just about to reply to the effect that he never was the sassy-assed, spit-in-the-eye malefactor that some have accused him of being, when Jilly races into the study with a white rag in his teeth, pursued by Rosie and Old Yeller. Apparently Jilly felt left out when the game was tug-rope for two. He's found this rag and has somehow convinced his playmates that it is a better toy. Now they must have it, must have it, must. Jilly, here, Ms. Tavenall commands, and Jilly at once obeys, wiggling with delight as he approaches his mistress. Give me that, you silly pooch. Denied their must-have, the three dogs plop onto the carpet, panting from their play, grinning at one another. Since the congressman proved to be what he proved to be, Ms. Tavenall explains to Noah, I've been throwing out a lot of things. I certainly don't want any mementos. Jilly must have snatched this from the trash. The rag isn't a rag after all, but a T-shirt. On it are printed 4 words and an exclamation point. The dot of the exclamation point is in the form of a small green heart. Reading the words on the T-shirt, remembering the man from whom Old Yeller had stolen a sandal along the interstate highway in Utah, Curtis says,
Love is the answer.
It's true, I suppose, Ms. Tavenall says, even when it's said by people who don't mean it. Rising from his chair, Curtis Hammond shakes his head.
No, ma'am. If we're talking about the answer, then that's not it. The answer, the whole big enchilada, is a lot more complex than that. Love alone is an easy answer, and easy answers are what usually lead whole worlds into ruin. Love is part of the answer, sure, but just part. Hope is another part, and courage, and charity, and laughter, and really seeing things like how green pine trees look after a rain, and how the setting sun can turn a prairie into molten gold glass. There are so many parts to the answer that you couldn't possibly squeeze them all onto a T-shirt.
Time passes, as always time does, and the caravan settles one late spring afternoon in a campground near a lazy river, where willow trees stencil filigrees of shadow on the purling water. As dinner time approaches, they bring blankets, hampers loaded with delicious things, and numerous dog toys to a grassy bank where frogs sing and butterflies dance in sunlight as ochre as old brass. Polly brings her Diana, a beautiful black Labrador. Cass has her Apollo in tow. He's a handsome yellow lab. Here is Noah with a big old goofy mutt named Norman, and the Cocker Spaniel Ladybug is the sister-become of Richard Velnod, alias Rickster. Aunt Jen, Mickey, and Leilani are accompanied by Larry, Curly, and Mo. These 3 golden retrievers are actually female dogs, but Aunt Jen chose the names. Larry, Curly, and Mo were all obtained through golden retriever rescue organizations. In the past, all 3 were abused, neglected, abandoned, but they are happy dogs now, with lustrous coats and quick tails and soulful eyes. The other dogs were all rescued from pounds, and their pasts are filled with suffering too, though you wouldn't know it to watch them chase balls, leap for frisbees, and wriggle on their backs in the grass with all 4 paws in the air in absolute joyous celebration of the playful presence. Curtis, of course, has sister-become. And though all these dogs could tell enthralling stories if they could talk, Old Yeller's story surely is and most likely always will be more enthralling than any of theirs. Games without dogs are played as well, though Leilani insists there will be no 3-legged races. Rickster and Curtis play a few rounds of Who's the Gump, a game of their invention. The object is to reveal an act of supreme dumbness that you have committed. The winner is the player who, by the judgment of a third party, has done the dumbest thing. Sometimes Leilani and Curtis play Who's the Gump, and Rickster judges. Sometimes Mickey and Curtis play while Aunt Jen serves as judge. Everyone likes to play the game, but they seldom play with each other. They all want to go head-to-head with Curtis. What fascinates Rickster, not just as a contestant but also as co-inventor of the game, is that Curtis usually wins. Even though he is an E.T., has had the benefit of massive direct-to-brain megadata downloading and is arguably smarter than all of them. Here under the willows by the river, after dinner, when night has fallen, when butterflies have retired for the day and flickering fireflies have come on duty to replace them, the family gathers around a campfire to share their lives, as they do more nights than not, for every one of them has seen and done and felt so much that the others have not. This is in part also the point of Who's the Gump, to better know one another. Curtis's mother always said that the better you know others, the better you will know yourself, and that in the fullest sharing of experience, we learn the wisdom of a world. More important still, from the sharing of experience, we learn that every life is unique and precious, that no one is expendable. And with this discovery, we acquire the humility that we must have to live our lives well, with grace and with gratitude for the gift of breath. He misses his mother terribly, and the loss of her will leave a hole in his heart for the rest of his time in this life, though she will be with him in memory all his days. When those days end and he joins her again, oh, Lord, will they have a lot to share. Among others, Aunt Jen speaks this evening, looking as young as a girl in the firelight. On other evenings, she has told stories about her life with her beloved husband, gone now 19 years. But on this occasion, she tells them something of her childhood lived along a river not dissimilar to this willow-shaded, moonlit water slipping past them in the night. The story is quite dramatic, involving her evil stepfather, a preacher who killed her mother and tried also to kill Geneva and her brother for their inheritance. Most of those gathered here soon realize that this is not anything that happened to Aunt Jen, but is the storyline of The Night of the Hunter, starring Robert Mitchum. No one raises this point because Aunt Jen tells the story so well and with such feeling. In time, when she realizes that this is a shot-in-the-head story, not a real one, she gets sly with them, and, rather than correct the record, begins to layer in elements from The Rainmaker, starring Burt Lancaster, and then characters and plot twists from Kindergarten Cop, starring Arnold Schwarzenegger. Soon they are having a grand good time. Laughter and the presence of so many wonderful dogs inevitably encourages a visit now and then from other folks whose rigs and tents are tied down in this campground. After hard play, many of the dogs are sleeping. Although the family is not at work right now, they will always take advantage of an opportunity to pass along the gift. And so, before they all retire, long after midnight, the number of people who have gathered around the campfire has grown by 7, and there have been tears, though only tears of joy, and 7 lives have been changed forever, but only for the better. For the newcomers, after they have known the dreams of the dogs, Mickey poses the riddle that she learned from Aunt Jen. What will you find behind the door that is one door away from heaven? To date, Curtis is the only one who has answered it correctly on the first try, and this evening the 7 newcomers eventually puzzle their way close to the true response, but none earns a cigar. Leilani gives the answer according to Geneva, which everyone in the family can recite to the word.
If your heart is closed, then you will find behind that door nothing to light your way. But if your heart is open, you will find behind that door people who, like you, are searching, and you will find the right door together with them. None of us can ever save himself. We are the instruments of one another's salvation, and only by the hope that we give to others do we lift ourselves out of the darkness into light.
Time passes as time does, and the campfire subsides to a mound of glowing coals. People and dogs drift home to bed. Other than Curtis, the last 2 to leave are Mickey and Leilani. Larry, Curly, and Mo have gone home with Aunt Jen. The campsites are about 200 yards from these picnic grounds, and Mickey lights the way with a Coleman lantern, held high. Woman and girl walk hand in hand, into a darkness that holds no fear for them. The murmur of their voices and their gentle laughter drifts back to him, all the music anyone could ever need. If this were a movie, and if Curtis were a film director, he would make this the final scene. Woman and girl, saviors of each other, walking away from the camera into a future that together they have redeemed. Indeed, the movie would be called Redemption. Having seen 9,658 films and then some, he knows that in this final scene as they walk away, the screen would fade to black. However, this is reality, and neither Mickey nor Leilani will ever fade to black, but will go on forever. Curtis remains behind to extinguish the hot coals with river water and to stir the ashes, although he doesn't do so at once. He sits with Sister Become at his side, just the two of them, enthralled by the mystery of the stars and by the pearl-perfect moon, together enjoying the rightness of all things. He is no longer being Curtis Hammond, for he has become Curtis Hammond. This world is his destiny, and he can't imagine a finer home or one more beautiful. Oh, Lord, he is a gump, all right, but he's finding his way well enough in spite of that. A sudden whirl of wind spins up a twist of fallen leaves, sends them dancing slowly, slowly around the perimeter of the smoldering campfire until they reach Curtis, whereupon the wind expires in a puff, casting the greenery in his face. Leaves stick in his hair, dangle from his ears. He spits one out of his mouth. Dogs laugh. At least most of them do, and this one is always ready to be amused. The playful presence must love her even more than he loves others of her kind, and he sees in Curtis not merely one who will save a world, but also a perfect foil for his jokes. One door away from heaven, we live each day and hour. One door away from heaven, but it lies beyond our power to open the door to heaven and enter when we choose. One door away from heaven, and the key is ours to lose. One door away from heaven, but oh, the entry dues. The Book of Counted Sorrows.
We hope you have enjoyed this brilliant